Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On May 14, 1973, a nightmare unlike any other descended upon the quiet all-day family farm in Seminole County, Georgia. It began with 4 escaped convicts, cold, hungry, and desperate, fleeing a Maryland prison. They were looking for a place to hide, maybe steal supplies and keep running. But what they found was a remote trailer that seemed empty. That illusion didn't last long. Ned Alday and his son Jerry returned home unexpectedly, stepping straight into danger. The men were armed and ready. At gunpoint, Ned and Jerry were forced inside their own home and executed in cold blood. But the horror didn't end there. One by one, other family members arrived, unaware of the bloodshed waiting inside. Jimmy Alday showed up next. He didn't make it out alive. Then came Ned's brother, Aubrey, and another son, Sugi. Both were gunned down without hesitation. The cruelty escalated when Mary Alday, Jerry's wife, arrived. She was abducted, driven miles away, and subjected to unspeakable torture before being murdered. Her body was dumped in the woods, left to the elements, and a nest of fire ants. In just a few hours, 6 members of one family were wiped out, in what remains the most gruesome mass murder in Georgia's history. The brutality shook the nation, and even decades later, people still ask, was justice ever truly served? To understand how this terrifying chain of events began, we need to go back to the men behind it, starting with the ringleader, 19-year-old Carl Isaacs. He wasn't new to crime. In fact, trouble followed him long before that fateful day. In fact, by the time this massacre took place, he had already built a reputation as a habitual thief. He wasn't just a petty criminal either. Carl had a way with words and could charm his way into getting what he wanted, often manipulating people to get ahead. His criminal journey began early, with stealing cars and breaking into homes as a teenager. By 16, he was already deep into his criminal ways, landing himself in trouble with the law multiple times. But nothing really stuck until March 27, 1973, when he was finally sentenced and sent to Maryland State Penitentiary. However, soon after he arrived, chaos erupted. A riot broke out in the prison, and Carl was caught in the middle of it for over 8 hours. He was brutally attacked by other inmates, leaving him badly beaten. This led to his transfer to a new facility for his protection. He was moved to the Maryland Correctional Camp temporarily, before being transferred again on April 21, 1973 to the minimum security Poplar Hill. This move, however, would prove to be a huge mistake for the authorities. As it turned out, Carl already had an inside connection, his 26-year-old half-brother Wayne Coleman. Like Carl, Wayne spent much of his childhood bouncing in and out of foster care. His criminal history was also lengthy, involving car theft and breaking into homes. Wayne had already been at Poplar Hill for a few months before Carl's arrival. Now, the two brothers couldn't have been more different. Carl was bold, aggressive, and manipulative, while Wayne was shy, reserved, and more of a follower. It didn't take Carl long to find Wayne at the facility, and once he did, he wasted no time revealing his escape plan. He told Wayne he wanted him to be part of it. Wayne agreed, but on one condition. Carl had to bring along his friend, George Dungy, a 36-year-old inmate locked up for failing to pay child support, which was considered a minor crime compared to his fellow prisoners. Wayne and George had become close during their time in prison, even developing a romantic relationship. So when Wayne approached George about the escape plan, George, even though he was soon to be released, agreed to join the escape. However, Carl wasn't exactly thrilled about George being part of the plan. In fact, Carl wasn't fond of George at all, largely because of his race. But despite the tension, the trio was formed, and they managed to break out on May 5, 1973 around 3 in the morning. Carl and his crew managed to sneak through a bathroom window and made a break for it, disappearing into the surrounding woods. They used the trees and underbrush to cover their escape, eventually finding their way to Baltimore, Maryland, where they managed to swipe a car to continue their getaway. By the time they secured a ride, the authorities at Poplar Hill had realized the prisoners were missing. But here's the crazy part. The prison didn't bother to alert the local authorities. because they didn't think these guys were dangerous. They didn't exactly rush to bring them back. The escapees laid low in Baltimore for the next 2 days, just trying to blend in, but Carl, ever the mastermind, decided he wanted to bring along his younger brother Billy Isaacs, who was just 16. Billy, like most younger siblings, looked up to Carl and was all in when his brother offered him a seat in the car. So now it was the 4 of them, Carl, Wayne, George, and Billy, hitting the road. They spent about a week hanging around Maryland, but eventually the reality hit. They needed money to keep going, so they did what they knew best. They started breaking into houses along their way to fund their next move. Now, Carl's ultimate goal was to head south, specifically to Florida or Mexico, where he and his crew could live free from the law. But before they could get there, they needed to keep moving. On May 10, 1973, while traveling near McConnellsburg, Pennsylvania, Carl spotted a truck with no owner around. He thought this was the perfect chance to steal a vehicle. As Carl and his crew tried to take it, a young man named Richard Miller, the truck's neighbor, saw them and decided to intervene instead of letting them get away. Richard chased after them. Unfortunately, he was caught, and the group argued about who would take the life of the young man. In the end, they tied him up, forced him to his knees, and shot him in the back of the head. They dumped his body on a remote logging road, hoping he would be forgotten afterward. Carl's gang continued south, eventually landing in Donaldsonville, Georgia on May 14, 1973. The town seemed peaceful and isolated, perfect for hiding out. By about 4 p.m., they spotted a trailer and broke in, tearing it apart for anything valuable. While Billy and George kept lookout, Carl and Wayne started to search. But just as they were getting into it, a blue Jeep appeared on the road. Inside the Jeep were Ned Alday and his son Jerry. And that's when everything took a deadly turn. But before diving into the events of that day, it's important to understand the Alday family and the legacy they left behind. The patriarch, Ned Alday, was born on September 7, 1910 in Donaldsonville, Georgia. He met the love of his life, Ernestine, in their small community, and the two eloped in 1935. Together they built a strong, loving family, raising 9 children and establishing a solid reputation in their community. The Aldays were the epitome of Southern hospitality, always helping out their neighbors and embodying wholesome values. Ned wasn't just a family man, he was a pillar in the local community. He played a key role in building the local church, and many members of the Alday family, including his children, contributed significantly to the church as officers and Sunday school teachers. Financially, the Aldays were responsible and hardworking. Early on in their relationship, Ned and Ernestine saved every penny to buy a small home, which they later traded for nearly 400 acres of farmland, complete with a larger farmhouse on River Road. The farm was a family operation, with everyone pitching in to help. By 1973, however, only 2 of their older sons remained close enough to continue working on the farm. Jerry Alday, at 34 years old, had moved into his own trailer a few miles down the road with his wife, Mary. His older brother, Chester, known as Sugi, lived even closer with his wife, Barbara, just yards away from the Alday farmhouse. But by all accounts, the Aldays were the kind of people who kept to themselves. They were quiet, hardworking folks with no criminal history, just a peaceful, down-to-earth family. But on May 14, 1973, nothing could have prepared them for what was about to happen. As mentioned earlier, it was just another normal day when Ned Alday and his son Jerry were heading back to Jerry's trailer after a long day's work. They had their usual plan to meet up, talk about the day, and figure out what was next. But as they got closer to the trailer, Carl ordered them inside the trailer, and once they were in, he made them empty their pockets onto the kitchen table. But all he found were a few coins and other insignificant items, nothing of real value, so he decided to separate the two. Jerry, who was 35, was taken to one side of the house, and Ned, at 66, was led to the other side. It wasn't long before the horror started. Carl shot Jerry 4 times with a .22 caliber gun. Meanwhile, Wayne, who was with Carl, was handling Ned in the other room. Wayne shot Ned once in the head with a .32 caliber gun, but it wasn't enough to kill him. Ned, though gravely injured, managed to get up and fight back. Carl heard the commotion and rushed in to help Wayne, shooting Ned 5 more times with his .22. And Carl didn't stop there. He actually stayed at the trailer for a while, waiting for Mary, Jerry's wife, to come home before he killed Jerry. He had asked if Jerry was married. Jerry told him he was and begged Carl not to hurt his wife, but that only seemed to fuel Carl's desire to take more lives. He wanted to wait for Mary himself, but before he could do that, Jimmy Alday, a 25-year-old, showed up. He'd just finished parking the tractor and walked up to the back door. When he knocked, expecting to see his brother, he was met by Wayne with a gun in his face. Wayne went through Jimmy's pockets, just like with Jerry and Ned, but found nothing of value. Carl was furious, accusing him of showing up because he heard the gunshots. Jimmy denied it, explaining that this was just part of their regular routine, but Carl wasn't buying it and ordered Jimmy to the living room, where he forced him to lie face down on the couch. Without hesitation, Carl shot Jimmy twice in the back of the head with his .22 caliber gun. Afterward, Carl went outside and decided it was time for him and his crew to leave. But as he was moving the tractor, he heard another car pull up. It was Mary Alday, Jerry's wife, returning home with groceries. Carl snuck up behind her and pressed a gun to her back, just like he had done to the men. Mary was forced into the trailer, and Carl rifled through her purse, finding only $1.00 and some small items. But just as Carl was dealing with Mary, two more Alday family members arrived. Chester, Ned's son, and Aubrey, Ned's brother. They were laughing and chatting when Carl, already on edge, stormed outside and captured them at gunpoint. They were forced inside the trailer, where Mary was crying uncontrollably at the table. Carl and Aubrey took a moment to observe her distress before forcing Chester to sit on the floor. Then Carl and Wayne took action. Wayne pushed Chester into the bedroom where Ned's lifeless body lay, and without hesitation, he shot Chester once with his gun. Carl, not done yet, turned his attention to Aubrey, who was 57. He led him into the same bedroom and shot him once. In a tragic final moment, when the bodies were found, it was clear that Aubrey's fingers were folded over Jerry's, his nephew. It was as if in his last moments, Aubrey reached out to hold Jerry's hand, a heartbreaking symbol of love and loss, before succumbing to his injuries. After the brutal killings, Mary Alday was dragged from the bathroom and taken back into the kitchen, where Carl didn't show any sign of mercy, assaulting her himself. Once he was finished, Wayne did the same. By now, the gang had decided it was time to leave, but they weren't done yet. They took Mary in her car, driving deep into the woods, but Carl wasn't done tormenting her. He yanked her out of the car by her hair and dragged her through the dirt. He assaulted her again, humiliating her in ways no one should ever have to endure. Then, in a chilling and twisted display, they took degrading photographs of her. After all this suffering, they decided it was time to end her life. George then forced Mary onto the ground, her face pressed into the earth. He shot her once in the back of the head with a .22 caliber gun. Once they finished, they abandoned her body in the car in the woods like it meant nothing at all. That's when Carl, Wayne, Billy, and George sped off. But the news of the murders spread fast, shaking the small community to its core. Donaldsonville was a quiet town where something like this was unheard of, and no one could wrap their heads around the senseless violence. But rather than splitting the community apart, the tragedy seemed to unite everyone even more. Neighbors, friends, and even strangers rallied together, offering their help to the remaining Alday family members. With the farm at risk and everything in turmoil, they stepped in, making sure the farm's operations continued. Then, just a few days later, the town came to a standstill. 3 days after the murders, Wilsonville officially stopped everything for the day to mourn the Alday family. The mayor declared a day of mourning and the streets were empty, as if the entire town had hit pause. On May 17, 1973, the funeral processions began, and nearly every single person from the town and many from surrounding areas gathered outside the Spring Creek Baptist Church. The church was way too small to hold 6 coffins and the huge crowd that showed up to mourn, so they ended up holding the funeral right outside on the church grounds. The Alday family was remembered for more than just their hard work and dedication to the community. They were the kind of neighbors everyone wanted, kind, helpful, and always there when needed. But while the town was grieving, the fugitives had already made their way to West Virginia, trying to put as much distance between them and the crime they'd committed. That's when fate finally caught up to them. They were found after being forced to flee on foot when they ran into a roadblock. This time, there was no escape. George was the first to crack. He confessed everything, spilling the details of the horrific jailbreak and how it led to the massacre of the Alday family. For 2 long hours, he recounted everything, expressing deep regret, especially for what he had done to Mary. He admitted that the weight of his actions had kept him up at night, and he couldn't live with himself anymore. With George's confession in hand, investigators wasted no time turning their attention to the others, starting with Billy. At first, it seemed like Billy wasn't as involved in the killings. He didn't allegedly shoot anyone, according to George, but ballistics told a different story. The Alday family had been killed with 4 different weapons, and one of those weapons was in Billy's possession. Billy's version of events was almost identical to George's. He said Carl had taken his gun when they were shooting Jerry, because Billy had run out of bullets. Since the story seemed believable and Billy was too young for the death penalty, investigators decided to flip him in exchange for his testimony against the other 3. Billy was given 40-year sentences for theft charges, and he was more than willing to take the deal. Then came Wayne, who was a whole different story. He had no remorse whatsoever. In fact, he sounded proud when he talked about what he had done. He even smiled as he described the killings, bragging about how he took the lives of the Aldays. Wayne wasn't backing down from his actions and made it clear he had no regrets. And then there was Carl. When investigators tried to get him to talk, he refused to say a word. Instead of confessing, he gave them the oddest response. It was a pretty May Day. That was it. No remorse, no explanation, just an eerie nonchalance in the face of his crimes. But the evidence against Carl and his crew was undeniable. Their fingerprints matched those found at the crime scene, and the bullets they had in their possession were the same as those used to kill the Alday family. Additionally, they were found with several personal items from the Alday family, including jewelry, further linking them to the horrific massacre. The escapees were returned to Georgia on May 24, 1973, and arraigned at the courthouse in Donaldsonville. George, Carl, and Wayne faced 6 counts of murder and multiple felony charges, including assault, kidnapping, armed robbery, and grand theft. While the trio sat in separate jails miles apart, the community was furious. They demanded justice and even threatened to take matters into their own hands. But with the trials on the horizon, the town didn't need to resort to street justice. As if things weren't complicated enough, information about the missing teenager Richard Miller from Pennsylvania began to surface. An eyewitness came forward claiming that Richard had been chasing a group of men matching the fugitive's descriptions. Law enforcement believed that if Carl and his crew were involved, Richard was likely dead. After some pressure, the men confessed to killing him. With Wayne Coleman volunteering to lead police to his body, however, things didn't go as planned. After being flown to Maryland, Wayne took police on a wild goose chase around the borders of Pennsylvania and Maryland, only to admit that he had no idea where Richard's body was. But then, in an unexpected twist, Carl offered his help. He was transported out of state, but this time he proved to be more cooperative. Carl led investigators to a small town in Maryland called Flintstone, where he gave precise directions to Richard Miller's remains. Carl's trial began on December 31, 1973. Several witnesses were called to the stand, including members of the Alday family who identified personal items that had belonged to their loved ones found in Carl's possession. The sheriff and responding officers also testified. However, the most shocking witness was Billy, Carl's 16-year-old brother. Billy took the stand on January 4, recounting the tragic final moments of the Alday family. His testimony lasted for 2 hours, and it left a lasting impact. After the case went to the jury, it didn't take long, just a little over an hour, for them to return with a verdict, guilty on all charges. Additionally, on January 7, 1974, the jury in Carl Isaac's case recommended the death penalty, and the judge agreed. George's trial followed, starting on January 9, 1974, with a similarly swift process. The jury deliberated for just 58 minutes before finding him guilty on all charges and sentencing him to death. Wayne's trial lasted 3 days, but he too was found guilty and sentenced to death. Initially, the executions were set for February 15 that same year, but due to mandatory appeals, the executions were delayed. This clip was from Carl Isaac's interview on June 12, 1976, where he still showed absolutely no remorse for his actions. Over the years, the men filed several unsuccessful appeals. In 1979, a discovery motion led to retrials for all three. In 1988, the Georgia Supreme Court ruled that the pretrial publicity had been so overwhelming that the defendants could not have received a fair trial and that a change of venue should have been granted. During the retrial process, Carl was first to face the courtroom again in January 1988 with an emotional testimony from his brother Billy, who recounted the tragic events. In 1988, Carl's taped confession, which had been recorded by filmmaker Fleming Fuller, was also used in the trial, with Carl seemingly incriminating himself. Despite character witnesses who claimed Carl had reformed, including a woman he had corresponded with and who believed he had changed, the jury once again sentenced him to death. Wayne's trial took place in April 1989, where his attorney claimed Wayne was manipulated by Carl. However, despite his defense, Wayne was sentenced to death, though after 35 hours of deliberation, the jury became deadlocked and a mistrial was declared. Eventually, Wayne was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 15 years. George, however, was deemed mentally incompetent to be executed due to his low IQ, leading to him receiving 6 life sentences after pleading guilty by reason of mental deficiency in 1988. By this point, many people were outraged. Not only were the suspects still alive and living well in prison, but the Alday family had also faced serious financial hardship, along with their emotional pain. The surviving members lost their farm and much of the family's wealth. Ernestine Alday, the last member of the family to survive, passed away in 1988, leaving behind a legacy of grief and financial ruin. But out of all the pain and tragedy, something positive did come from it, thanks to Paige Barber, the granddaughter of Ned Alday and the niece of several of the victims. As the voice of the Alday family, Paige, she fought hard for the passage of the Alday Family Bill in 2003. This law made it a requirement for state officials to contact the families of victims in death penalty cases twice a year. Before this bill, families had a tough time getting any updates on what was happening with their loved ones' cases in the legal system. Additionally, books and films were created to share the Alday family's heartbreaking story, like the 1988 film Murder One and the book Blood Echo by Thomas H. Cook. These helped bring national attention to their tragic experience. As for the men involved, George Dungy died in 2006 while serving his life sentence. Billy Isaacs, who served 20 years, was released in 1993, but he passed away in 2009. Wayne, still alive, continues to serve his life sentence and is now 79 years old, repeatedly denied parole. Carl Isaacs met his end on May 16, 2003, with his execution marking the painful end to a long and drawn-out battle for justice. His final meal, a simple prison tray. After almost 30 years of delays, he was pronounced dead by lethal injection, closing a chapter on the Alday family's tragic story. But here's a question for you. Do you think true justice was ever served for the Alday family, or do you feel the legal system failed them? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The chaos that unfolded wasn't caused by a gang member, a drug dealer, or a fugitive on the run. Surprisingly, the man at the center of it all was once a respected figure. A judge, a former lawmaker, and someone trusted to shape laws and deliver justice. But beneath the surface of his polished public image was a darkness no one expected. By the time the truth came to light, it was already too late. The community was left in shock, and a family was shattered beyond repair. As the police moved in to make the arrest, the man, Lance Mason, fled through the back door of his sister's house. But what could he have possibly done to trigger the arrival of an entire task force? Lance Timothy Mason was not your average public servant. He symbolized authority and respect, He had served as a state representative, a state senator, and a judge in Ohio. In every role, he carried weight. His voice was heard, and his decisions impacted lives. He once walked the halls of power with ease, shaping public policy and commanding silence in courtrooms. His resume was impeccable. Lawmaker, judge, city official, to the public, he represented leadership and responsibility. But while his public image was one of discipline and trust, his private life was collapsing under the weight of something much darker. What started as a promising career ended in a way no one could have predicted, turning a man who once defined justice into the face of a chilling crime. Mason didn't just play the game, he seemed to master it. And yet, as he climbed, something else rose with him, something that stayed hidden behind the speeches and handshakes, something that no title could erase. But just when he thought he was untouchable, police were searching his sanctuary, looking for him like a wanted criminal. In the quiet corners of his world, behind closed doors and far from the flash of cameras, tension was building. Those who paid close enough attention might have felt it. The way his polished smiles sometimes didn't reach his eyes, the flicker of control beneath the calm. No one asked, and he never said, but the air around him began to shift slowly. At first, like the hush before a storm. Then one day, that storm came. November 17, 2018. The day was supposed to be like any other, but for Aisha Frazier, it would be the last day she saw her children, the last day she could breathe freely. The two were supposed to meet at a decided place. It was the house owned by Lance Mason's sister, a house that would become the scene of unimaginable horror. Lance had already decided the fate of Aisha Frazier. That day, a knife was used as a weapon to stab the mother of his children. Lance Mason didn't just lose control, he planned it in front of their two children, who could do nothing but watch in paralyzing fear. He attacked her. The sound of the knife cutting through the air was drowned by the agonizing cries of their children. They screamed for their mom, but it was already too late. And then, in a final act of desperation, Mason fled. He didn't stop. He stole Aisha's SUV and sped off, but his attempt to escape wouldn't last long. In his reckless flight, he collided with a police cruiser, slamming into it with brutal force. The officer inside was injured. But Mason's terror was only beginning. He kept running, thinking he could outrun his past, but fate had other plans. It wasn't long before the law caught up to him, and the nightmare he'd set in motion would begin to unravel inside the house. Lynn Mason, his own sister, was on the phone with 911, her voice shaking with disbelief as she watched her brother destroy everything in his path. "He stabbed her and she is dead," she said. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Meanwhile, in the background, the children sobbed uncontrollably. Their cries were haunting evidence to the horror that had just unfolded. And when it did, it would leave scars so deep that even the highest seat of justice couldn't overlook them. The man who had once delivered verdicts from the bench would soon find himself on the other side of the law, bending his knees on the floor like he never saw what true power looked like. The story hadn't reached its climax, not until the mask slipped, not until the truth clawed its way to the surface. "Okay, have a seat right here." As his hands told the tale of the horrific fate that Aisha Frazier was met with, it was difficult to tell him apart from the charismatic man that he once was. Or was he ever that man? People will be left wondering. But before the horrific scenes of 2018, Lance had already given hints of what monstrosity he was capable of. It was a hot summer day on August 2, 2014, when the image of Lance Mason, the once respected judge and former state senator, was torn apart in a storm of rage and violence that no one saw coming. He wasn't wearing a robe that day. He wasn't behind a bench delivering rulings. He was behind the wheel of a car, his wife beside him, and their children in the back seat. What should have been just another ride turned into a nightmare. Without warning, the calm shattered. Mason began pummeling his wife with his fists, 20 savage blows, one after another, as if he had lost all sense of control all sense of humanity. But he didn't stop there. With their terrified children watching from the back seat, he grabbed her head and slammed it into the car's center console. Not once, not twice, 5 brutal times. The force was enough to leave her dazed, bloodied, and in sheer panic. She tried to escape, desperate to get out, but even then, outside the car, away from the steering wheel and the false sense of safety, he followed. He bit her, he threatened her. His rage didn't cool. It followed her out of the vehicle like a predator locked on its prey. When the police arrested him later that day, the horror only deepened. Inside Mason's home was not the quiet, book-filled sanctuary one might expect from a judge. It was a war zone. Shotguns, semi-automatic rifles, handguns, smoke grenades, a bulletproof vest, a sword, and more than 2,500 rounds of ammunition. It looked less like the home of a public servant and more like the stockpile of someone preparing for combat. It was chilling. Not just the violence he had committed, but the world he had built behind closed doors. That attack got him 2 years in prison, but he only served 9 months, a slap on the wrist, a second chance he never deserved. You know why it was just a slap on the wrist when Lance Mason first beat his wife? Because powerful people were right there beside him, shielding him, vouching for him, smoothing the way back. Then he punched her so hard she had to undergo surgery for a broken orbital bone. Their daughters were in the car when it happened. It wasn't just domestic violence. It was terrifying, and yet, when it came time to face consequences, Mason had an army of high professor supporters ready to downplay the horror. U.S. Representative Marcia Fudge called him a good man who made a very bad mistake. Letters poured in from politicians, attorneys, and judges, all speaking about his character, his decades of service, his reputation. The victim, Aisha Frazier, barely seemed to factor in. That collective influence worked. Mason got just 2 years in prison and was released after serving 9 months. 9 months for disfiguring a woman in front of her children, and then just a few years later, he murdered her, stabbed her to death in front of those same daughters. Suddenly, those glowing endorsements from the political and legal elite became a stain. Marcia Fudge released a statement expressing heartbreak and claiming that the man who committed the murder wasn't the Lance Mason she knew. But that raises an uncomfortable question. If someone beats their partner so viciously they need surgery, how much more evidence do you need to protect the victim? During disciplinary hearings in 2017, other attorneys and judges again came to Mason's defense. They wrote letters expressing disbelief and emphasizing his achievements as a jurist. But the Ohio State Bar Association wasn't convinced. In their statement to the Supreme Court, they called out the letters for failing to explain what led to Mason's violent actions, or offer any assurance that it wouldn't happen again. This is more than just a case of poor judgment. It's a case study in how power protects power, even when it comes at the expense of a woman's life. Aisha was failed first by the justice system, then by the people who had the platform to do better. Instead of calling out the violence for what it was, too many were eager to excuse it, to write it off as an aberration from a man they respected. But monsters don't always look like monsters until it's too late. The hypocrisy is hard to stomach. The same people who once praised Mason's uncharacteristic mistake were suddenly offering condolences and shock. But here's the truth. They saw the violence, and they still chose to protect him. Aisha did everything right. She got the protection order. She followed the system. But Lance Mason had already made his choice, and long before the headlines and the whispers, before the scandal shattered the calm and sent shockwaves through Ohio's political circles, Lance Timothy Mason was just a boy growing up in Shaker Heights, bright, ambitious, and already dreaming of something bigger. Born on August 26, 1967, he followed a path that seemed carved out for greatness. From the hallways of Shaker Heights High School to the academic rigor of the College of Worcester, and finally to the esteemed University of Michigan Law School, where he earned his Juris Doctor in 1992. Mason's journey looked like the making of a legacy. Every step he took was calculated. Every role he stepped into only added to his growing reputation. Between 2002 and 2008, Mason served in the Ohio General Assembly, first as a representative and then as a senator, moving through the ranks with a confidence that suggested He wasn't just part of the system, he was built for it. His dedication and charm caught the attention of then-Governor Ted Strickland, who appointed him as a judge to the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas in 2008. A position of weight and visibility, a place where power wasn't just practiced, it was absolute. But the climb didn't end there. Nearly a decade later, in 2017, Mason returned to public service, this time as the Minority Business Development Administrator under Cleveland Mayor Frank G. Jackson. To outsiders, it seemed like a full-circle moment, an accomplished man continuing to serve, continuing to lead. His name appeared in political rosters and press releases, his image still polished and his influence very much intact. This was not a man at the beginning of his fall. This was someone already deep in descent. Mason had married his wife in 2005, but they were preparing for divorce, and by March 2014, they had separated. Still, that separation didn't offer her safety, not truly. Their divorce would only be finalized over a year later, in November 2015. The courtroom fell silent as Lance Mason, once a powerful figure draped in robes and respected in legal circles, stepped forward, now wearing a prison jumpsuit, wrists bound in cuffs. This wasn't a man accused of a mistake or a moment of weakness. This was a man now facing the most horrific charge of all: the calculated, violent murder of his ex-wife, Aisha Fraser. It was a cold, unforgiving day on Chagrin Boulevard when the horror unfolded behind the closed doors of Fraser's home. There were no warnings, no second chances. According to the grand jury, Mason didn't just kill. He planned it with purpose and calculation. He carried out an attack so brutal it sent shockwaves through the very community he once served. Aisha Fraser, a beloved mother and schoolteacher, was stabbed to death. She had trusted the system to protect her. She had a protection order in place. But that paper shield was no match for the man who had already proven what he was capable of. At his arraignment, Mason stood still as the charges were read out, one by one. Aggravated murder, felonious assault, twice violating a protection order, grand theft. Each count painted a clearer picture of a man spiraling deeper into darkness. Each word was a knife to the memory of who he once was. And still, he pleaded not guilty. The judge listened, watched, and responded with a bond that matched the weight of the crime. $5 million, 0 cents. A staggering amount for a staggering fall. But no number could reverse what had happened. No courtroom procedure could bring Aisha Fraser back. But then, things changed for him. Whether it was his ego in the way, or hidden love for his children. Lance pleaded guilty of his crimes in his pre-trial hearing, sitting there in the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas. He looked every bit the man who had shattered so many lives with his actions, with an unsettling calm. He said that he wishes to take responsibility for the crimes he had committed. Those words were heavy, but they didn't feel like remorse. They felt like a man just going through the motions, as if this was some kind of routine procedure, not the acknowledgement of a life-altering, soul-crushing tragedy. But then he dropped a sentence that showed his vulnerability. There was no way I was going to let my daughter testify against me. As those words left his mouth, it became clear this wasn't just a crime of passion or rage. It was calculated, cold. This was a man scared to face his daughter in court, scared of losing the delusion of being a great father that he thought he was to his children. Mason pled guilty to some of the most atrocious charges imaginable: aggravated murder, 2 counts of felonious assault, murder, violating a protection order, and grand theft. Every single charge was a grim reminder of the violence he had unleashed that day. As the courtroom absorbed the weight of his admission, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. This wasn't just a man who had gone astray. This was a man who had once held power, who had been trusted with the law, but now was nothing more than a broken figure sitting before a judge to answer for the unspeakable destruction he had caused. Aisha Fraser was more than just a name in the news. She was a devoted mother, a cherished friend, and a beloved schoolteacher in Shaker Heights, Ohio. To her students, she was a source of light. To her community, she was a role model. But on a quiet November day, her life was stolen in the most horrifying way imaginable by a man who once promised to be her protector. Aisha saw the worst in a man who rose to the highest rank in a system that failed her so many times to the point of losing her life. That's the tragedy that sparked Aisha's Law, a bold piece of legislation introduced by Ohio State Representative Jeanine Boyd, and now supported by over 32 co-sponsors in the Ohio House. But Aisha's Law isn't just about one woman. It's about every person trapped in a cycle of domestic abuse, and it's about finally changing a system that failed her, one that fails so many. Now, what exactly is Aisha's Law? It is a multi-layered bill designed to intervene before abuse turns deadly. It's based on one simple truth: domestic violence homicides are predictable. Victims often show signs, abusers escalate, and yet, too often the system doesn't catch the red flags until it's too late. This bill aims to change that. It includes mandatory risk assessment training for police. Case officers would be trained to identify high-risk abusers, the kind most likely to commit lethal violence. Instead of treating each case as isolated, officers would learn to ask the right questions, recognize patterns, and respond with urgency. This means victims at the highest risk could finally be protected before tragedy strikes. Number 2, 24/7 access to protection orders. If someone needs a protection order at 2 a.m. on a Sunday, they shouldn't have to wait until Monday morning. Aisha's Law would require courts to have judges or magistrates available 24/7 to issue emergency protective orders because violence doesn't wait, and neither should justice. Third key point: an expanded definition of child endangerment, which means that if a child is present when abuse happens, that's not just a side note, it's another layer of trauma. The bill expands child endangerment to include witnessing domestic violence, holding abusers accountable for the psychological damage inflicted on children, even if they aren't physically harmed, and then lastly, a broader definition of aggravated murder. It expands the definition of aggravated murder to directly reflect the reality of domestic violence cases like Aisha Frazier's. It means that if someone purposely kills a family or household member, and they already have a past conviction for domestic violence or any violent offense that caused serious harm to that same person, it can now be charged as aggravated murder. Let's be clear, this is huge. Why? Because in many past cases, abusers who escalated from beatings to murder weren't charged with the most serious level of homicide, even if their violence was part of a clear pattern. This update closes that gap and says, if you've seriously hurt someone before, and you come back and kill them, you're facing the highest possible charge under the law. Why does this matter so much? Because Aisha Frazier did everything right. She left, she got help, she followed the legal steps, but the system didn't protect her. Her daughters witnessed the unthinkable. Her mother's murder after watching her suffer for years. This bill doesn't just honor Aisha's memory. It arms communities, law enforcement, and the justice system with the tools they need to prevent similar tragedies. And the stats are chilling. Nearly 112 Ohioans died from domestic violence in a single year. The stats also show that nearly half of domestic violence victims in Cleveland are at high risk of being killed. And shockingly, in Cuyahoga County, only 1 in 3 abusers ever spend a single day in jail. But up until now, change has been slow and scattered. Aisha's Law, named in honor of Aisha Frazier, has actually passed the Ohio House, not once, but twice. Yet it's never made it all the way into law. Why? Because parts of the bill sparked pushback from prosecutors and criminal defense attorneys who disagreed with certain sections. As a result, both times it reached the Ohio Senate, it stalled. No vote, no law, no protection. Meanwhile, the threat to domestic violence victims hasn't slowed down, and survivors, they're still waiting for the system to catch up. Coming back to the man who once wore the robe of dignity and honor, the one who decided the fate of others, now his own fate rests in the hands of a parole board. Lance Mason, the former Cuyahoga County judge once trusted to uphold justice, is now serving a life sentence for the brutal murder of his ex-wife, But here's the twist that's left many stunned. He could one day walk free. After admitting to stabbing Aisha to death in front of their children, Mason was handed a life sentence. Yet it came with a caveat. He'll be eligible for parole in 35 years. That means at the age of 87, if he ever reaches it, the man who shattered a family and forever altered the lives of two young girls could make a case for his freedom. It's a painful reality for those who knew and loved Aisha, a respected teacher, a devoted mother, and a victim of unthinkable violence. Just 4 years before the murder, Mason had already served a shockingly brief sentence for violently attacking her in front of their children. He vowed then that he would never return to prison, but he did, and this time, he's not leaving. At least not for 35 years. For many, the idea of parole feels like a second betrayal, because some crimes, they say, deserve no second chances. But what do you think? Should someone who committed such a brutal act ever be eligible for parole, no matter how many years pass? Are 3 decades behind bars justice served? Or is it a loophole in a system meant to protect victims? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In Ulster County, New York, it was the morning of November 29, 2011. In the parking lot of a Kingston Planet Fitness gym in Ulster County, New York, 44-year-old Thomas Coleman was discovered dead inside his vehicle. A compelling inquiry into Tom's unexpected death revealed a convoluted story of secrets, treachery, and potential foul play. As suspicions were directed at an unexpected person, the drama grew more intense. Will the whole truth about Tom's death ever come to light as we investigate this mysterious case? We're examining Thomas Coleman's strange case today. Let's get started on the story right now. Ulster County, which is situated along the Hudson River in New York State, is the setting for our case. This county, which has 181,851 residents as of the 2020 census, is named after the Irish province of Ulster. Kingston serves as the county seat. The demographics of the county are diverse. Although Spanish, Italian, and German are also spoken, English is the primary language of the majority of the population. With a wealth of cultural diversity and history, Ulster County is a thriving community. This was the exact location of our case. However, it all started on March 22, 1967, when Thomas Coleman was born in Queens, New York City. After graduating from West Babylon High School, he went to Stony Brook University. He also earned his undergraduate and graduate degrees at Damon College in Amherst, New York. He was the director of utilization management at the Optum Health Physical Therapy Department and a physical therapist at Always There. He has been a resident of the area for over 20 years. The first wife of Tom was Michelle Coleman Weber. Even after their divorce, they stayed close. Bradley and Jillian are the names of their shared children. Tom married Linda following his divorce from Michelle. Before she married Tom, Linda had a child named Brooke, but Tom's son Ryan was also a blessing to Linda and Tom. Thomas Coleman was a 44-year-old man who loved life's small pleasures. He was not a fan of parties or wild nights out. Rather, the warmth of his family's hug provided him with comfort. For Tom, quality was more important than quantity. Dr. Gilberto Nunez, the dentist, became a great friend to him. Their voyage started while Gilberto was going through a turbulent time in his life, trying to find comfort while navigating the rough seas of a challenging divorce. He was drawn to the Colemans and took solace in their steadfast support and sincere friendship. It appeared that everything was going well for Thomas Coleman and his wife Linda, who had built a life together that was full of love and laughter. However, tragedy struck when those closest to him were surprised by his sudden death. On November 29, 2011, a confusing incident took place in the parking lot of Planet Fitness, a well-known gym in Kingston, Ulster County, where residents congregated to work off their tension. His wife, Linda Coleman, was initially alarmed when she couldn't get through to Tom. Before going to work, he would start his daily workout at the Planet Fitness gym as if it were a clockwork. Concerned, Linda went to the well-known spot, only to discover Tom's vehicle parked there. However, as she got closer, a terrible reality started to emerge. In her husband's car, Linda discovered him dead. given his weight and the prevalent health problems that beset men of his age. It seemed at first that Tom had fallen victim to the ruthless clutches of a heart attack. It appeared to be a reasonable conclusion, but, as the inquiry progressed, disturbing information surfaced that called into question this first theory. Timely's car was parked a long way from the gym's entrance, and he was sitting quietly in the driver's seat, seemingly sleeping soundly. Even though the parking lot was vacant, the investigators were suspicious of his car's odd placement. They had to solve the riddle of Tom Coleman's unexpected death, since something odd was going on. Another character joined the scene as the investigators dug deeper into the case, adding to the mystery. Dr. Gilberto Nunez, a friend of Tom's, came to the scene to express his sympathies. One of the first detectives to reach the scene, Michael Thomas, couldn't get rid of the suspicion that something wasn't right. He couldn't understand why the body was in the odd parking space. What mysteries lay within his corpse? Experts searched the vehicle for hints, but they found no indications of struggle, foul play, or discomfort. However, there were questions about the car's distance from the gym building. When they planned to work out in the morning, who would park their car that far away? The detectives were aware that the case they were working on was complicated. When the autopsy results showed an unexpected twist, the story became much more complex. Midazolam, a sedative primarily used by doctors, was in Thomas Coleman's veins when he passed away. It was parked next to Coleman's car in a largely deserted area at one point, according to the police's assessment of the footage from the cameras near the parking lot. 3 days after Coleman's killing, Tom's friend Nunez drove to the scene in the same SUV, which the lead detectives knew was the same vehicle. Nunez was invited to the police station by the investigator to be questioned. Detective Thomas was interested in learning more about Nunez's background and relationship to the victim. Nunez began to confide in the detective and chat a lot. A few minutes later, Nunez confessed to having an affair with Linda Nunez, Tom's wife, which had lasted for a year prior to the catastrophe. Dr. Nunez admitted to taking on a fictitious identity, acting as Samantha, and sending Thomas explicit pictures of the encounter, further complicating the already complex web of lies. He made a last-ditch effort to end the marriage and take Linda for himself. This took place a few months before Tom's passing. Nunez offered his office's IT guy $500, 0 cents, to pose as a CIA computer specialist and meet with the Colemans after learning that Thomas intended to hire a detective to investigate Samantha's letter. Nunez went on to inform them that he knew someone who could identify the text's origin. A fictitious CIA badge was intended to be displayed by the IT professional. However, Dr. Nunez turned to disclosing everything after his strategy failed. He pleaded for Tom's pardon after confessing to sending the incriminating images. Surprisingly, the two men stayed friends and continued to text each other frequently in the days before Tom passed away. Upon discovering the affair, the investigators felt compelled to look into Nunez. What they found was troubling. From the Dominican Republic, Gilberto Nunez was a well-known volunteer fireman and a distinguished dentist with a flourishing practice. Those who had the honor of working with him praised his professionalism and composure. Having worked as Nunez's dental hygienist for more than 10 years, Mary Ellen McManus attested to his mild disposition, stressing that she had never seen him become angry or lose his temper. But underneath this calm exterior was a narrative that was just waiting to be discovered, a story that would make people reevaluate their assumptions about him. The distinction between obsession, affection, and loyalty became more hazy as the study went on. Suspicion was directed at Dr. Nunez because of the white SUV in the video and the substance that was discovered in Tom's system. The investigators obtained a search warrant to search Nunez's office after he admitted to having an affair with Linda. They discovered that Nunez was in possession of midazolam. During the autopsy, the same medication was discovered in Tom's system. Dr. Nunez was taken into custody just under 3.5 years after Tom Coleman's death on charges of second-degree murder. By May 2016, the Kingston courthouse was ready for the prosecutor, Mary Ellen Albanese, to take center stage, although she warned the jury that the evidence she would offer would be entirely circumstantial, no fingerprints, DNA, or eyewitnesses. She reassured them that she had a plethora of motive, character, and strategy to demonstrate. Beginning with the identification of the midazolam in Thomas Coleman's system, the evidence in Albany's case started to take shape. However, this idea was not without flaws. The medicine only produced mild sedation because there was not enough of it for a fatal dosage. Something else would have had to be present for it to be lethal. The passing of Thomas Coleman made things much more difficult. He battled a number of illnesses, such as sleep apnea, obesity, and an enlarged heart. Nunez had voluntarily disclosed details regarding Coleman's health in a taped interview, stressing how serious it was. He had no idea that this ostensibly benign revelation would turn out to be a crucial component of the case against him. Albany contended that Nunez had taken advantage of Coleman's sleep apnea, hoping it would exacerbate the midazolam's effects. It was an ingenious way to deal with the problem of the low medication concentration. However, the jury would need to conclude that Nunez had the guile to come up with such a scheme, the brutality to carry it out, and the recklessness to risk its failure in order for him to be found guilty. Ultimately, there was no assurance Coleman wouldn't awaken wondering what had been in his coffee. Albany persisted in highlighting Nunez's wrongdoings prior to the murder in an effort to identify a pattern of conduct. Nunez had emailed Linda pretending to be his own mother. Before Tom passed away, he took this action to persuade Linda to stay with him. Even the unsuccessful meeting that Nunez set up between the Colemans and the supposed CIA specialist appeared more incompetent than malevolent. As the trial progressed, Linda Coleman's testimony caught everyone's attention. As she started her evidence, there was a flutter of excitement in the courtroom. Any remaining questions regarding Linda's possible role in Thomas's death were eliminated by the eerie recording of her 911 call, which reverberated throughout the courtroom. Love notes were the main piece of proof of her affair with Nunez, which presented a problem for Linda as she took on her new post and began testifying against him. Unfazed, she enthusiastically launched into her testimony. She once claimed that Nunez's gift-giving tendencies were a sinister aspect of his personality. She disclosed that he had lavished her with clothing, jewelry, and financial support, even providing Thomas with money to help with his schooling and divorce costs. However, Linda saw these movements as signs of evil intent. "Was very poisonous," she said. "Gil was all about money. He was the one always pushing money on people, always insisted on paying for everything. Every time I saw him, he would give me money." The prosecutor, Albany, went into yet another instance of Nunez's trickery. She asked Linda about the previous time Nunez had set up a fictitious CIA scenario. Linda received a few texts that implied Thomas was cheating on her. Uneasy, Linda asked for clarification, and Nunez volunteered to look into it outside the Holiday Inn. He showed her a letter purportedly written by a CIA agent. Albany tried to use the episode to highlight Nunez's manipulative nature, but Linda rejected it since it seemed like it was written by a 2-year-old. After being questioned further, Linda acknowledged that she finally realized the letter was an authentic CIA document. Some jurors couldn't help but giggle as Linda's evidence went on, hiding their faces with their hands to keep from laughing. They were aware of the bizarre circumstances where a badly written letter was used as evidence in a murder prosecution. An already intricate and engrossing trial took a dramatic turn when the proceedings assumed a ludicrous tone. Recognizing the abundance of material it offered, Albany latched upon the intricacies of the love triangle. The constant exchange of information between the three parties involved produced a huge amount of evidence from which different stories might be drawn. The goal of Albany's line of inquiry was to present Linda as a married woman who had been taken by surprise at first, but was now slowly coming to her senses. There was some truth to this characterization. Linda was clearly conflicted about her feelings. She talked about the depth of their journey together and their hidden heights in an 11-month anniversary card to Nunez. She did, however, also give off the impression that she wanted to call it quits. Nunez answered patiently and with a barrage of declarations and love. Occasionally, though, there were notes with a darker undertone that suggested they wouldn't let her leave. In the middle of this emotional upheaval, Linda and Thomas decided to take their kids to the Mohegan Sun Casino in Connecticut for a weekend getaway. The date of this outing was November 12, 2011, just over 2 weeks prior to Thomas's discovery. It turned out to be a pivotal moment when Linda came to terms with the fact that she still loved her husband and saw how self-centered her behavior with Nunez was. 2 weeks later, the day before Thomas passed away, a sequence of heartfelt emails between the Colemans emphasized the trip's significance in the story of marital reconciliation. It appeared from these communications that Linda wanted to end her relationship with Nunez but was afraid of his response. As Linda stated her intentions and Nunez implored and begged her to stay with him, the situation's emotional intensity was evident. A shocking discovery surfaced at the crucial point of the trial, casting doubt on the prosecution's story. Nunez's defense lawyer, Evan Lipton, deftly revealed a sharp discrepancy between what Linda told her husband Thomas and what she told Nunez. Lipton gave an alternative account of the events, while the prosecution's texts suggested Nunez's anxiousness and a sense of impending doom for their romance. During their journey to Mohegan Sun, Linda was communicating her love and desire to Nunez through loving words. But Nunez wasn't pushing her to break up with Thomas. Instead, he respected her wishes and advised her to wait until after the holidays to make any decisions. The prosecution's image of Nunez as a dangerously obsessed lover started to come under scrutiny because of this portrayal, which instead presented him as more reasonable. Nunez and Linda kept messaging each other while even the Colemans allegedly attempted to patch up their marriage. Nunez once sent Linda a text message describing the aftertaste of her kisses. As she read them aloud in court, Linda gave a light-hearted response, as if taken aback by her own remarks. It was a time for introspection and the recognition that her perception of the world might need to be revised. Even in the hours before Linda learned of Thomas's passing, she and Nunez were talking about private issues like her period, which is not usually brought up during a split. The jurors seemed in disbelief as they considered the contradicting accounts that were put before them. In an attempt to understand the meaning behind Nunez's solemn and mysterious face, suitcases frequently looked to him as a source of perplexing surprises. Nunez expressed his opinion that racism was a factor in the attempt to blame Thomas's death in front of a mostly white courtroom, saying that he was called names during his detention. The police, however, strongly refuted these claims. The prosecution produced a crucial piece of evidence during the trial's closing moments. Video footage purportedly demonstrating that Nunez's white Nissan Pathfinder was, in fact, outside the gym on the morning of Thomas Coleman's death, a fact Nunez had strongly disputed. A forensic video analyst with expertise in headlamp spread pattern analysis, Grant Fredericks, took the stand to share his knowledge. The camera film showed a white Nissan Pathfinder with a pronounced fog light pattern on the way from Nunez's apartment to Planet Fitness. The car's fog lights were unevenly distributed, hitting the ground closer to one than the other, indicating a mounting flaw, as shown in the footage as it passed several establishments along Albany Avenue. A motion-activated camera at Kohl's next to Planet Fitness captured an unknown car pulling into the parking lot of the gym shortly after. The make and model of the vehicle were unknown, but one of its lights had the same flaw as Nunez's Pathfinder. Thomas Coleman's vehicle eventually parked behind it. However, no doors were seen opening or closing during the side-by-side film. After 28 minutes, it was discovered that the vehicle with the erratic fog lights was a white SUV. On Albany Avenue, a second white Nissan Pathfinder with a broken fog light soon followed. The defense questioned the validity of Fredericks' analysis techniques, but it seemed impossible to overlook the coincidences between the movement of the white Pathfinders on Albany Avenue and the appearance and removal of the odd car in the parking lot. The possibility that the two cars were identical and that Nunez owned the car in issue was difficult to ignore. When the prosecution produced emails from the hookup website BNaughty.com that were discovered on Coleman's phone, the trial's focus changed. A few hours before Coleman's arrival at Planet Fitness, one email sparked conjecture on the circumstances of his passing. Judge Donald Williams was first hesitant to allow the mention of these emails because he was worried that they would cast doubt on the victim's character. However, the defense contended that the prosecution should have looked into this lead as part of their diligence. Although there was still no explanation for why Nunez's car was on Albany Avenue, the implication of a meeting provided grounds to rule it out as a coincidence. Furthermore, an untrustworthy police decision stoked more rumors. Coleman's stained underwear had been submitted for forensic examination, but they suddenly asked for its return before testing for saliva or contact DNA could be done. Concerns regarding possible areas the police would have preferred not to investigate were raised by the lack of explanation. Their prosecution came up with a fresh allegation after the BNaughty.com emails were made public. Nunez had staged the body to give the impression that Tom had sex in the car. Nunez implied that he hoped the authorities would assume a fatal arrhythmia from sexual activity and not look into the matter further after finding a dead, overweight man with his pants unfastened. Albany suggested a Baroque area as she wove in her complex web of inquiries. According to her, Nunez gave Coleman a tampered coffee and waited for him to faint before carefully staging the body to resemble a hookup, removing all traces of his own DNA from the car while purposefully leaving the DNA of Thomas, Linda, and their son behind, and waiting for Thomas's sleep apnea to make the otherwise innocuous dose of midazolam deadly. All within a strict 28-minute time frame. The courtroom was stunned by this theory's boldness. The thorough examination of Nunez's life led to the production of 2 further charges which were tried. Among them was a payout from his insurance company for setting fire to a building he owned. The prosecution claims that less than 5% of the claim was fraudulent. The insurance company did not contest the broad claim and there was no proof of arson. The other charge was filing a firearms permit application fraudulently. Nunez vehemently denied both charges. Both sides had extremely complicated defenses. He was found guilty on both charges. He was committed to the Ulster County Jail to await sentencing after the judge revoked his bail. February 2017 marked the arrival of the Day of Reckoning. As Gilberto Nunez was carried into the courtroom with his feet shackled and his hands cuffed, the room was alive with excitement. On this day, he was sentenced, marking the end of a turbulent trial that had captured the public's interest. Nunez was found guilty on 12 counts, and the prosecutor, Mary Ellen Albanese, quickly pursued the maximum penalty for each of those charges. Judge Donald Williams, though, seemed doubtful of her motives. He questioned when she had ever sought maximum penalties for minor fraud cases or consecutive sentences for nonviolent crimes, a rebuke that reverberated around the courtroom. Her request for an alternative method of obtaining a murder sentence appeared to be denied by the judge. Judge Williams returned to the bench after a short break. His attitude clearly changed. He addressed Nunez, denouncing him as a shameless manipulator and a man beyond redemption. Judge Williams ultimately sentenced the defendant to 2 1/3 to 7 years in jail. The fact that it was not the most severe penalty he could have applied raises the possibility that his previous moral outrage was merely a show. However, his verdict was not particularly forgiving. After spending just 19 months in the Altoona Correctional Facility in New York and having no disciplinary issues, Nunez was released on parole on September 10, 2018, according to Hudson Valley 1. Nunez would have to wait until October 2, 2023 to be released from parole. Litt did note that he remained in contact with Nunez, whose dental license was revoked by a regulatory authority in New York State. Nunez remarried to Emil, a Kingston area real estate salesperson. There are still unanswered concerns that cast doubt on our comprehension of the truth as we consider the strange case of Thomas Coleman and the disgraceful character of Gilberto Nunez. What actually happened in the Planet Fitness parking lot that fateful day? Were there covert elements at work that we were unaware of? Or did Nunez have a nefarious scheme to kill Coleman? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The insane courier of death. How quickly would you open your door? If a stranger knocked, would you hesitate? Ask who they are, why they've come? Most people would. It's common sense. But what if the stranger wore a uniform, held a package, and looked like any other delivery person? Would you still pause? Or would you open the door without a second thought? During the summer of 2020, at the height of the pandemic, couriers became lifelines, connecting the isolated with the essentials of daily life. Groceries, medicine, work documents, all passed through the hands of delivery workers who now seemed more trusted than ever. But in one case, behind the mask and the uniform, hid a killer. In the midst of lockdown, a man posing as a delivery driver was bringing something far more sinister than packages. He was bringing death, and no one knew who his next target might be. Police were baffled. No fingerprints, no clear motive, no witnesses. They feared spreading panic, but the truth was, a calculated killer was on the move. Everything changed on July 11, 2020. That day, the masked courier arrived at a secluded, upscale property in the mountains southeast of Los Angeles. Inside was Mark Angelucci, a highly respected attorney, known across the country for his work on high-profile legal cases. Like many others, Mark had retreated to isolation during the pandemic, continuing his work remotely and waiting for the world to heal. But the world was about to come crashing down on his doorstep. And what appeared at first to be a random act of violence was only the beginning of a much darker story. On that day, the 52-year-old homeowner wasn't expecting any visitors or deliveries. But when a courier in FedEx Corporation uniform rang his doorbell with a package in hand, the man, without hesitation, opened the door. The lawyer probably thought that one of his partners or clients had sent some important documents, forgetting to inform him. Nothing indicated trouble, and the person on the doorstep did not seem alarming or suspicious. The courier, appropriately wearing a special protective mask and gloves for that period, had a parcel and an invoice that required a signature. However, as soon as the lawyer was about to receive the package, the delivery person suddenly drew a pistol and fired several shots at close range, aiming for vital organs to ensure the lawyer would be fatally injured. The lawyer had no chance to react, and being unarmed in his home robe, he had no chance of survival. After the deed, the courier simply left the scene, leaving the victim bleeding out on the floor. Since the house was in a rather secluded location, none of the neighbors noticed anything unusual, though sounds resembling shots did prompt them to call emergency services and report the disturbing incident. No leads at all. Mark Angelucci succumbed to his injuries at the scene, and the arriving medics and law enforcement could only confirm he was dead. Upon examining the crime scene, detectives immediately dismissed the notion that robbery was the criminal's motive. The house was truly luxurious, adorned with antique items, containing a safe and visibly expensive possessions, yet everything remained untouched. In the lawyer's home office lay a mass of important documents concerning various cases, but these too did not interest the perpetrator. Everything in the house was left undisturbed. Nothing was searched or moved, and the criminal did not even cross the threshold of the home. Thus, from the very beginning, the main objective was clearly to eliminate the homeowner. The criminal was caught on several outdoor surveillance cameras, but as he was wearing a company cap from FedEx and a medical mask, it was virtually impossible to discern any distinctive features. All that could be determined was that he was a white male of average height and slender build. The criminal wore gloves, thus leaving no fingerprints anywhere. Essentially, the only evidence consisted of bullets extracted from the deceased's body. The police were baffled, and initially they decided to investigate the people closest to the lawyer to understand who might wish him harm and who might benefit from his death. The possibility that the crime was related to his professional activities was also not ruled out. Therefore, it was also necessary to examine which cases the lawyer had been handling recently, whether he had any dissatisfied clients, and whether he had conflict with any colleagues. There was a vast amount of work to be done, and determining a priority direction seemed impossible at the moment. So they decided to start with the relatives and close friends of the lawyer, rich, successful, and utterly alone. It soon emerged that Mark was profoundly lonely. No, he had quite a few friends, got along well with colleagues and neighbors, but he had no truly close or familial relationships. His parents had long passed away. Angelucci had no siblings, and he never started his own family in his youth. The man diligently studied, then he tirelessly built a career in legal practice, where he achieved great heights and recognition. But he intentionally decided to sacrifice his personal life, so at 52, he had never been married and had no heirs. Mark was quite attractive, intelligent, eloquent, always dressed expensively and stylishly, lived in a luxurious home and drove a luxury car. He was rich and successful, and wherever this man appeared, he literally drew the attention of women. But he did not engage in romances or intrigues, and in principle, always kept his personal life hidden from everyone. This led to many rumors about his orientation, but the lawyer himself never confirmed nor denied them. In his list of contacts, they found a woman named Cassie J., with whom the deceased was very close. Their relationship was not romantic, but rather akin to brotherly sisterly love. She was a journalist and had met the lawyer many years ago while preparing a report on a high-profile case he was handling. The man willingly agreed to help her. They quickly found common ground, got along well, and continued to communicate after their joint work ended. For Cassie, the news of the death of her close friend was a real shock. She described Mark as sincere, kind, and responsive, with an easygoing and cheerful nature, who was involved in charity and always responded to others' troubles. According to her, he had no enemies, at least she was unaware of their existence. But in recent years, he had been among the top lawyers in California and had not lost a single case, so he undoubtedly made some adversaries whom he might not even suspect. The anti-feminist and men's rights advocate, during the investigation, a rather intriguing detail emerged. It was discovered that the lawyer held anti-feminist views, but also supported traditional notions of men and women in family and society. Without harboring any animosity towards women, he opposed discrimination against men in matters such as child custody, which almost always tend to favor women. Angelucci was a fighter for justice, not male supremacy. He took on some complex cases completely free of charge, helping those who found themselves in trouble. The lawyer noted that with the rise of feminist organization activity, men were almost always presumed guilty from the start in any conflict and doomed to defeat, with no chance to prove their innocence. Over the years, Mark became an activist for men's rights, although in fact he simply sought to equalize rights for all people, ensuring that everyone could expect a fair judicial resolution in conflict situations, regardless of gender. Given this, it was not possible to exclude the likelihood that radically minded representatives of feminist organizations could have been involved in the lawyer's demise. As the deceased had no family or close people, and there were no leads or clues in the case, the investigation could have stalled and eventually been archived. In response, Cassie J. decided to take initiative, using her extensive connections in the media. The journalist brought widespread attention to the case, prompting law enforcement to conduct a more thorough investigation. Detectives carefully reviewed the case files that the lawyer had been handling recently, hoping to find any hints. The task was daunting, but before they could find anything, the courier criminal struck again. Collateral victims, or was the entire family targeted? On July 19, 2020, just a week after the first crime, on the other side of the country, in New Jersey, an armed courier paid a visit to the luxurious home of a state federal judge. That day, none of the family members were expecting any deliveries or packages, and they were all self-isolating. Both parents, being lawyers, continued to work remotely, and their college student son was on holiday. The head of the family, a 62-year-old lawyer named Mike Anderl, first noticed the approaching courier while he was on the second-floor balcony of his home. He thought that perhaps some work documents awaited his wife and hurried downstairs to open the door. However, his son, who was closer to the front door, opened it without a second thought. They exchanged just a few words before a shot rang out. Mike was descending the stairs at that time, and likely he was the initial target. But his 20-year-old son, Daniel, literally stood between his father and the criminal. The young man took a bullet to the chest, fell to the floor, and the criminal opened fire on the lawyer, wounding him 3 times. The courier, as in the previous case, did not enter the premises, but simply turned around and left, leaving the bleeding victims to die. However, there was another person in the house, Judge Esther Salas, who was the wife and mother of the victims. The woman, shortly before the incident, had gone down to the basement to sort through things and did not hear the gunshots. When she came upstairs, she first saw her son lying in a pool of blood at the door. Esther rushed to him, tried to stem the wound, called out for her husband's help, and only then saw that a bloodied Mike was lying on the stairs. Salas immediately called emergency services, reporting the incident, and tried to provide aid to her husband and son herself. By the time law enforcement and paramedics arrived, both men were alive, but in extremely critical condition. They were immediately taken to the nearest hospital, where they underwent surgery, and it seemed their condition was stabilized. The criminal's motive was unclear, and it was also uncertain whether he came to end the life of the judge, her lawyer husband, or intended to eliminate the entire family. Again, no traces or clues were found at the scene, and the only evidence consisted of bullets fired at the victims. The Federal Bureau of Investigation joined the case, immediately suspecting a connection between this incident and the murder of Mark Angelucci in California. In both cases, the targets were lawyers, and the shooter disguised himself as a FedEx courier. However, the agents were confident that in the second case, the true target was the judge, and her relatives were merely collateral victims. Eyewitnesses, final account, ballistic analysis established that the shooter used a .380 caliber pistol in both incidents, and all bullets were fired from the same weapon. This dispelled any remaining doubts that the acts were committed by the same individual. But who was this person? Where could he be found? And where, when, and to whom might he strike next? It was necessary to question the surviving witness who had come face to face with the criminal and had even exchanged a few words. After a serious surgery, Daniel was in the intensive care unit in critical condition, but when he regained consciousness, he expressed a desire to speak with detectives, to tell them everything he had seen. The young man couldn't describe the perpetrator appearance because he was masked, but he thought the individual was elderly, as he could see gray at the temples, wrinkles around the eyes, and the courier's hands appeared old behind the courier. Near the road, Daniel noticed a light-colored car, though he couldn't remember the make. The student also speculated that the criminal's target might have been his mother, as the attacker had inquired if she was home. However, at that moment, his father appeared on the stairs, apparently startling the criminal. The attacker quickly drew his pistol, shot the young man in the chest, and then began shooting at Mike, wounding him 3 times. After being injured, Daniel remembered nothing until he woke up in the hospital. The student's testimony provided little help to the investigation, except to confirm that the shooter was an older white male. Regrettably, Daniel's condition could not be stabilized. He worsened, and the day after speaking with law enforcement, the 20-year-old passed away in the hospital from resultant internal bleeding. Thus, detectives unanimously concluded that the main target of the shooter was indeed Esther Salas, but her husband and son were inadvertently in the way, and now the young man was deceased, while his father still hovered between life and death. It was urgent to understand what linked Salas and the earlier deceased Angelucci, what cases they were handling, and if they had common adversaries. Esther Salas was born in 1968 in Monterey Park, California. She had Cuban roots on her mother's side and Mexican on her father's. The girl who grew up in poverty achieved everything in life through her intellect and hard work. She attended Rutgers University for law school and earned her Juris Doctor in 1994. She built a stellar career, progressing from a clerk to an assistant U.S. public defender, and eventually to a United States magistrate judge in New Jersey. She also served several years as the president of the Hispanic Lawyers Association. Since 2011, she had been a judge for the U.S. District Court for the District of New Jersey. In 1993, Esther married renowned lawyer Mike Andrel, who was 11 years her senior. The couple desperately dreamed of having a child, but Esther struggled to conceive. After 4 consecutive miscarriages, doctors declared that she would never have children. However, a miracle happened on July 13, 2000, when the couple's only child, a son named Daniel, was born. The spouses adored their child, raising him in an atmosphere of love and care, striving to provide him with the best education and wide opportunities in life. Unfortunately, just a week after the young man celebrated his 20th birthday, he was gone. An unexpected turn in the case. News about a courier criminal operating across the country went viral on the internet, spreading rapidly and sowing panic among the population. With no precise information available about the investigation, wild rumors about the case began to emerge. People simply feared opening their doors to couriers, even though, during the pandemic, they were often the bearers of necessities. Several days later, on a deserted dead-end road near Rockland in northern New York, an abandoned beige sedan was found. Nearby lay the body of a man with a gunshot wound to the head. Documents found in the car quickly helped identify the deceased as 72-year-old Roy Den Hollander, a once successful lawyer. Near the body lay a pistol, and the scene resembled a self-deprivation of life, as there were no signs of struggle or the presence of third parties. These assumptions were soon confirmed, as the murder weapon bore only the victim's fingerprints. However, the weapon itself drew significant interest from investigators. It was a .380 caliber pistol, identical to the one used to end the lives of Mark Angelucci and Daniel Andariel. Ballistic analysis soon confirmed that all three men were deprived of life by bullets fired from this pistol. Yet it remained unclear what motivated the shooter to end the lives of two men, injure another, and then fire a bullet into his own head. A search of Hollander's home indicated that he had meticulously planned the attacks in advance. His diary contained addresses of the victims and notes on the dates of the attacks. Detectives, however, could not understand the criminal's motive. However, when they found memoirs on his laptop, which Roy had been working on for years, it became clear that he was a mentally unstable individual, embittered and angry at the world, who despised everyone, from his own mother and ex-wife to his neighbors, colleagues, and clients. It was only a matter of time before he would take up arms and begin to end lives. Who was Roy Den Hollander? Roy Den Hollander was born on September 26, 1947, in Midland Park, New Jersey. He had an older fraternal twin brother who died under mysterious circumstances in childhood. Roy blamed his mother for this his entire life, a sentiment he openly discussed in his memoirs, along with his hatred for his parents. He graduated from high school in 1965, then attended the prestigious George Washington University Law School and later earned an MBA from Columbia Business School. He worked as a lawyer at several renowned firms, and in the late 1990s, he moved to Russia, where he lived for several years working as a lawyer and private detective at Kroll Associates, a consulting firm specializing in financial issues and risk. Hollander earned significant money, which he immediately spent in various elite entertainment venues on young, beautiful women who were his main weakness. In 2000, at a Moscow nightclub, the 52-year-old American lawyer met a 24-year-old beauty named Angelina Shipolina. Previously a professional track athlete, she later decided to switch to modeling, possessing all the attributes necessary to succeed in that field. The aspiring model quickly realized that the older American was utterly infatuated with her and decided to use him for her purposes. She swiftly swept him off his feet and gently nudged him towards marriage. After moving to the United States and obtaining a marriage visa, she soon filed for divorce. Now Angelina could legally stay in the country and pursue her modeling career. For the lawyer, this turn of events was a huge blow. He realized that the beauty had merely used him to achieve her own goals, playing with his emotions. He came to despise all women, a sentiment he eloquently expressed in his memoirs. He referred to his former wife as a venal woman, willing to do anything for money, and also accused her of connections with the Russian mafia. Fundamental stance and puzzling motives for the crimes. Following his tumultuous divorce from Shipolina, Roy became a self-proclaimed anti-feminist and an active advocate for men's rights. However, his behavior grew increasingly eccentric and flamboyant. Unlike Angelucci, who provided free assistance to men affected by domestic abuse and handled custody issues during divorces, Hollander became notorious for his frivolous and unsuccessful lawsuit. For instance, he objected to ladies' night promotions in bars and nightclubs where women are offered free admission and complimentary drinks. Yet it remained unclear why Roy chose his victims and sought to deprive them of life. The situation with Angelucci was particularly puzzling, since they were effectively colleagues, both fighting for men's rights. The answer to this question was soon found in the criminal's memoirs. It turned out that Roy saw Mark as a rival and was extremely jealous of him because Mark was far more successful in his career, commanded widespread respect, and held considerable influence, whereas Hollander had been mostly ridiculed for his antics and bizarre lawsuits over the last decade. Furthermore, both lawyers were members of the same men's rights community, making Roy appear even more outlandish and unsuccessful. By contrast, about a year before these tragic events, he was expelled from the community for aggressive and inappropriate behavior. Roy's personal life and career spiraled downward after his divorce from the Russian model. He fell into depression, developed problems with alcohol and anger management, and started losing most of the cases he took on. Esther Salas, as a judge, presided over several cases Hollander had handled at different times, consistently ruling against him, which led him to long-list her as one of his sworn enemies. However, neither Salas, Angelucci, nor any of their colleagues considered Roy to be dangerous, but in 2018, When he was diagnosed with cancer, the lawyer likely felt he had nothing left to lose and began devising a plan for revenge and the elimination of his enemies. The long list of revenge. Hollander never made explicit threats, so it was difficult to determine whom he considered his enemies. However, in his memoirs and notebooks, a lengthy list of names was found with whom the lawyer apparently planned to settle scores. This list included not only judges and fellow lawyers, but also the doctors who treated him, whom he accused of incompetence and intentionally treating him poorly, allowing his disease to progress. Detectives checked all the other individuals on the list and, ensuring they were alive, warned them of potential danger, as it was unclear whether the criminal had acted alone or had accomplices. It also remained unclear why Roy stopped and unexpectedly settled accounts with life. There was speculation that this was due to the deteriorating state of his health. Hollander's memoirs contained over 2,000 pages. Also, about a dozen notebooks and diaries were found among his personal belongings, which needed to be meticulously examined. This process took several weeks, but ultimately established that the criminal acted alone and had no accomplices, meaning that everyone else on the list was safe following Roy's death. Daniel Andrews' Law. After the attack, Mike Andrews spent over half a year in the hospital undergoing a challenging rehabilitation process due to 3 gunshot wounds. His wife, Esther Salas, remained in a prolonged state of depression due to the loss of their only son. However, in February 2021, she agreed to give an extensive interview for the television news magazine 60 Minutes, where she spoke publicly for the first time about the horrific events and the tragedy that struck their family. Simultaneously, the judge began working on legislative changes in New Jersey. A new law adopted in December 2021 was named after her late son, Daniel. The new amendments introduced a prohibition on the public disclosure of judges' addresses and other contact information, ensuring the safety and privacy of public officials and their family members. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Just minutes after a frantic 911 call, police arrived at the Beverly Hills mansion of Jose and Kitty Menendez, and what they found inside was pure carnage. The couple had been shot execution style, their bodies so brutally mutilated that they were nearly unrecognizable. The scene was chilling. But what shocked the world even more came 7 years later, when their own sons, Lyle and Eric Menendez, were convicted of the murders. Case closed? Not quite. Decades later, the Menendez brothers' case continues to spark debate, dominate headlines, and flood social media feeds. Some still believe they were cold-blooded killers, motivated by greed. Others argue they were deeply traumatized, victims of long-term abuse who saw no other escape. But before we can begin to unpack the controversy, we need to understand where they came from. The Menendez family wasn't just wealthy, they were extravagantly rich. They lived a life most people could only fantasize about: private jets, luxury cars, and million-dollar homes. In the late 1980s, their Beverly Hills mansion looked like something straight out of a Hollywood fantasy, more fitting for a movie star than a family of 4. But their lavish lifestyle didn't come easy. It was built on the relentless ambition of one man, Jose Enrique Menendez. Born in Cuba, Jose fled the country during the revolution. At just 16, he arrived in the United States with no money and no safety net, only an unshakable determination to succeed. He earned a degree in accounting, but he didn't stop there. He climbed the corporate ranks in the entertainment industry with laser focus, eventually landing powerful positions at major companies like RCA Records and Live Entertainment. By the time of his death, Jose was a multi-millionaire, a self-made man who believed in hard work, success, and control. But behind the closed doors of their perfect home, something else may have been brewing. Something darker. Something that would eventually explode into one of the most infamous family murders in American history. His wife, Kitty, was once a school teacher, but she left her career behind as Jose's success skyrocketed. With their growing fortune, the Menendezes gave their sons every possible privilege. Lyle and Eric attended elite private schools, wore designer clothes, and lived a life free from financial worries. But beneath the glamorous surface, cracks were forming in the perfect family image. Eric, the younger of the two, had an undeniable talent for tennis. Ranking among the top young players in the country, his potential could have taken him to the professional level, competing against tennis legends like Pete Sampras and Andre Agassi. Lyle, the older brother, was accepted into Princeton University, but he struggled academically and was eventually suspended for plagiarism by the summer of 1989. Lyle was 21 and Eric was 18. Their future was seemingly set. Their father's fortune, their connections, and their privileged upbringing meant they had access to a world of opportunity. The Menendez estate alone was worth well over $10 million, 0 cents. And had things played out differently, their father might have told them, "One day, kids, all of this will be yours." Instead, on the night of August 20, the Menendez brothers walked into the family room where their father was watching television. Armed with shotguns, they unleashed a brutal attack, firing multiple rounds at their parents. The gunshots echoed through the mansion, shattering the illusion of a perfect family. When it was over, their father was riddled with bullets, his body slumped over in the chair where he had been watching television. Their mother, who had tried to escape, was shot so many times that part of her skull was blown away. The sheer violence of the attack stunned even the most seasoned investigators. But what happened next was just as shocking. The brothers didn't panic. They didn't flee in fear. Instead, they cleaned themselves up, changed into fresh clothes, and went to the movies that night, while their parents' bodies lay lifeless in their blood-soaked home. Lyle and Eric sat in a theater watching Batman. After that, they returned home, and that's when they called the cops and pretended to be shot. When the police arrived at the scene, they found Eric rolling around on the front lawn, curled up in the fetal position, howling in grief. His cries echoed through the night, an Oscar-worthy performance that would have fooled even the most seasoned detectives. But given what they went through throughout their childhood, the realistic cries of them just make sense. The brothers sobbed, clung to each other, and played the part of heartbroken sons to perfection. But behind the theatrics, something didn't sit right. Investigators pieced together the brutal execution. Jose Menendez had been sitting on the couch, watching television, completely unaware of what was coming. The first shotgun blast struck the back of his head, killing him instantly. The force of the shot was so powerful that it nearly decapitated him. Kitty, hearing the deafening explosion of gunfire, rushed into the room. Her scream barely had time to leave her lips before the second shot rang out. The blast struck her in the leg, sending her sprawling to the floor. She attempted to crawl away, leaving behind a slick trail of blood on the polished hardwood, but there was nowhere to go. Her own sons towered over her, reloading their weapons. The next round of shots tore through her chest and arms as she writhed in agony, but it wasn't enough. The final devastating shot was delivered point blank to her face, obliterating her features and rendering her unrecognizable. It was a grotesque overkill, something more akin to a mob hit than a spontaneous crime of passion. And then, in an eerie and calculated move, the brothers fired additional shots into their parents' kneecaps. This detail was chilling. Why would sons do such a thing to their own parents? To detectives, this screamed of a professional-style execution, a deliberate attempt to stage the murder as a mafia hit. But here's where things got truly bizarre. The Menendez brothers were not immediate suspects. Despite being the only people with a clear financial motive, despite their suspicious behavior, and despite the glaring brutality of the crime, the police initially bought into their grieving act. They didn't even test them for gunshot residue, a basic procedure in homicide investigations. For a while, it seemed like they might just get away with it, but their greed would be their downfall. In the weeks following the murders, instead of retreating into mourning, Lyle and Eric embarked on a jaw-dropping spending spree. Lyle returned to the Princeton area and began a kind of spending frenzy. His friends say they thought it was his way of dealing with his grief. Over several weeks, he bought clothes, a Rolex, a $62,000 0 Porsche. Rather than return to school, he bought a restaurant, saying his mother would have been pleased. Meanwhile, Eric wasn't exactly keeping a low profile either. He hired a new top-tier tennis coach. On top of that, the brothers vacationed in exotic locations like London and the Caribbean, dined at five-star restaurants in Los Angeles, and drove around town in their deceased mother's Mercedes-Benz L convertible. The money hemorrhaged out of their accounts at an alarming rate. In just 6 months, they had burned through over $700,000, 0 cents. They moved into high-end condos in Marina del Rey, flaunting their newfound freedom with reckless abandon. But while they were celebrating their new lives, the police were busy chasing a dead end. Investigators initially believed Jose Menendez's business dealings had made him a target. He was known for his ruthless and cutthroat style, making enemies in the entertainment world. The police considered the possibility of a mob hit. The staged kneecap shots made it look like an organized crime execution. But something didn't add up. If the mafia wanted Jose dead, why kill Kitty too? And why had nothing been stolen? As detectives struggled to find leads, Eric made a mistake that cracked the case wide open. Feeling guilty, overwhelmed, and unable to keep the secret buried, he confided in his psychologist, Dr. Jerome Oziel. He admitted everything: how they planned the murder, how they executed it, and how they covered it up. Dr. Oziel, bound by doctor-patient confidentiality, initially kept the confession secret. But here's where things took a wild turn. Oziel had a mistress, a woman named Judalon Smith. She knew about the confession, and in a moment of betrayal, she went to the police. Now, if you were the doctor's mistress at the time, what would you have done? According to her, she knew that Lyle and Eric were sexually abused, so if you knew that for a fact, would you still report it to the police? I want to hear your thoughts on this. At this point, Lyle and Eric were still oblivious. They truly believed they had pulled off the perfect crime. Lyle even went so far as to hire bodyguards for his shopping trips, parading around like a celebrity. Additionally, the two brothers had just established their own business called the Menendez Investment Enterprises. But law enforcement wasn't so easily fooled. With Judalon Smith's tip, they finally had the breakthrough they needed. The police were about to turn the tables on the Menendez brothers, and the downfall of Lyle and Eric was just beginning. They arrested Lyle first, since he was in California, and then Eric was taken into custody after he returned from playing in a tennis tournament in Israel. The case, however, was anything but simple. The legal battle was just beginning, and what followed was a courtroom drama filled with shocking twists and relentless maneuvering from both the prosecution and defense. The prosecution had what they believed to be a solid piece of evidence: the therapy session tapes. A judge ruled that these tapes could be used in court, but the brothers had hired a top-tier legal team, and they fought tooth and nail to suppress them for over a year. Every motion, every appeal, every legal loophole was explored. It was a fierce battle of legal expertise and strategy, stretching out the case and delaying the inevitable. First things first, let's talk about the person who first knew who killed the Menendez parents: Dr. Jerome Oziel. They started discussing what would happen, or how it would be, if the person who was a dominating force and a negative force and a very controlling person in their life wasn't there anymore. And at that point, it evolved into a discussion about killing the parents, most particularly the father. Basically, that the father had just been completely dominating and controlling, was impossible to please, had perfectionistic standards, that he was controlling of a lot of different aspects of Eric and Lyle's life in a very extreme way. They went up to the office where the infamous confession tape was recorded, a piece of evidence that would shake the entire case. But despite how damning the tape was, it didn't immediately lead to a guilty verdict. Instead, it played a major role in the Menendez brothers' defense. They claimed their father had abused them for years, physically, emotionally, and sexually, and they saw no other way out. In the tape, the brothers not only admitted to the murders, but also revealed something shocking. They had found their mother's suicide note before the killings, which deeply affected their decision. Eric described his mother's pain, how she discovered their father's long-term affair, and how it broke her. He recalled her struggling with alcohol and pills, telling him, "You don't understand how much stress I'm under. I take 13 pills a day and drink." The brothers believed that by killing her, they were actually doing her a favor, freeing her from misery. But there was also another terrifying thought. If she took her own life, they would be left alone with their father, and that was even worse. Eric later testified in court, revealing horrifying details about the abuse. He said that one night he finally told his older brother Lyle what had been happening. When asked why, Eric simply said, "I wanted it to stop." He described how their father forced him into oral sex and even used pins and tacks to hurt him during the assaults. He also shared that their father once threatened him with a knife, a jagged Rambo knife, to keep him silent. Lyle also took the stand and testified about the abuse he suffered between the ages of 6 and 8. To back up their claims, their defense team showed disturbing photographs as evidence, revealing the dark reality the brothers said they had endured. This is a proof sheet of the sequence of photographs from Eric's 6th birthday party. These photographs were found in an envelope with the handwriting of their mother. Among those photos was one that should have never existed, one of Lyle's nakedness, saved by his own mother. Lyle would later testify that his father, Jose Menendez, took photographs of them in their most vulnerable moments, bathing, changing, just being kids. Lyle said that he wouldn't ask, he wouldn't say anything. He would just come in, snap the photo, and leave. Lyle described in court how, after sports practice, his father would massage him. Then the touching began. It escalated, and Lyle was forced to touch back. After this, they would undress, and the nightmare played on repeat. 2 to 3 times a week, in his bedroom or the bathroom. Then there were the object sessions, a toothbrush, a shaving brush, a tube of Vaseline. This was his father's twisted routine, and when Lyle finally found the courage to tell his mother, her response was, "Stop exaggerating. Your father loves you. He's punishing you because you do things wrong." But the trauma didn't stop with Lyle. The abused become the abuser. Lyle admitted that he did the same to Eric. He took Eric to the woods. He used the same toothbrush, and in the courtroom, with the weight of his own guilt crushing him, he could only say one thing: "I'm sorry." Years later, Eric finally confided in Lyle. He revealed that their father had been abusing him too, and when Lyle confronted Jose about it, the fear set in. However, the prosecution had its own version of the story. They painted the Menendez brothers as cold-blooded killers who wiped their father's computer, erasing the will to cover up their crime. A computer expert testified that the data was gone, irretrievable. But here's the twist. Lyle's computer expert confirmed that he was hired not to recover the files, but to make sure they could never be recovered. So was it greed or was it fear? Back in the late 1980 CS and early 1990 CS, conversations around male sexual abuse were almost non-existent. It wasn't just a taboo topic, it was something that society outright dismissed or refused to acknowledge. Many people found it hard to believe that men, especially young men from wealthy, privileged backgrounds, could be victims of such horrific abuse. The concept of male vulnerability was often met with skepticism, mockery, or outright denial. And when Lyle and Eric Menendez stood trial for the brutal murder of their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez, the nation was divided. The trial, broadcasted in real time across national television, turned into a media spectacle. While some people sympathized with the brothers and believed their accounts of long-term sexual and physical abuse at the hands of their father, others ridiculed them, especially for the way they broke down in tears on the stand. At one point, SNL even created a skit poking fun at the brothers during their trial. Their emotional testimonies were dissected, with critics accusing them of faking their distress to gain sympathy. Late-night talk shows made them the butt of jokes, and tabloid headlines painted them as greedy, spoiled rich kids who had killed out of a thirst for money and freedom. However, the trial took an unexpected turn when a forensic psychologist took the stand, presenting a crucial argument. The crime was not premeditated, according to the psychologist. Lyle and Eric's actions stemmed from years of abuse, fear, and trauma, rather than cold, calculated planning. For a moment, it seemed like the judge was leaning in their favor, acknowledging that the psychological impact of prolonged abuse could have led to a spontaneous, desperate act of violence, rather than an orchestrated murder for financial gain. But then, in a shocking twist, a key witness in the case, Lyle Menendez's best friend Donovan Goodrow, seemingly contradicted himself on the stand. Goodrow had previously provided a recorded statement in which he admitted that Lyle confided in him about years of sexual abuse at the hands of their father. However, in court, Goodrow shockingly denied ever hearing such things from Lyle. This contradiction sent shockwaves through the courtroom and was even aired on Prime 9 News. The revelation forced the trial into a temporary halt as the judge and attorneys debated the significance of the tape, which directly challenged Goodrow's testimony. At the heart of the case was a question that divided the nation. Were Lyle and Eric Menendez calculating killers who brutally executed their parents for inheritance money, or were they lifelong victims who finally snapped after years of unspeakable torment? Brutal prosecution was completely focused on the idea that Eric and Lyle Menendez were greedy rich kids that had killed their parents because they were in a hurry to inherit their money. The jury struggled to reach a consensus. After weeks of deliberation, both juries, one for Lyle and one for Eric, ended up hopelessly deadlocked. On January 13, 1994, Eric's jury announced they were unable to reach a verdict, and just days later, Lyle's jury did the same. The mistrials left the nation in turmoil, with public opinion split. Some believed that the brothers' allegations of sexual abuse should have justified a lesser charge such as manslaughter. Others argued that no amount of trauma could excuse such a brutal and premeditated act of murder. The prosecution, meanwhile, remained steadfast in its stance that the Menendez brothers were driven by greed rather than fear. When their second trial began in August 1995, the media frenzy had died down significantly. Judge Stanley Weisberg, who had presided over the first trial, made a critical decision this time. No cameras were allowed in the courtroom. The lack of live television coverage meant the case no longer held the same level of public spectacle, and as a result, much of America lost interest in the proceedings. But behind closed doors, the defense faced major setbacks. Judge Weisberg significantly limited the testimony regarding the brothers' claims of sexual abuse, making it harder for the defense to argue that the killings were an act of desperation rather than cold-blooded murder. Additionally, unlike in the first trial, the jury was not given the option to convict the brothers of manslaughter instead of first-degree murder. Prosecutors dismissed the brothers' claims as nothing more than an abuse excuse and worked aggressively to dismantle their defense. Lyle, who had testified in the first trial, chose not to take the stand this time. On March 20, 1996, after just 4 days of deliberation, the jury found Lyle and Eric Menendez guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. 3 weeks later, after 3 more days of deliberations, the jury sentenced them both to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The once prominent Menendez brothers, who had grown up in Beverly Hills luxury, were now locked away for life, their fate sealed. But despite their convictions, their story was far from over. Years later, new evidence surfaced that suggested the Menendez brothers had been telling the truth all along. In May 2023, the defense team filed a habeas petition citing newly discovered evidence that could potentially overturn their convictions. One of the most significant pieces of evidence was a letter Eric Menendez had written to his cousin Andy Cano in December 1988, 8 months before the murders. In the letter, Eric detailed the ongoing sexual abuse he was enduring at the hands of his father. He expressed his fear, his inability to escape, and his hesitancy to tell anyone, even his own brother, because of his father's threats. Despite this evidence, the prosecution had previously dismissed Cano's testimony during the original trials, branding him a liar. However, the letter written long before the murders suggested that Eric had indeed been desperate for help, contradicting the prosecution's claim that the abuse allegations were fabricated after the fact to justify the killings. But the revelations didn't stop there. In 2023, Roy Rossello, a former member of the Latin boy band Menudo, came forward with shocking allegations. Rossello claimed that Jose Menendez, who was an RCA Records executive at the time, had sexually assaulted him when he was just 14 or 15 years old. According to Rosello, Menendez had lured him to his home, drugged him, and raped him. He further alleged that he had suffered multiple assaults by Menendez, once before and once after a performance at Radio City Music Hall. His sworn affidavit was submitted as part of the Menendez brothers' legal appeal, lending further credibility to their claims of abuse. If their appeal is successful, the Menendez brothers could be retried under different charges, possibly reducing their convictions to manslaughter. Given that the maximum penalty for voluntary manslaughter in California is 11 years per count, and considering they have already served more than 34 years behind bars, a retrial could mean their release after decades. Lyle and Eric were kept in separate prisons, Lyle at Mule Creek State Prison, and Eric at Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility. They were only allowed to communicate through daughters. But in 2018, after nearly 20 years apart, the California Department of Corrections granted their request to be housed together. The moment they were reunited was deeply emotional, with both brothers expressing relief and joy at finally being able to see each other again. Life behind bars has been drastically different for each brother. Eric married his longtime pen pal, Tammy Ruth Sackman, and has spent years painting and donating his artwork to charity. He even gifted a portrait to comedian Kathy Griffin. Lyle, on the other hand, has dedicated his time to inmate advocacy, serving as president of the inmate government at Mule Creek and working with support groups for survivors of sexual abuse. His first marriage ended in divorce after his wife discovered he had been writing letters to other women. Despite spending more than 3 decades in prison, the Menendez case has recently seen a resurgence in public interest, particularly among younger generations on social media platforms like TikTok. Many of these young activists argue that the Menendez brothers were victims who acted out of fear rather than greed. Thousands of supporters have written letters to California officials demanding clemency. Yet after all these years, one question remains. Will Lyle and Eric Menendez ever walk free? Or will they spend the rest of their lives behind bars? What do you think? Were they victims seeking justice? Or were they cold-blooded killers? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. For Libby and Abigail, having a close friend meant having someone to rely on, and that remained true until their untimely deaths. One of Delphi's most terrifying mysteries over the years began when Libby and Abigail disappeared without a trace, only hours after she uploaded this picture to the internet. There have been unsettling rumors that the girls were sacrifices in a sinister cult, which detectives have surprisingly not completely ruled out. But did that actually occur, or did the murderer simply manage to remain undetected? Believe me, when we unearth every disturbing aspect of what transpired with these two best friends, this case will have you wondering about everything. We think the sketch you will see soon is of the individual who killed these two young girls, because of the fresh information and intelligence that have come to light over time. Everyone was on edge during a news conference in 2019. The unidentified murderer received a terrifying message from Doug Carter of the Indiana State Police, who stated that they were probably lurking in plain sight and assimilating into the town that had been rocked by one of its most horrific incidents. Now, we must go back 2 years to Monday, February 13, 2017, in order to comprehend the seriousness of his warning. As best friends, 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German, also called Libby, did everything together. They were thrilled to get a rare Monday off from school when they arrived to Libby's house that Sunday evening. Abby brought a box of art tools, and the two spent the evening throwing a softball around in the backyard and working on projects in Libby's room. Their creative zeal transformed into a desire for adventure by Monday afternoon. The girls decided to go to a nearby nature area next to the Manon High Bridge, a popular Delphi hangout. By 1:30 in the afternoon, they were dropped off close to the bridge after they persuaded Kelsey, Libby's older sister, to drive them there. The region was now a blend of serene charm and untamed beauty, with forested paths leading to the imposing Manon High Bridge. Despite being long abandoned, This historic railway bridge from 1891 continued to draw residents who came to take in the scenery, take pictures, and take in the tranquil mood. For two closest friends, it was the ideal place to explore, have fun, and create memories. However, what had begun that day as an enjoyable trip would quickly become a nightmare and a catastrophe that rocked Delphi to its foundations. Libby posted a picture of Abby cautiously traversing the ancient, weathered wooden planks of the Monon High Bridge on Snapchat at approximately 2:07 in the afternoon. Later that day, when Libby's father came to pick up the two best friends, the girls were nowhere to be seen, and that picture would prove to be their final known glimpse. Confusion initially, followed by increasing panic when their phones went unanswered. When Libby's father called their names and looked around, the only sound he heard was the silence of the forest. Asking if she had heard from the girls or if he was in the wrong place, he made contact with Kelsey. He wasn't, and neither had she. Fear set in. By dusk, the police were summoned, and what began as a family search swiftly expanded into a large communal effort. Locals joined in, calling for Abby and Libby as search teams searched the woods and trails around the bridge. There was no success in tracking down the females' cell phones. The residents said that as everyone in the neighborhood banded together to look for Abby and Libby, the night was filled with flashlights flickering in the woods like stars. Their relatives weren't believing it, while other individuals believed the girls might have simply gone out or were having a good time. The search was canceled just before midnight as the hours went by, and the police assured everyone that there was no proof the girls were in imminent danger and that the search would resume early the next day, February 14. Everyone continued to beg for a miracle and cling to optimism. Then, however, a startling revelation was made. Abby and Libby were located by one of the search team members, but it wasn't good. Less than a mile from where they had been dumped off the previous day, the bodies of the slain girls were found. Although the authorities were now concentrating on identifying the culprit, the identity of the murderer remained a secret for months, in spite of the numerous tips that came in. This tiny village of only 3,000 residents was completely upended. The community as a whole was shocked by the unthinkable notion that two young girls had been killed in broad daylight. Libby's own phone was one of the most important pieces of evidence. When Abby crossed the bridge, police found that Libby had been photographing her. She also recorded a man's voice and image as he walked along them in that video. Bridge Guy was the moniker given to the individual in the video. Authorities suspect this man of killing them. The officials posted still images from the video, not the entire thing but enough to potentially jog someone's memory, in an attempt to garner public assistance. Additionally, they drew a sketch of a man they saw on the route that day based on witness accounts. According to the description, the Bridge Guy was a white male with reddish-brown hair who was between 5'6" and 5'10", and weighed between 180 and 220 pounds. A man wearing blue pants, a blue jacket, and a hoodie was depicted in the hazy images. Two illustrations that were based on eyewitness descriptions were also made public by the police. A younger man was depicted in one sketch and an elderly man in the other. The authorities published a clip of the man's voice heard saying, "Down the hill," in the tape that Libby had taken in an attempt to forward the case because no arrests had been made in spite of all of this. The purpose of this fresh evidence was to pique public curiosity and ideally lead to in an effort to keep the focus on identifying the culprit. The police at the time described the footage as originating from potential criminal behavior. Investigators also disclosed that they thought the murderer was either a resident of Del Fauci or knew the community well. Everyone was on edge since the killer knew the region, whether they worked there or had some other connection. They hoped that someone would identify the voice, the face, or the facts, and assist solve the case completely. More than 2 years after Libby and Abby were discovered dead, in April 2019, law authorities held another high-profile press conference. SPS Superintendent Doug Carter directly appealed to the murderer during this conference, saying, "I know you're hiding in plain sight. I think you have a little conscience left," he continued, "and I can tell you that what they're going through now is not what you left them in those woods." Many persons had been connected to the case as possible suspects by this time, and the police had received numerous tips. Ron Logan was one of the names that surfaced first, but others matched the two sketches that the police had made public. He was an older man who lived in Delphi, Indiana, and his residence there had more to do with his involvement in the case than his age. Logan's farm was less than a mile away from the bodies of Libby and Abby, who were discovered a short stroll from the Monon High Bridge where the girls were last seen. That kind of closeness made Logan a highly desirable individual in a tiny community like Delphi. Logan had spent more than half a century living on a peaceful country road close to the path that led to the Monon High Bridge. It looked like the last place anything terrible like this could occur, because it was a quiet place where families frequently strolled. But after the girls' bodies were found, the environment became much darker and more ominous. Logan, meanwhile, did not exactly assist himself. He gave the cops a reasonably good alibi when the girls vanished, that he had been at an aquarium out of town. But then things started to go sideways. Logan was found to have asked a family member to tell a falsehood about where he was that day. That was a big warning sign. Why would he strive to hide his whereabouts if he had nothing to conceal? A month after the killings in March 2017, the FBI intervened, further complicating matters. Ronald Logan's home, garage, pickup truck, computers, and cell phones were all allowed to be searched by the FBI. The FBI agent explicitly stated that there was probable cause to believe in the warrant request. Evidence of Eve Logan's involvement in the killings was discovered on his property. The spy even described in full their suspicions about Logan's involvement. Before we get started, though, the request provided some previously unreleased information regarding the crime site. The FBI first verified that a piece of clothing was missing from one of the victims. Investigators discovered fibers and unidentifiable hairs at the crime scene, but no indications of a struggle or brawl were present. The bodies also seemed to have been staged and transported, even though just a few seconds of the notorious video had been made public. Until then, the agent verified that it was 43 seconds long by referring to it on Libby's phone. There were no obvious signs of a scuffle in the video, which showed the guy trailing the girls around the Monon High Bridge. Additional suspicious information was uncovered by the search warrant for Logan's property, which was situated directly adjacent to the scene of the girls' deaths. According to the FBI agent, Logan had instructed a family member to fabricate an alibi for the afternoon the girls vanished. Additionally, mobile tower data revealed that Logan's phone was in the vicinity of the girls' disappearance and, later that evening, close to the location where the remains were subsequently found. Additionally, Logan's former girlfriends came out with unsettling information regarding his actions. According to both, Logan had physically abused them. One lady said that Logan had threatened to kill her and that no one would ever locate her body. Additionally, the agent stated that the victims had lost a significant amount of blood, and it was highly likely that the murderer would have come into contact with blood on their person or clothing. The remains appeared to have been staged and transferred deliberately, and 2 items of clothing belonging to one of the females were missing. The agent conjectured that the murderer may have done something to commemorate the crime scene, such as taking a memento. Investigators searched Logan's property in the hopes of discovering something that would connect him to the killings. However, Logan persisted in claiming that he had been purchasing tropical fish in L.A. Fauci, which was 20 miles away, and that he hadn't returned home until 6:30 p.m. However, when authorities investigated his alibi, they discovered that his cousin, who was purportedly with him, had not supported his account. Actually, they were unable to verify any of Logan's alibi information. Nothing tangible was discovered to link Logan to the killings, even after a thorough search of his property was conducted as part of the investigation. He had a history of legal issues, including a prior DUI conviction, and he was prohibited from driving while on probation. Investigators thought it was the reason he had requested his relative to tell a falsehood on his behalf. Ironically, Logan was eventually arrested for probation violations, which had nothing to do with the Delphi killings. While he was in detention, investigators had the opportunity to inspect his property once more, but once more they were unable to find any concrete evidence connecting him to the crime. Logan's death from COVID-19 in 2020 marked the formal end of suspicions about him, although it didn't seem like it had ended yet. This time, another interesting individual was discovered. Keegan Anthony Klein is the man in question. Klein had a troubling history of online catfishing and was 30 years old at the time. Anthony Schatz was the username of one of his accounts. The narrative goes deeper, but police think that Anthony Schatz's Instagram account was used to ask underage girls for graphic photos. In fact, on the day of the killings, Klein was speaking with Libby German. Furthermore, he allegedly informed another girl that he was meant to meet Libby on that particular day. The uncanny coincidence that the last person to talk to Libby was an internet predator was difficult to overlook. Was it a stroke of luck? Or did Klein have some connection to the murderer? Was there any chance that he was somehow connected to the crime? His Peru, Indiana house was promptly searched by police. Even though Klein was never officially charged with the killings, the evidence they discovered in his house was sufficient to warrant significant charges. He was arrested on suspicion of child exploitation and possession of child pornography after detectives found explicit photographs of minors during the search. Christopher Cecil, an Indiana State Police officer, testified that Klein persuaded girls between the ages of 12 and 18 to email him pornographic images or videos by adopting false identities. 11 victims were identified by investigators, but they thought that even more had not. In a 2022 jailhouse interview, Klein came forward and acknowledged attempting to get obscene photos from young girls. However, he stated that he was really lonely and didn't really know why he did it, and that he never planned to meet any of them in person. Klein was given a 40-year prison term with 3 years suspended after entering a guilty plea to the charges. Even while his term served as a reminder of how serious his actions were, Abby and Libby's case remained unresolved. 5 years after the horrifying killings in 2022, many people worried that justice would never be served. The case appeared to have stalled for years. The neighborhood was becoming more and more irritated, and investigators were making little headway. Then, on October 26 of that year, everything changed when it was revealed that Richard Allen, 50, had been arrested and charged with Abby and Libby's murders. Richard Allen was not an unfamiliar or aloof person. He was a well-known figure in Delphi, a tiny town. He was married, had a daughter, and worked at the neighborhood CVS pharmacy. He had even produced tribute images for the families of the victims, which was shocking. How could someone with such a strong sense of community be able to commit such a horrible crime? Maybe, just maybe, what Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter had said 3 years prior had been frighteningly true. It was unthinkable. The murderer is right in front of you. Once seemingly unsolvable, the case was now taking an unexpected turn. Nobody had predicted how difficult it would be to solve this case. They were unable to find the murderer despite nearly 6 years of ceaseless research, more than 70,000 tips, innumerable sketches of possible candidates, and even the well-known blurry footage from Libby's phone. The question of how investigators had overlooked Allen for so long arose as they eventually closed in on him. What caused this puzzle piece to take so long to fit together? It turns out that Richard Allen, a longtime Delphi resident, had put himself on the trail the day of the killings by dressing exactly like the bridge guy that witnesses had described. The reports of other witnesses who said they saw someone who looked like Richard on the route that day were even more terrifying. Investigators found an unused bullet at the crime scene that matched a gun owned by Richard Allen after one witness even claimed to have seen a man strolling down the street covered in bloodied and filthy clothing. He was directly linked to the crime by this important piece of evidence. Although Richard was arrested quickly, his defense team promptly issued a statement attempting to correct the public perception of their client and the current inquiry. I'll immediately quote a few of the defense's main points from their statement. In his entire life, 50-year-old Richard has never been arrested or charged with a crime. He is innocent, and he doesn't understand why he's been accused of these crimes. After Libby German and Abby Williams vanished, Rick called the police and willingly talked about being on the trail that day instead of the authorities contacting him. Rick wanted to help wherever he could, just like many others in Delphi. As he usually did, he called the police to inform them that he had gone on the route that day. If Rick hadn't come forward, they most likely wouldn't have even known he was on the trail. In order to provide information on his trip to the trail, Rick offered to meet with a conservation officer outside the neighborhood supermarket that day. Rick told the authorities that he did remember seeing 3 younger girls on the route that day in an attempt to help with the inquiry. His interactions with the girls were fleeting and unimportant. Rick thinks the conservation officer wrote notes on the video, but he cannot remember if his conversation with the officer was captured on it. The statement went on to say that after Rick gave him this information, he returned to his work at the neighborhood CVS. and didn't hear from the police for over 5 years. Notepad was there when Rick spoke to him. In October 2022, around the time of a contentious sheriff's election, he received his next communication from police enforcement. Some found the timing a little strange. In addition, the defense team cited the fact that Richard had not moved or altered his appearance in the 5 years since he willingly spoke to the police, nor had he disposed of his clothes, pistols, or car. He instead went about his daily business, which the defense claimed was the conduct of an innocent man. But when disturbing information were uncovered in additional documents months later, things took even another unforeseen turn. According to the documents, Richard was accused of confessing to the killings more than once. According to reports, he made these admissions on the phone with his own mother, as well as his wife, Kathy. According to reports, Kathy would abruptly disconnect the call in each of these situations. Following these admissions, Richard's mental state quickly worsened. He stopped eating and sleeping, lost weight, and even damaged his tablet, his only means of communication with the outside world. He started acting out and doing strange things like eating his lawyer's legal documents. The case became even more sinister after this discovery. The defense said that these admissions were untrustworthy because they were made while Richard was in protective confinement, which caused severe mental strain. The judge denied the defense's request to transfer Richard to a different jail, citing the fact that he was being treated better than other prisoners in the same facility. However, the story thickened once again when the defense submitted an odd 136-page letter that blamed a group of people who practiced Odinism, a pagan Norse religion, rather than Richard Allen. According to the defense, these people were behind the killings. Throughout the memoranda, the defense cited a 2017 statement by an FBI agent that Abby and Libby's bodies seemed to have been staged and manipulated. The crime scene was mostly unknown before this. Only text messages purportedly sent by Abby's uncle David had gone viral online, and no autopsy results had been made public. Details about the girls' bodies were disclosed in these texts. They were discovered touching but unbound close to one another. Libby was naked, with sticks and leaves covering the upper half of her body, while Abby was dressed. They had reportedly had their throats slit. The defense's assertion that Odinism rune-like symbols had been discovered at the crime scene was the most startling aspect of this recent development. By claiming that these symbols were left by members of this Odinist cult, they attempted to deflect attention from Richard and allude to a much more sinister and intricate story. The finding of Libby's body at the base of a tree was one of the most remarkable aspects. Her right arm was at her side, while her left arm was outstretched above her head, touching the tree. One enormous branch extended from her head to her legs, and many more were arranged above her in a purposeful design. The absence of blood near Libby's neck and tree, according to the defense, indicates that she might have been slain somewhere else before being transported. The body of Abby was discovered a few feet away, completely clothed, but wearing Libby's sweatshirt and jeans. The defense suggested that the suspected criminals had previously slain Abby and then made amends. Except for the area around her neck, there was not much blood on her clothing, despite her deadly neck wounds, suggesting that she made an effort to keep her body clean. The branches were arranged in an asterisk pattern on top of Abby, who was standing with her right knee bent under her left. Additionally, the defense pointed out that one of the branches looked to have been chopped precisely, indicating premeditation. Smaller sticks, like horns or antlers, were positioned over Abby's hair above her head. An additional disturbing feature was a red F-shaped smear on a neighboring tree that was identified as Libby's blood. According to the defense, this symbol was similar to the Norse rune and symbols which represent Odin. Additionally, they identified the Norse god of hail with the symbol Hagalaz that was discovered on Abby's body. According to the defense's theory, these runes implied a ceremonial purpose for the murders. The defense contested the prosecution's timetable, which implied that the killings had place in a brief period of time, arguing that it was not possible for a single person, especially one as diminutive as Richard Allen, to have carried out the killings by themselves. They questioned if the bullet found buried between the girls was located right away after the bodies were found, or if it was discovered days later, and how it was linked to a gun that belonged to Allen. The defense cited the link between Abby and Odinism, and contended that the murders took longer than one individual could complete in such a short period of time. The father of Abby's purported lover, B.H., had connections to Odinism, and shared images on social media that mirrored the symbols discovered at the scene of the crime. Before information about the crime site was made public, the defense alleged that BH had mentioned it. The unsettling meme that B uploaded was also part of the theory. H, days after the killings, making jokes about keeping quiet and assisting with the body disposal. The defense said he acknowledged to being engaged in the killings and brought up another possible suspect. In addition, the defense claimed that a number of law enforcement personnel who were part of the inquiry secretly supported the Odinism idea but were silenced in order to concentrate on Allen. The defense contended that Allen's declining mental state while incarcerated might have resulted in forced confessions. They said he had been coerced into admitting by threats from Odinists serving as guards. They also claimed that, in order to get a search warrant for Allen's house, the lead investigator concealed important evidence. The destruction of evidence was brought up as another important concern. 70 days' worth of witness interviews, which could have been vital in the early phases of the inquiry, were allegedly destroyed, according to the defense. The defense became even more frustrated as they attempted to refute the prosecution's argument. The prosecution presented evidence to counter the defense's Odinism theory at a 3-day hearing in 2024. Although the expert was unable to identify the blood source, the prosecution put in a blood spatter expert who testified that the blood on the tree was a transfer stain rather than painted. Additionally, the defense contended that Allen's confessions, more than 60 in all, were forced and ought not to be allowed in court. They contended that Allen's rigorous treatment at a high-security facility had deteriorated his mental health, resulting in stress-induced psychosis. Numerous witnesses attested to Allen's worsening health, as well as his strange conduct and final admission of guilt for the killings. Additionally, according to testimony from a DNA specialist, Allen's DNA was not found at the crime scene, and none of the objects discovered at his house contained any traces of Libby or Abby's DNA. The .40 caliber bullet discovered close to the girls' deaths was the only significant piece of evidence that prosecutors focused on, even though his confession appeared to be a significant step toward resolving the case. The defense was not buying into the prosecution's expert's allegation that it matched Allen's gun, pointing out that insufficient pictures of the cartridge had been obtained, and even speculating that the bullet might have originated from a police officer's firearm. Many questioned the validity of this piece of evidence in light of that. Additionally, the prosecution put a lot of effort into connecting Allen to the terrifying Bridge Man. State Police Master Trooper Brian Harshman, who examined more than 700 of Allen's jail conversations, said that he believed the voice on the video and audio recordings that Libby made on her phone just before the girls were killed sounded like Allen. Despite the boldness of the declaration, several people were still skeptical. Then, on November 11, 2024, the time came. Only 1 month later, on December 20, 2024, Allen was found guilty on all counts. Judge Gall gave him a 130-year prison term, of which 65 years had to be served for the killings of the girls. In order to begin his sentence, he was consequently taken right away to the Westville prison. The problem is that there is still a significant division, even though some people were relieved to see justice done. Many people are wondering why it took 5 years for Allen to be linked to the case. The voices, the movies, and those doodles were there. Why, then, didn't someone look into Allen earlier? Furthermore, suspicions were heightened by the fact that his arrest occurred right before a sheriff's election. Was there more to the story, or was it all a coincidence? Serious discussions have been triggered by this. What are your thoughts? Was Allen the murderer, or do you believe Logan, the initial suspect, may have been involved? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Dismembered limbs. A head boiling in a pot. Blood smeared across nearly every surface of the home. These are the horrifying scenes that greeted officers during what began as a simple welfare check at the Guy family residence in Tennessee. What they uncovered was something out of a nightmare. A crime so gruesome, so unthinkable, it left even the most seasoned investigators shaken. For most parents, There's no greater purpose than raising their children, nurturing them, guiding them, protecting them long after they've grown. Joel and Lisa Guy were no different. They had devoted their lives to giving their son the best they could offer. But in a chilling twist, it was that very devotion that would be their undoing. Before we go any further, consider this your warning. What you're about to hear is graphic, disturbing, and not for the faint of heart. This isn't just another true crime story. This is one of the most savage murders ever committed by a child against their own parents. To understand what led to this horrific act, we need to take a closer look at the victims. And if you're picturing cold, abusive parents, you're wrong. Joel Guy Sr., known as Michael to his friends and family, was a kind, hard-working man. The kind of father who showed up, provided for his family, and tried to lead by example. Alongside him was his wife Lisa, a loving mother who poured everything she had into raising their children. They had spent their lives making sacrifices for their son, but behind closed doors, their generosity was being manipulated, and what happened next would turn a quiet suburban home into the scene of one of the most horrifying family massacres in American history. Michael was born on February 10, 1955, and he worked as a pipeline engineer. With his experience in the field, it's safe to say he was doing well for himself. He earned a solid salary, enough to comfortably support his growing family. Anyone who knew Michael would tell you he wasn't just kind. He was the type of person who made you feel seen and cared for, always willing to lend a hand or give advice, even when you didn't ask for it. He took immense pride in everything he did, whether it was his career or his family, and he made sure the people around him felt that pride too. If you were close to Michael, you knew he wasn't just a dad or a husband. He was someone who genuinely cared and wanted to make sure everyone around him was doing well. Now, Michael had 3 daughters from his first marriage. While the reasons behind the divorce weren't entirely clear, one thing was certain. The daughters held no grudges against their father. They had always maintained a good relationship with him, and that didn't change when he remarried. Michael's second wife, Lisa, was as kind-hearted as he was. Just like Michael, Lisa was someone who made everyone feel welcome and cared for. His daughters quickly warmed up to her, and there was no drama or resentment. Lisa treated them like her own children, showering them with love and affection. This was evident when one of Michael's daughters testified in court, explaining how Lisa became a mother figure in her life. She even went as far as to get an engagement ring that resembled Lisa's. She remembered all the small details about Lisa, the favorite shirt, the favorite cups, and everything else that made Lisa so special to her. Just like you just heard, this wasn't a mom who abused her children or mistreated them in a way that made them feel unloved. It's clear, just from the words of her stepdaughter alone, that Lisa poured love into every single member of her family. Additionally, Lisa worked in human resources at an engineering firm and was known for being reliable and generous. She was the kind of person who, no matter how busy she was, would stop to comfort a stranger in distress. She had a big heart, always putting others first. From this perspective, it was evident that both Michael and Lisa were known for their giving nature, and to everyone around them, they seemed like the perfect couple. Soulmates living a perfect life. However, everything began to change when Michael and Lisa welcomed their only biological child together, Joel Guy Jr. That moment marked the start of a shift no one could have foreseen. Unlike his warm and kind parents, Joel was reportedly the complete opposite, cold and distant to almost everyone. In fact, Joel Guy Jr.'s life before 2016 remains a mystery in many ways. Even his half-sisters, who grew up alongside him, admitted they didn't really know him. Whenever they visited, Joel would lock himself in his room, avoiding any interaction with family. On the rare occasions he did speak, he was dismissive and rude, treating his relatives as if they were beneath him. Over time, most of the family distanced themselves, choosing not to engage with Joel unless absolutely necessary. Joel's behavior was fueled by an inflated ego, believing he was the smartest person in the room at all times. His confidence was bolstered during his school years, especially when he performed well academically. In his final years of high school, he attended the prestigious Louisiana School for Math, Science, and the Arts. a magnet school known for its small elite class sizes. Getting accepted into the class of 2006 only reinforced Joel's belief in his superiority. After high school, he enrolled at George Washington University for 1 semester before transferring to Louisiana State University, where he pursued studies to become a plastic surgeon. However, Joel never became a plastic surgeon or held any job for that matter. While he was in school, up until the age of 28, he lived entirely off his mother Lisa's income. Lisa, who worked full-time in human resources at Oak Ridge Engineering, sent her paychecks directly to Joel. Michael and Lisa decided to fully support Joel so he could focus on his studies without worrying about finances. They paid for his tuition, housing, and other expenses, hoping he'd graduate quickly and start his career. But their generosity backfired. Joel began to see this financial support not as a gift, but as something he was entitled to, his birthright. He believed his parents owed him this money simply because they were his parents. Though he claimed to be working hard toward his goals, Joel was far less focused on school than he led his parents to believe. Living alone in Baton Rouge, he spent his time doing whatever he wanted, completely oblivious to the financial strain he was placing on his family. He didn't understand or care about the sacrifices his parents were making for him. However, in 2016, things began to change. Michael's father lost his job and took a hard look at their finances. He realized that he and Lisa could retire if they stopped supporting Joel and sold their family home. Excited for this new chapter, Michael and Lisa shared their plans with their daughters in the family group chat. They explained that they intended to move into Michael's parents' home and stop financially supporting Joel. However, they were nervous about how Joel would react to the news. At 28 years old, Joel had never been financially independent, and his parents worried about what he would do once the financial support stopped. Despite their concerns, Thanksgiving that year seemed like a turning point for the Guy family. Thanksgiving was always a big deal, a time when everyone gathered at Michael and Lisa's home to celebrate, including their daughters, extended family, and their new families. So just like any other normal family, that year was very joyful for the Guy family. The adults gathered in the garage enjoying their cigarettes and catching up, while the kids ran around, and the aroma of delicious food filled the house. At every Thanksgiving, there's always that one person who locks themselves away, avoiding everyone, and in the Guy family, that was always Joel. However, this year was different, shockingly so. For the first time ever, Joel actively engaged with his family. He surprised everyone by playing with his stepsister's kids, children whose names his sisters doubted he even knew before that day. He brought them upstairs to his old room and gifted them toys his parents had lovingly preserved from his childhood. Joel laughed, joked, and even posed for family photos, a rarity that caught everyone off guard. His sudden shift in behavior was so remarkable that his sisters whispered to each other about how he might finally be turning over a new leaf. What made Joel's transformation even more puzzling was its timing. Just weeks earlier, Lisa had told him that she had given her 2 weeks' notice at work. She and Michael planned to retire, sell the family home, and stop financially supporting him. Originally, they'd intended to break the news at Christmas, but Lisa decided to tell Joel early, hoping to give him time to prepare for independence. Everyone braced for a meltdown or tantrum, but instead, Joel seemed fine. More than fine, actually. He appeared happier and more social than anyone had ever seen him. His family took this as a positive sign. Maybe this was the wake-up call Joel needed. Perhaps he'd already made peace with the idea of standing on his own 2 feet and was reconnecting with his family as part of a fresh start. One of his sisters even mentioned to Michael that Joel might be trying to repair their relationship. Still, Michael held firm that they wouldn't resume funding his lifestyle, no matter how well he was behaving. Little did they know, Joel's cheerful demeanor masked something far darker. While he was smiling and bonding with his family, he was also laying the groundwork for a chilling plan. That day, Joel brought over 2 large plastic tubs, which he carried into the house without much explanation. They seemed heavy, but no one thought to ask what they contained. What they didn't know was that Joel had spent weeks plotting his parents' murders. Those tubs held the tools he intended to use in his gruesome plan. As it turned out, Joel wasn't handling the loss of his financial lifeline as gracefully as he appeared when Lisa told him they were cutting him off. Joel didn't see it as a push toward independence. He saw it as a betrayal. He decided to take matters into his own hands, crafting a plan to murder his parents, frame his father for his mother's death, and stage it all as a murder-suicide. In Joel's warped mind, he was a genius capable of orchestrating the perfect crime. His education and endless hours of watching crime shows like Law and Order convinced him that he could pull it off without a hitch. But while Joel once excelled in academics, his arrogance blinded him to his own shortcomings. So instead of heading back to his apartment like usual, Joel decided to stick around at his parents' house for 2 whole days. At first, Lisa and Michael probably thought it was a nice change. Maybe Joel was feeling sentimental about the family house before they sold it. After all, with Lisa preparing for retirement, they were all gearing up for a big life change, and the idea that Joel might actually want to spend some time with his family seemed like a nice, albeit unexpected gesture. But things took a strange turn just 2 weeks before Lisa was set to retire. Her co-workers and boss had been planning a celebratory send-off for her. She was well-liked, dependable, and a hard worker who would always communicate if anything was off. So when November 28 came around, and Lisa didn't show up for work, Jennifer, her boss, started to worry. It wasn't like Lisa to just vanish without a word, especially since she'd been so involved in the retirement celebration plans. Jennifer tried calling her several times, but there was no answer. Then she reached out to Michael, but he didn't pick up either. That was strange. Lisa and Michael were the kind of people who always made sure to check in, even if something came up. This wasn't adding up, and Jennifer knew it. So after a couple more unanswered calls, Jennifer made the decision to call the non-emergency police line and request a welfare check at the Guy family home. When the officers first arrived at the house, everything seemed normal, so they didn't think much of it and were about to call it off. But Jennifer, Lisa's boss, wasn't convinced. She had a gut feeling something wasn't right, so she called again. What they uncovered next was something no one could have prepared for. During a thorough check, the officers noticed a few strange things. The house had a for sale sign out front, but something seemed off. There was no lockbox on the front door for a realtor's key, and the doorknob didn't look like it had been there long. It didn't even match the door. It had obvious signs of being tampered with, likely with a screwdriver. Not wasting any time, the officers decided to check the back of the house, and that's when things took an even darker turn. The back door was missing its doorknob altogether. One officer peered through the hole where the knob should have been and was immediately hit with a blast of heat from inside the house. But that wasn't the worst part. There was a sharp chemical smell hanging in the air. It was the kind of smell that instantly tells you something was seriously wrong. The officer looked closer and saw bottles of bleach scattered across the floor, still unopened. But the clues didn't stop there. He also noticed groceries that had been dropped at the front door, like someone had rushed inside without finishing what they were doing. That was enough for them to make their move. They headed back to the front, found an unlocked vehicle with the garage door opener inside, and used it to gain access. The officers entered the house, and what happened next was all caught on body cam footage. The pot you saw earlier? Yeah, that was the same one Joel used to boil his mother's head for about a day. It's chilling when you think about it. Investigators first found a table with the guy's wallets and a sledgehammer on top, followed by another table with long guns. As they made their way up the stairs, they could hear a dog intermittently barking. They then spotted Michael's ring on the floor in a hallway and eventually discovered the dismembered bodies submerged in a solution in the bathroom. Among the other items found in the home were sewer line cleaner, a bag of baking soda, drain opener, a bottle of muriatic acid, lye, hydrogen peroxide, several bottles of bleach, a spray bottle, gloves, and trash bags. Investigators also came across a note inside an open suitcase, which included the name and address of a Louisiana Ace hardware store, as well as a reference to sewer line cleaner. Given the hazardous chemicals, the Knox County Sheriff's Office hazmat team had to step in for biohazard removal. With the overwhelming amount of evidence, the KCSO forensics unit worked through Monday night and into the next day to to process the crime scene. Now, what really happened after that Thanksgiving on November 26? Joel Guy Jr. attacked and killed his father in a second-floor exercise room while his mom was out shopping at Walmart. The scene was chaotic, with torn blinds and blood splattered on the walls and an overturned Bowflex machine. The amount of blood was beyond horrific. The struggle must have been brutal. The poor man's clothes were shredded from the knife wounds, and it was reported that he was stabbed at least 40 times. However, this is just an estimate according to the autopsy, since most of the tissue was gone when they found the body. The actual number of stabs could never be fully determined. But it doesn't stop there. Joel also dismembered the body, leaving his father's hands behind in the room. When his mom came home from Walmart, Joel tricked her into going upstairs. She was in such a rush that her groceries got scattered across the foyer. But when she reached the top of the stairs, Joel ambushed her, stabbing her in the back over and over, just like he did to his father. Blood was everywhere. The prosecution later claimed he used so much force to decapitate her that her head actually broke. And then, get this, he just chopped her up like it was nothing, then put her head in that same boiling pot on the stove. According to the medical examiner, Lisa was stabbed at least 31 times, and 9 of her ribs were completely severed. During the trial, the forensic examiner testified that the head wasn't just severed, but had been forcefully broken off. Both victims had their arms and legs detached, Michael at the waist and Lisa at the knees, and their body parts were placed in a bin filled with chemicals to help dissolve them. This was the very same bin that Joel had brought into the house during Thanksgiving. After death, both bodies had deep cuts made so that the chemicals could more easily penetrate the body's main cavities. So you can probably imagine how heartbreaking it must have been for both of them, loving their child and spoiling him all the way into adulthood, only for them to be brutally murdered like this. It's beyond evil. But despite Michael loving his son so much, he didn't go down without a fight. Joel sustained several cuts on his hands, including a deep gash on his left thumb. Around 3:30 p.m., he was seen in the first aid section at Walmart buying bandages and ointment for his hand injuries. He also picked up isopropyl alcohol and hydrogen peroxide. It was also around this point that Joel returned to his apartment, likely because he was too lazy to continue with his plan. After spending 2 intense days carrying out his crime, it seems that for the first time, he was exhausted. He probably felt he had worked harder than ever before and needed a break, so he headed back to his apartment, possibly to rest. Little did he know, it was exactly during this time that the police also uncovered what he had done. The police began questioning those closest to Michael and Lisa. When they inquired about who had been at the house that weekend, everyone pointed to Joel. His sisters revealed that he was about to be cut off financially and that his behavior over Thanksgiving had been strangely out of character. The soiled clothes found at the crime scene matched the description given by his sisters, and when investigators found a book bag containing a notebook filled with Joel's meticulous plan, it became undeniable he was behind the murders. The only thing left to do was finalize the paperwork for his arrest. Now, the day after the bodies were discovered, Joel was arrested while heading back to the house. In his trunk, police found a KitchenAid meat grinder, a chilling indicator that he wasn't done with the gruesome process yet. But what really exposed Joel's intentions was what he had written in his notebook. From the gruesome methods of killing and dismemberment to his strategy for destroying the bodies and erasing forensic evidence, every step was carefully thought out. He planned to grind the bodies, destroy all DNA evidence with bleach and lye, and even set a fire to cover his tracks. He went as far as faking an alibi by scheduling a text message from his mother's phone, attempting to erase any evidence that could point back to him. Joel's motive, driven by a financial incentive, was also clearly outlined in the notebook. He calculated his parents' life insurance policies, assets, and joint property with the intention of inheriting everything. His obsession with money was evident, as he described in detail how he would inherit the full value of his mother's assets, including her life insurance, the family homes, and other financial resources. In the weeks leading up to the murder, Joel continued to buy supplies like knives, acid, and plastic bins, keeping the notebook hidden in his backpack alongside his school books. He made sure to pay in cash, thinking he was being smart and inconspicuous, but in reality, Joel's arrogance and sense of entitlement were his downfall. He believed his meticulous preparations would guarantee his success, unaware that he was overlooking the most basic human realities. Joel was so spoiled and out of touch with the real world that, even while erasing his tracks, he grew lazy and decided to take a break from his gruesome task. He had no real understanding of the consequences of his actions, thinking he could simply get away with it. But what he failed to factor in was the kindness of his parents and how their disappearance would immediately raise suspicions. Despite the mountain of evidence stacked against him, Joel Guy Jr. still pleaded not guilty, dragging his family through a painful 4-day trial. He knew he couldn't win. It was clear to everyone that he was guilty, but he wasn't trying to win. Instead, he wanted to make his family suffer by refusing to admit what he'd done. He kept control over them, forcing them to hear every ugly detail of his crime. It was like his final act of revenge, making them live through his cold, calculated cruelty. Even Joel's defense lawyers struggled to defend him. All they could muster was that Joel was a kind man who couldn't possibly commit such a horrific crime. But the jury wasn't swayed by this weak argument. On October 2, 2020, Joel Guy Jr. was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of felony murder, and 2 counts of abuse of a corpse. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Additionally, his appeal to overturn his conviction was shot down by the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals in April 2023. With that, Joel's fate was sealed. He will now spend the rest of his life behind bars at the Northwest Correctional Complex in Tiptonville, Tennessee, where he will forever live with the consequences of the brutal crime he committed. Now, remember when we first said that not much was known about Joel's past? Well, as the trial went on, a surprising revelation came to light. Joel actually had one and only one friend. People were shocked to find that Joel had a friend he cared so deeply about that he even called him in prison to apologize. That friend's name was Michael McCracken. Very little is known about the nature of Joel and Michael's relationship, but it seemed that, at the very least, Joel respected him. The two met when they lived together in their high school dorms, and when Joel went off to study at George Washington University, he left after just 1 semester and transferred to Louisiana State University, where Michael was going. They ended up living in the same apartment building, and when Michael's roommate moved out, Joel moved back in with him. Some have speculated that their relationship might have been more than just friendship, but that's all we really know about the situation. When Michael was questioned about the case, he stated that he wasn't surprised that Joel had killed his parents. He explained that over the years, Joel had become increasingly reclusive, spending weeks on end alone in his bedroom, to the point where Michael sometimes didn't see him for months at a time. For whatever little comfort it may offer, Joel will spend the rest of his natural-born life in prison, exactly where he belongs. He will forever be remembered not as the genius he thought he was, but as a gigantic fool who couldn't take care of himself, and despite his so-called wisdom, made the catastrophic mistake of leaving a notebook, a kind of manifesto, at the crime scene. But what do you think about this case? I mean, we can all agree that Joel was definitely a psychopath, right? It's hard to believe he had any real justification for killing his parents, other than his own twisted desire to live a carefree life. But do you think there were other factors behind his actions? Was there something deeper going on that we're missing? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. On April 27, 2024, a 55-year-old man set out for what he thought would be a peaceful day of fishing near Myrtle Beach. His chosen spot was along the Lambert River, deep within the quiet expanse of Lambert State Park, a place he often visited to escape the noise and pace of everyday life. Unlike the crowded beaches and bustling boardwalks of the city, this park offered something different: solitude. He set up his fishing gear along a remote, overgrown section of the riverbank, surrounded by thick vegetation. As he cast his line into the slow-moving water, The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant hum of wildlife. But then, something changed. He heard it. Faint, restrained, almost ghost-like, the sound of a woman crying. It wasn't hysterical or loud, but soft and uneven. It came from across the river, somewhere within the dense underbrush. The man paused, alert. For a moment he considered investigating, but quickly second-guessed himself. Maybe it was just someone having a quiet moment, a private breakdown in nature. Respecting their space, he turned back to his fishing line. Then, silence. The crying stopped, and the forest returned to stillness. The man exhaled and tried to ease back into his rhythm. But just as he did, a sound rang out. Sharp, sudden, and unmistakable. A gunshot. It echoed across the river, slicing through the quiet like a blade. In that moment, the tranquility of the park was shattered, and what began as a peaceful retreat was now the front line of a mystery that would soon grip the entire state. This sound jolted him into action, making it clear that something serious might have happened. Feeling compelled to investigate, he decided to move toward the area where the sounds had originated. He navigated approximately 200 yards through dense vegetation before arriving at a small, cleared section of the riverbank. There, he encountered an unusual sight. A backpack lying on the ground, accompanied by a pair of sunglasses and a cell phone. The immediate area appeared deserted, with no signs of anyone nearby. The man inspected the belongings, but found no evidence of a struggle or anything else alarming, such as blood. This only heightened his sense of unease. Curiosity and concern drove him to open the backpack, hoping to find clues about its owner. Inside, he discovered a wallet containing identification, cash, credit cards, some personal items, and a small Bible. Despite the contents, there was nothing that explained the strange sequence of events. Realizing the situation could be far more serious than he initially thought, the man promptly contacted emergency services. Law enforcement officers arrived approximately an hour later. After conducting a preliminary survey of the scene, they began a broader search of the surrounding area. Later that same day, a second report came in from another park visitor who stumbled upon something even more unsettling. Myrtle Beach, located along the Atlantic coast in South Carolina, is renowned as a popular tourist destination. While the city's population sits at approximately 35,000, it swelled significantly during the summer months with the influx of visitors. Myrtle Beach is famous for its expansive sandy beaches, upscale resorts, and a variety of entertainment options, including fine dining, golf courses, and attractions such as one of the largest aquariums in the region and a towering Ferris wheel. Beyond its appeal to tourists, Myrtle Beach is home to numerous churches that play a central role in the local community. One of the most notable is Solid Rock Church, located in the heart of the city. Established as a spiritual hub for those seeking guidance and support during challenging times, Solid Rock quickly gained popularity. The church offers not only traditional services but also educational and recreational programs tailored to the community, including youth activities. At the core of Solid Rock's mission is Pastor John Paul Miller, appointed in 2009 at the age of 35. He brought with him a wealth of experience in spiritual leadership, known for his charismatic approach and deep involvement with his congregation. John Paul quickly became a beloved figure. He was married to Allison, and together they raised 3 children, along with 1 child from a previous marriage. The Miller family lived in a house near the church, allowing them to maintain close ties with the community. That same year, the Francis family joined Solid Rock Church. Angelita and Michael Francis, along with their daughters Micah and Sierra, had recently relocated to Myrtle Beach and chose the church as their spiritual home. For 14-year-old Micah, the church became a significant part of her life. She quickly formed friendships and immersed herself in the youth programs, many of which were led by Pastor John Paul. This involvement helped Micah integrate into the local community. Micah's older sister, Sierra, also participated in church activities, though her role was less prominent. Micah, on the other hand, stood out for her enthusiasm and faith, which did not go unnoticed. Her active engagement in church life provided opportunities to connect with other young members of the congregation. One such individual was Jeremy, a participant in the same youth programs as Micah. Over time, their relationship grew closer, and after several years, the young couple decided to marry. Their union appeared to be a perfect match. Their shared dedication to church activities and the strong support of their families seemed to lay a solid foundation for a happy life together. The wedding was held at Solid Rock Church, officiated by Pastor John Paul himself, underscoring its importance to the community. The ceremony was a joyful event, drawing a large number of congregants. Both families expressed their pride in the couple, viewing their marriage as a reflection of family values and spiritual unity. At that time, Micah and Jeremy were filled with optimism about their future, one they envisioned as centered around shared faith and mutual goals. After their wedding, Micah and Jeremy became even more deeply involved with the operations of Solid Rock Church. Micah took on administrative responsibilities, handling paperwork and coordinating events, while Jeremy focused on youth sports programs. He managed the church's flag football team and contributed to the development of other activities for teenagers. These roles allowed them to spend significant time together, which seemed like a seamless extension of their marriage. However, a few months after the wedding, the first signs of strain began to emerge in their relationship. The demands of their shared responsibilities at the church started to take a toll on Micah. Unlike the period before their marriage, when they had more time to focus on each other, their lives had become centered around work. Jeremy, deeply committed to his role, began to dedicate less time to providing emotional support for Micah, leaving her feeling increasingly isolated. Adding to the tension was Micah's growing involvement with other members of the church community, including the pastor's wife, Allison. As Micah took on more responsibilities in the administrative office, she became an indispensable part of the team. This blending of her professional and personal life created additional stress in her marriage. While their relationship appeared outwardly harmonious, the underlying issues continued to build. The couple chose not to share their struggles with others, maintaining an image of a happy union. Yet those close to them began to notice subtle cracks in their relationship. These early signs of discord would later lay the groundwork for more significant challenges that would alter the course of their lives. After several months of working in the administrative office, Micah was promoted to a new role as the personal secretary to Pastor John Paul Miller. This decision was attributed to her organizational skills and her eagerness to take on more responsibilities within the church. The position required her to work closely with John Paul, including frequent one-on-one meetings and consistent communication to fulfill her duties. As Micah transitioned into this role, she began spending a significant amount of time with the pastor. John Paul valued her dedication and enthusiasm for church activities. Over time, their professional relationship evolved into more personal interactions. What started as discussions about faith and life eventually turned into more intimate conversations, forming a close emotional connection between them. This shift began to create tension in Micah's marriage. In 2016, everything changed abruptly. John Paul's wife, Allison, unexpectedly returned home early one day and discovered him in a compromising situation with Micah. This incident sparked a major conflict within the Miller household. Allison demanded an explanation, leading to a heated argument between the couple. Upon learning what had happened, Allison also chose to inform Micah's husband, Jeremy. The fallout from this event had repercussions that extended beyond the two families, impacting the church community as well. While those involved agreed to keep the details private, rumors of the affair began circulating among the congregation. Church staff and others close to the families noticed changes in the behavior of both John Paul and Micah, as well as the increasing strain between them and their spouses. Despite attempts to maintain a facade of normalcy, the conflict became impossible to hide. Both Allison and Jeremy filed for divorce around the same time. The process was deeply challenging and emotional for everyone involved. Allison left the church and relocated from Myrtle Beach with her children, seeking to rebuild her life away from the events that had shattered her marriage. Jeremy, for his part, ceased his involvement with Solid Rock entirely, choosing to distance himself from the church. A few months after the divorces were finalized, John Paul and Micah publicly announced their relationship. They openly declared themselves a couple, igniting another wave of discussion within the congregation. For many church members, this was a devastating revelation. The pastor, who had previously preached about the importance of family loyalty, was now at the center of a scandal that undermined his reputation and eroded the trust of some parishioners. In 2017, a year after beginning their relationship, John Paul Miller and Micah officially became husband and wife. Their wedding took place at Solid Rock Church, where John Paul continued to serve as pastor despite the lingering controversies surrounding his prior actions. The ceremony was attended by close friends, family, and members of the congregation. For many, it was seen as an attempt to restore trust in the pastor and mend the community's fractured perception of him following the revelation of his affair with Micah. For Micah, who was 23 years old at the time, the marriage marked a new chapter in her life, along with increased responsibilities within the church. Becoming the pastor's wife placed her in a leadership role where she was expected to mentor and organize within the congregation. Many church members viewed this union as an opportunity for both the church and its pastor to move forward, leaving the mistakes of the past behind. Immediately after the wedding, Micah embraced her new duties at Solid Rock. Beyond her administrative work, she became an active participant in church programs, focusing on organizing missionary trips and charitable events. One of her key projects involved missions to Kenya, using funds raised through donations. Micah oversaw the construction of schools, providing essential educational opportunities such as English and math instruction. These trips to Africa became a significant part of her new life. Micah personally managed local educational programs and coordinated the delivery of humanitarian aid. Her initiatives garnered strong support from the congregation, many of whom enthusiastically participated in these efforts. Micah's dedication and energy made her a symbol of activism within the community, inspiring others to engage in charitable work. In addition to her mission work, Micah began leading classes and seminars at the church. Her presentations focused on topics like family values, personal faith, and overcoming challenges. One subject particularly close to her heart was addressing domestic struggles. She spoke publicly about this issue, drawing attention not only from church members but also from a wider audience. On social media, Micah frequently shared content on her platforms, emphasizing the importance of respectful relationships and the need for support systems for those experiencing hardship. Micah's efforts gradually began to rebuild John Paul's reputation. While many in the congregation still harbored criticism toward him for his past behavior, Micah's proactive involvement in church and community activities helped shape the image of a stronger, more forward-thinking ministry. Her work became a cornerstone for Solid Rock, fostering youth engagement and promoting both spiritual and social growth. Despite Micah's dedication to maintaining both her marriage and her work alongside John Paul, tension within their relationship began to escalate over time. It became evident that their union, initially rooted in mutual understanding, was facing significant challenges. The core issues included increasing control from John Paul and his interference in both Micah's personal and professional life. One of the first signs of trouble was frequent disagreements over finances. John Paul assumed complete control of the family's bank accounts, restricting Micah's access to funds. While he justified this as a means of safeguarding their finances, it became a source of stress for Micah. She felt stripped of independence, especially given her active role in church and mission projects. Additionally, Micah began to notice her connections with friends and family becoming increasingly limited. John Paul criticized her for spending too much time with her family and accused her of being overly involved in matters he believed detracted from their marriage. He also began monitoring her phone calls and messages, leaving Micah with a constant sense of being under surveillance. These controlling behaviors added to the strain in their relationship, creating an environment where Micah felt increasingly isolated and constrained. Psychological manipulation within Micah and John Paul's marriage escalated to include threats. Micah confided in her sister, Sierra, and close friends that John Paul used her past mistakes and vulnerabilities as leverage. One of the most distressing instances involved personal photographs that he allegedly threatened to expose if she attempted to leave the marriage. These tactics deepened her fear and uncertainty about ending their relationship. Amid these challenges, Micah began taking steps to break free from John Paul's control. She reached out to Sierra for support and shared her intention to file for divorce. Together, they visited an attorney who started preparing the necessary documents. However, when John Paul became aware of her plans, the situation worsened. He confronted her, refusing to discuss divorce terms, and insisted that their marriage must remain intact to protect the church's reputation. Unable to find common ground, Micah temporarily moved in with her family to escape the pressure. This time away gave her a brief reprieve, allowing her to reflect on the severity of her situation. However, John Paul convinced her to return, promising to change his behavior. Despite his assurances, the problems persisted. One of the most alarming incidents occurred with Micah's car. She contacted the police after discovering that all 4 of her tires had been slashed, and a GPS tracker had been placed underneath the vehicle. Micah strongly suspected John Paul's involvement, although there was no concrete evidence linking him to the act. His sudden appearance at the repair shop heightened her suspicions. The pressure from John Paul intensified. He pushed for Micah to be hospitalized, claiming her behavior had become erratic. Based on his assertions, doctors diagnosed her with a psychological disorder and recommended treatment. Micah, however, maintained that her recent actions were driven by a desire to reclaim her independence, not by instability. After her discharge, she filed a police report, alleging that John Paul had used her hospitalization as a means to undermine her autonomy. Micah's efforts to end the marriage faced significant obstacles. Despite support from her family and legal counsel, the divorce process was drawn out. John Paul continued to exert control over her life, leaving her in an increasingly vulnerable position. April 27, 2024, marked a turning point in this story. On that day, Micah left her home without informing her family or friends of her plans. The events that followed, pieced together from surveillance footage, phone records, and discovered evidence, revealed a sequence of actions leading to her untimely death. Surveillance footage confirmed that Micah visited a gun store earlier that morning. Store employees later described her as calm and composed during the visit. While completing her purchase, she engaged in casual conversation with the clerk. She left the store carrying a small case containing a legally purchased handgun. The receipt and payment records confirmed that she had made the purchase herself. After leaving the gun store, Micah drove toward Lambert National Park. Surveillance cameras captured her car along the highway leading to the park. Data from her mobile phone revealed several search queries for secluded locations and park areas, indicating that she had carefully planned her destination. Upon arriving at the park, Micah parked her car and walked toward the river. After some time, she made a call to emergency services. During the call, she stated her intention to end her life and requested that her location be shared with her family. The recorded call, later released to law enforcement, captured the somber tone in her voice, though it lacked any signs of panic or distress. Less than an hour later, a passerby fishing nearby reported hearing the sound of a gunshot. Responding officers discovered Micah's body along the riverbank. Nearby, they found her belongings, including a backpack containing identification, a phone, a wallet, and a small Bible. The handgun used in the incident was recovered in the water close to the scene. The investigation concluded that the firearm showed no evidence of other fingerprints. Based on the collected evidence, authorities determined that the gunshot was self-inflicted. It was also confirmed that Micah had arrived at the location alone, and no other individuals were captured on surveillance footage trailing her. The official police report listed the cause of death as self-inflicted harm. However, this conclusion raised concerns among Micah's family, who argued that she had not exhibited any signs of depression and had maintained an active lifestyle. They pointed to her recent efforts to finalize her divorce as evidence of her determination to start anew, despite the official findings. Micah's tragic death stirred widespread attention and gave rise to numerous theories about what might have led to the event. With so many unanswered questions, the story resonated deeply, affecting both her loved ones and the public. The central argument raised by Micah's family was based on information she had shared with her sister Sierra shortly before her tragic passing. Micah confided in Sierra about the pressure and manipulation she faced from her husband John Paul. According to Sierra, Micah had even warned her that if anything happened to her, John Paul would be responsible. These claims were further supported by entries in Micah's journal discovered in her apartment after her death. The journal contained detailed accounts of her troubled relationship with John Paul. She wrote about emotional and psychological mistreatment, constant control, and threats. Micah described how John Paul frequently used her past mistakes against her and threatened to expose personal information if she attempted to leave him.
In addition, both her family and the community began to scrutinize revelations about John Paul's conduct, including potential inappropriate relationships with other women in the church and allegations of financial misconduct. Some members of the congregation claimed that the pastor may have misappropriated funds meant for missions, using them for personal purposes. These accusations fueled a wave of rumors and conspiracy theories on social media and in the press. Speculation about John Paul's potential motives became a heated topic of discussion. His history of questionable behavior, such as allegedly placing a GPS tracker on Micah's car and threatening to release private photos of her, intensified public criticism.
Some online users accused him of indirectly contributing to the tragedy, while others put forth more extreme theories suggesting a staged crime. Despite the lack of direct evidence, the accusations against John Paul drew the attention of both law enforcement and the public.
He became a focal point of widespread condemnation, even as authorities found no grounds to open a formal case against him. Micah's family's persistence and the details that emerged from her life kept the story alive, creating an atmosphere of tension and mistrust. After Micah's tragic death, the police immediately launched an investigation to uncover the circumstances surrounding the incident. However, it quickly became clear that local law enforcement would struggle to handle the case alone due to the widespread public attention, pressure from Micah's family, and numerous allegations against John Paul. The FBI stepped in to assist. Their involvement was driven by the complexity of the case and the need for an impartial examination of all aspects. The key focus of the investigation was the firearm found near Micah's body. Investigators confirmed that the handgun was purchased by Micah herself on the day of her death, supported by surveillance footage and financial transaction records. No evidence suggested that anyone else was involved in the purchase. Similarly, footage from the Lambert Park parking lot showed no suspicious vehicles or individuals who might have been following or accompanying her. Despite confirming that Micah had acted alone, the investigation expanded due to public accusations against John Paul. The FBI began a thorough review of his past, including his financial activities and interactions with church members. Evidence surfaced suggesting possible financial improprieties. While no formal charges were filed, these findings heightened suspicions surrounding John Paul and prompted further inquiries. One of the most discussed aspects of the case was John Paul's potential role in contributing to Micah's deteriorating emotional state. Her family provided investigators with her journal, which detailed instances of manipulation, threats, and psychological pressure allegedly exerted by her husband. While these entries did not lead to criminal charges, they raised serious questions about whether John Paul's actions might have played a part in the tragic outcome. The investigation also explored allegations of John Paul's inappropriate relationships with other women in the church community and his overall reputation. Several witnesses came forward with claims of questionable behavior by the pastor that may have negatively impacted those around him. However, none of these accusations were substantiated with sufficient evidence to hold him accountable. As of now, John Paul remains formally uncharged, though his standing within the church community has been severely damaged. He has been removed from his pastoral role, but reportedly continues to receive payments from the church's budget.
This decision has sparked mixed reactions among the congregation. Some have called for a complete severance of ties with him, while others argue that the allegations remain unproven.
This tragic story has also left a lasting mark on Solid Rock Church itself. The controversy surrounding Micah's case has eroded trust in the church's leadership, leading to a significant decline in attendance and casting doubt on the effectiveness of its internal structures.
Many former active members have publicly expressed their disappointment and ceased participation in church activities. By the conclusion of the investigation, many questions remained unanswered. The primary focus centered on the extent of John Paul's influence on his wife's emotional state and his potential responsibility in the events leading to her death. While law enforcement has not found sufficient grounds to press charges, the public continues to follow the case closely, debating new theories and emerging details. This story remains a deeply painful chapter for everyone involved, serving as a poignant reminder of how devastating hidden conflicts and unresolved injustices can be. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Around 6 p.m. on September 27, 2020, a guy dialed 911. The man said that a neighbor woman ran up to his house and screamed for help, and Lamontagne County dispatchers captured the incident on tape. She said she had just been attacked in the house by her husband and was running from him. The woman was crying uncontrollably, but because she was carrying a gun, she did not appear to be a victim at all. When police got on the scene, they discovered the husband's assailant still alive in the bedroom, having been shot twice, once in the chest and once in the leg. The right arm was also lightly wounded by the bullet. 4 round casings from a .45 caliber pistol were discovered next to the wounded victim, along with 2 additional bullets in the wall. After being transported to a nearby hospital, the man passed away from his wounds. An hour later, police investigators interrogated the woman and conducted a comprehensive investigation of the tragedy scene, but she chose not to alert the authorities. Detectives started looking into her claim of self-defense after she was not taken into custody that evening. Ashley Benefield was the woman who was hurt, and her husband, Douglas Benefield, was the one who was killed. Let's examine the actual circumstances of that day, though, and if Ashley might have rescued herself by shooting her husband alone. In August 2016, our story starts in sunny Florida. Douglas Benefield and Ashley Byers first crossed paths at a Palm Beach Republican fundraising event. After supper that same evening, the man was so enamored with the young girl that he requested for her phone number. This was the beginning of their loving correspondence. Ashley Byers, 24, was employed at Donald Trump's Sarasota campaign office. She was responsible for organizing demonstrations and urging evangelicals to vote. Ashley was involved in politics, but she was also a model and dancer who occasionally performed with the Maryland Youth Ballet. But Ashley wanted to launch her own ballet company and become a well-known ballerina. Ashley was 30 years younger than Douglas Benefield. He was a successful consultant who worked with defense contractors and technology companies, a former Navy pilot, and a native of Charleston. In addition, he worked in restaurants and real estate. Douglas raised his 15-year-old daughter Eva alone after becoming a widower approximately a year ago. Despite their vast age differences, the little girl and the older man were drawn together by their shared love of weapons and conservative ideals. They were married in just 13 days. Douglas's hometown of Charleston hosted a little celebration. Only Douglas's buddy Trip Cormany, who was then an ordained Episcopal minister, was invited. Because Douglas was very devout and wanted to marry Ashley before he became sexual with her in front of the rest of the couple's family and friends, Trip consented to perform the wedding, even though he wasn't happy and disliked what he saw as too little time for them to have known one another. It was a surprise wedding. Douglas didn't even extend an invitation to his daughter's wedding. At the age of 15, Ava Benefield was still dealing with the shock of losing her mother. Ava found her mother, Renee, dead 9 months ago when she returned home from school. She had passed away from an unidentified cardiac disease. Ava was taken aback by her father's unexpected union with a girl who was just 9 years her senior. The relationship between Ashley and Ava did not work out after Ashley moved into Douglas's house in Charleston, and this led to many arguments and scandals in the family. Douglas's new wife significantly harmed the close father-daughter bond. Ashley didn't want to be her husband's daughter's friend or stepmother. In contrast, Ava believed that she was just losing her father. Douglas pledged to fulfill his wife's dream of starting a ballet company that would feature dancers of diverse physiques and nationalities, as envisioned by Ashley Benefield. He held his young wife in high regard. Douglas told Ashley she was the most beautiful, tall, slim, and graceful, and he often planned romantic dates and surprises for her. he also gave her flowers. Ashley, like a swan, truly enchanted everyone in her vicinity. Her long brown hair, like a bird's plumage, gave beauty and splendor, and her blue eyes emanated friendliness. Douglas was prepared to go to any lengths for his Ashley since he saw only spiritual purity in her. Her desire came true so quickly. Douglas's commercial acumen and Ashley's love of ballet led to the founding of the American National Ballet in Charleston, where they recruited ballet performers from across the nation. The objective was to operate a for-profit school and a non-profit ballet company. Ashley and Douglas started holding the initial auditions in the summer of 2017. Ashley, however, was contemplating a pregnancy and dreamed of becoming a mother in addition to launching a ballet company. Approximately 40 dancers from all over the world started traveling to Charleston to practice with Ashley during the late summer of 2017 while the ballet company was being formed, but she never returned for another audition. Douglas was left to do all the job. Douglas hired ballet master Michael Wise to train the dancers, but Ashley was the one that many dancers were waiting for. She wasn't planning on doing ballet anytime soon, citing a serious condition from her pregnancy. Despite the growing tension between Ashley and Eva, Douglas continued to support his wife in her dream to start a ballet company in Charleston with a unique mission. The man, who was not very involved in ballet, tried to run the company on his own with the help of hired managers and choreographers, but the company soon ran into legal issues after being sued by dancers and choreographers who accused the couple of breach of contract, claiming they were fired just weeks after being hired. After Ashley left, Douglas brought in new managers in the hopes of getting the ballet up and running, but they made drastic changes, and Ashley's original vision of dancers from all ethnicities didn't work. Douglas failed to see the growing tension between Ashley and Ava because he was too focused on the ballet. Douglas lost his temper and shot their home ceiling one day after he and Ashley got into a fight over Ava. According to many who knew him, it was unusual for the composed and non-aggressive Douglas to return to Florida in late August, alleging a challenging pregnancy, while Douglas was still attempting to establish the ballet's work in Charleston. A number of dancers were summoned to a meeting on October 23, 2017, instructed to sign non-disclosure agreements, and then fired online. Ashley voiced her disapproval of Douglas and the rest of the company. "Everything we've worked so hard to achieve has been ruined by the current management, and I cannot support them or their behavior." According to her, A&B was founded to distinguish out from other dance companies and ought to have established new guidelines for how it handles its dancers. The way it was handled should make everyone embarrassed. A brilliant concept appeared to have vanished like smoke. The American National Ballet was permanently completed a few months later. Douglas had lost more than $100,000, 0 cents, by the end of the dance case. His ballet nightmare was finished. Douglas, who had long collaborated with numerous dancers, arranged a farewell party for A&B. But instead of his expectant wife waiting for him when he got home, there was a farewell note. Ashley outlined all of Douglas's flaws in her 4-page letter, labeling his behavior toward her possessive and domineering. She said that his heart was crushed and that she had to leave him because she was afraid for her life and the safety of her pregnant child after he shot a gun into the ceiling. Ashley's note, however, was just the start. As it turned out, Douglas had to deal with a blow from the man he loved, making the months that followed much more challenging. Still holding out hope for a reconciliation, Douglas sent Ashley a birthday gift in late November 2017. He was aware of his wife's passion for tea. He purchased a specialty tea for expectant mothers, as well as a lovely teapot, cups, and saucers. Ashley was not going to tolerate the present, even though she accepted it. Rather, she accused Douglas of a number of offenses. Poisoning her with her tea was one of them. Investigations into her claims revealed nothing to support such serious charges. Ashley, however, didn't stop there. In order to find out if she had been poisoned, she sent her hair to a different facility for investigation. According to the report, her hair had higher than usual concentrations of zinc, aluminum, and other elements. Ashley went to the hospital 3 weeks before to giving birth without telling Douglas. Tampa General Hospital was where she was. The woman was quite terrified and said that her husband had poisoned her, exposing the unborn child to heavy metals through the womb. Ashley continued to blame Douglas of unsubstantiated physical abuse. Additionally, she said that he imprisoned her in his house in Charleston and that he stalked her everywhere, beginning in Florida, despite Douglas being hundreds of miles away. Since there was no way of knowing whether Ashley's statements to hospital workers were accurate, management took safety measures and renamed her Christina. A C-section was done by doctors 3 days later. Ashley was still concerned that her daughter had been poisoned, even though the newborn girl was healthy, but Douglas wasn't prepared to give up. He begged Ashley to reconsider in a series of texts. He still had a family, which he had assumed would be faithful, happy, and ideal, but it had disintegrated in the most dubious manner. Ashley didn't feel like going back, much less forgiving Douglas. She made the decision to approach the police and bring fresh charges against her spouse. She sent in Florida Child Protective Services to investigate after learning of Douglas's abuse of his eldest daughter, Eva. Ashley detailed the day Douglas discharged a gun inside the house and informed the police that he struggled with anger management. Following Eva's interview with investigators, Douglas was also questioned. The gun incident was looked into, but Douglas was ultimately found not guilty. A psychologist who conducted a thorough psychiatric test on him concluded that Douglas was completely well and not a threat. Ashley wrote a lengthy letter to Douglas again because she couldn't believe it. He was warned in the final paragraphs not to approach her or attempt to stalk her, or else the police will be called in once more. She didn't appear to be prepared to start dating again. Ashley Douglas received yet another harsh note that made it clear how she felt. When Ashley and Douglas reunited in a Bradenton courtroom in the summer of 2018, the poisoning accusations reached a boiling point. Ashley requested a restraining order, and Douglas wanted to see his newborn baby, but the judge was not persuaded, despite Ashley's 2 days of testimony and the results of her lab tests. According to Judge Diane Moreland, there was not even the most plausible indication that Miss Benefield had ever been poisoned or experienced any poison illnesses. Douglas was able to visit his daughter at last, thanks to this decision. To allow the father to meet the child, he and Ashley met outside the sheriff's office a few days later. Ashley became surprisingly cooperative, much to the astonishment of people around them. She then went straight to Douglas and gave him the baby with great courtesy. Douglas, she even volunteered to spend the majority of the following year with the three of them. Ashley seems content with their daughter. In order to stay near Ashley and without disturbing her peace, Douglas even moved into a nearby apartment in Florida. However, he was shocked to discover his wife wearing an engagement ring when he met Ashley in August 2019 to pick up his kid. To discover out what was happening, he engaged a private investigator. Douglas was notified by the private investigator that Ashley was seeing another guy, who filed for divorce in November 2019. Ashley soon started complaining about Douglas Benefield once more. Ashley said that he had behaved inappropriately toward his small daughter. She made several horrible accusations against him. Authorities accepted the lack of proof despite Douglas's strong denial that he had harmed his daughter. Then, in March 2020, Douglas accused Ashley of having a dual personality in an email to the sheriff's office. However, a few months later, Douglas made the startling announcement that he and Ashley were moving to Maryland in an attempt to reunite as a family. Despite holding their breath, friends believed that her parents' miraculous reunion was imminent for the benefit of their small daughter. Douglas Benefield was getting ready to start a new life on September 27, 2020. He was relocating from Florida to Maryland with Ashley, their little daughter, and Ashley's mother, Alicia. Let's imagine that it is Sunday evening. Ashley meets with Douglas at around 5:30 p.m. to begin packing for the relocation. Ashley and Douglas are contentedly packing at Alicia's house. Alicia chooses to walk to a neighboring park with the infant. Douglas and Ashley are left alone. As they converse, Ashley abruptly declares that they will be moving without him. In a fit of rage, Douglas shouted that they would move in as a family and begin a new life. Furious, the man started shifting filled boxes. Douglas allegedly grabbed Ashley Benefield's left arm, dragged her back, and asked her where she was going when she attempted to leave the residence. He used his index finger as a kind of menace. A mischievous child who said, "You can't leave me." However, it was plenty to make Ashley fear for her life. Ashley Benefield rushed into her bedroom once more and retrieved her lawfully held firearm. She commanded Douglas to leave the house and leave her alone while pointing the gun at him. In an attempt to soothe Ashley, Douglas didn't pause and kept moving in her direction. She started shooting as he moved closer to her. Ashley witnessed Douglas's fall as his feet slipped out from beneath him and he abruptly collapsed, lifting his legs into the air. Screaming for assistance, the woman rushed to the neighbor's house. She was seen crying and shouting while running outdoors with a rifle by two neighbors who were out for a dog walk. Ashley hasn't spoken up, though, so only she truly knows what transpired in the house that evening. Ashley was taken into custody and charged with second-degree murder 5 weeks after the incident. She entered a not guilty plea. After around 2 weeks in jail, she was freed on bail. On November 4, 2020, Ashley went into cooperation with the government. She was officially taken into custody at that point and accused with second-degree murder. She is being kept without bond until February 2023, when she is scheduled to appear in court. Ashley Benefield shot her husband in self-defense, according to the defense, which filed a request to dismiss the case. Her version of events leading up to the deadly shooting is presented in the 105-page motion. Neil Taylor, Ashley Benefield's lawyer, stated that the motion is partly an effort to clarify her version of events. Ashley Benefield's lawyers included supporting documentation, photographs, and other evidence in their move to dismiss. In addition to images displaying Douglas Benefield's flawless form and power, there are also pictures of Ashley Benefield with a black eye and a cut on her side that was allegedly caused by a moving box that Douglas was carrying toward her. According to the defense, the images of her wounds were captured on the day of the shooting. In addition to their long-standing admission that Douglas punched their dog and punched a hole in the wall, defense lawyers have done everything in their power to link Douglas to cruelty and uncontrollable aggression. During the original hearing in July 2018, he allegedly acknowledged to taking a revolver from his sleeve, shooting at the ceiling, and even hurling the weapon against a wall to try to silence Ashley Benefield during a dispute. Neil Taylor, the attorney for Ashley Benefield, and Assistant State's Attorneys Suzanne O'Donnell and Rebecca Friel debated whether Ashley Benefield's actions the night she shot Doug Benefield were a lament or self-defense. Ashley was accused of killing her ex-husband, and after 2 months after she appeared in court for a hearing, the county judge dismissed a motion to dismiss the case. Judge Stephen White of the Circuit Court stated that the state had demonstrated through the entirety of the evidence given during the hearing that Douglas Benefield's death was the result of Ashley Benefield's long-term, coordinated effort rather than a single act of necessary self-defense. The court agreed with the state that there was probable cause to proceed with the case, rejecting the defense's version of events. Judge White said in the finding that the defendant is not entitled to judicial immunity from prosecution because she was not justified in employing fatal force against the victim on September 27, 2020, as demonstrated by the competent and significant evidence offered by the state. Ashley Benefield was therefore refused immunity and the dismissal of the case, since the prosecution and the court were not persuaded to shoot him by the evidence that was given in court. According to court documents, Douglas Benefield was shot after an altercation broke out on that fateful day of September 27, 2020, when he went to visit his child at the Lakewood Ranch home, where the suspect was staying with her mother. Later, in a nearby hospital, he passed away from his wounds. Ashley Benefield said that when she attempted to flee from the police, Douglas grabbed her and started beating her. According to the affidavit, Douglas was not facing Ashley when she started shooting because of the entry wounds on his torso. Additionally, he did not adopt a defensive stance. Ashley's claim of self-defense became troublesome as detectives looked into it, even though Douglas was not found to have a weapon on or near him. The man apparently didn't even anticipate being shot by his cherished wife. Ashley Benefield is awaiting trial and maintains her innocence. Yes, she is. Not entered a guilty plea yet. Douglas and Ashley's marriage still raises a lot of unresolved issues. We only know that she admitted to shooting her spouse, which is how he died. Could Ashley have been truly terrified of Douglas and ready to protect herself at any time of day or night? She might have been scared of him, of course. One of the most powerful and readily manipulated human emotions is fear. However, one cannot be terrified of something that does not exist. Ashley had spent years living with a fictitious terror and was always expecting to be attacked. When her spouse threatened to put a finger in her face, she killed him. It sounds a lot like paranoia when you consider that it was worthwhile to have Ashley and Douglas examined by a psychologist in addition to the poisoning complaints. It's difficult to determine if Ashley was a deft manipulator or a victim. Ashley was ultimately accused with second-degree murder and is still awaiting trial. Florida, don't back down. If someone reasonably believes they must protect themselves from an immediate threat, and they have no need to flee, they are permitted by law to use or threaten to use lethal force against another person. This implies that a person in Florida has the right to defend themselves if they feel that they are seriously in danger of being hurt or killed, and are not involved in criminal conduct. A person cannot attempt to flee from an assailant first, in contrast to conventional self-defense legislation. Ashley was that innocent, pure white swan, the epitome of gentleness and purity, but beneath those white feathers was an evil woman, the Black Swan. Taylor said he expects District Court Judge Stephen White to give the prosecution enough time to read and understand the motion before setting a date for another hearing for Douglas Benefield, now that the defense has invoked stand your ground. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. One of the most terrible crimes in American history will always be associated with Moscow. The darkness is still present. It will always be a part of the town's and university's history when you speak to people. In this instance, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogen, Ethan Chapin, and Kaylee Gonzalez are four extremely significant names. Additionally, I ask that you recall all four of the names from this case. These four University of Idaho students were allegedly stabbed by Brian Kohberger on November 13, 2022, before dawn. The knife used in the murder has never been located. This kind of knife is used for survival. Brian Kohberger did not provide a plea of his own. The judge entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. The state of Idaho is requesting the death sentence because of the gravity of the offenses. His purpose was to kill. This massive marine knife was meticulously and cruelly planned. No living object, much less an innocent human, would be subjected to such treatment. The DNA recovered on the knife sheath left at the crime site is the main piece of evidence in the prosecution's case, but there is a ton of other evidence that also points to no one else that we are aware of. What caused Brian Kohberger's vehicle to be seen driving away from the scene? Why, including the morning following the offense? Was his cell phone spotted there 12 times? Despite the fact that the facts make the case more open than closed, the prosecution wants everyone to think that it is. The defense argues that Brian Kohberger and the victims have no connection at all, and if there is no connection, then there is no motive. And since he is a graduate student and not a professional assassin, it is extremely difficult to prove that he is the murderer if there is no reason. Moscow, which is tucked away in the center of Idaho, is known for its student-friendly atmosphere and a close-kin community that perfectly combines a lively student life. Around the esteemed University of Idaho, the city flourishes, creating an atmosphere where learning and a vibrant college life coexist. Students lived in dorms, rented university buildings, and houses just outside the institution's boundaries in the busy neighborhoods around the school. Even though Moscow was known for its academic excellence, students occasionally met with friends and family in secret. However, these meetings were usually uneventful. But on the chilly night of November 13, 2022, four college students were relaxing after a party when a terrifying turn of events occurred, upsetting the tranquil ambience they had expected. This incident took place in this three-story home. At the start of the novel, four people are enrolled at the University of Idaho. Ethan Chapin, 20, from Conway, Washington. Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, from Rathdrum, Idaho. Xana Kernodle, 20, from Post Falls, Idaho. And Madison Mogen, 21, from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Xana was a junior, while Ethan was a freshman. Madison and Kaylee, meantime, were both university seniors. The oldest of three triplets, Ethan James Chapin, was born at Swedish Hospital in Seattle on a beautiful Tuesday night, October 29, 2002, at 4:43 p.m. Maisie, who first lived in Olympia at Summit Lake, arrived a short while later at 4:44, and Hunter at 4:45. Before moving to Conway, the family lived there for the first year and a half. The kids went to Conway School, where they played cross-country, basketball, and soccer and got a great education. At Conway, Ethan enjoyed playing basketball with his brother while wearing their team uniforms. After that, Ethan started attending Mount Vernon High School, but the COVID pandemic interrupted his regular on-campus education. After moving to Idaho with his siblings and working at Hills Resort, Ethan tried to return to school at MVH&S, but his studies were still impacted. Before starting their internship at the University of Idaho in August 2021, they returned to the Hills Resort in Idaho for a summer job after working at Tulip Town during the tulip season. To leave off their 3 children at college, Ethan's family set out to travel to the University of Idaho. Maisie joined the Kappa Alpha Theta sorority, while Hunter and Ethan joined the fraternity Sigma Chi. Ethan has managed his academic obligations, participated in intramural sports, and enjoyed a lively social life since starting his studies at the University of Idaho. During this time, he continued to be passionate about sports and fell in love with Xana Kernodle. Born at Kootenai Health Hospital in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho on July 5, 2002, Xana Alexia Co. was raised in Post Falls. Her skill as a gymnast distinguished her early years. From an early age, Xana demonstrated her abilities during her time at Post Falls Middle and High School. She participated heavily in soccer, volleyball, and track until she graduated in 2020. She worked at Texas Roadhouse and attended school. When Xana first enrolled at the University of Idaho, she majored in marketing and became very involved in extracurricular activities, most notably as a member of the Vandal Solutions sales team and the Pi Beta Phi sorority. She worked part-time at the Mad Greek restaurant in Moscow, Idaho, to balance these obligations. Beyond her studies and career, Xana enjoyed spending time with her puppy, Shoeshine, and attending EDM events. Rel is excitedly going on family vacations with her father and sister and enjoying time with friends. She had many happy childhood recollections of her grandparents' farm in Riverside summers. Because of her lively nature, Xana was adored by her classmates, family, and friends. She was well known for being gregarious and upbeat, and she had a unique talent for making everyone feel welcome. Her unrelenting excitement, engaging humor, and zeal for life left a lasting impression on everyone who had the honor of knowing her. Xana is currently a co-resident while attending the University of Idaho. On May 25, 2001, Madison Mae Mogan was born in Eugene, Oregon. From the start, she made her family and everyone around her very happy. Madison was born and raised in Oregon, but her family later moved to North Idaho, where her parents were from. She had the most amazing upbringing in Idaho. She started school at Winton Elementary, then transferred to Coeur d'Alene Charter Academy, and finally decided to enroll at LCHS after writing a clear letter outlining her reasoning with her lifetime friend, Kaylee, who was essentially her sister. Everyone who knew Maddie knew that she felt incredibly loved because of her charming demeanor. Her distinct, eccentric, and amusing style made others laugh, and it was common knowledge that feeding her well was crucial. Maddie's tenacity and dedication to her future pursuits earned her recognition. She developed a network of friends, co-workers, managers, and instructors who respected her work ethic, concern, and dedication as a result of her academic success and her accomplishments in every job she held throughout high school and college. Though a little further away, Maddie was thrilled with her academic endeavors at the University of Idaho, where she flourished, joining Pi Beta Phi and regularly making the dean's list each semester. She made lifelong friendships with close acquaintances and loved having Kaylee by her side. Moreover, she fell in love and developed a deep affection for a boy named Jake. Kaylee Jade Gonsalves, Maddie's best friend, was born on June 8, 2001 in Concord, California. She was a bright light for her parents, Steve and Christy, even before she came. As the third child, Kaylee's energy was distinct, according to Gonsalves. Despite being ridiculed by her brothers about her horns, she remained a lively and beloved middle child among her 5 siblings. She was born with unique, thick black curls, a cute button nose, and a flawlessly round porcelain face, graced with a strange little scar on her forehead. After moving to North Idaho with her family when she was 1 year old, Kaylee's lively personality blossomed as she developed into a stunning, genuine, and gregarious girl. She had a natural ability to make people laugh, and she loved Claire's fashion accessories. Alongside her older brother and sister, she started her schooling at Bora Elementary before moving on to Charter Academy for middle school, where she met Maddie Mogan and formed an unbreakable relationship. Their family of 5 became a family of 6 as their lives became entwined from that day on. Kaylee went to Lake City High School despite her parents' initial reluctance before joining Maddie at the University of Idaho. She followed her dream of teaching elementary school by joining the Alpha Phi sorority. Kaylee had exceptional academic accomplishments during her time in school, which were complemented by her natural ability to make friends wherever she went. She frequently brought fun and a dash of mischief to her encounters because of her eccentric and contagious nature. She demonstrated a strong work ethic by juggling her academics with a full-time job and being enthusiastic about tricks and adventure. Madison and Xana shared a rental house near the University of Idaho campus, which they occupied while attending the university. Kaylee had just moved out of the house where she had previously lived, but on the night of November 12, 2022, Kaylee came back to the house to go to a party nearby. 2 of the 4 students, Ethan and Xana, attended an on-campus event hosted by the local Sigma Chi fraternity earlier that evening on November 12, from 8 to 9 p.m. They then returned to their rental home about 1:45 in the morning. The 2 other people, who were close friends Maddie and Kayla, had arrived to the downtown sports bar, the Corner Club, at 10 p.m. and left at 1:30 IE. All 4 of them had really returned to the shared rental home at 1:56 IE. They also shared the area with 2 other students who lived on the ground floor of the building, and they all went to bed for the night. Maddie and Kaylee shared a bed, Dylan Mortensen remained on the ground floor, and the other occupants remained on the same floor but in a different room next to theirs. And early on November 13, 2022, Xana and Ethan slept together in Xana's bed. Other than the one stated above, one of the residents was sleeping on Maddie and Kaylee's floor when she was startled awake by sounds that sounded like Xana and her dog. "There's someone here," she even thought she heard Xana say. Dylan, who was on the ground floor, opened her room door twice to look into the strange noises she was hearing. In the second, she heard what sounded like sobs coming from Xana's chamber, accompanied by a man's voice saying, "It's all right, I will assist you." She opened the door a third time out of curiosity and saw a figure moving toward her while wearing dark clothing and a mask over their lips and nose. Unnoticed by Dylan, the stranger walked past her and used the sliding glass door to leave. She was stunned and stood motionless for a while before shutting herself in her room for protection. No 911 calls were made right away, but hours after the event, at 11:58 IEME on November 13, 2022, a call was eventually made from within the house, using a roommate's cell, to request assistance for an unconscious person. The door of the house was open when the police arrived, and there were no indications of inside damage or forced entry. The property didn't appear to be lacking anything. The 2 roommates were present. But when the authorities got inside, they discovered something horrifying and upsetting. The devastating truth came to light. Kaylee and Xana Ethan Maddie had been fatally murdered in their beds on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the house, respectively. There were no gags or shackles on the victims when they were discovered, and the walls were splattered with blood. Xana and Ethan were found in Xana's room, and Maddie and Kaylee were found in Maddie's bedroom. But the question still stood: why did the murderer spare the 2 housemates' lives? Phil Waters, a homicide detective, hypothesized that the attacker might have missed Dylan and the other girl in the shadows. At this time, nevertheless, this premise cannot be categorically accepted as the whole truth. In the absence of more research and proof, it's the most plausible answer. Concerned about one of the victims on the 2nd floor who they thought was asleep and unresponsive, the surviving roommates had called friends to the house. The 911 caller's identity was kept secret, but the authorities confirmed that the caller was not considered a suspect in the sad event. That specific piece of information appears to be complicating your work and igniting numerous conspiracies. That's right. There are numerous conspiracies in existence. A great deal of speculation exists. However, we must address the fact that the police discovered a live-streamed video on Twitch by the Grub Truck, a food truck situated near Friendship Square 4 blocks south, throughout the course of the investigation. The video showed Maddie and Kaylee talking and grinning at 1:41 in the morning. They got their food and left 10 minutes later. Between 2:26 and 2:52 AUMIE, MM7 attempted phone calls were recorded from Kaylee's phone to her ex-boyfriend, a fellow student, who was initially thought to have taken an Uber ride home covering a distance of roughly 1 mile. In addition, Maddie made 3 unsuccessful attempts to reach Kaylee's ex-boyfriend between 2:44 and 2:52 a.m., all of which ended in unanswered calls. After looking into these calls, authorities came to the conclusion that the person who answered the missed calls was not connected to the crime. After Xana's cell phone data were forensically examined, it revealed that she was using the TikTok app around 4:12 in the morning. Furthermore, security cameras installed next to the house recorded a dog's whimpering, a loud bang, and repeated barking starting about 4:17 a.m. Investigators came to the conclusion that the terrible murders occurred during a window of time that was thought to be between 4 and 4:25 in the morning. The institution decided to discontinue courses for November 14 in the evening after the unfortunate events of November 13. Additionally, they organized a candlelight vigil that was originally scheduled for the evening of November 16 on the lawn of the UI administration building, but was later rescheduled for 2 weeks later. Investigators first said that after the day of the deaths, there didn't seem to be any immediate danger to the community. James Fry, the head of Moscow police, changed the conclusion 3 days later, saying, "We cannot say with certainty that there is no threat to the community." Fall break was supposed to start after November 18, and classes would resume on November 28. However, many residents and other Moscow residents were skeptical of the police's initial assurances and worried about their safety, so they started to leave the area early on Thanksgiving. Several teachers canceled courses during this time because some of the people who stayed were understandably nervous and cautious. The limited flow of information from the university and the police to the victims' families was criticized by the fathers of Kaylee Gonzalez and Ethan Chapin. Additionally, a surge of conjecture and misinformation surrounding the disappearance cases surfaced on social media, spread by users of sites such as TikTok, self-described acidified screen type, and other social media users. As the situation worsened, the Moscow Police Department chastised online investigators for their role in spreading false information online and interfering with the existing investigations. They emphasized the speculative character of the information circulating without factual confirmation in a news release released on December 2, which was spreading lies and escalating community worries. The 4 victims suffered many stab wounds, including fatal ones to the chest and upper body, according to autopsies performed by the Latter County coroner on November 17, 2022. The extent of the wounds suggested that the attacks had been carried out with a huge knife, or one quite comparable to it. Furthermore, at least one victim had defensive cuts on their hands, which may indicate that they attempted to ward off the attacker, and it's possible that additional victims did the same. It is disturbing to think that the victims might have been attacked in their beds while they were asleep. Nevertheless, there is no proof that the terrible deaths were caused by assault of any kind. None of the victims were discovered gagged or tied, yet the coroner categorically ruled all 4 murders as stabbing homicides. There has been no recovery of any weapon despite extensive investigations. Authorities believe that the crime was committed using a thick bladed knife by the culprit or perpetrators. According to the description given by the surviving roommate who had reported the suspect, the man was an unknown man who stood about 5 feet 10 inches tall. The roommate pointed out that the suspect had an athletically built physique but was not very muscular, highlighting the person's characteristically bushy eyebrows as a standout aspect of their look. To aid with the gathering of possible evidence, law enforcement officials issued a public plea on November 19, 2022, asking for any camera footage taken at the residence the night of the sad incident. To encourage students and others to provide the police with any pertinent information, a phone tip line and email address were set up. The Moscow police chief revealed at a press conference on November 23, 2022, that they had received multiple tips, including one indicating that Kaylee may have had a stalker. However, at that time, law enforcement officers were unable to identify any person who met the description of the possible stalker, nor were they able to verify or validate the veracity of that accusation. The public's response was significant. By December 5, 2022, with over 2,600 tips sent by email and over 2,700 phone calls. Through these specified tip lines, an additional 1,000 submissions for digital media were received. Later, on December 24, 2022, the investigation team revealed that they had received an astounding total of at least 15,000 case tips from the public and other sources. At first, the authorities did not rule out the idea that the sad tragedy was the work of multiple perpetrators. Authorities said they thought the incident might have been targeted. They had not, however, been able to ascertain with certainty if the aim was the house or its residents. On December 15, 2022, the police said that they will examine documents pertaining to over 22 fifth-generation Hyundai Elantras built between 2011 and 2013 after receiving a large number of public tips. Video proof indicating an Elantra in the vicinity at the time of the terrible event was obtained from local surveillance film. The investigators noticed that this car had driven past the residence several times on the same path. Investigators also obtained another surveillance tape that showed an Elantra driving past the victim's house 3 times, starting at approximately 3:29 a.m. The Elantra then drove back to the house a 4th time at 4:04 a.m. At 4:20 a.m., the same vehicle was seen driving out of the victim's neighborhood. After a few days, the investigators were able to identify the owner of the Elantra as Brian Kohberger, a local who had taken it to the Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania for the holidays with his father. The police stopped him and his father for tailgating. On Interstate 70 west of Greenfield, Indiana, Brian Kohberger was stopped by the Indiana State Police once more for speeding and tailgating throughout their trip. The FBI, however, denied claims that they had given the Indiana State Police orders to make these stops. When investigators looked further into Kohberger's whereabouts, they found cell phone data showing that on November 13, 2022, at around 2:47 a.m. in Pullman, Kohberger's phone had stopped connecting to the network. It then reconnected at about 4:48 a.m. near Blaine, Idaho, which is close to us, Highway 95 south of Moscow. Evidence is irrelevant. What matters is the absence of evidence. In this instance, he is the only suspect because his cell phone was off for a very specific period of time during the period when 4 individuals were killed. That's significant. Additional mobile phone information showed that almost 5 hours after the fatal event, on November 13, 2022, at around 9 in the morning, Kohberger's phone made contact with a nearby cell tower. Police also gathered information showing that between June 2022 and November 13, 2022, his phone got at least 12 pings from the cell phone tower closest to the house, but that wasn't all. Investigators also gathered a DNA sample from the crime scene, which did not match any of the victim's DNA, in addition to this evidence. A brown leather knife sheath that was located on Maddie's bed contained this DNA. Authorities found a partial match with a person who had a family linked to Kohberger by using a public genealogical database. Following up on this lead, police were able to link the DNA evidence to Kohberger by comparing it with DNA recovered from the trash gathered from his family's Pennsylvania home. Investigators then followed Kohberger outside his parents' Pennsylvania home. Kohberger was often seen putting trash bags in a neighbor's garbage can while wearing surgical gloves during surveillance. When Kohberger was discovered awake in the kitchen, he was wearing latex medical gloves, shorts, and a shirt. It appeared that he was gathering his own waste and placing it in different Ziploc bags. The objects that were recovered from the garbage were then taken to the Idaho State Laboratory for additional examination. Authorities also discovered throughout the inquiry that Kohberger had cleaned his car with great care, paying close attention to the outside and inside to make sure no spot was missed or left dirty. The arrest of 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger on December 30, 2022, revealed extensive information regarding his personal history. In Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, detectives from the Federal Bureau of Investigation detained 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger on a murder warrant. Born in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on November 21, 1994, Brian Christopher Kohberger grew up there with his parents, Michael and Mary Ann, and 2 sisters, Amanda and Melissa. Prior to his arrest, Kohberger had a minimal internet presence. His academic interests were mostly in psychology and criminology, which was consistent with his family's preference for education, particularly in psychology subjects. After completing Pleasant Valley High School in 2013, he enrolled at Bartonsville's Monroe Career and Technical Institute, but left after just 1 year. In 2018, Kohberger earned an associate's degree in psychology from Northampton Community College in Bethlehem. Following graduation, he was hired as a security guard in the Pleasant Valley School District, where his mother had been a temporary substitute teacher, and his father had been a maintenance worker for a long time. In Pennsylvania, Kohberger's prompt action during a co-worker's medical emergency at work attracted local notice. But prior to this, he experienced bullying at school because of his weight. Kohberger lost a substantial amount of weight, which changed his appearance and allegedly affected his behavior. Friends reported bullying incidents and a discernible change in his conduct after losing weight. Manipulation in his social circle. A number of friends claimed that Kohberger struggled with drug misuse, beginning with marijuana to deal with bullying from teenagers and progressing to heroin addiction. He reportedly sought rehabilitation after high school, continuing his education with an associate's degree, and later pursuing higher education at DeSales University in Center City, Pennsylvania, where he excelled academically in psychology and criminology. You might have been a little strange or a little off, but other than that, you'd never expect someone to be involved in a quadruple homicide. After earning his master's degree in criminal justice in 2022, Kohberger went on to attend Washington State University for a doctoral program in Pullman, Washington, with the goal of becoming a law enforcement officer. However, while he was a teaching assistant, he was disciplined for his bad behavior and negative views toward women, and emails between Kohberger and Professor John Snyder showed that he was repeatedly warned about his conduct and professionalism. Finally, on December 19, 2022, a month after the killings, Kohberger was fired from his teaching post at WSU. On December 30, 2022, an FBI SWAT team and Pennsylvania State Police arrested Brian Kohberger at his parents' home in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, after finding him in the kitchen wearing a shirt and shorts, wearing examination gloves, and putting trash in separate Ziploc bags. Kohberger was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 felony count of burglary. He was given a public defender upon his arrest and remained in custody without bond at the Monroe County Correctional Facility in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, where his attorneys maintained his innocence and his resolve to prove his innocence. And his family released a statement expressing sympathy to the victims and stressing the value of assuming their son's innocence. While some members of Kohberger's social circle were shocked by the charges against him, others from his past were less shocked. Kohberger then agreed to extradition when he first appeared at the county courthouse on January 3, 2023, and was flown to Pullman before being driven to the Latah County Jail in Moscow, where he was held without bail. On January 12, 2023, he appeared in the same courtroom for a status conference a week later. On May 17, 2023, the Latah County District Court announced that Kohberger had been officially charged by a grand jury with 5 counts, 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. The preliminary hearing that was scheduled for June 26th was canceled after the indictment. On Monday, May 26, 2023, in Latah County District Court, Kohberger refused to enter a plea. In response to this unusual behavior, the judge entered a not guilty plea on Kohberger's behalf, setting the stage for a trial in which he could be executed. The Latah County Prosecutor's Office announced on June 26, 2023, that it would seek the death penalty because of the statutory aggravating circumstances related to Kohberger's first-degree murder charges. Kohberger is still being held at the Latah County Jail without bond, maintaining a not guilty plea to all charges. The judge set Kohberger's trial date for October 2, 2023. In response to requests from Kohberger's lawyer and the state, no other information has been released to the public as of yet. The question of Kohberger's motivation for carrying out this horrible act, however, is still unanswered. Law enforcement officials believe that Madison or Kaylee were the intended targets of his attack, but no significant clues or evidence have been found to support this, leaving the case unsolved. Therefore, do you think Kohberger was responsible for the deaths of the 4 students? If so, what could have been his motive? What kind of justice do you think would be appropriate in this case? The prosecutors have reportedly asked to move Kohberger's trial to the summer of 2024. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. When a son's problematic history returned to haunt his parents in the most terrible way in 2004, the idyllic lives of a family in sunny Miami was upended. This is the murder case of the Sutton family. The lives of John and Susan Sutton were idyllic. In the late 1970s, the couple received their second child, Melissa, and adopted their first, Christopher Sutton. The close-knit family of 4 occupied a lavish home in Coral Gables, Florida, 7 years later. Life and ambitions abound in this posh area close to Miami. John was a well-respected lawyer. He was well known for his legal expertise and for winning the majority of the well-known cases he oversaw. He has had a state law practice license since 1972. John had an unrivaled charisma. Susan Sutton was his devoted manager and wife. Susan worked as the surgical intensive care unit's head nurse. She served as his pillar of support both at work and at home. The Sutton family loved community living and education. From a young age, both parents disciplined their children. There were difficulties, just like in any seemingly ideal household. Melissa remained composed and compliant. She cherished her house and took every precaution to keep it safe. She fulfilled every desire of a parent, but her brother was not like that. Christopher seems to have repented of his role as the Sutton family's black sheep. Unbeknownst to them, his parents thought he had moved on from his turbulent background. Beyond his new character's darker motives, he planned evil. Later, these plans would fall apart. On August 24, 2004, John and Susan Sutton threw a party at their house on Orduna Drive, which is off of Granada Boulevard. The Devil's Den was the previous name for this region. John's firm, Sutton Law Group, won 3 high-value cases, and Susan had just turned 57. John's legal partner, Teddy Montoto, his fiancée, Juliet Driscoll, and their son, Christopher, stopped by for the event. Following the party, John and Susan returned to their separate bedrooms. Christopher and Juliet went to the movie theater, and Teddy went home exhausted from the evening's activities. The couple did not share a bedroom despite being married. The loud snores that John was known for were too much for Susan to put up with. She put up with it for years before deciding to stop. They said their goodbyes and went to bed, but this night would forever alter their lives. In a shocking turn of events, at around 10:30 p.m. a shooter broke into their home. As he entered the house, this guy parked his automobile along Coral Gables' tree-lined streets. To fit the occasion, he wore black. As he entered through the rear sliding door, the dog hardly gave a bark. It was simple because he knew the door was never locked. The intruder was armed with a Glock pistol that was 9mm. His goal was to murder Susan and John Sutton. Shots rang out as they arrived at Susan's chamber. Susan was in the master bedroom talking on the phone when he fired 6 shots at her. The attacker entered John's room without warning and shot him in the face and stomach. John called 911 despite his head injuries, groaning in agony as he asked for an ambulance. The assailant from Sutton, meantime, disappeared into the darkness. Police rushed into the neighborhood from all sides a few moments later. While confirming Susan's death, medical professionals drove the near-death attorney to a nearby trauma treatment facility. John found himself in a pool of his own blood by this point. Medics believed he would die because of the amount of blood he lost. Police realized something was wrong as they attempted to make sense of the incident. First, there was no damage to John's wallet containing cash or to Susan's jewels. The individual was on a mission. He was unwilling to tamper with it once more. That evening, one of the visitors showed up at the site in a miraculous manner. Teddy got to the crime scene just in time. He told the police that he hurried to Susan's residence after hearing gunfire while he was speaking with her on the phone. Why was he talking to her on the phone at that moment? Was Teddy interested in the couple's deaths? He was named the first suspect by the police as a result of these inquiries. The day following the shooting, interrogations started. Teddy was a marksman in addition to working at John's legal company. He had gone shooting earlier that day and was a competitive shooter. There were eyebrows raised by this revelation. Detective Cordero sent Teddy's gun to be tested in an attempt to piece everything together. She had a list of questions for the suspect while this was going on. She believed he was concealing something about his covert liaison with Susan. Why else was he talking to her on the phone that evening? Teddy admitted to having an affair with Susan after failing a polygraph test, but he had no reason to harm her or her spouse. Teddy was exonerated of the crime by the police since his gun did not match the murder weapon. He wasn't in the Suttons' house when the shooting occurred, according to detectives. Who would want to kill the Suttons? As a prosperous attorney, John had many adversaries. Death threats came to him from time to time, but he usually brushed them off. Every name was examined by the police as they went through the records, but they all had alibis. but they still had to examine one more person. Days prior to the incident, a lady had broken into John's firm. She threatened to ruin a lawyer who apparently had enemies because she was upset over a settlement issue. There was a woman early on who had threatened to blow up his office. That would be a quintessential illustration of a reason for murder. Although the woman may have been able to escape through the river that night with the use of her boat, authorities were unable to connect her to the crime. The yacht never left the marina where it was docked, according to surveillance footage. If not her, then who was it? The police had to start over. They discovered Christopher's records while looking at minor things. At first glance, he appeared to be a distraught son, but as investigators learned more about his previous life, his past started to come to light. As a teenager, Christopher got into a lot of trouble. He had conduct-defiant disorder, which made him challenging to parent because it caused frequent defiance and a lack of impulse control. He attended several different schools. This teenager never understood his parents' best interests, and when they dropped him off at a new school, he would slip out the back door and into the street. He didn't want to learn and skipped classes. He and a few other students broke into a teacher's home while he was in high school and spray-painted it. Later, he was sued and arrested. Christopher was cruel. Despite his parents' disapproval, he wanted to get body piercings, draw tattoos, and use narcotics. If he didn't get his way, he became quite irate and damaged stuff. He had a rifle years ago when he was 16. He gestured to Melissa and Susan. After threatening to shoot, he decided against it. He was a tough pill to swallow, but they would later find out that the firearm was unloaded. Christopher hated his parents so much that he intended to murder them in order to get the fortune. Susan discovered a message while tidying his room one day. In light of this, he declared his intention to murder his parents. He made a joke when she questioned him about it. Susan took it seriously. She was afraid for her daughter, her husband, and herself. She realized she needed to move quickly. Although they considered obtaining a restraining order against him, this was insufficient. They desired that he leave the residence. Sending a stubborn youngster to Paradise Cove, a strict boarding school in Samoa, is by all means the best way to get rid of him. Christopher was sent to this odd city as part of a program designed to help troublesome boys change their conduct. His parents thought that this was the solution to his issues. When Christopher arrived, he was just 17. As someone who was accustomed to disobeying the rules, punishments were harsh, and every rule mattered in Paradise Cove. Christopher was in the isolation box for hours. Sometimes criminals were hauled to the mountains, where they were hogtied and abandoned in the open air after being bound with rope. People in Paradise Cove were cruelly imprisoned and dehumanized. Christopher delivered his parents a video message after a year in Paradise Cove. The teenager was resolved to go at that point. On his 18th birthday, he vowed to vacate the property, but his father obtained a court order allowing him to remain there for an additional year. Christopher was upset. His connection with his parents soured when he left Paradise Cove, and he detested them for doing it to him. Investigators believed Christopher had some knowledge of the deadly shooting after putting these pieces together. Did he do this to get revenge on his parents for his stay in Paradise Cove? The case was slowly winding down. The interrogation of Christopher was simple. He and Juliet went to the movie theater on the night of the shooting. He presented the tickets to detectives and surveillance footage showed him departing before midnight. However, Detective Cordero noticed something while they were watching. On his way out, Christopher was glued to his cell phone. According to phone records, he made 331 calls to the same number. He spent months on the phone with his childhood friend and smoking companion Garrett Kopp, weeks prior to the shooting. Following the horrifying events of August 22, 2004, Garrett Kopp was taken into custody by the police on suspicion of killing Susan Sutton and attempting to kill John Sutton. Less than 24 hours after the shooting, Garrett was taken into custody for an unrelated incident. He was arrested after he used a gun to attack someone in another area of Miami. The gun used in the assault was requested by detectives from Garrett's arresting officer, who complied and allowed them to test it. It coincided with the gun used in the Sutton shooting, which was shocking. Immediately, Garrett, the police officer, was asked to be questioned. The 6-hour interrogation was stressful. At first, Garrett didn't say much, but as detectives pressed him, he did. Did he come up with this plan, or did two people work together on it? He intended to shoot the pair inside the house. Christopher threatened to kill Garrett and his son if he told anybody about it. and in return he would receive $100,000, 0 cents from the $500, 0 cents in insurance money. Garrett described Christopher's desperation to have his parents put to death. He guided his movements that evening and even acquired him the gun used in the operation. Christopher told the attacker about his parents' room while purposefully leaving the sliding door on the back patio unlocked. Christopher had everything planned, so it was simple to enter the family home. When he fired 6 shots, Susan was under her blanket. Although Garrett was taken into custody, the police continued to concentrate on Christopher. They looked to someone who knew him, determined to make a connection. It turned out to be Juliet, his girlfriend. She was asked to be questioned by the officers. She had nothing to hide, as evidenced by her confidence. Juliet claimed to be unaware of the crime, even though she was in a relationship with him and was unaware of his scheme. She insisted on her innocence during the 13-hour interrogation. She wouldn't harm John and Susan since she loved them as much as her parents did. Susan taught her practical skills like makeup and housekeeping, while John provided her with a position at his legal firm and financial assistance. To persuade them, Juliet broke down in tears, but the officers remained unconvinced. If she didn't tell the truth, they threatened to have her arrested. Juliet realized she needed to save herself at this point. She disclosed the deep-seated animosity her lover harbored toward his parents because they had sent him to Samoa, where he felt he would have fared better had he not gone. For what they had done to him, he wanted them to pay. Even if it took 10 years, he was prepared to strike back. His life in Samoa was previously known to the officers. They just needed proof. John, meantime, awoke in critical condition, after suffering a severe injury that rendered him blind. Melissa claimed that when she first saw her father, he was very different. His survival is a miracle. Following his medical stay, John moved in with Christopher. His son attempted to take control of his bank account during those brief days. Hearing that his son planned the shooting astounded him. Early that morning, detectives called him and asked him to keep everyone out of the house until they arrived. Christopher's desire to exact revenge on his parents was understandable. Officers arrived and informed him of the situation. He provided the police with information to solve his wife's murder, despite his health issues. Christopher was on the run for over 2 weeks when word spread about his warrant. Finally, he was taken into custody, put on trial, and given a sentence. Chris Sutton's identity becomes more apparent as the trial goes on. To demonstrate the defendant's enduring rage and bitterness, the prosecution will call a series of witnesses to testify. And preoccupation with vengeance resulted from anger and hatred. On July 7, 2010, the eagerly anticipated trial got underway. John Sutton sat far apart from his son as the proceedings got underway. The jury was informed by prosecutor Kathleen Hogue that Christopher had hired a hitman to kill his parents. When the defendant received his insurance money, the intention was to shoot his parents and get reimbursed. They described his life's actual circumstances in detail. Christopher was a narcotics dealer. He was dependent on his parents for survival after returning from Samoa without a means of support. Garrett gave his version of events on the platform. He described how he entered the house that evening, shot both parents, and left without anyone noticing. For months, he and Christopher had plotted the crime. He received $50, 0 cents from his friend to purchase black clothing for the crime at Walmart. He acknowledged once more that Christopher had recruited him to perform the job effectively. According to Christopher's defense, Garrett was lying. In exchange for a 30-year plea agreement, the police allegedly coerced Garrett into testifying, according to defense attorney Bruce Fleischer. He said that the hitman was coerced into making a false confession by the prospect of an electric chair. Prosecutors maintained their position on the facts, but Christopher informed the jury that his friend intended to avoid the death penalty at all costs, even if it meant making a fake confession. Christopher attempted to carry out similar scheme previously. They asked convicted killer Jose Peon to testify and explain his position. In 1999, Peon got to know Christopher. Christopher asked Peon if he knew of any hitmen who would kill his parents because he was desperate to get revenge on them at the time. Chris reaffirmed that his parents had life insurance and were worth $500,000, 0 cents, but Peon assumed he was kidding. The Peon pulled out of the juicy deal. Christopher responded to this claim by accusing Peon of lying. By presenting the jury with a text message that Christopher sent to his girlfriend Juliet, prosecutors further supported their case. As if in a dream, it said, We'll be better off after they're gone." Christopher let his head fall and started crying. He feared he was being set up by the police. Juliet would never say that about him, he thought. Unfortunately, she was the next to testify, so he was mistaken. Juliet described her boyfriend's opinion of his mother to the jurors. He detested her for not giving him what he deserved and labeled her a bitch at the first sign of offense. Whether they had to pay for taking those years out of his life, she remembered how upset he was about his time in Samoa and how the trauma never left him. Christopher's lawyer refuted the allegations, saying he thinks she was also given the death penalty threat. Juliet concluded by stating that she was unaware that he would attempt to murder his parents. All of it, she thought, was bluff. John was certain that his son was responsible for the shooting by this point. This was the final time he would nail him on the stand. John explained how his son, who was unemployed, had an unquenchable need for money to support his way of life. Christopher wanted to be in charge of John's money after he was released. Unaware that he was protecting himself from his murderous son, he saw something was wrong and withheld some information from him. John couldn't believe it, but he was convinced of his son's behavior. At the hearing, he declared to the public that he no longer loved his son. Even though he formally separated from Christopher, he is now recognized as Melissa's father. Christopher had to convince the jurors that he was innocent despite the evidence against him. He had been waiting for this time. Christopher accused Garrett of breaking into his house to obtain marijuana and referred to his childhood friend as an obsessive drug fiend. He turned down Garrett's request for medicines earlier that day, but his pal was aware of where he kept the medicines. Garrett visited the house frequently, which is why he knew it so well. According to Christopher's testimony, the drugs were concealed in his former bedroom's closet. Susan had been living in the same room prior to the shooting. When Garrett broke into his house that night, he said, the marijuana was worth $7,000. The sight of Susan in the room startled him. Even worse, she was conscious and knew who he was. He shot her out of fear. He fled the scene after shooting John out of the same fear. Christopher maintained that he had no justification for killing his parents and that he was innocent. The agony in Samoa had actually healed him. He informed the jurors that Paradise Cove wasn't horrible after all, because he benefited so much from it, which was a startling turn of events. He sobbed when questioned about the abuse that took place there. His response demonstrated that he had not recovered from his experiences there, despite his earlier assertions to the contrary. Prosecutor Kathleen concluded her final remarks by characterizing Christopher as an entitled, indolent, and greedy guy. She asked the jury to consider the evidence and take appropriate action. Christopher Patrick Sutton was convicted of first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder following a day and a half of deliberations. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Garrett, however, entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder and received a 30-year prison sentence. Mitchell Kopp, his father, felt let down by his son. Because of a foolish choice, he will be incarcerated for almost half of his life. Following Christopher's incarceration, John went back to his legal practice to focus on his vision restoration. At the Shepard's Eye Research Institute in Massachusetts, he thought about optic nerve regeneration. While he waits for a long-term solution, he has now placed a gadget around the back of his eye. Thanks to an assistant, he continues to practice law. John wins his cases just as in the past because he memorizes his briefs. According to reports, he has a partner who loves him without conditions. For what Christopher did to his family, John has yet to forgive him. He is currently in his 70s and still practices law. With every day that goes by, his life takes shape. What actions might have been taken to improve Christopher's character? Was there a way to prevent this tragedy? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Popular television series and films have used Malibu Creek State Park, a picturesque recreation location 25 miles from downtown Los Angeles, as a background. However, the murder of a young guy in Malibu Creek on a summer afternoon in 2018, when he was camping with his 2 daughters, drove the people of Southern California into a frenzy. It became evident during the course of the inquiry that this crime was linked to a number of unresolved events, that had previously taken place in the same vicinity. Public paranoia and a variety of universal conspiracy ideas were sparked by this information. What happens when lightning strikes in the most horrifying way is the subject of our tale today. Let's get started. A young woman's home was knocked on by cops in the morning. "Are you Tristan Baudet's wife?" she said as she opened the door. She knew the news would be depressing, and she was right. 2 police officers told her that her husband had been shot dead in his tent during the night, so she hurried to the scene of the tragedy because their daughters were still there. Erica Wu, the 4th of 5 children in a Chinese immigrant family, lost her father at a young age and witnessed how hard it was for her mother to raise her children alone. She grew up as a quiet, responsible child who kept everything under control, but when she met Tristan, he was the total opposite of her. He didn't think too much, didn't worry about anything, just did what he wanted to do. Tristan was born and raised in Fresno, California, and his parents were locals. His mother was a teacher and his father sold insurance. When he was just 3 years old, his parents divorced, but he was old enough to remember it. Tristan and Erica met in high school, and although they were complete opposites in personality, they became closer over time, spending a lot of time together, studying together, and sharing their happiness and sadness. Eventually, something more developed out of their friendship, and they began dating. Erica went to Stanford University and Tristan went to the University of California, San Diego, but they stayed in touch, emailing each other every day and speaking on the phone every night. After becoming engaged in their 2nd year of medical school, Tristan and Erica moved to San Francisco, where they were married in 2008, in front of all their friends and family in a large rented room with glass walls and a stone clearing outside in Tilden Park. After a year, they moved to Long Beach, Southern California, and then to Irvine, where Tristan found a job with a large pharmaceutical company, and Erica started working at UC. Both of them took some time to get used to Orange County, but that's where they were truly happy. Fatherhood brought Tristan joy, and he became a lark, waking up with the girls, preparing breakfast, and letting Erica sleep. He took every opportunity to go to the woods or mountains as a family. He regularly took his daughters on hikes and bike rides. After completing her internship, Erica found a job in the San Francisco Bay Area, and the family began making plans to move back north. They found a house in a suburb south of San Francisco, with all the necessary infrastructure nearby and a good school for their daughters. Tristan found a new job with a pharmaceutical company in the same neighborhood. They set a date to move at the end of June, a week after Erica was due to take her qualifying exam. Tristan and Erica's son-in-law, Scott, offered to pick up their daughters from home the night before so she could study for the exam. In peace on June 21, 2018, Tristan had breakfast with Erica and their daughters, and then packed up to go to his car at the garage door. He hugged and kissed Erica, wished her good luck on the exam, and promised to celebrate with her when she returned the next day. Tristan, Scott, and the girls drove north to Malibu Creek State Park. They arrived in the evening and were given a campsite at the gate. However, Tristan looked around and concluded that they could find a much better location. They surveyed the campground and found another spot that seemed ideal to Tristan, and they set up camp there, taking turns watching the girls and setting up the tents. The day was filled with excitement, the excitement of the park trip and the initial impressions of setting up the tents, and cooking over the fire had worn the girls out. So, as soon as it got dark, Tristan put them to bed. The men sat around the fire for a little while longer before separating to their tents, bidding them goodbye until morning. The night was dark and quiet, the sky was cloudy, and the moon did not illuminate the land. When Scott heard a loud popping sound in the early hours of June 22, he got up to see where it was coming from, and then heard several more pops. Thinking it was fireworks, he went to investigate after hearing a baby crying from Tristan's tent. Cattle went to the tent and called out to Tristan multiple times, but he didn't respond, and the crying only got worse. So he went inside and shined his flashlight into the tent. While Scott was comforting the younger girl, he kept calling Tristan's name, and when he got close, he discovered that he was unconscious, pale, unresponsive to light, and that there was a pool of blood next to his head. Scott attempted to administer first aid to his friend, but it was too late, and Tristan Baudet died at the scene. Scott called park rangers who were working at Malibu Creek State Park. Law enforcement officers swiftly arrived at the scene of the tragedy and began interviewing park visitors who might have seen the intruder, but to the horror of the patrolmen, No one saw a man with a gun. Tristan and Erica's daughters were not touched by the shooter. One fatal bullet struck Tristan in the head, instantly killing him. The second bullet struck the torso of a man who was already dead. Bullet holes were visible in the tent. It appeared as though an unidentified individual had fired a gun aimlessly into the tent at dawn, and the girls were miraculously unharmed. Police have made very few statements to witnesses since the investigation started, but one witness did come forward. A woman who was in a tent next to Tristan and Scott when the attack occurred admitted that she heard 5 consecutive shots at 4:45 a.m. and wanted to call police right away, but she was terrified that the shooter might be nearby and shoot her as well. She left the tent after 20 minutes and called emergency services, which was the second call because rescuers were already en route to Malibu Creek after the Rangers' call. When investigating the scene, investigators discovered that the caliber of the weapon was consistent with a hunting rifle, and since such ammunition tends to retain its killing power, the bullet could have traveled a considerable distance. Detectives, aided by service dogs, searched the area in and around the family tent with the assistance of police and forensics, but found nothing suspicious to aid in the case's investigation. No arrests were made, and detectives were unable to provide any information about the suspect or his motivations. Investigators were asking the same questions. Who could have shot the scientist? Where could the young father have made deadly enemies? And could it have been connected to the industry in which he worked and conducted his research? He questioned the safety of vaccines before his death, and his work on safer vaccines caused controversy in the pharmaceutical industry. But this version of premeditated murder because of Tristan's research has not been proven. After interviewing a number of witnesses, it became clear that Tristan Baudet's murder was not an accident. This was the 6th attack, and 2 of them had been carried out on the same tent camp that Tristan and Scott had used, raising serious concerns that a sniper was on the loose. Malibu Creek Park was closed to the public, and the public was incensed at the authorities' carelessness, as they had not given serious consideration to the earlier attacks in the park because they were not fatal. The news infuriated the tourists, who discovered that such a popular location is actually an area that is occasionally shelled by some intruder. No one closed the park or conducted an investigation after the initial cases of injuries, and tourists were not informed of the incidents. In fact, the police dismissed all of the incidents in the park as hunter mishaps. The park remained closed after Tristan's murder, and the public arrived in disbelief at the security service's negligence. We prioritize the safety of park visitors above all else. Authorities confirmed that none of the campers saw anyone entering the campground, and it became clear that the shooter was occupying the park at that time. The family of Tristan Baudet, who passed away on June 22, has offered their condolences to the relatives of the victims, and has chosen to stay out of the spotlight from all the hype that the public has created, using the last opportunity to obtain information about the shooter. Despite this, the neighborhood did not become any less dangerous for locals after Malibu Creek Park was closed, according to city officials, who said that the park was closed. The death of a young father, Tristan Baudet, was part of a string of violent crimes that occurred in those areas in recent years, and investigators had no choice but to start figuring out the mystery of the gunshots because the motive and the perpetrator remained unknown for months. The first incident happened to biologist James Rogers, who went to Malibu Creek Park for a camping trip, set up camp, and fell asleep in a hammock when he was awakened by a searing pain in his right arm. He went to the hospital, where the doctors gave him a rabies vaccination and sent him home, but as his arm healed, he noticed pieces of metal in the wound that appeared to be a gunshot. In January 2017, Melissa Tatangelo and her lover parked their car in the same Malibu Creek Park parking lot and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, they heard a loud gunshot and smelled burnt metal, and in the morning, they found a hole in the back of the car from a shotgun blast. At the time, police did not pay much attention to these incidents, but in the summer of 2018, people started to remember other spooky incidents from previous years, including the 2009 disappearance of 24-year-old Matrice Richardson, whose remains were discovered a few miles from a railroad station, and the 2017 disappearance of 20-year-old Elaine Park, who was last seen in the California town of Calabasas. A few days later, her car with her personal belongings was found on the side of the road along the Pacific coast in Malibu. The American woman's body was never found. A month before the latest crime, which took place in a tent in Malibu Creek Park, Another mutilated corpse with signs of violence appeared. The deceased was lying in a tent across the street from the park. Investigators, confronted with the string of attacks, labeled Malibu Creek Park as a dumping ground for the bodies. At first, the crime seemed to have no other connection, but as the investigation progressed, new details began to emerge. The driver of a Tesla electric car, who has remained anonymous, said that 4 days before Tristan Beaudet was killed, around 4:30 a.m., someone fired shots at his car. However, Los Angeles detectives have never been able to prove that the crimes are all connected. The townspeople discussed the possible motives of the perpetrator in fear and advised each other not to leave doors and windows open. Locals refused to believe that a serial criminal had taken up residence in such a beautiful area where a celebrity could be found on every corner. Some speculated that the man's death could have been a ridiculous accident. When someone was once again practicing shooting, perhaps Tristan Beaudet was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Did the man's death have a connection to the missing women and the mutilated bodies of vacationers? But unfortunately, police had no leads. They could tell the town's terrified residents that in August, investigators held a meeting and officially admitted that the investigation had reached a dead end. In desperation, people speculated perhaps he was killed because of a particularly valuable and secret project Tristan was working on, or perhaps his death was connected to the drug cartels and illegal drugs he was allegedly growing in remote corners of the park. The only thing to do was to wait, because if there is a criminal, he is sure to leave a trace. And so it was. In addition to violent crimes near Malibu Creek Park, someone stole food and broke into an abandoned building. The criminal was repeatedly caught on hidden cameras. He was followed, but the sinister bandit could not be apprehended. A sketch of the burglar has been compiled amidst the minor offenses. Gunshots continue to ring out in the hills about the same time. A park employee was driving through Malibu Creek and saw a man on the side of the road who asked for a ride. The stranger's face resembled a sketch of a suspected thief, so the driver turned him down instead. He reported the incident to police officers. Patrolmen and 3 helicopters combed the park area until dusk. Then another attack on the community center occurred. The perpetrator broke a glass window and vandalized a vending machine in search of food. Police officers immediately responded to the call and tracked down the bandit from fresh shoe prints. A 42-year-old man named Anthony Rauda, dressed in all black, was apprehended. A rifle was found in his backpack. According to unofficial reports, the intruder was homeless and had been stealing food to survive. One of his relatives stated that Anthony had been arrested twice in the past 4 months. He was first arrested for illegally crossing the border but was later released. The relative also stated that Anthony Rauda had lived in that neighborhood for 10 years and was terrified of the people around him. On October 10, 2018, almost 4 months after Tristan Beaudet was murdered, alleged perpetrator Anthony Rauda was arrested in a canyon near the park with a rifle in his backpack. Sheriff's authorities described him as a survivalist outdoorsman who had previously served time in state prison for possession of explosives and then for possession of a loaded handgun, which is illegal for those convicted of felonies. Authorities said during the investigation of Tristan Beaudet and before Anthony Rauda OURT's arrest, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department said there had been at least 7 other unsolved shootings in the area since November 2016. In early January 2023, state authorities did indict Anthony Rauda for all the shootings recorded in the Malibu Creek area in recent years. In total, he had to answer for 10 attempted murders, 5 burglaries, and the crime against Tristan Beaudet. Police seemed to have found a scapegoat and were ready to close all the cases by pinning them on one man. Authorities believe the suspect was also involved in other unsolved crimes committed nearly 10 years ago. This 10-year blood feud would make for a Hollywood movie, said one of the detectives who worked on the case. Indeed, the whole story is like the script of a new blockbuster movie but in 2 parts, where in the second part, the real culprit of the crime will still be found. Anthony Rauda was charged with murder, 10 counts of attempted murder, and 5 counts of second-degree burglary, detectives said. The charges were based on a comparison of bullets found at the scene of Tristan's death and other locations where gunfire was heard. His case has been postponed until he can find representation. There were also concerns regarding Anthony's capacity to stand trial, according to the report. In November 2018, Anthony Rauda made an appearance in court, but at the initial hearing, He had to be taken out of the hall because he started yelling, using foul language, and banging on the walls of his cell. When the bailiffs took him out, he demanded that his court-appointed attorney be fired. Although the gunshots in Malibu Creek continued in the middle of the night, the locals held out hope that Tristan Baudet's killer had been apprehended, but the jury found him guilty of 1 count of attempted murder and 1 count of shooting at a vehicle 4 days prior to Tristan Baudet's death. A statement from the district attorney's office said a Los Angeles County Superior Court judge sentenced 46-year-old Anthony Rauda to 119 years in prison. But was the man punished by state law? Could Anthony Rauda have been so disturbed as to have fired indiscriminate shots at people in the mountains over the past few years? There seemed to be evidence to suggest so. What about the gunshots that people continued to hear at night, even after the suspect was arrested? A local Malibu journalist who was skeptical from the start continues to doubt the state's version of events. Personally, I think the shooter is still out there somewhere. She says there's something convenient about pursuing a burglary suspect. She says perhaps as a result of the political events following Tristan's death, everything that's happened is 1,000,000% coincidence. Erica Wu believes Tristan was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Of course, I'm also wondering why this happened to us. Who's to blame? In late December 2018, Erica Wu, the wife of the deceased Tristan Baudet, filed a complaint against authorities in Los Angeles and California. The woman demanded $90 million, 0 cents in compensation from law enforcement for failing to warn residents about the dangers of recreation in Malibu Creek Park despite a string of deaths. Police acknowledged the lawsuit but declined to comment. However, the question still stands. Could Tristan Baudet's fate have been avoided? Obviously, the motive for the crime was never established. Serial criminals typically memorize everything, keep trophies, or leave distinctive footprints, but Anthony was so disorganized and unpredictable that it's a miracle he was identified at all. So some social outcast was blindly taking revenge on everyone, shooting whoever God sent, and venting his anger for no specific reason. He had no idea whether his victims were killed or even existed. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Sometimes, the most terrifying monsters wear the most familiar faces. Vincent Brothers was one of those faces, a respected high school vice principal, a man admired for his dedication to children, and a trusted figure in his community. But in July 2003, that carefully built image shattered. In the quiet city of Bakersfield, California, a horrifying crime scene was discovered. 5 members of one family murdered in cold blood, including a tiny, defenseless infant. The brutality of the killings shocked even the most hardened investigators. And yet, if not for one small, overlooked detail, some dead bugs, this case might have gone unsolved. So how does a man go from community leader to cold-blooded killer? What could drive someone like Vincent Brothers to commit one of the most heinous family murders California has ever seen? This is the chilling story of the Harper family and the twisted truth behind a mask of respectability. Let's begin with Joni Harper, the heart of this story. Joni was born on November 14, 1963, in Bakersfield, California. The youngest of 5 children raised by Ernestine Harper, Joni spent her entire life in the same city that would one day mourn her loss. From an early age, she stood out. She attended McKinley Elementary and then moved on to Bakersfield High School, where she graduated in 1988. But Joni wasn't just a student. She was a star athlete. Basketball was her passion, and on the court she was unstoppable. Her skill and determination earned her admiration, and she quickly became known as one of the standout athletes in her school. But Joni was more than just talent. She was kind, warm, and full of life, the kind of person who left an impression on everyone she met. No one who knew her could have imagined the dark path her life would one day cross, or the betrayal that would come from the person she once trusted most. After high school, Joni's passion for basketball didn't fade. She took her skills to Southwestern Christian College in Texas, where she earned an associate's degree. But even with her own basketball career ahead of her, Joni found a new way to stay connected to the sport. In 1994, she made history by becoming the first woman in Kern County to officiate boys' basketball games. Her love for the game continued to grow, and soon she was officiating games for the North Bakersfield Recreation and Park District, as well as for the California Athletic Collegiate Association. Through her years in the basketball community, Joni became a well-known and respected figure. People admired her not just for her skills, but for her dedication and passion for the sport. But those who knew her best would tell you that while basketball was important to her, her true calling was helping children. Joni shared this passion with her mother, Ernestine, who had always instilled in her the importance of giving back to others. Ernestine, Joni's mother, was a woman with a story that spanned more than just her years in California. Originally from Texas, she made the bold decision to move to California in 1961, and by 1964, she had settled in Bakersfield. It was there that Ernestine's passion for helping others truly took root. She quickly became known as a strong, no-nonsense community activist, someone who wasn't afraid to stand up for the underdog. And Ernestine didn't just talk the talk, she walked the walk. She fought tirelessly for those whom society often forgot, such as the poor, the disenfranchised, and the marginalized. Her belief in fairness was unwavering. Deeply grounded in her Christian faith, Ernestine believed that no matter where someone came from, how they looked, or how much money they had, they all deserved equal justice and respect. Her dedication to helping others didn't stop at her own community, though. As a co-founder of an organization called Extend a Hand for Justice, Ernestine extended her reach far beyond Bakersfield. She traveled to Africa and South America as a missionary, bringing aid, money, and resources to some of the most impoverished communities in the world. Ernestine's heart was as big as it was generous, and it's no surprise that Joni inherited that same spirit of compassion. Joni had a deep respect for her mother, and their bond only grew stronger as the years passed. Though Ernestine had 4 other children, her relationship with Joni was uniquely special. So when Joni was ready to start her own family, Ernestine was right there by her side, always ready to lend a helping hand. This is where Vincent Brothers entered the picture. In the late 1990s, Joni met a man who seemed like a dream come true. Vincent was originally from Long Island and had moved to California in the 1980s to attend Cal State Bakersfield. There, he earned a master's degree in education and began working his way up in the school system. By all accounts, Vincent appeared to be the perfect match for Joni. He was charming, ambitious, and had a stable career working at a local elementary school. To Joni's family, he seemed like a really nice guy, and Joni quickly fell in love with him. Although Vincent had been married twice before and had a child from a previous relationship, things seemed to be looking up when he and Joni welcomed their first child together, a son they named Marquez in 1998. Just 2 years later, in January of 2000, the couple tied the knot, and for a while, it seemed like they were on their way to a picture-perfect life. But as with many fairy tales, things took a dark turn behind the scenes. Vincent began disappearing for days at a time, and when he returned, he was secretive, refusing to explain where he had been or who he had been with. Joni, heartbroken but sharp, started to piece the puzzle together. She realized the man she had married was betraying her. A month after their wedding, Joni made the painful decision to have their marriage annulled. But despite the heartbreak, this wasn't the end of their story. According to Joni's brother, Vincent was still the love of her life, and Joni wasn't ready to completely let go. She wanted Vincent to be a father to their son, and so the couple continued their on-again, off-again relationship. Then, as if things weren't complicated enough, Joni discovered she was pregnant again. This time it was a girl, and Joni named her Lindsay. Sadly, this didn't stop Vincent from continuing his extramarital issues. By the time Lindsay was born, Joni's mother, Ernestine, decided to move in with her daughter to help take care of the kids, especially since Vincent wasn't always around. But after being apart for a few years, Joni and Vincent decided to give their relationship another shot. By the end of 2002, they found out they were expecting their 3rd child together, a surprise that, for a moment, brought them hope. Though 3 years after their first wedding, Joni and Vincent secretly remarried in January of 2003. They were starting fresh, or so it seemed. But by April of that same year, things began to unravel again. Vincent slipped back into his old ways, disappearing for days at a time, leaving Joni feeling more alone than ever. She confided in a friend, telling them that she was afraid Vincent might try to do something drastic to get rid of her. It was a heartbreaking moment for Joni, who just wanted peace and stability for her family. Despite all the tension, Joni gave birth to their third child, a baby boy named Marshall, just 4 months after their remarriage. But by the time Marshall arrived, it was clear that their second marriage had already hit a point of no return. Additionally, things weren't getting any better inside the home. Ernestine, who had been living with Joni to help with the kids, found herself constantly clashing with Vincent. The tension between the two became too much to handle, and eventually Vincent moved out into his own apartment. However, neither Joni nor Vincent took the steps to officially divorce, but their connection was fading. Because of all the chaos, church had always been a refuge for Joni and her family. The Baker Street Church of Christ wasn't just a place they went to on Sundays, it was like a second home. Their church family was a huge part of their lives, providing support, friendship, and a sense of community. Joni couldn't wait for everyone to meet baby Marshall, who was growing so fast. So on Sunday, July 6, 2003, Joni, Ernestine, and her 3 children, Marquez, who was 4, Lindsay, almost 2, and baby Marshall, just 6 weeks old, headed to church for the morning service. This was their usual routine. They'd attend both the morning and evening services, a tradition that had become a comforting part of their lives. Little did they know this seemingly ordinary Sunday would be anything but that. After the morning service ended, the Harper family decided to stop and grab a bite to eat before heading home to rest up for the evening service. However, when the evening service rolled around, the family did not return to church. At first, people in the congregation thought it was a little odd. They were usually so punctual, but they figured maybe Joni and the kids were just too tired to come back. After all, Joni had a newborn and 2 young kids, so it wasn't entirely out of the question that she'd need a break. But then, after the family left church and returned home, no one had heard from them. 2 days passed, and still no one had been able to get in touch with Joni or Ernestine. Friends and family members who called them got no answer, and that's when the worry really started to set in. Kelsey Spann, Joni's best friend, someone she considered a sister, knew something wasn't right. She decided to go over to the Harper house and check on them herself. On Tuesday, July 8th, 2 days after anyone had heard from the Harper family, Kelsey arrived at the house. She walked in expecting to find them maybe napping or busy with the kids, but instead, she walked straight into a nightmare. Joni, Ernestine, and the children, Marquez, Lindsay, and baby Marshall, were all dead. They had been shot. The house was a crime scene with .22 caliber shell casings scattered across the floor. When the police finally arrived at the Harper home, they were greeted by a scene that was nothing short of horrifying. The house had been turned upside down. Drawers were pulled open, cabinets were flung wide, and items were strewn across the floor. It seemed like a robbery gone terribly wrong. But something didn't sit right with the investigator. As they carefully examined the scene, they made a chilling discovery. Joni was lying lifeless, and not only had she been shot, but she had also been brutally stabbed. The realization hit them like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just a random act of violence. It was a crime of passion. The knife used to stab Joni was missing, but a closer look revealed that it had been taken from the kitchen. There was a knife missing from the butcher block, and that was a detail that raised more suspicions. The killer had clearly planned the attack, using an item from the home, which made the crime feel more personal. The investigators also noted that the killer had entered through the sliding glass door, but curiously, there were no signs of forced entry. Nothing to suggest a struggle, or that the intruder had been trying to sneak in. It was almost as if the killer was invited in, or at least had a way of getting in without raising suspicion. On top of that, despite the mess in the house, nothing valuable seemed to be missing. There was no sign of typical robbery, no electronics, jewelry, or cash gone, so the detectives quickly started to form a theory. Joni had been the target of the attack. But why? And more hauntingly, why kill her 3 children, including her 6-week-old baby? As the investigation continued, the detectives dug deeper into Joni's life. They learned she was married to a man named Vincent. And that's when they realized they needed to track him down. After all, he was her husband and the first person they needed to speak with. They also needed to rule him out as a suspect, so they set out to find Vincent. But it wasn't as simple as they hoped. It turned out that Vincent wasn't even in Bakersfield when the murders occurred. Vincent had flown out of town on July 2, heading first to Ohio to visit his brother and then on to North Carolina to see his mother. So while the police in Bakersfield were dealing with this horrific crime scene, Vincent was thousands of miles away. When they finally managed to locate him in Elizabethtown, North Carolina, they had to break the devastating news. And when they did, Vincent's reaction was gut-wrenching. According to the detective who interviewed him, he was completely overcome with emotion, insoluble in his grief. At one point, he even asked for a trash can, fearing he might be sick to his stomach from the shock. However, despite his emotional state, the detectives found it hard to gauge his true feelings. From all appearances, he had a solid alibi. He was hundreds of miles away when the murders occurred, visiting his family in North Carolina. But something about his reaction didn't sit well with the investigators. To truly confirm Vincent's alibi, the detectives went all in, determined to be absolutely certain that he had been in Ohio on the day the murders occurred. They combed through his credit card statements and found purchases made in Ohio on July 6, the day they believed the family had been killed. There had been credit card activity on Vincent's credit card on Sunday, July 6, in Columbus, Ohio. At first glance, this appeared to be solid evidence that Vincent was where he claimed to be, hundreds of miles away from Bakersfield. His alibi seemed rock solid. After all, Vincent was a vice principal at John C. Fremont Elementary School in Bakersfield, California. It was hard to imagine someone in such a professional role being capable of something so horrific. So the investigators turned their attention to the Harper family for more clues. One of the first people they spoke to was Joni's brother, Eddie Harper. The news came to him in stages, like a nightmare unfolding bit by bit. At first, he received a call from his cousin saying that Joni and her daughter Lindsay had been shot. Then, a couple of hours later, the cousin called back, but this time, the news was worse. Not only had Joni and Lindsay been killed, but Marquess and Ernestine had also met the same tragic fate. Eddie's world came crashing down, but it wasn't until the third call that he heard the full, horrifying truth. Every single member of his family, Joni, Ernestine, Marquess, Lindsay, and little baby Marshall, was gone. Detectives quickly ruled him out as a suspect, as there was no solid evidence linking him to the crime. With that lead fading fast, they began to explore other angles, including whether the Harper family might have had any enemies. The Harpers were known for their activism and generosity within the community, which raised the possibility that their actions could have upset someone. Perhaps an individual felt threatened or offended by their advocacy work. However, when speaking to the family's church members, this theory seemed very unlikely. Everyone who knew the Harpers described them as kind, selfless, and generous. Even Vincent, who had cheated on Joni multiple times, had been forgiven repeatedly by the family. It didn't make sense that anyone would harbor such deep animosity toward them to justify such a horrific act. Realizing this lead was a dead end, detectives turned their focus back to Vincent. They knew they couldn't afford to leave any stone unturned in a case this shocking. Whoever committed the murders needed to be caught quickly, and every detail of Vincent's alibi came under intense scrutiny. Initially, Vincent's alibi appeared watertight. Credit card purchases placed him in Ohio on the day of the murders, suggesting he was far away when the crime occurred. But detectives weren't satisfied with just the paper trail. They wanted to see for themselves. They obtained surveillance footage from the stores where the purchases were made, and that's when the first crack appeared in Vincent's story. The man seen on camera using Vincent's credit card wasn't Vincent. It was his brother, Melvin, who bore a striking resemblance to him in height and build. Investigators brought Melvin in for questioning. At first, he denied using his brother's credit cards, but as detectives pressed him, the truth unraveled. Eventually, Melvin admitted he had indeed used Vincent's cards. Not only that, but Vincent had given him detailed instructions on what to buy. This confession was a bombshell. While it proved that Melvin was the one making the purchases, it didn't necessarily clear Vincent. Melvin claimed Vincent had been in Ohio with him the entire weekend, a point Vincent's lawyer reiterated, explaining that it wasn't unusual for Vincent to lend his car to help his brother. According to his lawyer, Vincent had spent Friday with his brother Melvin and the rest of the weekend with another brother, Troy. The lawyer even claimed that witnesses outside of Vincent's family could confirm he was in Ohio the entire time. But detectives weren't buying it. Melvin had already lied during his interrogation, and there was no solid proof, no receipts or records that backed up Vincent's whereabouts during his supposed visit with Troy. So the investigators kept digging, determined to figure out what really happened. When detectives took a closer look at Vincent's travel history, the details got suspicious fast. They confirmed that on July 2, Vincent flew from California to Columbus. Once there, he rented a car and drove to Melvin's house. So far, so normal, right? But when they checked the odometer of the rental car, things got weird. Between July 2 and July 11, the car had racked up over 5,400 miles. An absurd number for someone who was supposedly just driving around Ohio. When police calculated the distance, it became clear the car had been driven all the way to California and back during that time frame. This was a huge breakthrough. Detectives now believed they had pieced together what happened. Vincent had flown to Ohio to set up an alibi. Once there, he drove the rental car back to California, committed the murders, and then drove all the way back to Ohio to keep up the appearance that he'd been there the entire time. But even with this theory, the police needed more evidence to nail it down. They teamed up with the Bakersfield Police Department and the FBI to bring the rental car into a lab. Their plan was to analyze the car's radiator for bugs. If the car had really been driven cross-country, the radiator might contain insects specific to California, which would blow Vincent's alibi wide open. And when the results came back, they confirmed what detectives had suspected. Several of the bugs found in the car were species native to California and areas west of the Rocky Mountains. It was damning evidence that tied Vincent's rental car, and likely Vincent himself, to the region where the murders occurred. His carefully crafted alibi was crumbling faster than anyone could have anticipated. But as investigators dug even deeper, they unearthed something even more chilling about Vincent's past. On the surface, he was a respected vice principal with a polished reputation. But behind closed doors, his history painted a far darker picture. In 1988, during his first marriage, Vincent had been convicted of misdemeanor spousal abuse. According to police records, he served 6 days in jail. His wife at the time divorced him, citing his violent behavior. Fast forward to 1992, Vincent remarried, but the marriage quickly soured. By 1993, his second wife filed for divorce, alleging that Vincent had threatened to kill her. The accusations were severe, but they didn't seem to leave a lasting dent in his public image. Then came the incident in 1996, when Vincent was accused of assaulting a coworker. According to the woman's account, she went to his house one day where he allegedly attacked her, dragged her into a room, and took photographs of her against her will. When she tried to call the police, Vincent reportedly yanked the phone from her hands, preventing her from seeking help. The story didn't end there. The woman claimed that Vincent harassed her relentlessly at work. He allegedly touched her inappropriately, called her at home, and even threatened her. She eventually took a leave of absence, stating that Vincent had created a hostile work environment that made it impossible for her to continue. She tried to report these incidents to the police, but instead of support, she was allegedly met with resistance. Vincent's standing in the community as a vice principal seemed to shield him from accountability. While the school district investigated her complaints and warned Vincent about his behavior, no formal punishment followed. After months of tireless investigation, the police were convinced they had their man. Vincent Brothers, the seemingly upstanding elementary school principal, was the one responsible for the brutal murder of his family. By April 2004, they had pieced together enough evidence to take him down. When officers arrived to arrest him, Vincent didn't look surprised, because he wasn't. Turns out he'd been planning to skip town. He had already started selling his belongings and even listed his house for sale. It was the move of a man who knew the walls were closing in. For those who knew him, this was a gut punch. How could Vincent, the man who greeted kids with a smile every morning, the same guy parents trusted to guide their children, be accused of slaughtering his own flesh and blood? But here's the thing about wolves in sheep's clothing. No matter how pure they appear, the stains of their true nature always bleed through. In January of 2007, the case finally went to trial. It was a spectacle, lasting 4 long months and involving over 100 witnesses. Vincent himself took the stand, denying the charges and maintaining his innocence. The prosecution knew their case was largely circumstantial, but it was undeniably compelling. They carefully outlined their theory, detailing how Vincent had flown to Ohio to establish an alibi, only to secretly drive back to Bakersfield, California, to commit the murders before returning to Ohio. Key evidence like the odometer readings from the rental car and the forensic analysis of bugs in the radiator pointed to Vincent having driven across state lines during the time frame of the murders. Prosecutors also highlighted his history of domestic violence, painting a picture of a man with a troubling pattern of behavior. The defense, however, fought back with everything they had. They argued that the prosecution's timeline was not just improbable, it was impossible. A representative from the car rental company testified that odometer readings weren't always recorded accurately, casting doubt on the mileage evidence. Additionally, they claimed there was no direct proof tying Vincent to the crime scene during the murders. The defense tried to poke holes in the prosecution's theory, insisting that Vincent had been in Ohio the entire time, supported by witnesses and his brother's testimonies. But as the trial dragged on, their arguments began to lose traction. After 4 months of testimony and 3 intense days of deliberation, the jury reached a verdict. Despite the defense's efforts, they were not convinced by Vincent's claims of innocence. The circumstantial evidence combined with Vincent's suspicious behavior painted a story the jury believed. In the end, Vincent Brothers was found guilty on all counts. In September of 2007, Vincent Brothers was sentenced to death. As of today, he sits on death row at San Quentin Penitentiary, awaiting his fate. It's hard to imagine anyone being so cold and calculating to walk into a home and murder 3 generations of one family. Many people who knew Vincent still struggled to wrap their minds around the idea that he could have been capable of such a thing. Some even question whether the right person was convicted. But for the family and friends of Joni and Ernestine, justice has been served, and they can take some comfort in knowing that their loved one's killer is paying the price for his action. As for the motive, it remains unclear. Was it pure hatred for his wife, or was there something deeper and darker at play? Perhaps Vincent was just a psychopath hiding behind the facade of a respected man. But what do you think? Did Vincent kill his entire family, including his children, out of hatred? Or is there something more sinister going on? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 14 years later, the sinister mystery behind the disappearance is resolved. Due to a lack of witnesses or evidence, certain crimes can take years or even decades to investigate. Investigations are occasionally purposefully misinformed to cause misunderstandings or lead investigators astray. Many of these cases ultimately wind up as unresolved cases on the shelves of archives. However, investigations can be reopened at any moment when new information becomes available, and crimes involving life-ending acts and abuses of varying degrees of severity typically do not have a statute of limitations. Cases involving the disappearance of people, especially children, are frequently resolved quickly. The first 3 days, when there is a good chance of locating the individual alive, are thought to be crucial. After that, the likelihood of a positive result quickly decreases. Georgina Kruger, a German schoolgirl from Berlin who went missing, was the subject of an investigation that lasted more than 10 years and was regarded as one of the most enigmatic cases in German criminology history. The girl was only a few hundred meters from her home when she vanished during the day while returning from school. Even though the case was frequently reopened, there was little chance of solving the crime because no witnesses, leads, or evidence were discovered. However, the culprit was ultimately caught due to the careful work of undercover officers. How well known are Georgina Kruger and her relatives? Born in Munich on April 11, 1992, Georgina, also known as Gina Kruger, was the middle child of a modest household. She was raised with her younger sister Michelle, who was 2.5 years her junior, and her older brother Tommy, who was 8 years her senior. Gina's parents divorced when she was 11 years old, and her older brother, who was 19 at the time, elected to go home with their father. Their mother, Vesna, and their maternal grandmother were the main caregivers for the girls. Both girls were naturally creative, participated in dance and music, and excelled academically. The family led a simple life, and although their father stayed in touch with his ex-wife and children, he was more concerned with providing for his older son, whom he helped financially through school and in other ways. After receiving an offer of a lucrative position in Berlin, Vesna relocated there with her mother and daughters in June 2006. On September 1, the family moved into house number 8 on Stendhal Street in the Moabit area. The sisters went to one of the top local schools, which was reachable by bus even though it was in a separate district. Vesna had high ambitions for the future and was thrilled with her new position, but the family's calm and collected life was quickly upended. Since she was little, she had aspired to be an actor. Gina took singing and dancing very seriously and gave them her whole attention. She attended acting and stage speaking classes, engaged avidly in school theater, and dreamed of a future in performing after being inspired by Indian cinema. Teachers who worked with Kruger as a child observed that she undoubtedly had the requisite skills and therefore foresaw her future success and notoriety. In addition, the girl was tall for her age, had a slim, feminine form, and a bright, expressive expression. In addition to keeping up with fashion trends, she made an effort to dress attractively and used decorative cosmetics with intelligence and expertise. It's important to note that Georgina used makeup and hired pros to do it for her friends and neighbors over the summer vacations in Munich and Berlin. She actively participated in casting calls in an attempt to get a job on television or the big screen. She was able to make a couple appearances in crowd situations, although they were extremely unnoticeable. But on Friday, September 22, 2006, she was finally blessed with good fortune. Her application was accepted for a guest appearance on the television show Turkish for Beginners. On Monday, September 25, Gina was expected to get a call back to confirm her cast status, go over specifics, and extend an invitation to sign a contract. The young beauty, who was the new beauty in town and at her new school, made a big impression right away and caught the interest of every boy in her class. But because the females openly envied her and viewed her as a rival, she found it difficult to get along with them. Her peers took a while to welcome her to the group and spoke with her grudgingly, despite the fact that Gina was outgoing, open, and kind, avoided confrontations, and made an effort to engage with every student in the class. In addition to being extremely attractive, the teenage lady was also a talented dancer and singer, and she even got an opportunity from a modeling agency to try her hand at becoming a photo model. She consented, but regrettably, she was unable to attend the scheduled early October photo shoot. Gina had a dream that she would eventually become a movie actress in Bollywood or Hollywood. Dreaming of fame, recognition, and film awards, she pictured herself alongside celebrities on the red carpets of major film festivals. She was prepared to put in a lot of effort to fulfill her dreams. A few miles from home, the schoolgirl abruptly vanished without a trace, just as she was about to make it happen. The schoolgirl had no qualms about her role in the TV show, so she was waiting for confirmation. Georgina's only thought during the weekend was the studio's impending call, which would ultimately determine her destiny. She could immediately picture herself on set, practicing her lines, and she was thrilled and motivated. As usual, she left for school in the morning on Monday, September 25. Since the call was anticipated in the late afternoon, Gina urged her grandma to accept any calls, vowing not to loiter anywhere since she was scheduled to arrive home by 2 o'clock. For Kruger, the day went on and on. Since she hadn't disclosed her involvement in the casting, her classmates observed that she appeared stressed, was always looking at the clock, and was having trouble concentrating in class. By the conclusion of school, everyone had a different interpretation of her nervous state. After gathering her things, Georgina rushed to the closest bus stop, boarded bus number 27, which she took every day, and left for home. 3 stops later, Rue Rettenover, a short distance from her home, was where she got off. She disappeared somewhere in the middle of the trip to her apartment, though, and never returned home. Neither alive nor dead, Georgina Kruger was never seen again. Look for the schoolgirl who went missing. The grandmother had made lunch and laid the table about 2 in the afternoon as she waited for the girls to get home from school. The older granddaughter was excitedly anticipating the call and had no intentions to remain out, so it was rather odd that she did not show up. Georgina was scheduled to return first, and Michelle a little later, because she had extra sessions at the music school that day. The grandma became worried when Michelle got home at 3 and began phoning Gina to ask where she had disappeared to, but the schoolgirl's phone was off. Later attempts to contact her were unsuccessful as well. Anxiety increased, and Vesna recognized something serious had happened when she got home from work and discovered her daughter was missing and her cell phone was inaccessible. When the mother called the school first, she was told that Kruger had gone to all of her classes and had left on the bus as normal. In the hopes that the ladies had just gotten sidetracked in conversation or had stopped at a cafe on their way home, the woman then got in touch with a number of her daughter's friends. However, they informed her that Georgina was rushing and had gone straight home. After that, the worried women went to the police station and reported the 14-year-old girl missing. At first, the police were skeptical, speculating that the schoolgirl might have gone on a date, visited a friend, or gotten into a fight with a classmate and was sulking by herself in a park. Once every scenario had been tried, and it had been confirmed that the youngster was not present in any of the expected places. Assuming that the child might have run into problems, been hurt, or been harmed on her way home from school, detectives started looking through accident reports and contacting hospitals, but Gina had not been admitted to any of them either. Extensive searches and witness interviews started as night fell. As it turned out, the youngster was last seen getting off the bus and turning toward the street that led to her house at the bus stop. The schoolgirl wore a denim jacket, gray sneakers, a light blue t-shirt, and blue pants that were scuffed. Here, she was carrying her cell phone, textbooks, and notebooks in a pink sports bag with a long, broad strap. The signal from the girl's device allowed investigators to follow her travels. In fact, she went to school all day, got on the bus, and got off at her stop, but the signal abruptly vanished about halfway to her house and never came back. A search team with canines trained to identify the scent of living or deceased persons was sent to Stendhal Street, where the Kruger family lived, and that is where the search started. Finding the teenage girl alive and unhurt was still a possibility at that point. Disappeared without a trace. Every residence was searched. All residents and possible witnesses were questioned, and basements and attics were examined by law authorities. Even dogs were unable to find Georgina's trail by the following morning. Despite conversations with staff at nearby shops and cafes, throughout the city, flyers featuring the schoolgirl's pictures and asking for any information on her have been displayed. The police station received dozens of reports about people seeing a girl who looked like her in various locations throughout the city, but regrettably, all of the leads were untrue. At the same time, investigators started tracking down all area individuals who had previously been convicted, as well as those who had been released on bond. Criminals and those who had displayed an unhealthy interest in youngsters received particular attention. All of these attempts, nevertheless, were unsuccessful. The schoolgirl did not return home, as if she had disappeared into thin air. It appeared as though she had never been at all, as no signs or personal items were discovered. A false lead. The investigation was put on hold after months of fruitless searching because there were no leads, no clues, and no notion which way to go. But a year or so after Georgina vanished, an unidentified caller called the police station and said that the girl's body was lying at the bottom of a local lake. Despite not being able to identify the caller, authorities held on to this information and chose to look into it for a few weeks. Using cutting-edge gear, highly qualified divers searched the lakebed. They definitely checked almost every inch, but they couldn't find any sign of Kruger, even though the lead proved to be untrue. It renewed public interest in the case. It was determined to carry out another search because the missing girl was being aggressively debated and covered by the media once more. The police brought in search dogs and conducted additional interviews with neighbors, but it was obvious that these efforts would probably be fruitless because the dogs had failed to detect the girl's scent on the day she vanished. After a year, there was little chance of success because the Kruger family did not accept the investigators' conviction that the schoolgirl was dead. According to the mythology Vesna created for herself, her daughter had fled to India and was now acting in Bollywood movies, singing and dancing as she had always imagined. With these thoughts, the mom comforted herself and kept living for her younger daughter. The monster next door. Search operations were sporadically revived, and in 2016, some 10 years after a girl went missing, a Stenhall Street resident complained to the police about a neighbor who was actively luring young females to his home. This neighbor turned out to be Ali K., a 35-year-old Turkish immigrant who was legally married, had 3 kids, and made an effort to project an ideal family man to everyone around him. After examining Ali more closely and analyzing his personality, the police were appalled to learn that he had already been the subject of an investigation 4 years before. He cleverly enticed a local schoolgirl at the time by offering to sell her a cutting-edge smartphone for a symbolic sum. He led the girl to his storeroom in the apartment building's basement, hit her over the head, and forced her into tight quarters. After making the youngster promise not to tell anybody about what had happened, he helped her clean up before she left and offered her a paper napkin to wipe away her tears. In order to avoid the monster's grasp, the girl vowed to be quiet. However, she informed her parents about the incident as soon as she was free, and the two of them rushed to the police to report the aggressive acts. The schoolgirl described the man's basement storeroom, describing it as more akin to a madman's lair. Despite sharing his version of events and strongly denying any responsibility, Ali was arrested that same day. Since the smartphone was in his basement closet, he claimed that he was in fact selling the device and that the girl herself had indicated a wish to purchase it. They descended together, and after looking at the gadget, the visitor explained she had always wanted one, but was willing to pay for it in another way because she lacked the funds. Ali claims that after the girl started kissing him and taking off her clothes, he tried to talk sense into her by pushing her away violently, which caused her to fall and strike her head. Because the man had taken a contraceptive, which he later disposed of, it was impossible to prove that they were intimately close, even if this explained the injuries and bruises on her body. Melik, Ali's wife, started accusing the girl of immoral behavior and attempting to woo her husband while simultaneously totally supporting her husband. The man was ultimately found guilty of causing moderate bodily harm and given a suspended sentence. However, when the police resumed their investigation into Kruger's disappearance, they made the decision to examine him in depth once more. Ali K. lived mostly on benefits and worked odd jobs to make ends meet because he had no stable job. He frequently accrued debt and loved to gamble. He frequently went to the Turkish coffee shop on the ground level of his building, where he met new people and received food and beverages as gifts. Desperate to appear younger than his years, the man kept his appearance under check. He occasionally even spent children's benefits on his stylish attire. This man's attraction to girls, however, was his primary peculiarity. He made repeated attempts to approach youngsters, ask them inappropriate questions, and gave them odd and unlawful assistance, such helping them acquire smokes or alcohol. In this new inquiry, the police had nothing against Ali, despite the fact that he most closely resembled Georgina's kidnapper. However, the appearance of a new suspect led to the reopening of the Kruger case and the start of a new inquiry. Ali K. was taken to the station and interrogated, although he course denied any connection to the case that had been going on for 10 years. An examination of his basement storage room revealed no signs of the missing schoolgirl. Investigators observed that this location did appear to be more of a gathering spot than a place to store things. In particular, Ali's storage room had not been examined because, first, there was no reason to, and second, residents claimed that the door was always locked, allowing only the owner to enter. It turned out that 10 years prior, he and his neighbors had been questioned and his basement had been examined. Ali was one of the most involved members of the search team at the time and had been actively involved in it. The police chose to put K under surveillance in order to gather as much information as they could about him, even though they had nothing specific to accuse him of. All of his phone conversations were recorded, and unofficial surveillance was set up. This soon produced preliminary findings, and investigators learned that the man had large obligations that his wife was unaware of. He had lost roughly 10,000 euros playing poker and was clueless about how to escape this situation. This element, undercover agents, was chosen as the investigation's main emphasis. It was decided to put an undercover agent in the suspect's inner circle in the hopes of winning his trust, getting the information he needed, and getting a confession to be recorded. To keep the suspect safe and avoid raising suspicions, everything had to be done gradually and cautiously. A special agent, codenamed Hakan, was developed and dispatched for this purpose. He pretended to be a prosperous businessman who had just relocated to the Moab Ed region to build a car servicing station. He went to Ali's building's cafe a few times, where he talked loudly with a partner about company matters and ambitions. The partner said they had to find a manager quickly, since they were leaving, adding that it was a well-paying job and that making the right decision was crucial. The second man departed after saying these things, and Hakan remained to finish his coffee when Ali unexpectedly came over and took a seat at his table. He instantly offered himself for the management role after falling for the ruse. After a brief but informal conversation, the businessman remarked that Ali would be a good fit for the position and then brought up the pay. When Ali saw the apparition, his eyes brightened. He started to fantasize about paying off his debt and purchasing the sports car of his dreams. The two rapidly developed a connection after exchanging phone numbers and starting to talk on a daily basis. In an effort to build rapport and earn Ali's trust, Hakan even began taking him on business trips to other cities. However, this friendship had the opposite effect, as the suspect tried to show his potential employer the best version of himself. He took pride in his accomplishments, no matter how small, and he would rather remain silent about any wrongdoing. After a few months, the investigation decided to bring in a new agent, this time a woman who would pretend to be Khan's girlfriend. After determining that the case was not moving forward, Susan entered the narrative at this point with the intention of becoming friends with Ali's wife Malik and attempting to learn whatever secrets the husband could be concealing. They got along after just a few meetings, and then the four of them began to interact like a family. Although Malik was outgoing, she thought her spouse was almost perfect. She had ignored his adultery for years, didn't trust the teenager who accused him of violence, and believed her husband was a fine man who was simply unlucky in his career. Now, though, things would soon alter. Susan came to the conclusion that Ali's wife wasn't merely acting as his stand-in. She really thought he was just not able to hurt anyone. The agents even chose to employ a ruse, spreading a story that an unidentified source had provided the location of Kruger's remains and that the case was making progress. Hakan went out. Ali had been borrowing his automobile from time to time, and there was a newspaper with this item in it. This vehicle also had a number of cameras and recording equipment installed. She quickly saw the newspaper left behind as the guy and his wife got into the car. Perused the piece quickly, expressed some astonishment that the case was still under investigation, and then tossed the paper aside without comment. Malik was obviously unaware of this, or else she would have unintentionally exposed herself. Good cop, evil cop. 6. The study ultimately came to the conclusion that their scheme had failed after several months. The K family had gotten to know the agents and even trusted them to take care of their kids, but there would be no admissions. Ali made an effort to come out as morally pure and honest, and his wife was merely ignorant of the crime her husband had committed. Furthermore, it was getting more and more expensive to keep their cover. To keep the man from becoming suspicious, they even had to sign a fake employment contract with him and lease a place for the fictitious auto repair shop. Then, in a last-ditch effort, the probe involved the introduction of a malevolent agent. The narrative said that Kaur was his name. In addition to having a criminal past and operating an underground enterprise, he was Hakan's cousin. It was hoped that Ali would open up and confess his sins after meeting a kindred spirit. The men's common interests led to a rapid relationship. Kaur bought drinks for his new acquaintance, and the two of them went to a number of seedy clubs and establishments. Ali voluntarily assisted the new friend in his desire to spend his money lavishly after he admitted that he had earned it through less than fully legal means. He also moaned about his girlfriend all the time, saying that he was unable to quit their relationship because she was blackmailing him and threatening to report his illicit business to the authorities. He claimed that her appetites were expanding and that she was always requesting money. One day, when he and his companion were drinking, Kaur announced that he was prepared to pay 100,000 euros to anyone who would perform the dirty deed in order to get rid of his annoying, blackmailing girlfriend in a drastic manner. At this, Ali became excited and volunteered to do it himself. His companion concurred, but recommended that they talk about the specifics in a private setting once sober. In November 2017, while seated in the agent's vehicle, the men made a horrifying admission about their scheme to get rid of his bothersome girlfriend. And for 2 to 3 hours, at one point, Cord questioned whether Ali could actually kill someone. Ali responded by disclosing information he said no one else was aware of. He acknowledged that he had killed someone with his bare hands over 11 years prior. According to Ali, a beautiful young girl who had moved onto his block in 2006 enthralled him. On her way to and from school, she stopped by his house twice a day, so he had committed her schedule to memory and would go out to say hello and provide praise. Even though she was young, he said she was attractive, and his desire for her was intense. Ali saw his opportunity on a beautiful September day, when the girl was coming home from school and the street was unusually quiet and empty. Unaware of the risk, he requested a female who lived next door to assist him move some things out of his storage room, and she graciously accepted. He locked the door once they entered the basement and attempted to kiss the schoolgirl, who screamed and resisted. After the encounter, he took advantage of her and struck her in the head, knocking her unconscious. He chose not to let her leave because he was worried that she may call the police and report him. He put his hands on her throat and squeezed as firmly as he could. Ali gave a detailed account of the procedure, describing how he felt the crunch and saw her neck pulse diminish. For several days, the girl's body was left in the basement. Therefore, the search team would have found the criminal right away if they had examined his storage place. However, nobody had any suspicions, so after the chaos subsided, he covered the body with an old rug and threw it in a trash can that was headed straight for the landfill. After Ali's confessions were captured on a camera mounted in Kor's vehicle, he was arrested that same day's evening. Sadly, the girl's remains were never located, because her corpse was effectively burnt and the landfill's rubbish was routinely burned. The trial and verdict. It took an additional 2.5 years for the offender to receive a final verdict in this case. He vehemently denied any guilt, saying he had made up the whole thing to win Kor's trust. However, he was actually planning to turn in his friend to the authorities as soon as he got the money in order to save his fiancée. The criminal's own confession was the only piece of evidence discovered, but his comprehensive and in-depth description was sufficient to persuade the jury of this man's guilt. Almost 14 years after Georgina vanished, in March 2020, Al-K was given a life sentence in prison without the chance of parole. Melit, his wife, was certain that her husband had implicated himself while pursuing a good cause. Thus, she never thought he was guilty. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Angie Diaz was more than just a name in the headlines. She was a vibrant young woman, a devoted wife, and a daughter who brought light into every room she entered. But what began as a seemingly happy love story ended in one of the most gruesome crimes imaginable. The voice you just heard on that call, the laughter during a murder investigation, came from the very man who once vowed to love and protect her husband. The same man who would later be accused of taking her life in the most brutal way. Just 3 months before the tragedy, Angie and Jared stood hand in hand, smiling for wedding photos. They looked like any other couple starting a new chapter, filled with hope, laughter, and dreams for the future. But something went horribly wrong in the days that followed. What happened between their "I do" and the unthinkable moment Jared took everything away? The horror came to light on January 11, 2023. Until that day, everything on the surface seemed normal. Friends and co-workers described Angie as gentle, cheerful, and full of life. She was the kind of person who left a mark on everyone she met. But now, her absence left a haunting silence behind. As the community mourned, her loved ones struggled to understand how could someone so full of warmth meet such a violent end. And how could the person she trusted most be the one responsible? This is the story of a beautiful soul lost too soon, and the dark truth that tore her world apart. The nightmare had unfolded in the rural outskirts of Magnolia, Texas, a peaceful community known for magnolia trees and small-town charm, where violent crime was nearly unheard of, until now. The first medic on the scene paused, unsure whether they were walking into a suicide, an accident, or something else entirely. As he stepped inside, a realization hit. They weren't there to save a life anymore. Angie was gone, decapitated, and her head was mercilessly dumped in the bathtub. The living room floor was soaked in blood. Cigarette butts were scattered around the body. Blood-stained clothes were tossed carelessly near. This wasn't just a killing, it was rage. It was personal. It was deliberate. What happened in that house between two people who once vowed forever? And what drove Jared Dicus to commit one of the most brutal acts in recent Texas memory? In fact, if anything, people might have pointed fingers at his older brother Wayne. He had long battled meth addiction and had tangled with the law more than once, starting back in 2018, when he was only 20. Jared, on the other hand, was the responsible one, the quiet one. He played football in high school, held a steady job as an electrician, and had a reputation for looking out for his troubled brother. He'd even called the police on Wayne once for stealing copper wire, though he later expressed regret. Now, Jared had lived in the Houston area all his life. There was nothing about his background that hinted at the horror he would eventually unleash, but perhaps the cracks were there, small fractures, waiting to split wide open. Then came Angie. Their paths crossed in 2022 at Cheap's Meat Market, where Angie worked as a cashier. A chance meeting that turned into a whirlwind romance. To outsiders, it looked like fate. They moved fast, too fast, and by October of that year, they were married. Angie Diaz had her own story. Born in Nicaragua in October 2001, she was raised by a single mother who often left the children in the care of relatives while working in Costa Rica to support them. Angie was smart, driven, and deeply loyal to her family. She studied accounting at the National Autonomous University of Nicaragua at León and was known for her work ethic and maturity beyond her years. But life took a sudden turn when her aunt, the woman who had raised her like a daughter, was diagnosed with cancer. That's when her biological mother, now in the U.S., paid smugglers to bring Angie and her siblings across the Mexican border. They arrived undocumented, seeking hope in a place that promised more than what they'd left behind. Angie quickly found work at the meat market and began promoting herself online as a personal trainer. Her posts brimmed with optimism and resilience. Reminders to celebrate your own victories because no one else truly knows what it took to earn them. But not everyone shared her urgency. Her mother, cautious and protective, told her to have patience, reminding her that things would come with time. Finances were tight, but Angie didn't want to wait. She wasn't going to sit behind a cash register forever. She had dreams, and in those dreams, Jared Dicus was suddenly front and center. He came across as charming, a former football player with small-town charisma and enough edge to feel exciting. Angie was smitten. Their social media feeds became a showcase of their young love, filled with laughter, road trips, and a carefully curated intimacy for their online audience. They got married just before Angie's 21st birthday. But not everyone was convinced this was her fairy tale ending. According to one of her closest friends, Angie had previously been in a serious relationship with a man named Jose. She had been planning to marry him in the U.S., a future that never came to be. But then she grew distant with everyone else in her life, almost around the same time she met Jared, the boy she thought would save her from the misery of a mundane life. Somewhere between letting go of that past and clinging to this new love story, Angie had rewritten her future in Jared's name. It was more of a fast-forwarded romance, so much so that Jared's family didn't even fully know who Angie really was. And maybe that speed wasn't just about love. There were whispers that immigration concerns played a part. Angie had once been in an accident, and rumors were there that it sparked fears of deportation. In Angie's mind, the timing of their wedding, just a few months into their relationship, suddenly seemed less about fairy tale endings and more about paperwork and panic. Even her friend urged her not to rush, to slow down and truly get to know Jared before binding herself to him legally and emotionally. She'd seen too many women fall into rushed, controlling relationships, and suffer quietly behind closed doors. She didn't want her dearest friend to become one of them. But Angie didn't listen. Her uncle, who was a witness at her wedding, had noticed how quickly things were moving between her and Jared. Like her mother, he grew concerned. He sat her down one day and gave her the kind of advice someone gives when they've seen too much of how the world works. He told her not to make a decision out of desperation. Not for papers, not for a green card, not for legal status. And Angie insisted. She loved Jared deeply, that they were doing fine, and all of this was real. Her family was worried. They weren't convinced that the timing was right. And when they found out Angie and Jared were getting married, it felt like it had all happened too quickly. It was hard not to wonder if their fears were being ignored, or worse, if Angie was ignoring red flags she couldn't or wouldn't want to see. Because not long after the wedding, the cracks in that fresh start began to show. Maybe Angie truly believed this was her fresh start, that this love, this man, this marriage could be her new beginning, a clean break from the sacrifices and hardships of her past. But whatever happiness she clung to was built on shaky ground, because while social media told one story, a blissful young couple glowing with affection, the reality was much darker. Behind the smiles, there were cracks, patterns, red flags. People close to her urged caution, asked her to set boundaries, to make sure Jared treated her with the respect she deserved. But sometimes, when you're in the middle of something that feels like love, it's hard to see where adoration ends and obsession begins. And all too soon, Angie would find out, when it was already far too late. When Angie first introduced Jared to her circle of close friends, it was supposed to be a casual get-together, just some laughs, shared drinks, and good company. But something about it felt off, even then, though no one fully grasped it at the time. They were a tight-knit group, mostly Spanish-speaking, and Angie had always fit right in. That night, one of her friends brought some beers, thinking it would help Jared ease into the group. Instead, it seemed to make things worse. Jared didn't speak Spanish at all. As the conversations flowed in a language he couldn't understand, frustration began to flicker across his face. Angie, trying to bridge the gap, kept translating back and forth. Her friend noticed how tense she got, always looking to Jared, as if checking whether he was okay, whether he was angry. They started calling him Rojo, red for his hair. It was a light-hearted nickname among friends, but Jared didn't laugh along. He didn't smile. He sat stiffly, disconnected. And sometimes, without saying a word, he'd just leave. No goodbye, no explanation, just gone. What seemed like awkwardness at first, in hindsight, began to look a lot more like resentment. Jared wasn't just irritated that he couldn't follow the conversations. He was alienated. He felt like an outsider around Angie's people, in her world. And the way he handled that wasn't with curiosity or patience. It was with cold detachment, maybe even simmering anger. After the wedding, things got worse. Angie's friend remembered the shift, how Jared's discomfort turned into distance, how he stopped making any effort. The gatherings became fewer, the joy dimmed. Angie became quieter, and when she did show up, she never really seemed fully there. Looking back, her friend could trace the moment the light in Angie's eyes started to fade. The pressure of trying to make two worlds fit together was falling squarely on Angie's shoulders, and she was doing all she could to keep it from breaking. But sometimes the cracks are too deep to hide. As 2023 rolled in, Jared Dicus was unraveling fast. By November, his volatility had reached dangerous heights. He'd been arrested for driving while intoxicated after causing a scene at a local restaurant, shouting, acting aggressively toward the staff. When police arrived, they found him belligerent, punching windows. He was so out of control, they had to strap him into a restraint chair just to draw a blood sample. It wasn't just alcohol. The police suspected meth was coursing through his veins. By January, Jared was out on bond, but nothing about him had stabilized. Behind closed doors, Angie was growing more and more afraid. She asked Jared's mother, Lynn, directly, that Jared stop sleeping in the same house as her. In the final week of her life, Jared had started asking to move back in with his parents, into the house he'd just spent money fixing up, for him and Angie. Why? no one could quite understand. But it was clear he didn't want to be in that house with Angie anymore. And maybe, just maybe, Angie didn't want him there either. You know things are serious when your boss notices it too. Ruth Almendares had worked closely with Angie at the meat market. To her, Angie wasn't just an employee, she was like a daughter. The two shared a quiet closeness built over time. Ruth had seen her through cheerful mornings, long shifts, and bursts of laughter behind the counter. And it was at this very counter where Angie had first met Jared. But things changed after the wedding. Slowly. At first, Angie, once so warm and full of light, started retreating into herself. She grew quieter, more nervous. She wasn't as quick to smile, and she was always looking over her shoulder. Jared had started showing up at the market too often, just standing there looking for her, hovering around the counter. It made people uncomfortable. Then came Tuesday, January 10th, the day before Angie's murder. Ruth walked in around early afternoon and immediately sensed something was off. Her staff flagged her down, urging her to talk to Angie. At first, she assumed it was a work issue, maybe a customer complaint or a mistake, but they said, no, it was more serious than that. Angie didn't look well. Her eyes were distant, her energy drained. She looked like someone who hadn't slept, someone carrying too much. Ruth pulled her aside gently, asking what had happened. That's when she noticed it. A bruise on Angie's shoulder. Not the kind you get from bumping into a door. This was something else. Another coworker, Erica, joined them in the back kitchen. Together, they sat with Angie for a few quiet minutes. That's when she opened up. She told them she was planning to leave Jared, not maybe, not one day, she was sure. And then Angie said something else. Things that went beyond just hitting. She told Ruth they had been arguing all night, which Ruth would later tell the cops. That Sunday, Angie had gone to the movies with her aunt. Just a simple outing, something completely normal for her. But Jared hadn't wanted her to go. He didn't want her seeing anyone. Didn't want her to have even a sliver of independence. When she got back home that night, it all exploded. Jared kept her up all night, refusing to let her sleep. Angie looked drained when she showed up at work the next morning, pale, hollow-eyed, like someone who had been pushed far past the edge. And then, as she tried to shower and get ready for the day, the argument escalated. And then Ruth would tell the officer that Jared had assaulted Angie while she was in the shower. It wasn't a matter of if anymore. Angie had been living in fear, and now it was written across her body. As Ruth gently pressed, Angie confessed even more. This wasn't just one fight. This wasn't a bad night. It was a pattern. And she was ready to break it. She told Ruth she had made up her mind. She told Ruth that it was time to leave. Angie didn't tell Jared she was moving out, not exactly, but she did tell him that she wasn't going to keep living that way. She wasn't going to tolerate the control, the fear, the violence. It was the first real declaration of her intent to escape. But what no one knew then was that this small act of resistance, this whisper of freedom, might have been what sealed her fate. And when Angie paused while telling the horrors she had faced, Ruth put a stop to the conversation, saving it for later. They made plans to talk again. Angie had Friday off and told Ruth she wanted to go for coffee somewhere quiet, away from the market, where she could finally say everything without people overhearing. But that coffee never happened. Tuesday was the last time Ruth saw her alive. After the murder, Ruth checked the security footage, desperate to find proof of that final conversation. The cameras had captured them talking at the register, but there was no sound, no microphone, just a silent video of a young woman, bruised and broken, sharing what she could before she ran out of time. And that silence would haunt Ruth forever. Then, on the night of January 8th, just 3 days before Angie's murder, something unsettling happened. At nearly midnight, Jared made a strange call to 91011. He was disoriented, paranoid, barely coherent. In a shaky voice, he claimed he'd taken drugs and needed help. He didn't seem sure of anything. Not where he was, not what he had taken, not why he even called. But he did ask for an ambulance. Paramedics were dispatched immediately, But just a few minutes later, Jared called again. Still confused, still mumbling about feeling unwell, unsure whether he meant what he said. It was clear something had altered his state of mind. Something strong. When the medics arrived, they transported him to the hospital, where it was confirmed Jared had been using methamphetamine. It was a devastating blow to his family. Jared's older brother had struggled with meth for years, tearing their family apart in the process, but Jared had never been that kid. He was the other son, the one who stayed away from the actions that would put his parents down, or so they thought. Jared had admitted to his parents briefly and in passing that he'd taken meth, only to deny it moments later. He flipped between admissions and deflections. One second he was crying, the next he was lying. The moments between might be uneventful for those who did not witness what happened between this couple, but it became evident on January 11 how deep trouble ran through in those days. It was a Wednesday morning, quiet, uneventful, and eerily still, but the silence was about to be shattered. Jared had returned to his home around 4 a.m. after what seemed to be a typical shift. His house, nestled in the back of his parents' property, sat dark and isolated. He slipped inside without much notice. No one saw him again for several hours. It wasn't until 12:30 p.m. that his mother, Lynn, caught sight of him again. He came back into their house, but something was off. He seemed nervous, unfocused. And then she heard it. A phone ringing. Not his usual ringtone. Not even his usual phone. It was a device she didn't recognize. Curious and concerned, Lynn questioned him about the unfamiliar phone. Jared casually claimed to have multiple phones, but the story didn't sit right. Something about the device, the look, the feel, it wasn't his. And when he finally pulled it from his pocket, the screen was in Spanish. That's when Lynn's heart dropped. She knew immediately this was Angie's phone. Angie, who never left her phone behind. Angie, who had been growing increasingly distant and afraid. Who just days earlier had been bruised and exhausted from yet another sleepless, violent night. Lynn didn't wait. She bolted out of the house with her husband, Rodney, heading straight toward Jared and Angie's home. Deep down, she already feared the worst. There was only one entrance, the front door. As they pushed it open, a wave of darkness met them. At first, they couldn't see anything. But with a single step inside, Rodney froze. What he saw would haunt him in his sleep forever. He turned to his wife and told her not to come in, but it was too late. Lynn stepped inside and saw the horror for herself. Angie's lifeless body lay inside. Her young face, once vibrant, was now still, brutally silenced. Panic set in. Lynn fumbled with her phone, unable to think, unable to act. Rodney grabbed it from her and made the call, not just to report a death, but to report their own son, the boy they'd raised, the man who had once promised to protect Angie, now suspected of ending her life. Lynn would then brief the officer about her son's issues. The police were called, and when they arrived, there was no question who they would arrest. Jared had been the last person with her. He was in possession of her phone. He had a documented history of violent outbursts and drug use, and Angie had told those closest to her that she didn't feel safe anymore. This, according to investigators, was the final tragic act in a toxic, unraveling relationship. A young woman who wanted out, and a man who couldn't bear to lose control. Jared was taken into custody, but that was only the beginning. The interrogation tapes would reveal even more unsettling truths about what really happened between Jared and Angie. Because when police sat Jared down and started asking questions, a new, disturbing narrative began to take shape. At first, Jared dissociated himself from the situation. Then he cracked under pressure, telling the officers that he had used the same knife against his wife that she took out for her self-defense against him. In the months that followed Angie's death, the case against Jared Dicus moved swiftly. The evidence was overwhelming. His erratic behavior, the bruises Angie had tried to explain away, the phone in his pocket that wasn't his, and most damning of all, the scene inside their home. Prosecutors argued that this was no sudden outburst. It was the tragic culmination of months of escalating violence, fueled by substance abuse, control, and a refusal to let Angie leave. Jared's defense tried to shift the narrative, claiming he'd only used meth once, that he was confused, overwhelmed, not in his right mind. But the jury didn't buy it. On July 31, the trial came to a close. Jared Dykus was sentenced to 40 years in prison, 4 decades behind bars, for the brutal murder of Angie. For Angie's family and friends, the sentencing brought some sense of justice, but no sentence, no number of years could ever bring her back. The young woman who dreamed of freedom, who was trying to find the courage to start over, had her life stolen before she ever got the chance. How many more women have to die after asking for help before someone listens in time? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The cost of love. What will shape our future? Without a doubt, the choices and behaviors we make. However, they believe that you can't escape fate when chance gets in the way of your normal existence. The protagonists of today's tale, Joseph and Olga Connell, experienced this as well. Their paths in life unexpectedly intersected, and they remained together forever. Unfortunately, because of their terrible fate, the couple were unable to fully enjoy one another. Numerous gunshots were heard close to the Paladin Club condominium in Wilmington, Delaware, on September 23, 2013 at around 2 in the morning. Witnesses noticed a guy and a woman laying on the ground when they rushed to the site. A call was sent to emergency services a short while later. The incident and its victims were reported by the caller. First aid was administered by the arriving medics. In contrast to her friend, the victim was still alive despite suffering facial bullet wounds and blood loss. There was no sign of life in the man who had been shot. He was apparently shot in the back of the head and killed instantly. But sadly, time was not on his side. When the police realized this, they asked the woman what had transpired. She replied with an unintelligible word and passed out. They hurried the victim to the hospital. Halfway there, though, she gave up her final fight for survival and passed away. Specialists on the scene discovered documents and personal items. The deceased turned out to be Connell's newlyweds. Since none of the valuables, including Olga's wallet, pocketbook, cell phones, and even the diamond ring on her hand, were taken, the incident was a targeted murder rather than an attempted robbery. After the young guys came home from celebrating their spouse's 39th birthday, it was later discovered that the victims had been attacked outside their house. About 25 rounds were fired into their backs by the treacherous attackers. Investigators had to determine what broke up the couple's romance and whether a long-running domestic conflict could have served as the crime's motivation. Joseph Connell was born into a prosperous and close-knit family. He has a younger sister named Kelly and an older brother named John. He was the middle child. The children used to fight about nothing when they were younger, but after their parents' divorce, they joined together and became inseparable. The lads stayed to live with their mother after their relationship ended. After some time, a woman's life was occupied by another man. The second marriage went according to plan. The stepfather took the role of the father, and the family continued to be self-sufficient. The neighborhood where the family lived was rather calm and comfortable. Everyone went about their daily activities during the day, and in the evenings they all gathered around a round table to talk about personal matters. Joe was raised as a righteous and tenacious youngster. These attributes, however, were more related to labor and education. Other than that, he was the lifeblood of the business and a joyful, affectionate youngster. The young man had aspirations of being a businessman and launching his own company from a young age. His efforts were successful because of his resourcefulness and commercial sense. The protagonist of the story, Christopher Rivers, opened a machine store and a specialty store in Tullyville with his closest friend. The young men were well known around the area as prosperous partners who had started from the beginning. The friends were amiable. Additionally, they developed their business and burned a shared idea. According to the acquaintance narrative, Joseph was certain he was a bachelor until he met Olga, a Russian beauty. The young people started talking to each other on the dating site. As they were already quite mature individuals with a wealth of life experience, they soon discovered similar ground for conversation. A female friend just moved to the United States and disclosed on the internet that she was going through a divorce. The man discussed his past relationships as well as his future goals. Both interlocutors were intelligent and gregarious. Interests and life perspectives were comparable among personalities. It is therefore not surprising that their sentiments eventually developed into something more. Joe made her an offer after realizing one day that he could no longer picture his existence without his lover. Olga did the same. The bride has not yet been introduced to the family, which is the only subtlety, but this did not frighten the man. He had faith in his decision and in his family's response. His relatives were enchanted by the selected one's beauty and temperament. They were shocked to learn that a woman could win over a hot, affectionate relative. The couple's connection progressed quickly. Joe didn't disguise his affection for Olga because he was proud of her looks and personality and carried her everywhere with him. But as time went on, it became evident that the beloved's true Siberian character was hidden beneath the woman's sensitivity and malleability. Everyone was in awe of her boundless enthusiasm and spirit of entrepreneurship. It felt like she could accomplish anything. Connell was so happy and in love that he made the decision to hold off on getting married for a long time. Maybe he was eager to get married and was unaware of what was about to happen. It's common to say that these folks are rushing through life. You have all undoubtedly seen cases like this in your surroundings. Police conducted interviews with the victim's neighbors, spectators, and the crowd as part of their post-attack investigation. Maybe some of these people might provide clarification? Regretfully, none of them had witnessed the incident. Nevertheless, a lot of individuals fled after hearing gunfire. Some also reported hearing loud male voices just before the shooting, as if they were having a heated argument with the newlyweds. Crime broke out not far from the crime scene, and forensic specialists discovered numerous fired casings from two distinct kinds of guns. Consequently, it became evident that multiple attackers were present. The pair was originally sentenced to death, based on the sheer volume of gunfire. In such a shootout, it is doubtful that anyone would have survived to execute their strategy. The thieves bided their time till the youths returned from the celebration. One of the well-known bars served as the venue for the birthday celebration. The party was attended by some Connell family members as well as friends. After dancing till midnight and having a great time, everyone headed home when they were exhausted. After parking at the residence, the pair made their way to the front door. The intruders discovered the best moment to execute their illegal plan at this point. Interviewing the victim's relatives was the next stage of the investigation. Joseph's parents were questioned by officers. The man's mother and stepfather said they had no knowledge about the couple's supposed adversaries and critics when they were questioned about it. The newlyweds appeared to have no enemies. On the other side, very few people do not have jealous others. At any rate, none of the recently married couples mentioned it. Meanwhile, the investigators received some intriguing information. It comes out that on the eve of the wedding, Joe and his sister Kelly got into a fight. It had to do with a pricey diamond-encrusted family ring. Experts estimated its worth to be around $20,000. Relationships between the relatives changed after the argument. All of Kelly's relatives, however, asserted that she would never have attended the crime. In particular, the ring was still on Olga's finger following the assault. However, it was a weird coincidence that forced the version concerning the hidden crime to be checked. Even though the woman lived in a different neighborhood, Kelly was among the first people on the site of the murder that fateful night. She was close to the ring story at the time. The couple intended to wed in the Virgin Islands. The engagement ring was the single thing that ruined the wedding planning. The mother gave the family treasure to her son in accordance with family custom. The youngest daughter, however, had already received the jewelry for the wedding 10 years prior. Joe carefully removed the ring from his sister and swapped out the precious stones for zirconium so as not to alter the long-standing tradition. He then surreptitiously gave the mistress back the ring and diamonds that had been placed into Olga's engagement ring. Given his financial circumstances, the protagonist's action is hard to justify. He may have made the decision to follow the regulations in this way. None of the women were supposed to have guessed it, but the calculations had not worked out. After spotting the switch, Kelly started searching for the offender. The younger sister was furious when she found out about her brother's behavior. She was understandably outraged and told Joseph so. The latter, however, was furious because he believed the sister's anger was unfounded and that her only intention was to break family customs and somehow sabotage the wedding. However, the ceremony happened, Kelly excused her absence from the event by stating that she was working at the time. The woman chose to ruin the celebration in retribution and sent Olga, the gullible bride, a mocking message. Discovered the truth. Following that, there was tension in the brother-sister connection. There were fights between them from time to time. Mutual insults and rebukes were common, and the subsequent incident, a strange robbery, completely jolted everyone out of their rut. In the Virgin Islands, the newlyweds started their joint life. The honeymoon was a happy time for the newlyweds. Olga and Joseph enjoyed fishing, sailing on a yacht, swimming in the sea, sunbathing on the beach, and sampling local food. There was no shortage of funds for these uses. The newlyweds purchased a pricey Mercedes, and Joe was delighted that the business was flourishing and earning a solid revenue of almost $1 million annually back home. They spent $100,000, 0 cents, on the new convertible. Olga started to assist her spouse because she didn't belong to the group of ladies who enjoy sitting on her neck. Olga possessed a rare appeal in addition to being well-read, intelligent, and fluent in English. She entered the company and worked in administration with ease because of her prior experience working on the stock exchange. Joe and Chris had a lot more customers after the attractive blonde took over the firm. While the couple was busy conducting business, a young family's home was broken into a week prior to the attack near the condominium. Jewels and family heirlooms were taken by an unidentified individual. Olga owned the diamond ring. When the Connell couple got home that day, the family's head of household saw the unauthorized entry and phoned 911. Surprisingly, when law enforcement investigators inspected the area, they found no evidence. There were no conclusive findings in the burglars' hunt. Investigators presented the theory that the heist was staged or the product of a professional. Many people thought the sister had every incentive to fake the crime, which is why Kelly was highly suspicious. Maybe she eventually decided to discipline her brother because she could no longer forgive him for what he had done. However, the case investigation quickly reached a standstill. The spouses were the victims of a more horrific crime, and detectives' focus was diverted to the investigation of a double crime in an attempt to find a motivation. During her interview with detectives, Kelly appeared distraught. The woman didn't conceal anything and helped with the investigation. She described the argument with Joe and even produced correspondence pertaining to it. Olga stated in one of the chats that she believed Kelly was the one who planned the most recent heist. Kelly denied it, but the inquiry could not rule her out as a suspect. The woman later acknowledged that she applied strong pressure in some areas, despite the clear motive, and all the evidence pointed to the opposite conclusion. The victim's younger sister appeared devastated, yet she did not alter her testimony during any of the interrogations or appear perplexed during Joe and Olga's funeral. She was clearly suffering the loss and loved her brother. Other theories about the murder were being considered at the same time. Jealousy was not ruled out as a motive for the crime, because Joseph Connell was one of the many ideal grooms, and his bride was exceptionally beautiful. Perhaps not everyone in the couple's immediate vicinity was as happy as they were, and some of the former youths might harbor resentment and seek retribution in life after marriage. Nevertheless, the inquiry did not substantiate the detectives' assumptions. It was discovered that Joe had a cordial farewell to his former friends. They are also happily married and have been for a long time. This also holds true for Olga's previous partnerships. She severed all ties with her Russian spouse and filed for divorce, but a man who feels wronged would scarcely go to any lengths to make amends with his ex-wife, much less journey across the ocean to do it. This theory has been disproved in this respect. However, while the detectives were searching for the newlyweds' opponents, they continued to focus on the issue of brother-sister conflict. One of the most frequent motivations for criminal activity is greed. As a result, after interviewing Kelly, the inquiry turned to her husband, Garrett Catalano. The man would do everything for his wife since he loved her so much. The possible suspect acted coolly and persuasively, but it's likely that he could have committed a double crime during the chat at his beloved's request. It turns out that he had a solid alibi and that his wife was innocent. Garrett nevertheless questioned whether his brother-in-law earned a multi-million-dollar income by hard work. Catalano made vague hints that Joe might have been involved in illicit drug trafficking. His remarks gained traction over time. Others asserted that Joe was profiting greatly from the covert sale of steroids. We know another man who was identified by secret witnesses as one of his friends. Thus, the detectives discovered Christopher Rivers' best friend, Chris, who has been a lifelong friend and business partner. Chris appeared unconcerned with the incident. In contrast to everyone around him, he carried on with his life as usual. It made sense that he was in charge of both aspects of the company. He was forced to hold on by meetings with suppliers and dealing with clients, but his uncontrollable energy and mental toughness still produced odd ideas. The detectives made the decision to speak with the man one day. He said that he was meant to attend the party on the fateful night, but was unable to do so due to his business obligations. Despite their long-standing friendship and his partner's untimely death, Christopher suddenly made a disparaging statement. He claimed that Joseph had recently changed and was now acting dishonestly. Rivers didn't stay away from Olga, as a successful marriage only untied her hands, he allegedly heard, because Joe's wife was not as simple as she wanted to appear and had come to the U.S. to defend the interests of the Russian mob. The companion's explanation for the family's considerable income required thorough confirmation of his suspicions. Maybe there was a valid explanation for the man's statements, or perhaps they were all merely rumors and conjecture. But it quickly became clear that Joseph was connected to the underground. The information was openly accessible and not a secret. It turns out that her partner had been charged with unlawfully possessing guns a few years prior to their meeting and had even received a respectable sentence for it. The individual was able to make new friends while he was incarcerated. It is possible that local officials drew him into the illegal drug trade after he completed his term. Maybe someone chose to take Connell out after he eventually crossed their path. But was the attack motivated by the connections made while incarcerated? While the investigators worked on the shady enterprise, the investigation was gaining steam when an intriguing fact emerged. Renowned heroin dealer Harry Cook claimed to have overheard Rivers disparaging Joe. Rivers also accused his business partner of snatching Chris. Rivers told him he and his friend were using an auto parts store to sell illicit medical substances, but Buddy is avaricious and divides the earnings unfairly. Chris is more in need of money and has a lot of debt, and Joseph himself spends all the money on a sedentary lifestyle. Because of this, Rivers made a joke about not minding if his friend vanished. Then, he asked Harry if he wanted to help him with this, to which Harry said no. As a result, Rivers' identities took on new significance. Chris was questioned about this on multiple occasions during the investigation, but he had an alibi. Both internal and external video surveillance cameras verified that the man was home when the murder occurred. Simultaneously, experts chose to review his criticisms and examined the company's accounting records. It turned out that the company did experience losses in spite of the high revenue. But as it happened, Connell had nothing to do with a number of embezzlements. Who was at fault was the stipulator himself. According to police informants, Chris has a lengthy history of excessive substance use, and recently, his addiction has grown out of hand. This explains the high rate of shoplifting and debt. In light of this, the man became paranoid. He confessed to associates on multiple occasions that they wanted to kill him because of this. Furthermore, it was discovered that he was directly involved in the sale of steroids, and Joe was unaware of what was going on right in front of his nose since he naively trusted his colleague. Joe's focus also shifted to the new connection. The knowledge of an enigmatic informant with a warped mind made this information public. After reviewing Rivers' phone logs, detectives found the man. On the evening of September 23, he was known to make a number of phone calls. His phone did not go mute even though he was at home when the crime was committed. After all calls were removed from the cell phone, experts were able to piece together the scenario with ease. Joshua, a former FBI informant, was responsible for the majority of the calls. Joshua acknowledged that he frequently used Rivers' services when police approached him. Chris Rivers once made him an alluring offer, $65,000, 0 cents, for the head of his buddy. The man was certainly drawn to the large sum of money. Joshua, however, sought for other hitmen in order to avoid getting directly involved in the case. He went back to the mercenaries, Aaron Thompson and Dominic Benson, who had cost him $5,000, 0 cents, which he had collected in advance from the client. The perplexing crime scene eventually emerged. The best friend had condemned his pal and his wife to a life of misery. Was resentment and a desire for sole control of a joint venture the driving forces behind the crime? No, the $1 million was the insurance benefit that one of the partners was entitled to. It found out that the former partners had secured the business and insured their lives long before Olga showed up. If one of them died, the other would get the money to pay off the machine shop's mortgage. The money obtained would cover all of Chris's debts in the event that Joe passed away. The issue is that Rivers chose to remove 2 of them at once because his partner got married and all payments were owed to the lawful spouse. The discussion that occurred on the night of the crime between the organizer and his accomplice. This was indirectly corroborated by the fact that Rivers was clearly worried about the operation's success, even though the men's conversations were encrypted. Detectives confiscated the phones of the 4 suspects in order to properly examine the communication between the 2 guys. Their activities on the night of the incident were captured on camera thanks to the mobile devices. At that point, Dominic and Aaron were close to the young couple's home. Curiously, Connell was swayed by the video footage that supported Chris's alibi. It shows the man is apprehensive and keeps the phone in his hands. Joshua didn't resist when investigators approached him and turned himself in to the police to lessen his penalty. The man testified against the customer and agreed to a deal with the investigation during the interrogation. So Christopher devised a clever scheme. He intended to frame Kelly by using the argument between his sister and brother. The heist at the Connell residence was shown to represent the subsequent phase of the criminal scheme during the course of the investigation. Joshua broke into the couple's house and committed a burglary after receiving orders from Christopher. But the target's head was a diamond ring, a contentious family relic. That day, Olga happened to be wearing it. Had the scheme been successful, Joe's sister would have been held responsible for everything, and the investigation would have followed a false trail. However, this was insufficient for Rivers, who attempted to discredit his friend after the crime. Later, it was discovered that a cold-blooded and meticulously organized crime for money justice in 2014 was the cause of Joe and his lover's deaths. First-degree murder, 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of possessing a firearm while committing a criminal, first-degree conspiracy, and first-degree solicitation of a felony were among the charges against him. They tried his co-defendants as well. The experiments were conducted simultaneously but independently. Aaron Thompson's possession of the weapon was established during the trial. Consequently, he was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of first-degree conspiracy, and 2 counts of possessing a firearm while committing a felony. The offender was sentenced to 45 years plus 2 life terms. Due to his active cooperation with the police for the murder conspiracy, his friend Dominic Benson was only sentenced to 5 years in prison for first-degree conspiracy and aiding and abetting criminals, as he was acquitted on the felony charge because he changed his mind about shooting at the last minute. Joshua received the same punishment as Chris Rivers, who was the primary motivator of the crime. He received 2 life sentences plus 50 years after being found guilty of all charges. According to the well-known proverb, we can forgive someone for anything other than success in spite of his youth. Joseph was an extraordinary individual. He discovered the love of his life and established a business, but he was deprived of the chance to share happiness with her. The pair might achieve great things, create a solid family, and produce children. However, their measured life was irrevocably altered by his partner's distaste and his greed for money. During his years in prison, Christopher's selfishness, pernicious addiction, and money, one of the traditional and prevalent reasons for criminal activity, ruined many lives. The prisoner will undoubtedly be healed of his harmful substance addiction, but will he be able to suppress the remorse that will inevitably surface? Or, in his situation, may the voice of conscience never be heard at all? Ultimately, not everyone has the courage to live a lifetime of persistent self-doubt. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Torturing a child while her parents looked on helplessly is an act of pure cruelty that is beyond description. Killing a whole family is a terrible thing in and of itself. In 1996, this became the main motivation for the whole Pope County Sheriff's Office in Arkansas. Without a doubt, what began as an unimaginable, heinous act would soon reveal an even more sinister network of secrets connected to one horrifying entity: white supremacy. This is one of the most brutal and unsettling incidents we've ever discussed on the channel, and it raises a crucial question. How can such a perverse thinking lead to such callous violence? Let's now examine the victims, the Mueller family, in greater detail before attempting to respond to that question. To begin with, the Muellers were not your typical family. A large portion of their world was characterized by their passion for firearms. William Mueller, the father, was more than just an avid collector. He was a certified gun dealer and a federal firearms licensee. His life was centered around guns, selling, purchasing, and even using them. Yet he was also a self-employed electrician. He was married to Nancy, and the two of them reared their only kid, Sarah, who was 8 years old. She was the center of their universe, and they loved her dearly. Sarah was homeschooled by William and Nancy in the small, close-knit community of Tilly, Arkansas. Gun shows were a common weekend pastime that only strengthened their bond as a family. Therefore, it should come as no surprise that their house was crammed with guns, ammo, and a sizable cash reserve. It was the ideal location for a theft, because of all that precious loot that was just sitting there. And that is precisely what happened in 1995. Unbelievably, a family acquaintance named Kirby Kehoe broke into the Mueller residence. He took money and firearms. The Mueller family, however, didn't let this setback deter them. The heist didn't halt their love of guns or their business. Now, remember this robbery, as it will be important to the subsequent inquiry. Let's go ahead to January 1996. The Mueller family was out of the house, most likely enjoying some time together, but they had no idea that two creatures were lurking in the shadows, preparing to attack them as soon as they entered. These two men confronted the Muellers as soon as they stepped inside. Don't be deceived by the fact that they were dressed like FBI agents. These were not genuine men. They were fakes. They immediately tied the family to chairs, and when 52-year-old William Mueller refused to comply, the situation took a horrifying turn. The family was split up by the intruders, who then started torturing them. While questioning, they exerted every effort to get the Muellers to speak, but when the parents refused to cooperate, they focused on 8-year-old Sarah. It gets to this point, it's really cool. One of the men shocked Sarah with an electric cattle prod to get her to talk as she was being questioned about the family's wealth and where they stored their cash and jewels. Even while it wouldn't be enough to kill someone, the anguish is unbearable, particularly for a little child like Sarah. They discovered guns, ammo, and $50,000, 0 cents, in cash, when the young girl provided them with the information they were looking for. You could assume that they would simply take what they came for and go. However, things didn't work out that way. The nightmare has just begun. After that, stun guns were used to overpower the Muellers and render them unconscious. As if relishing the lengthy, painful procedure, the intruders took their sweet time with this. However, it didn't end there. The worst was to come. The two men covered their heads with tight plastic bags and smothered them. Imagine the pain of being powerless to stop your entire family from being tortured. In those last minutes, the Muellers had to face the fact. If you believed that the Mueller was discovered dead immediately following that terrible night, then you're mistaken. You'd be mistaken, though. In actuality, it took 2 weeks for anyone to discover that something was seriously off. Earlene Branch, Nancy Mueller's mother, hadn't heard from her daughter in a long time. Nancy was quite different from that. Particularly when they attended those gun shows, she would always call after their travels. Earlene contacted the sheriff to express her mounting fear because she couldn't get rid of the uneasy sensation that something terrible had happened. Even though the Muellers lived in a neighboring county, Sheriff Jay Winters knew them and promised to assist. Yet when he spoke with neighbors, they seemed unconcerned. Most assumed the Muellers hadn't bothered to check in because they had simply left, perhaps for a short vacation or a respite from everything. Everyone seemed to believe that everything was okay, and that they were simply giving themselves some space. The matter then took a horrifying turn on February 11, a full month later. The Mueller's Jeep was discovered by a farmer who was going about his daily business. Far from its proper location, it lay buried and deserted on the highway side. The investigation resumed after this discovery. Nancy Mueller's pocketbook was still in the Jeep, with her ID and wallet, but the trailer was deserted, and there was no evidence of the family. The Mueller's disappearance grew increasingly unnerving as the days stretched into weeks and the weeks into months. There were no leads or hints, only the ominous silence of their absence. 5 months later, the case took a turn when an elderly couple chose to go fishing in a bayou close to Russellville for the day. The woman caught her fishing line on something while she was waiting for a hit, and when she attempted to untangle it, she soon discovered that she had hooked a boot that still contained a man's leg bone. She ended the call in horror and hurried to get assistance. Sheriff Winters launched a second search after this, assembling teams to search the bayou using divers and metal hooks. They had retrieved pieces of a body by the end of the day. The head was covered with duct tape, and the torso was supported by a boulder. Investigators realized this was no typical crime as soon as they spotted the body. It appeared to be a determined, cold, and purposeful execution. It was a little female's body. When they looked at the size and the clothing, they discovered that it didn't match the body of a 6-year-old girl who had been reported missing from a nearby county the previous year. They began to question whether this was Sarah Miller at that point. 2 more fragmentary bodies were found the following day. Their heads were wrapped in plastic bags that were firmly fastened with duct tape, and their torsos were all weighed down with boulders. The scene was eerie. The identities of the bodies were verified by the authorities using clothes, DNA, and dental data. William Mueller, his wife Nancy, and their daughter Sarah, age 8, were present. An investigation into a vicious triple killing swiftly evolved from what had begun as a missing persons case. According to the coroner's examination, the remains had most likely been in the water since January 11, the last time anyone had seen them. There was more to the tale, though. The tiny dots of blue paint adhered to the tape were discovered by investigators. The FBI lab in Washington, D.C., received the paint samples for testing, and it was determined that the paint type matched those of General Motors automobiles. Investigators pieced together that 2 people had to be engaged with this new lead. One followed in the Mueller's Jeep, and the other drove the blue car carrying the bodies, before the corpses were thrown into the river. The plastic bags had probably already killed the Muellers. Before long, the focus of the investigation returned to the Muellers' possessions. Relatives had stolen the majority of the family's goods since they had disappeared, but some had been left behind and were kept in their landlord's garage. A serial-numbered Colt .45 pistol case was among the items discovered. But there was no gun. A family photo with some pals was also discovered. After entering the gun's serial number into the National Crime Information Center database, the team discovered that the firearm belonged to Travis Brake, a man who had been arrested for carrying a concealed weapon in Seattle, Washington, months prior. He identified the 2 persons he purchased the handgun from and acknowledged that he had purchased it at a gun expo. He was drawn to one of the men. Brake pointed to one of the individuals in the photograph that investigators displayed after discovering it among the Muellers' possessions. As you may recall, Kirby Kehoe was no stranger to trouble. He was the same man who had robbed the Muellers a year earlier. He was deeply active in the white nationalist movement and has a lengthy criminal past involving firearms. But before they could make an arrest, the investigators still needed strong proof. Investigators in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, had a break almost a year after the murder of the Muellers, when a trooper noticed a blue Chevy Suburban parked in a handicapped space inside with odd bumper stickers. They discovered Sean Haynes and his expectant girlfriend dozing off. The trooper found that one of the firearms Haynes had in the car, a stolen AR-15 rifle, had belonged to the Muellers after running the serial numbers on both of them. After being detained and interrogated, Haynes acknowledged exchanging the weapon for another gun at a motel in Washington. The eldest son, Kirby Kehoe, the merchant Chevy Kehoe, and the detectives had 2 suspicions 6 months prior. Let's take a moment to learn more about the Kehoe family's history before delving further into the case. I promise you that learning their tale will help you understand why they did. The Muellers were very different from the Kehoes. 26-year-old Chevy Kehoe was raised in a home where white supremacy was more than simply a topic of conversation. It was how they lived. Chevy wasn't your typical young man in danger. Everything was molded by his father's influence, which led the family in a hostile and sinister direction. The Keyhoes fled sunny Florida for the peaceful hills of Madison County, North Carolina. When Chevy was still a baby, in the middle of the 1980s, the Keyhoes relocated once more, this time to Washington's Stevens County. At first glance, Chevy appeared to be a bright youngster with promise. Although he excelled academically in Colville Junior High School, his parents chose to homeschool him in 1988 for personal reasons. Instead of creating a healthy learning environment, they built a bubble of radical ideas in an attempt to give more concentrated attention. He was forced into a life of crime at an early age, learning how to elude the police and committing robbery and theft. The Keyhole House was a haven for suspicion and hatred, as you may guess. Their specialty was anti-government sentiment, which Chevy absorbed wholeheartedly. He was more than a young child with lofty goals. His fantasies were hazardous, aggressive, and motivated by white supremacist ideology. Chevy's only objective as a young man was to topple the U.S. government and establish his own white supremacist utopia, which he named the Aryan People's Republic. For Chevy, this was more than a phase. His family served as the cornerstone of his perilous philosophy, and this warped image was everything. This influence was evident in 1995 when Chevy participated in a brutal kidnapping and robbery in June. Malcolm and Jill Friedman, a Jewish couple who ran a store where Chevy had previously worked, were the target of him and a partner. They held the Friedman at gunpoint. However, this was not a haphazard crime. Chevy targeted them explicitly due to their ethnicity. Given all that was happening, this act was a glaring example of the violence and hatred he had been taught to accept. Kirby Kehoe and his son Chevy Kehoe had been on the police radar for years, which was not surprising. If Chevy was involved in a variety of crimes, you can only imagine the trouble his father, Kirby, had been up to. The worst part is that, in spite of the lengthy criminal background, neither of them could be located. They appeared to disappear into thin air, and no one was able to find them. That is, until a blue Chevy Suburban was stopped by an Ohio State policeman on February 15, 1977. The vehicle appeared odd as it passed by, was swerving and was moving far too slowly. The passenger nodded to the trooper, but the driver didn't even look at him. The officer ignored it until he noticed that even after they had passed him, the passenger continued to stare at him in the rearview mirror. The officer's instincts began to take over at that point. The license plate had expired when they ran it. Furthermore, neither of their driver's licenses were currently valid. The driver cooperated with the trooper's request to exit the car, but he cautioned the officer not to touch him. Then things changed. The motorist abruptly ran back to the automobile when one of the deputies called for a tow truck to confiscate it. He was being pursued by the officers, but they attempted to restrain him. After the man in the passenger seat produced a revolver and began shooting at the officers, there was enough confusion for Chevy to get back into the Suburban and flee. Kukui requested that the driver exit the vehicle. The man informed the officer that a friend had let him use the truck. A pat-down search was then denied. As the cop tries to search the man for clubs, knives, and other weapons, pay attention. It seems that he desired trouble. Another few of minutes passed. The man then tried to flee by running back to his car. After then, the passenger started shooting at the officers. The drivers escaped while the passenger rushed into the bushes. As it happens, Chevy Kehoe and his brother Cheney Kehoe were the two guys involved in that heated confrontation. Cheney, in the passenger seat, ran into the woods when Chevy pulled off in the Suburban. As one might assume, the police searched for him all day but were unable to apprehend him. Now, Cheney shared Chevy's strong white supremacist views and was not hesitant to use violence to further his convictions. Chevy was involved in another shooting later that day, this time at an electrical supply company's parking lot. During the confusion, he engaged in gunfire with two Wilmington police officers, Sergeant Robert Bob Martin and Officer Richard Rick Wood. Frank Marsden, 56, was struck in the shoulder by an innocent bystander. Both the troopers and the sergeant's dash cameras recorded the shootout, which swiftly gained widespread attention. After appearing on Fox's World's Scariest Police Shootouts in 1997, the video went viral and appeared on other shows such as Most Shocking and World's Most Amazing Videos. The Kehoe brothers, meanwhile, were evading capture by secretly driving an RV across many states with their families. Police had to up their efforts because investigators were afraid they would do anything to get out. At Lake Hill Campground, they posted pictures of the brothers in the hopes that someone might recognize them or the car. It was 2 days too late for investigators to learn that the Keyhoes had set up camp there in an RV. The RV was already on its way. Weeks passed, and reports of the RV continued to come in from all over the nation, constantly one step ahead of the law. They had been seen in locations such as West Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Texas, and Montana. The stolen van containing Chevy's signature gas receipt was discovered in Indianapolis, but Cheney was nowhere to be seen. The Keystone RV was discovered deserted on a lonely Wyoming road a few days later. Upon investigating, the authorities found a box full of bomb-making materials, a troubling cache of firearms, ammo, and phony FBI jackets and U.S. Marshals badges. When the ATF bomb team arrived to conduct an inspection, they discovered no operational devices, but the components demonstrated that the key holders were getting ready for something much more serious. The brothers' increasing aggressiveness and their potential future moves greatly alarmed the authorities. It seems that the Keyhoes were constantly one step ahead as the search went on. On June 16, 1997, however, Cheney Keyhoe, Chevy's brother, was tipped off to authorities that he was prepared to give himself in. Authorities discovered that Cheney and his brother had sought safety on a secluded ranch in southern Utah following the shootouts in Ohio, after Cheney disclosed where they had been hiding for the previous few months. In return for their assistance on the farm, the owners had offered them accommodation and board. But when Cheney's rage erupted and his paranoia increased, things swiftly took a turn for the worst. In order to instill his white supremacist beliefs in his younger brothers, Chevy even discussed killing his wife, Karina, who was of Native American descent, and planning to kill his own parents, Kirby and Gloria. Chevy's suspicions then turned against his own brother on June 12. Chevy feared for his life and his family's safety during a violent argument. He made the decision to run. Their long-running relationship came to an end when he drove over 1,000 miles back to Washington State in the middle of the night with his loved ones, Chevy. The arrest of Keyhoe on June 17, 1997, is not the most significant event. The most significant and intriguing information Cheney provided to law police was that Chevy admitted to helping to kill the Millers with another unidentified man. The father of the Keyhoe brothers, Kirby Keyhoe, was also arrested at about the same time in June 1997. As you might guess, the father's arrest didn't exactly match the story that everyone was hoping for. He and Cheney Keyhoe had nothing to do with the murder of the Miller family. However, Gloria Kehoe Chevy's mother came out to police officials and unleashed a bombshell just as things appeared to be falling apart. Gloria disclosed that Chevy, her son, had told her the horrific details of the murder of the Muller family. She continued by saying that the killings weren't an isolated incident. They had a year's worth of plans. The scheme dates all the way back to February 1995, when the initial robbery of the Muller family reportedly started it all. When William Mueller, the patriarch of the Mueller family, confronted Kirby Keyhoe because he believed he was implicated in the crime, Gloria said the series of events began. William Mueller apparently treated Kirby with extreme disdain during this altercation, which upset Chevy. Indeed, that appeared to be the moment that triggered a mental switch in Chevy. He believed that William's disdain was sufficient justification for him to loot and murder the Muellers. However, it went beyond a simple resentment of rudeness. Law enforcement claims that Chevy had more than one reason for doing this. Chevy's intrigue was further stoked when he learned that William Mueller was in possession of some serious weapons, pricey firearms, high-end equipment, and ammo. Gloria continued after that. She identified Daniel Lewis Lee as the second man implicated in the killings. Chevy had seen Lee before. Chevy knew him from their time spent in white supremacist organizations. Chevy and Lee shared a common ideology and were both fervently committed to the notion of establishing a country exclusively for white people. To keep themselves and Kirby from being linked to the crime, they had intended to rob the Millers, murder them, and hide their tracks. Gloria continued by explaining that the Mueller family had departed for a weapons exhibition on January 11, 1996. Chevy and Lee pretended to be police officers and headed to the Mueller residence when they were away. Chevy and Lee surprised the Muellers and tied them up when they returned. However, one aspect of the strategy didn't work out as planned. Gloria claims that Lee was apprehensive, particularly regarding the murder of Sarah Mueller, the daughter of the Mueller family. Chevy apparently took matters into his own hands and killed Sarah himself, since Lee simply couldn't bring himself to do it. In March 1999, Daniel Lewis Lee and Chevy Kehoe were put on trial for the triple homicide. Gloria Kehoe and Cheney both testified against them, revealing all the specifics of what had transpired. A conviction came at the end of the trial. Daniel Lewis Lee received a death sentence, and Chevy Kehoe received a life term. It seems that Daniel Lewis Lee also had a very difficult childhood, characterized from an early age by violence and instability. Lee had a lot of obstacles to overcome. He frequently ended up in mental health centers due to his struggles with seizures and other neurological conditions. His stay at these institutions was brief, though, since he was sent out because of his aggressive conduct, his incapacity to manage his emotions, and his increasing violent tendencies, which only appeared to worsen with age, added to his difficulties. Lee's aggressive proclivities had already shown themselves in a terrifying way by the time he was 17 years old. He was complicit in the vicious robbery murder of Joseph Wavra in a series of violent acts. It was the third murder. Amazingly, though, Lee was able to escape being charged with murder. Rather, he was simply handed a suspended sentence for the robbery, which felt like a less severe punishment considering the seriousness of the offense. Sadly, Lee's violent tendencies were not significantly reduced by this indulgence. It just seemed to give him more confidence, letting his need for violence grow unbridled. It was not long before Lee and Chevy Kehoe met. When the two first met in 1995, they were drawn to each other by their perverse desire to create a white nationalist stronghold and their mutual loathing of the government. Lee now made an effort to improve his reputation in court by saying he had a decent side and that he was capable of changing. His request for pity sounded more like a movie redemption story than real life, even if his past was filled with terrible crimes. It felt a little absurd. The court rejected it. Nobody thought Lee could actually change his history because it was too awful. He was ultimately put to death by lethal injection in 2020. In 1996, he was found guilty of killing 3 members of a family in Arkansas. One of them was an 8-year-old girl. However, Lee denied doing it to witnesses this morning. Overnight, the High Court decided 5-4 to overturn the decisions of the lower courts, with conservative justices making up the majority. When it came to lethal injection, those courts had been worried about what they referred to as an unconstitutional risk of agony. Daniel Lewis Lee, who had a less direct role, was sentenced to death, but Chevy Kehoe, who was the mastermind behind the heinous killings of the Mueller family, escaped the death penalty. Nothing about this seemed to make sense. How could his co-conspirator receive a worse punishment than the man who orchestrated and executed the entire scheme? The fact that Chevy was complicit in the Oklahoma City bombing, another major crime, just made matters more bizarre. Cheney, Chevy's brother, said Chevy was aware of the bombing before it occurred, after Chevy was taken into custody. Months prior to the bombing, Chevy was reportedly spotted in a Spokane motel with Timothy McVeigh, the bomber. The motel's manager even said that Chevy had been anticipating the blast with excitement when the news broke, and had even alluded to a major event on April 19. However, the FBI's investigation revealed no evidence that McVeigh had ever visited Spokane or that Chevy was directly involved in the attack. Although Chevy denied everything, the mystery was only heightened by the rumors. Even though it was evident that Chevy had connections to violent extremist organizations, he was given a lighter sentence than Lee. In the end, their father, Kirby Kehoe, was sentenced to 44 months after entering a guilty plea to federal racketeering charges, while Cheney Kehoe was given a 24-year term for attempted murder and possession of weapons because of his involvement in an Ohio gunfight. Cheney was later released from jail in 2008 after his sentence was lowered to 11 years, but his legal issues didn't stop there. He and Kirby were taken into custody by federal authorities in Arizona on October 14, 2013, following an ATF raid that turned up a sizable marijuana-growing enterprise and a firearms cache at an off-grid compound. 17 firearms, about 17,000 rounds of ammunition, 15 pounds of marijuana, and several sets of body armor were confiscated by the authorities. In 2014, Cheney and Kirby both entered guilty pleas to felonies including the possession of firearms and ammunition. Kirby was given a 10-year sentence, and Cheney was given a 41-month prison term. September 2016 saw Cheney's release, while January 2022 saw Kirby's. The majority of Cheney's time was spent at the U.S. Penitentiary. Under the Federal Bureau of Prisons record number 213,100,009, Florence A. Dex was incarcerated in Colorado. By 2022, he had been sent to a variety of different prisons, including United States Penitentiary Florence High and United States Penitentiary McCreary in Kentucky. One can only hope that Chevy Kehoe is suffering more there than his victims were while he was detained at the U.S. Penitentiary Terre Haute. However, how do you feel about all of this? Given their anti-government views, do you think justice was done, or that the law was too lenient toward them? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A vibrant 29-year-old heiress named Agnes Leroux disappeared from the French Riviera in October 1977, leaving her friends and family in the dark. Her lover, Jean-Maurice Agnelet, who had a complex relationship with her, became the first focus of the investigation. Police encountered dead ends while pursuing false leads, and suspicions about local mafias with a reputation for influence in the area increased. It became more and more like a Hollywood film at every turn, with rumors circulating that Agnes's disappearance might be connected to these perilous links. Finding the truth seems to be more difficult. What was Agnes Leroux's actual fate? Would anyone divulge the mysteries that lie underneath the Riviera's glitzy exterior? Let's get started immediately. The Palais de la Méditerranée was located in the heart of Nice, a fantastic city on the French Riviera in the early 1960s. Constructed in the late 1920s, this imposing structure was a bustling institution. It was well known for its bustling casino, which drew glitzy tourists from all around. Half of this lively establishment was owned by Henri Leroux and his wife, Renée Leroux, but they rarely spent time with their 4 children due to their hectic social schedules. Despite owning a portion of this vibrant paradise, their house frequently felt more like a background because they were always busy with social and professional obligations, but the palais was bustling with conversation and laughing. There was an odd silence in the Leroux home. They rarely had family dinners, and raised their children with the help of tutors and nurses, which caused some distance between them and frequently made the children feel a little cut off from their parents. Renée stepped up to take over the company. When Henri died in 1967, she was resolute despite the challenges of leading a location like the Palais, particularly as a woman in a world dominated by men. She was supported by her 3 children, Patricia, Christine, and Jean-Charles, who worked together to maintain the family business. As the 1970s arrived, Nice started to evolve. With the mafia having a significant impact, the city turned into a hive of corruption. The mayor at the time, Jacques Médecin, was ambitious about transforming Nice into a French Las Vegas. He surrounded himself with greedy businessmen who dreamed of redeveloping the Palais and wanted to purchase the waterfront. The Leroux family battled to keep their beloved Palais safe in the midst of the mayhem. Together, they overcame obstacles and gave their all to keep it alive. This conflict demonstrated their close family ties in addition to being business. Despite the shifting tides of their city, they remained connected by love, ambition, and a common goal of leaving a lasting legacy. There was more to the Palais de la Méditerranée than just a structure. It represented their unity and fortitude in the face of shifting circumstances. Agnes Leroux was Renée's 4th daughter as well. Born on September 14, 1948, she had her own ideas about life by the time she was 29 years old in 1977, and they did not include the family casino. "I won't be working in the casino because I'm not interested in that field," she famously said. "I wouldn't want to become a pimp even if I had inherited a brothel. I want to spend my life doing something else." Agnes's thoughts were on seeing the globe, and she dreamed of freedom and travel. In 1970, after Henneque married Jean-Pierre, they relocated to Côte d'Ivoire, where Agnes fell in love with and began selling native products. She was happy, artistic, and full of love and charity, according to Jean-Pierre. He also praised her sensitivity and rebellious nature, which added to her allure. Following her divorce, Agnes established an import-operated store in Monaco in 1976. Agnes was characterized by those who knew her as a vibrant, obstinate woman with a distinct sense of style. She even picked her water as meticulously as some pick wine, according to her sister Catherine. Her sisters praised her lively demeanor, and her artistic ability was apparent in everything she did. Patricia recalled her as vivacious, happy, and incredibly giving. This was confirmed by her brother, Jean Charles, who emphasized their strong relationship in a family that was heavily involved in the gambling industry and said she was generous and full of affection. Agnes wished for a different existence. During this period of her life, Agnes Leroux developed a strong relationship with Jean Maurice, who was frequently called Maurice. He had previously worked with Agnes's mother, Renée, and was not only a lawyer but also a family friend. In each of his divorces, Maurice was a key player, and even before her marriage had formally ended, they started dating as their bond grew. In addition, he had repeatedly approached her sisters, Catherine and Patricia, without permission, and even begged their mother, Renée, for a position at the Palais de la Méditerranée, but she had always declined. He eventually became a member of the family exclusively through Agnes, which resulted in their toxic relationship. The difficulties they encountered only made her feel more vulnerable and alone as she dealt with her love for Maurice. Observers noted that Agnes appeared completely engrossed in Maurice. As Maurice recounts, she would frequently quote him, demonstrating his immense power over her. AGS was unable to escape his grip and grew nearly dependent on him. But there was a high price for this devotion. She highlighted her inability to understand who he truly was and compared him to a chameleon, a creature that changes its color depending on its environment. Agnes suffered greatly as a result of Maurice's refusal to marry her. She stayed fixated and even assumed the financial burden of their relationship, which included covering all expenses, even though she knew she was being misled. Agnes was frequently treated with contempt by Maurice. He publicly called her my crust, implying that she was only a source of money for him. His warm use of the phrase la surmame to refer to another lover, Françoise, demonstrated his contempt. He chuckled and remarked that Agnes was simply his pocketbook when she inquired as to whether he used the same name for all of his other loves. The key player who would ultimately be crucial in preventing Agnelette's arrest later in the case was Françoise. Later in the video, this will be shown to be a sensitive young woman who has a tendency toward depression. Agnes's relationship with Maurice was becoming more and more problematic. Because of previous betrayals, she was cut off from her family and felt incredibly alone. She was so desperate to connect that she wrote letters to Maurice, sharing her desperation and longing. "I desire you. I am waiting for you I hope." When Agnes made her first attempt at suicide on October 4, 1977, her life took a terrible turn. When Maurice was informed, his reaction was unexpectedly sloppy. Agnes was horrified to find bruises all over her body after being admitted to the hospital. She described having to take medicines because she was confused and had trouble remembering what had happened. Later, a hospital roommate observed that Agnes appeared afraid, demonstrating the depth of her anguish. Unfortunately, she made another attempt at suicide 2 days later. Maurice felt strangely unconcerned that he had been asked for assistance. This series of incidents brought into question Maurice's intentions and his care for Agnes's welfare. His behavior and lack of enthusiasm revealed a troubling disregard for her difficulties. Even though Maurice hurt her, Agnes was stuck in a toxic cycle of love and manipulation that kept her attached to him. The difficulties in their relationship made her feel even more vulnerable and alone as she struggled with these strong emotions. Known for his attractiveness, Jean-Maurice Agnelet was a lovely but conceited man. He was born in Monaco on February 10, 1938, and was raised in a low-impact household where rigid parenting caused conflict. He developed an inner shell to deal with his upbringing after his older brother Gerard's terrible demise in 1961. At the age of 20, Maurice met Annie Ladas, his first love, while working as a supervisor at a school. He married her to avoid military service, and by 1962 they had 3 sons. In spite of his incompetence, he practiced law in Nice and drew clients by refusing to charge. Maurice developed a fascination with the Leroux family in the late 1960s and tried to become involved with them. A complex connection with Agnes resulted from this preoccupation, setting off events that would have far-reaching effects. Because her mother, Renée, was constantly under pressure from Jean-Dominique Fratoni, the manager of the Rouge Casino, Agnes Leroux found herself in a difficult familial situation. Determined to seize the Palais de la Méditerranée, Fratoni turned to Maurice Agnelet for assistance. The atmosphere in the Palais de la Méditerranée on June 3, 1977 was tense. The annual Board of Directors meeting was held in this opulent Art Deco structure. Renée and her 4 children, Patricia, Catherine Jean, Charles and Agnes, sat on one side. They were adamant about maintaining control and owned half of the company. The wealthy businessman Jean-Dominique Fratoni, dubbed the Napoleon of gaming, stood in opposition to them. Fratoni was a dubious character who had connections to the mafia and a close friendship with Jacques Metzen, the dishonest mayor of the city. It was an important meeting. To determine whether Renée would continue as CEO, a vote was required. Fratoni had been attempting to acquire control of the casino for a long time, with the intention of banishing the Leroux family and making it a more lucrative enterprise. Tension increased in the air as the votes were cast. With the help of her son and 2 children, Renée cast her ballot for herself. After then, the answer was yes. She turned to Maurice Agnelet, her lover, who had acted as René's attorney and had grown close to her. Agnes voted against her mother in a startling moment after he gave her a modest nudge. There was silence in the room. She had betrayed her family and given Tony control of the casino with just 1 vote. Agnes had transferred the funds from Fratoni to a Swiss bank account and granted Agnelet complete authority over them. Only a few weeks prior, she thought that this financial decision may bring them closer together because she was incredibly in love with him. Agnes understood that Maurice's financial difficulties were a hindrance to their relationship. She thought this would help close the gap, and she was excited to sell her interests in the family casino. She realized that even after she had taken that action, their relationship had not changed. That, she believed, was what he needed. However, he felt that becoming an annuitant was insufficient. An annuitant is a person who, typically after retirement, receives regular payments from an annuity, a financial product that generates income. Put more simply, it's a person who consistently receives money from an insurance or investment plan. Her recorded phone chats with Agnelet, which showed her increasing dejection, made the emotional pressure clear. She felt stuck in a terrible relationship and was bewildered and heartbroken. Agnes was shrouded in mystery after going missing over the All Saints' Day weekend in 1977. Prosecution investigators calculated that she disappeared between October 26 and November 2. However, these dates had an annoying ambiguity. This uncertainty was caused by multiple factors. 4 months after her last sighting, in February 1978, her family finally filed a missing persons report. Investigators found this wait to be extremely difficult, particularly since the first 24 hours are critical in any case involving a disappearance. One major problem was the report's timing. The recollections of people closest to Agnes become less trustworthy as 4 months passed. For example, her mother changed her mind and now believes that their last chat was on October 26 instead of October 27. These disparities demonstrate how time can distort the facts and make it more difficult for investigators to piece together the true events. Why, therefore, did it take so long to alert the police? A number of factors were involved. Agnes was first and mainly infamous for her capriciousness. She frequently took impromptu vacations without informing anyone. Her family didn't freak out when she stopped talking because they were accustomed to her impetuous behavior. Second, her vote against her mother at the time caused tension in the family dynamic. Although her relatives were concerned about their tumultuous relationship, Agnes had separated herself from them and was not in frequent communication with them. So, her silence was somewhat expected. It should come as no surprise that Agnes turned down several of her mother's calls. This complexity was further compounded by the time period. We did not have instant communication in the 1970s. There were no cell phones, and it was much harder to stay in touch while on the road. Individuals weren't accustomed to checking in frequently, particularly when they were out of town. The delay was also caused by Maurice Agnelet. When her family contacted him, he assured them that Agnes was probably having a party somewhere. He presented her as creative and impulsive, making them assume that her silence was typical. Any real worries were further postponed by this delusion of security. Agnelit's behavior during this period was similarly perplexing. There were suspicions regarding his motives because he had previously sent emergency personnel to fictitious places during Agnes' suicide attempts. Following Agnes's discharge from the hospital, he spoke with her family, the possibility of spending All Saints' Day weekend in Italy, and obtained insurance for her vehicle. However, she stopped communicating with everyone after October 26. Agnes was scheduled to attend a crucial board meeting at the Palais on November 4. Her absence caused worry in addition to raising questions. Her absence was an indication that something was horribly wrong because everyone anticipated her to be present. This absence marked a sea change in the narrative and ultimately implied that Agnes was confined in some sort of place. Together, these elements put her in a very precarious situation. As Christmas drew near, the anxiety only grew. Agnes's disappearance was unsettling because her family had traditionally enjoyed the occasion together. Renée Leroux eventually decided to report about her daughter's arbitrary incarceration on February 13, 1978. This created a sense of urgency instead of just worry. It entails being detained illegally and without cause. The investigation encountered numerous difficulties because of the complex web of factors that surrounded her life, in addition to the delay in reporting her absence. As time went on, it grew more difficult to uncover the truth, and Agnes's tale evolved into one of how miscommunications and emotional turmoil may have disastrous results. Talk of suicide gave the mystery surrounding Agnes Leroux's disappearance a sinister twist. The suicide explanation was difficult for investigators to accept, though. Why? Just plain because her car, a Range Rover, had disappeared without a trace and a corpse was never located on Yesi? They kept their thoughts open to a variety of theories because they knew they couldn't rule out any possibilities. According to one opinion, Agnes may have decided to go missing on her own. As we have already discussed, she was a defiant and unpredictable person, but it was difficult for her friends and family to accept that she would do this. Agnes and Jean-Charles, her brother, were especially close and frequently confided in one another. Given her thriving firm and exciting local projects, it seemed improbable that she wouldn't get in touch with him at some point. It didn't seem like her to leave all that behind, especially after what she'd done to her family. The background of the casino warfare became apparent as the investigation went on. Given her family's role as a roadblock to Jean-Dominique Frattoni's intentions, the casino manager, who was collaborating with the mayor of Nice to turn the city into a gambling hotspot, Agnes, a wealthy heiress, might have been targeted by local mafia interests. This notion, however, was also not very credible in the absence of hard data. Furthermore, Frattoni suffered a setback when Agnes vanished, and he once more required her support to advance his ambitions. Then, Renée Leroux said, "Yes, mother." After the betrayal, some people theorized that she might have wished to get rid of her daughter. Investigators were dubious despite Renée's valiant efforts to keep control of the Palais and her resistance to multiple threats from rivals. If she was somehow responsible for her daughter's disappearance, why would she actively search for her and file a missing persons report? The main suspect in this case was the lover of Maurice Agnelet. He may have wanted retribution in addition to financial gain. Prior to Agnes Leroux's disappearance, Maurice Agnelet was the main suspect after she began moving the money she received from Frattoni to an account in his name. Earlier in the year, Renée had refused to give him control of the casino, and he was allegedly heard saying, "I'll get even for investigators." He apparently took a sizable amount of money out of their joint Swiss account, which was completely depleted by February 1978. While the investigation proceeded, Agnelet was detained by the police for 48 hours in September 1978, denying any wrongdoing, but confessing to having an affair with Agnes. When the police eventually searched Agnes's Monaco home 2 weeks later, they discovered a strange amount of stuff, including a piece of paper pinned to a drawing table that appeared to be a farewell note. "Sorry, my journey is over. I'm stopping here. Everything's fine. Oh yes, I want Maurice to handle everything." The date on the top of the note, which was dated October, 6 weeks before he, went missing, sparked curiosity. How did Maurice obtain that note? Could he have staged the scene to make it appear as though she had committed suicide? This note only added to the mystery surrounding Agnes's disappearance. What journey was she referring to? Why was she saying everything was fine when it was obviously not? And why did she want Agnelet to take care of everything? These questions remained, leaving investigators and family members with a haunting uncertainty. The judge overseeing the case was obviously disturbed by Agnelet's demeanor, who pointedly remarked, "You're the only one who isn't trying to find out what happened to Agnes?" That was a strong accusation, and it made Agnelet appear even more suspicious. At the criminal level, Maurice Agnelet was still regarded as innocent by the law. By the end of the 1980 cess, he had served his sentence for seizing Agnes's money and had relocated to Panama to live with his son Guillaume. In August 1983, an international wanted notice was issued for Maurice Agnelet, who was charged with homicide and breach of trust. Agnelet was struck off the bar in December 1978, after being found guilty of serious violations pertaining to the financial aspects of the case. After living in Canada since 1980, he returned to France on August 8, 1983, where he was arrested at the airport and subsequently imprisoned in 1983. Agnelet married his former mistress, Françoise Lesueur. In France, a spouse of a suspect cannot be compelled to testify against them, which means they can lie during a trial without facing prosecution. This rule has since been extended to cohabitants, but at that time, marriage was necessary. Therefore, Agnelet had a strong incentive to marry Lesueur to ensure she wouldn't feel pressured to admit any false testimony. It's clear that Maurice Agnelet A. was an ambitious man who was willing to do whatever it took to succeed and rise socially. Those who knew him noted this trait. On October 7, 1983, the criminal charges were dropped due to an alibi provided by his second wife, Françoise Lesueur, which led to his release on February 17, 1984. She confirmed his alibi and stated that he had been with her in Geneva from October 27 to 28, just after the last known contact with Agnes. They allegedly stayed together at the Hôtel de la Paix on the shores of Lake Geneva. This complicated things for investigators as they had to sort through various timelines and alibis, but this was the same thing that helped Agnelet get released during this time. His involvement in Freemasonry also came to light. Agnelet was the worshipful master of a lodge he founded in Nice, which was associated with the Grand Orient of France, one of the biggest Masonic organizations in the nation. This association raised concerns about his character and motivations regarding Agnes's disappearance. His leadership in a Masonic lodge and his legal issues suggested a potential for dishonesty and self-interest. Freemasonry is a fraternal organization that encourages moral and ethical development among its members, frequently using symbols and rituals. He was exonerated of some charges on September 30, 1985, but on November 13, 1986, the Lyon Court of Appeals sentenced him to 30 months in prison, 6 months of which were suspended for breach of trust and vote buying. He started serving his sentence on November 17, 1986, and remained in prison until 1988. As the years went by, a private investigator hired by René Leroux made a breakthrough discovery in 1993, when he learned that hotel records in Geneva only listed Françoise Lesueur, not Maurice, in Geneva. This led to the question of why investigators hadn't discovered this information sooner, as it could have drastically changed the investigation's conclusion and kept Agnelet behind bars. In 1997, René Leroux had filed a complaint against Lesueur and Agnelet. In June 1999, Lesueur, now the ex-wife of Maurice Agnelet, was potentially charged with collaboration in concealing a body overwhelmed by the situation. Lesueur withdrew her earlier statements and claimed she had lied about Agnelet's location during Agnes Leroux's disappearance in early 2000. Judge Anne Vella reopened the investigation after learning of this new information. Agnelet, who had returned from Panama voluntarily, was placed under judicial supervision and charged with voluntary manslaughter and false imprisonment. He remained free during the entire process, while Judge Vela diligently worked on the case, conducting extensive research and interviews. Agnelet's trial began on November 23, 2006, in the Alpes Maritime Court, and on December 20, 2006, the jury found him not guilty because they had doubts about his guilt, which led his prosecution to appeal the verdict. This background of deceit and manipulation is further elucidated by the observations of ALA, the psychologist who evaluated Agnelet in 2002, who described him as an indecisive man with an endless desire to dominate others and driven by a deep need for recognition that may stem from a troubled relationship with his father. Agnelets reopened the case on December 7, 2000, and Agnelet was charged with murder. Agnelet and his defense team attempted to overturn this decision at the European Court of Human Rights in 2009, and in 2010 he requested conditional release. In the meantime, dubious reports surfaced that connected deceased gangsters to Agnes's disappearance in March 2011. And Jean-Pierre Hernandez, a former gangster, claimed Agnes was innocent and named Jean Lucchesi, a criminal connected to the Marseille mob, as the real murderer. Agnes Leroux was officially declared dead on April 12, 2007, with her death certificate issued in Nice on October 26, 1977. But he was discharged due to a lack of evidence, which included no body or car. Before his death in 1987, Lucchesi allegedly told Hernandez that he had killed Agnes as part of a contract, disposed of her body in the harbors, and crushed her car afterwards. The Zampa family's lawyer filed a complaint against Hernandez for defaming a deceased person and accused him of damaging Zampa's reputation. The Leroux family believed this was a publicity stunt to promote Hernandez's book, while Agneles's lawyers saw it as fresh evidence to appeal to the Court of Cassation. On January 10, 2013, the European Court of Human Rights ruled against France, ruling that the murder charge was not clearly established due to the absence of a body and that the Aix-en-Provence verdict lacked justification. Personage, last season box, the courtesies accolade on Zoom, position and defensive. In March 2014, the French court held a third trial of Agnelet, which resulted in shocking developments that no one saw coming. On the day of the trial, Maurice, the analyst, appeared weak and aged in court for his trial. At first, it seemed like the proceedings would follow a familiar pattern, as Agnelet had been tried before. But just days before the verdict, a shocking twist occurred. Agnes's rebellious and generous nature was revealed by her family, while Agnelet insisted she was not a traitor. At the age of 76, Agnelet abruptly defended Agnes, saying there was no betrayal when she voted against her mother for the casino's presidency. Before the 2014 trial, Maurice Agnelet and his son Guillaume had a complicated relationship. Guillaume had always publicly supported his father, but during the court proceedings this changed drastically. On April 6th, Guillaume made his shocking claim, saying, "I have a case of conscience. I believe my father is the murderer of Agnes Leroux." This statement was read at the beginning of the hearing, and Guillaume repeated it during a video conference with the court. Guillaume claimed that his father had confessed to the crime, stating that he had shot the 29-year-old woman while she was sleeping in Monte Carlo, Italy, threw her belongings in a river, left her body in a forest, and then parked his white Range Rover at a train station with the keys left inside before taking a train back to Nice. Annelies hinted at a suicide threat in an email to their son Guillaume on April 9, 2014. In court, she disowned him and denied his accusations against Maurice. On April 11th, the jury upheld Maurice Agnelet's 20-year prison sentence, which he appealed the following day. The conviction was finalized on July 8, 2015. The Leroux family received €3 million, 0 cents, from Agnes's inheritance in May 2015. René Leroux died on June 6, 2016. In September 2020, Agnelet was granted a medical suspension of his sentence, but there were delays because of Agnes's prosecution appeal. He was released early on December 24, 2020, and moved in with his son in New Caledonia. Agnelet died of a heart attack on January 12, 2021, at the age of 82. For 45 years, both families endured intense scrutiny and suffering, with the truth about Agnes's disappearance still unresolved. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A violent crime shocked Los Angeles on October 29, 1990. In a garbage can, the mutilated body of William Newton, a 25-year-old gay adult video performer, was found. Authorities tried their hardest, but they were unable to solve the murder case. However, a few years later, a group of amateur investigators set out on a mission to find justice by being persistent and resolute. The murderer, who had been hiding in plain sight the entire time, was finally exposed by these detectives, What caused the ruthless disfigurement of Newton's body, and who exactly killed him? Today, we'll examine a cold case that dates back 33 years and was resolved in 2023 because to a podcast, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. The city of Los Angeles, a thriving metropolis in Southern California, will be the subject of today's case. It is well known for its star-studded walkways, famed Hollywood sign, and gorgeous beaches. With its internationally recognized museums, theaters, and music venues, Los Angeles is also a center for the arts and entertainment sector. This vibrant city offers something for everyone, from mouth-watering cuisine to booming fashion and technological sectors. On July 26, 1965, William Newton was born in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Richard Harriman was his dad. Oliver Michelle, Newton's half-sister, was born 6 months after Newton was born, and his parents were not wed. The two siblings couldn't be separated. Newton developed a love for art as a child and often used his leisure time to write creatively. His imagination went wild, and his poetry reflected his soul. He loved to read and dreamed of the day when he could tell the world his own stories. Newton was a young man of great intelligence. Richard once spoke about his son to the media. The majority of Newton's early years were spent in the city where he was born. He went to elementary and middle school there. Following his graduation from middle school, he and his mother, whose name is unknown, moved to Ladysmith, a city in Wisconsin. Newton found the surroundings change all too abrupt, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. But before his mother started discussing moving again, Newton was only able to finish his first year of high school in the new city. They relocated to the city of Oklahoma this time. This occurred in 1980. Newton quickly became weary of the seemingly never-ending cycle of traveling from one location to another and wished for greater stability. He then packed his things and went down to visit his father, Richard, one day. At the age of 16, he had already decided to live with his father. He was sure he would put his arms around him. That proved not to be the case, though. Instead of the kind greeting he had expected, he received a startling reception when he arrived at Richard's house in Eau Claire. Richard slammed the door shut in his face and refused to let him in after being instructed to leave. Newton was left devastated and defeated by the cold treatment, which was a sharp contrast to what he had anticipated. However, something within of him changed at that precise moment. He bravely decided to go out on his own, accepting his independence. Newton would travel the United States over the following 3 years. He resided in Oklahoma, among other places, where he met Terry Elliott, with whom he began a romantic relationship. Newton also found that he was passionate about makeup and beauty. Therefore, he made the decision to pursue this as a career by training to be a professional beautician. In just a few months, he obtained his beautician license after learning everything there is to know about skincare, makeup, and the newest trends in beauty. He started a new life in Los Angeles after relocating there in 1984. He didn't have to wait long for job prospects to present themselves, despite the difficulties that came with establishing a new life in a new city. Equipped with his extensive knowledge and experience, he attracted the attention of a music video production firm right away. They soon employed him as a choreographer and beautician. Additionally, Newton started working at the Hollywood Spa, a gay bathhouse. He met a man named David Ray at the spa one fateful night, and he immediately warmed up to him. David had been in town to serve as a judge for a homosexual magazine's beauty pageant. Their encounter marked the beginning of Newton's unexpected and novel voyage. Gay adult flicks were David's specialty as an adult filmmaker. After recognizing Newton's talent, David mentored him, exposing him to the business and helping him get parts in a number of his films. Eventually, the economic relationship between Newton and David developed into a love one. The two decided to start their own adult film firm, London Ray Productions. After forming a partnership in 1987, Newton joined the organization and brought his experience as a makeup artist, stage designer, and film producer to the table. In addition to acting in a number of films under the names Billy London and Billy Porter, he produced pictures under the pseudonym Bill E. London. Their flat was frequently used for movie shoots, and Newton would redecorate the rooms to give the impression that they were in different places. Newton and David started living life in the fast lane as their money started to come in. When they weren't working on a film, they would spend their evenings using drugs and going out to clubs. They settled into this way of life, which they would maintain for many years. The couple's relationship soured in 1990, and they started living apart. Newton made the decision to temporarily relocate to Las Vegas, where his sister Michelle was living at the time, since he thought that he had had enough of Los Angeles and that he needed a change of scenery. He had had enough of Los Angeles. Michelle, Newton's sister, remembers that Newton simply needed a mental health vacation. In addition to providing him with something novel and thrilling, Las Vegas would also provide him the opportunity to see his mother, who at the time intended to move to the area. Now that everything was in place, Newton started to count down the days until his trip to Las Vegas. But destiny had a different idea. Newton went to Rage nightclub, a well-known club in Los Angeles, on the evening of October 28, 1990. He walked over to his favorite spot in the club and sat down to watch the people having a good time around him. Newton soon began to feel the beat and joined in on the fun. He lost himself in the thrill of the evening after taking a few drinks and letting loose. The hours passed quickly, and before long, he knew it was time to return home. As he stood up to go, it was immediately apparent to anyone who happened to catch sight of him that he was drunk. He found his way to the exit and walked out of the building. No one would ever see him alive again after that. Unaware of a murder that would frighten many, the majority of Los Angeles citizens went about their everyday lives as the week started on a Monday morning. The same morning, a homeless individual looked through dumpsters in an alley just behind Santa Monica Boulevard in search of food or trash. He received the shock of his life when he opened a specific dumpster. A human head was sitting in the center of the rubbish, staring back at him. The homeless man could see a pair of feet that had been haphazardly put next to the head, but the remainder of the body was nowhere to be seen. In terror, the man closed the dumpster since it was just too much for him to process. He promptly sounded an alarm, warning others of the disgusting discovery, and police officers soon arrived on the scene in their cars. Newton was quickly identified as the individual whose head had been severed and found in the bin. One of the first cops to reach the site on the day of the murder was retired Detective Wendy Burnt, who was deeply disturbed by the murder's savagery. "It was just so heinous in my mind that something like this could happen," Wendy stated. Newton had methamphetamine, a detective drug, in his system prior to his death, according to the results of his autopsy. Additionally, there was proof that he had been strangled before, to being decapitated. Detectives started looking into what had happened to Newton and how he got into this condition right away. Wendy was in charge of the team of investigators assigned to the case, and she made sure to give it her all. "It was a murder that I felt was my responsibility to solve, so I put everything into this case," Wendy stated. Detectives investigated every tip that came in over the months following the murder, but none of them turned up any useful information. Newton's killer and the location of the rest of his body were unknown. The investigation finally went cold since detectives had nothing concrete to work with for a long period. 15 years after the murder in 2005, the Los Angeles Police Department said that they were working on a reinvestigation of the case. However, nothing significant came of the examination and the case was closed. The case then returned to the press at the end of 2006. The following year, the Los Angeles Police Department had neglected his son's murder case and could have done much more to try to solve it, according to a reporter named Mickey Ski, who said that Newton's father had contacted him this time. In response to this charge, the LAPD issued a statement informing the public that they were still working on the case and were making every effort to find a solution. Richard, however, never saw justice for the murder of his son. On May 3, 2011, he died at home at the age of 65. Authors Christopher Rice and Eric Shaw Quinn, who were best friends, became fascinated with Newton's murder around 2022. After reading an article about the case from an adult entertainment journalist, Christopher had become aware of it, and it had stuck in his head ever since. In addition, Christopher and Eric co-host The Dinner Party Show, a podcast they started in 2012. As it occurred, Christopher chose to bring up his interest in Newton's murder during one of the podcast episodes, expressing how intrigued he was by the fact that there had never been an arrest and no leads in the case had been made public. He ended by requesting useful information about the case from the audience. In their subsequent podcast episode, which aired 2 months later, Christopher and Eric discussed some of the new information they had discovered since their previous discussion of Newton's death. Christopher claims that he was contacted by an unnamed man who claimed to have crucial information regarding the murder case. The man told Christopher that the night before Newton was discovered dead in a garbage, He had seen him at Rage nightclub. He asserted, however, that Newton had not left the club by himself, but had instead been with a man who bore a striking resemblance to notorious serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Christopher learned that Dahmer was a serial killer who killed 17 men and boys in the Milwaukee region between the late 1970s and the early 1990s, when he conducted a background investigation on him. However, Dahmer was apprehended by the authorities in 1991, a year after Newton's horrific murder, and was given 15 consecutive life terms. Without a doubt, Dahmer's profile matched that of a person who might have killed Newton, but since Dahmer was already deceased, there was no way to verify this. In November 1994, a fellow prisoner attacked him and beat him to death. Christopher maintained his optimism that someone with more information would come forward, after outlining in the podcast what he had learned about Newton's murder and its potential link to Dahmer. Detective John Lamberti of the Los Angeles Police Department started to get interested in this case about the same time, in 2012. He was astounded by the amount of effort his predecessors had put into solving the murder after reviewing all the documents they had on the subject. Detective Lamberti told reporters, "They looked into this case like crazy." Lamberti also started to examine every aspect of the case more carefully, taking into account all of the earlier research that had been done on it. He looked up Newton's name on Google as one of his first actions. He found the episode of Christopher and Eric's podcast in the search result, where they discussed Newton's murder and made assumptions about Dahmer's involvement. Detective Lamberti became interested in the case after clicking on it and hearing what the two individuals had to say. Sometime after this, he contacted Eric and Christopher to arrange a meeting. The three men discussed what they knew about the case in detail and exchanged information during this encounter. An alliance was established right away, and their shared objective was to find a permanent solution to the matter. In the midst of all of this, documentary filmmaker Rachel Mason had also become fixated on the case and was working on her own covert investigation. It was by chance that she had discovered Newton's murder. She was working on a documentary about Circus of Books, an adult bookshop and gay adult materials store back in 2017. She visited Mike Szymanski, a local writer and activist, in search of reliable material for the documentary. Mike had consented to let her browse through his old collection of pictures from West Hollywood. During the search, he and Rachel were looking through one of his notebooks when a fragile newspaper story from 1990 dropped out and drew Rachel's attention. The article discussed Newton's murder and how the police were unable to identify the perpetrator. Mike happily gave Rachel all the information he knew about the enigmatic murder when she asked him right away what it was all about. The story she heard captivated her. She didn't give it much thought, though. She then proceeded to work on the Circus of Books movie, and as soon as it was over, she began looking for a new project to work on. During this time, she remembered the account of Newton's murder that she had heard from Mike. She gradually became enthralled with it and couldn't get it off her mind. She looked more closely as a result, and she started looking into the matter. Rachel was resolved to learn as much as she possibly could. In order to do this, she decided to approach the public for any advice or insights they might have. That's when she got a reply from Sherman Oaks resident Clark Williams, a gay, stay-at-home father. Like Newton, Williams was raised in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Because of this, he thought he could help Rachel complete the details of Newton's life. Rachel was excited about the new development, since he had a unique viewpoint on what it was like to grow up in Eau Claire. She pondered whether she had at last found someone who could help her unravel the riddle surrounding Newton's childhood. She eagerly set up a meeting with Williams to find out and hear his thoughts. She learned at the discussion that it was while perusing a Facebook page that Williams first learned about Newton's murder. When he happened onto a specific post concerning the 1990 murder, he was instantly drawn to it. He was startled by how much his upbringing resembled Newton's as he read the specifics. He was unable to stop thinking about the case after that and made the decision to act alone. Something was propelling me, moving me to just get involved in whatever capacity that I could, Williams stated. What I really wanted to do was to help tell Billy's story because I think he reflected the lives of so many young gay men and teenagers who came up in that time. He continued. He developed a greater interest in the murder once he got to know Rachel and told her everything he knew. Detective Lamberti eventually learned that Rachel and Williams were also interested in the investigation, and he quickly included them. Williams used every spare moment to try to solve the case as closely as possible. Soon later, he found out about Rick Pashy, a local amateur detective who had spent a significant amount of his time and effort trying to solve the murder of Newton after it had already happened. During the first inquiry, Rick had also collaborated closely with Wendy, a retired investigator. Williams was disappointed to learn that there was no way to contact Rick because he was long dead, but because, to his extensive and persistent research, he was able to learn some other crucial information about Rick, including the fact that he was a gay adult film producer going by the name Richard Lawrence, in addition to owning and operating a skate store in West Hollywood. Given that Rick and Newton had been employed in the same field at the same time, Williams knew he needed to identify the connection between them. Williams started carefully going over Rick's movie credits to find the identities of the actors, producers, and editors. He wanted to find everyone who might still be alive so they could tell their story. The films he prioritized had been made in the immediate aftermath of Newton's murder. He was particularly interested in one movie. The Devil and Danny Webster, as it was called, had debuted Billy Houston, a young, talented actor. Williams took a particular interest in Billy right on and started learning everything he could about him. Upon more investigation, he learned that Billy's true identity was Darrell Lynn Madden and that he was incarcerated for the life term for the killings of two men. Williams learned that Darrell confessed to the authorities about his crimes after being apprehended, claiming that he and another man named Bradley Qualls were responsible for the initial offense. On the day of the event, Bradley and Darrow had gone out with a dark plan to kidnap a gay guy in order to introduce Bradley into a white supremacist gang called Chaos Squad Skinheads. They eagerly waited for an unfortunate person to walk by. Unfortunately, a man by the name of Stephen Domer fell into their carefully set trap. Bradley and Darrell both enticed their victim to a remote location, bound him in their own car, and then took him on a ride. The poor man begged, but in the end, he was strangled to death with a coat hanger. The two men then disposed of the body in a nearby creek after realizing they had killed him. In a surprising turn of events, Darrell later shot Bradley, his accomplice, for an unspecified reason before running away. However, he was caught by the authorities after being unable to hide for very long. All of this had taken place in Oklahoma City. And Williams learned all of this, he continued. As he continued, he soon learned that Darrow had been interviewed for a book called American Honor Killings. Williams decided to try to obtain the book since he felt it had more potentially significant material. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting, he finally received the book that he had ordered online. He started reading right away, and as he turned the pages, he was astounded by what he saw. In the book, Darrell not only discussed killing Stephen, but he also discussed another murder that occurred in Los Angeles. He did not, however, elaborate on that specific occurrence. Williams was both astonished and thrilled by the startling discovery. He was aware that he was right. Darrell had admitted to killing someone in Los Angeles, the same city where Newton had been murdered. Williams was convinced that Newton was the person Darrell had mentioned, but just to be sure, he made the decision to contact Detective Lamberti and tell him all he had learned. Lamberti didn't waste any time in getting to work. He checked Darrell's background. He was shocked to learn that Newton's body had been recovered on Santa Monica Boulevard, which was also the location of the gay adult movie production firm Darrell had worked for. The detective went to see Darrell in order to question him, because he realized it was all too coincidental. Therefore, Detective Lamberti and Detective Tamara Maez went to Oklahoma on January 4th, where Darrell was incarcerated for his offenses. They were shocked to learn that Darrell had changed her name to Darrell Lynn and was now an Orthodox Jew and a proud transsexual lady. There was a flurry of excitement in the air as Lamberti and Maez sat opposite Darrell Lynn, who sat with a poised assurance, prepared to respond to whatever queries the two investigators might have. They questioned Darrell Lynn about Newton's murder during their meeting, and to their surprise, Darrell knew right away who they were referring to. According to Darrell Lynn, he and two of his friends had spotted Newton strolling down the street the day of his murder. They thought Newton would be an easy target for a robbery because he had looked drunk. Things took a turn for the worse after he was kidnapped. It had concluded with Newton being strangled to death, Darrell Lynn admitted. When Darrell Lynn finished his story, Detective Lamberti and his colleague were in complete disbelief. Their ears were almost unbelievable. They then inquired as to how and why Newton's body had been disfigured, to which Daryl Lynn denied any involvement. Newton's body was left with his two pals after they killed him, Daryl Lynn informed them. Daryl Lynn will not provide the names of the two accomplices when questioned about their identities. In the days that followed, Detective Lamberti went to the office of LA County District Attorney George Gascon and made a compelling case against Daryl. To their dismay, however, Gascon's office declared that they would not be charging him since the evidence was insufficient. However, Lamberti and the other team members who had been working on the case non-stop were ecstatic that it had been solved at last. In addition, Michelle was appreciative of the investigators' commitment to the investigation and the sense of closure they provided her with by resolving it. For more than 30 years, the brutal murder of Newton rocked the metropolis of Los Angeles. There is a sense of justice served when one considers that his killer has finally been found and is in prison. The location of the remainder of his body, however, remains a mystery and might potentially haunt the community for years to come. What do you suppose happened to the rest of Newton's body, and who do you think disfigured it? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In many popular romantic comedies, the main character will pursue and even stalk the lady he likes. Eventually, she will cave in to his pressure, understand that no one loves her as much as he does, and show that she feels the same way on film. The guy comes out as a genuine romantic who will stop at nothing to gain the love and affection of his chosen one, and this looks adorable and humorous. This isn't the case in real life though, and such behavior can make someone call the police, in addition to making them feel repulsed. The story of Celeste Mano started off innocuously. She was getting attention from a coworker, but she kept ignoring it. It was her earnest hope that her admirer would soon realize and simply stop bothering her. Celeste's one foolish move, however, completely altered the course of events, transforming the admirer into an obsessive pursuer, and her subsequent thoughtless deed had irrevocable effects. The young woman revealed to friends that she sensed problems but felt helpless and unsupported by anyone, constantly requested police assistance, and was truly afraid for her life. If law enforcement hadn't functioned under the tenet of "come to us when the crime has been committed," the tragedy probably could have been prevented. Let's now take a close look at this case and follow the series of events that resulted in Celeste Mano's untimely death. On November 30, 1997, Celeste Chris DeMano was born in the Australian state of Victoria, in the northeastern region of Melbourne. She was the youngest of Eggy DeMano and Tony Mano's two children. She was raised with her older brother, Alessandro. The father of the family reportedly divorced his wife when the children were still little and remarried shortly after, but he never stopped communicating with his older children, provided for them materially, and made an effort to be involved in their lives. Celeste was quite outgoing, energetic, and amiable when she was in school. She was the cheerleading team's captain, participated in sports and dancing, and had huge aspirations for the future. She first enrolled at the esteemed University of Melbourne to study criminal and civil law, since she wanted to become a lawyer. But as her studies came to a close, she concluded that law was boring and began studying marketing and advertising. In 2018, she was hired by a big, quickly expanding company that offered a variety of goods on e-commerce platforms. Celeste was a bright and gifted person who picked things up fast, performed her job well, and advanced in her career. In less than 2 years, she rose from a simple call center employee to the head of a whole department and was regarded as one of the most promising workers. Her intelligence, drive, and capacity for competent and logical job organization were all praised. Celeste also had exceptional physical qualities and a perfect figure while she was a student. She even competed in the university beauty pageant and placed in the top 3. She was accustomed to a lot of male attention from an early age because she always had a lot of fans, but she was quite picky about who she dated. A certain Luis Nader Sacco, Mano's tenacious coworker, was employed by the company. He was over 16 years her senior and took a keen interest in the new, attractive employee from the first few days she was in the office. It's important to note that Louis was a very quiet and reticent person who clearly had no aspirations for his career because he had held the same low-level job for a long time without showing any interest in moving forward. Celeste was open, kind, and smiling, and she always politely refused Lewis's advances because she didn't want to offend him. But the man kept trying to get her attention in different ways. Celeste was adamant about wanting nothing to do with him, even if she occasionally cracked jokes to lighten the mood. Louis saw this circumstance as a game or a challenge. He believed that his young boss was just being difficult to get along with, so he made the decision to win her over no matter how obstinate, awkward, and obnoxious he was. Celeste, however, she made an effort to remain calm and hoped he would either give up or turn his focus elsewhere. Sako continued to be unrelenting over time. Everyone around him could see how he got literally fixated on the young beauty. Menno told a close friend and coworker one day that she would never even entertain dating Louis. He was strange and completely unpredictable to start. Second, she had never been drawn to men who lacked aspirations or life objectives. Third, the considerable age disparity was also a factor. She pitied her admirer, though, for he had no chance despite his best attempts. Louis made the grave error of forgetting everything about his own work responsibilities in his futile attempts to get his colleagues' love and attention. Although he had never been a very hard worker, he'd just quit doing his direct duties. The senior management was unhappy with the way his output had fallen. Sako was finally fired in the early fall of 2019 after receiving 3 warnings and reprimands. This change of events really disturbed Louis, who appeared on the verge of tears as he packed his belongings in the office. In the meantime, Celeste felt conflicted. On the one hand, she was glad that the obnoxious suitor would finally leave her life and cease pestering her with his advances. However, she felt a certain amount of shame because she thought she was somewhat to blame for this. As a department manager, Menno congratulated the fired worker on his years of service, accompanied him to the building's exit and, as he was leaving, gave him a pat on the shoulder and wished him well. But as it quickly became clear, this innocuous deed was a deadly error that stoked Lewis's optimism that they could pull it off. The man immediately concluded that Celeste was just scared to initiate a romantic relationship at work since she was his boss, and it may cause her career to suffer and garner widespread disfavor. He believed that they could now be together and that nothing stood in their way of happiness. Louis, overcome by emotion, gave Celeste a surprise peck on the cheek. There was an awkward silence. Celeste was stunned by his boldness and unsure of how to respond, so she just turned around and rushed silently back inside the office building. Sako was finally persuaded by this response that Celeste was interested in him and that he shouldn't give up. The unrelenting stalker. Louis made a social media account a few days after being fired, found Celeste's profile, and added her as a friend. She thought there was nothing wrong with it at first, but as he started asking her to meet and go out, she attempted to say no, gently at first, and then she just blocked him. From a newly made profile, the old coworker sent her another friend request the following day. Despite Celeste's best efforts to ignore it, he began leaving comments on her pictures, complimenting her appearance and physique, and mentioning how wonderful they would make a marriage. She then attempted to change her profile settings to prevent anyone other than her friends from messaging her or leaving comments on her posts or images. She also recalled that strange encounter on the day he was fired. A week later, during a family gathering, she reported to her relatives about the persistent pursuer. Although her family listened, everyone at the time thought it was a joke, and that the unwelcome admirer would quickly lose interest and leave her life. Celeste and Louis primarily used professional channels to communicate during their time together, so Louis didn't have her personal phone number. However, Celeste started getting odd romantic messages from an unknown number, and she quickly figured out who they were from. The admirer praised her beauty, gave her romantic poetry he had written, and made another attempt to get her to go out. Menno only returned the stalker's call once, making an effort to speak with him seriously and convince him to quit pursuing her by explaining that nothing could possibly happen between them. But instead of paying attention, the man merely reiterated how nice her voice was and how happy he was that she had finally answered the phone. She then attempted to block the pursuer, but he kept calling from a different number. She finally made the decision to change her phone number, but Louis somehow discovered it a week later and the harassment persisted. Looking for safety, Celeste made a failed attempt to avoid the insane admirer for around 6 months. His phone numbers and phony social media accounts were blocked by her. She made an effort to lead a normal life and did not reply to messages, but the texts kept coming in, and they progressively shifted from amorous to audacious and menacing. The man didn't ask now. He insisted on seeing her and started outlining his irrational private dreams about what he would do with her at this very moment. However, it wasn't even that bad. As it turned out, the stalker started to follow her home from work and discovered her residence. At first, Celeste was unaware that Lewis was actually following her around and was now a part of her life, not simply through communication. Every time she caught a sight of him close to her house, she told herself it was a figment of her imagination, a result of stress. The young woman chose to seek police protection after realizing that she was not mistaken, and that Sacco, with his insane passion, was actually pursuing her. Mano requested that a special order be issued by the police to stop the stalker from coming near her or her house. Her request was met with indifference, if not downright mockery, from the cops. Since it is not unlawful or penalized to write poetry or express explicit fantasies in text messages, the police claimed that the man had done nothing wrong. With the long-awaited restraining order, Celeste was instructed to leave the precinct and not obstruct the police from apprehending actual criminals, because she was unable to prove that Louis was stalking her and hiding close to her house. Celeste endured the constant harassment of her old coworker for another 6 months. She would often see his car parked across the street from her office, and he would drive by her home in the evenings. Many times, she was anxious and lived in continual stress because she could feel his eyes on her all the time. Mano went to the police once more in August 2020, this time presenting her phone's picture and video evidence that Lewis was, in fact, following her. Her statement was taken seriously by another officer, who was further shocked by his colleague's lack of concern. A restraining order was filed against Sacco, and he was informed that he could no longer phone, approach, or attempt to contact her in any other way after he recommended her to go to court right away. The man obviously did not anticipate this turn of events, and for a few weeks he did indeed vanish from Celeste's view. For the first time in a long time, she felt content. She felt liberated and thought the harasser would stop bothering her. But her relief came too soon. She started getting messages from unknown numbers less than a month later, in which Louis begged her to take back her statement and lift the restraining order because he thought it was interfering with their romantic relationship. Mano went to the police right away after receiving multiple texts because her pursuer had broken the restraining order and now had to deal with the repercussions. The man received a fine and a warning that he might face jail time if he did not leave the young woman alone, as well as considerably harsher penalties for future infractions. Sacco remained silent for over 2 months after this, and the young woman concluded that he had finally abandoned her. Infamous picture taken in September 2020 with a new beau. Chris Reedsdale was a young man Celeste met. He was only a year older than her, and they soon discovered that they had similar hobbies, objectives, and perspectives on life. As a result, they immediately fell in love. She disclosed the harassment from her former admirer to her current lover, admitting that she was still anxious even though he had not made himself known for more than a month. Chris made every effort to ensure his partner felt secure and worry-free by surrounding her with love and care. The young lady introduced her new lover to her brother and parents at a family meal at the beginning of November. Celeste's family embraced her decision. They hid it well right away, and her mother even made a joke about her daughter being in capable hands. Once more, the following weeks went by without incident, and the erstwhile admirer stopped contacting me or showing up. Mano, it appeared that the young lady was no longer concerned about Louis perhaps exploding, and was content to spend all of her free time with Chris, returning to her life or doing her any damage. The couple went on a date on November 15, 2020, after falling in love. They enjoyed each other's company while sitting at a cafe. The young woman recommended taking a selfie to document the event, and the result was a wonderfully lovely picture. The pair appeared to be quite pleased as they sat at the same table, hugging and grinning. Celeste chose to make this frame her social media profile image since she loved it so much. She did this to show that things were serious and to announce her new relationship. Chris also shared the picture on his page with a heartfelt statement that said he loves this child and would stop at nothing to keep her eyes as happy as they are in this shot. Unfortunately, the couple's outing ended up being their final one. The terrible event that occurred on the night of their final date. Chris dropped Celeste off at her house, and they said their goodbyes with the intention of meeting the following day. Celeste had to wake up early for work the following morning, so she and her mother talked about her boyfriend for nearly an hour in the kitchen before Celeste went to bed. The sound of cracking glass woke Eggy up at 4 in the morning on Monday, November 16, 2020, but she didn't immediately realize what was going on. Then there was a commotion, screams, thumping, and weird noises. She thought the sounds were coming from the street at first, but then she realized they were coming from inside the house. Eggy hurried to her daughter's room after jumping out of bed and putting on her robe. In the faint light, she saw someone physically leaping away from Celeste's bed before fleeing through the broken window as she pushed open the door. Eggy was met with a terrifying scene as she flicked on the light. Her daughter was covered in cuts and tiny pieces of broken glass, lying in a pool of her own blood. Celeste's eyes were wide open, gazing up at the sky as she struggled to breathe. Her mother tried to stop the severe bleeding wounds on her daughter's body till the paramedics arrived after calling emergency services right away. Unfortunately, she couldn't be saved because it was too late. She was dead by the time the physicians and police showed up. After the fatal blow to her heart, the medical examiners discovered more than 20 penetrating stab wounds on her body. Investigation, with the main suspect assessing the circumstances and contrasting Eggy's testimony with the incident scene. According to the authorities, the attacker entered the victim's room through the window in less than 3 minutes and attacked her before her mother arrived. Celeste attempted to protect herself, as seen by the multiple cuts on her arms. When the suspect struck at random with a huge butcher's knife, Eggy could only think of one person when asked if her daughter had any enemies. Louis Seiko, who had been relentlessly pursuing the young lady for more than a year, calling her and sending her threatening messages. Her friends and co-workers at the scene, along with other family members, confirmed this information. Numerous bloody fingerprints were left by the perpetrator, and DNA was discovered on a fence. He hurt his hand and hopped over while running. Since Louis was the main suspect in the case, it was essential to detain and question him very away in order to confirm and contrast all of the witness accounts and evidence. At first, Seiko strongly denied any involvement in the incident, claiming that he loved Celeste and would never hurt her, but he was arrested the following day. But shortly later, forensic evidence proved that the bloody prints on the fence and in the victim's chamber were indeed his. Additionally, law enforcement cited the restraining order that prohibited him from approaching the young woman, which he had broken. It also showed out that Louis had bought a big knife and a hammer at a nearby hardware store the night before the catastrophe. He was seen on camera at the checkout as he paid for his products, then used the knife to kill the poor woman and the hammer to burst through the glass into the house. A man in need of therapy or a calculating criminal? Since Sacco had been monitoring the victim for a long time and knew almost everything about her, the evidence against him was indisputable, but a picture the young woman shared on social media with her new lover was the last straw for him. He then went to a store, bought a hammer and a knife, and went to Celeste's house under cover of darkness to kill her. His acts were perceived as intentional, premeditated criminal behavior. However, Louis's behavior was very unpredictable, casting doubt on his mental stability. He was almost 39 years old, had never married, was still living with his parents, had virtually no friends, and had never had a steady job. People said he had serious socialization problems and was anxious and introverted. Sacco also has a biological brother who was incarcerated for a long time for a crime. The accused was ordered to undergo a forensic mental evaluation at that time, and his lawyer maintained that his client needed professional assistance rather than incarceration. The victim's family was furious and appalled by this argument, and they were afraid that the vicious criminal would escape punishment. After speaking with Louis and examining his conduct, psychiatric specialists came to the conclusion that he did in fact have some mental illnesses, but when the crime was committed, he knew exactly what he was doing. In addition, he had planned the specifics of the crime beforehand. This implied that Sacco would surely have to stand trial, even if he tried to pretend he was insane. The sentencing and trial. The culprit didn't show up in court until the fall of 2023, 3 years after the young woman's awful death. He made several attempts during this period to demonstrate that he was mentally ill and, as a result, could not be found guilty of willful criminal action. The majority of this time was spent in a mental health facility. Louis acted coolly and collectedly in the courtroom. as if he didn't care about what was going on. Although he acknowledged his guilt, he maintained that his intention was not to kill the girl in order to gain her affection. Sako was sentenced to 36 years in jail with the prospect of parole no sooner than 30 years after the jury unanimously found him guilty on all counts, according to Celeste's law, which was never approved. Celeste's parents kept bringing up the fact that their daughter had called the police in 2020 in an attempt to get Louis to protect her. Her case, however, was denied because, under the law as it stands, harassment only includes attempts to make physical contact with the victim. Phone harassment and internet stalking are not punishable by law. Celeste's law, which would have made stalking on social media via emails and texts illegal, was developed over the course of 3 years of trial preparation by the mother of the young woman who died, professional attorneys, and a few activist groups. Eggy DeMano thought that by doing this, countless women and girls would be protected and her daughter's terrible fate would be avoided. She went straight to the Victoria Legislative Commission with the goal of enacting major changes to the current criminal code. The woman drafted more than 40 revisions and proposals, but nearly all of them were eventually turned down. According to investigations, online stalkers typically don't try to get in touch with their victim in any other way and instead restrict themselves to being invisible. A restraining order might be imposed in cases of extreme stalking containing threats, just like if the person were being pursued in person. The revisions solely serve to restrict access to private information on social networks. Nevertheless, such offenses were still not punishable by law. At the moment, a stalker may only get a verbal warning for such behavior. If they violate the law again, they may also be penalized, though this is not always the case. Celeste's law is not yet in effect. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. On the evening of August 23, 2022, 56-year-old Alessandro Mattuzzi was simply heading home, walking the familiar path back to her apartment on Via dell'Arco Baleno in northern Bologna. It was a quiet residential complex, the kind where neighbors knew each other and evenings passed without incident. As she approached her building around 9 p.m., she was casually chatting on the phone with her younger sister. It was just another normal night, until it wasn't. Mid-conversation, something changed. On the other end of the line, her sister heard strange, muffled sounds, quick footsteps, heavy thuds, and a struggle. Then came the unmistakable sound of Alessandro screaming. Panic spread through her voice, desperation rising. Her sister, frozen in fear, could only listen as the chaos intensified. And then the call went dead. Immediately, she dialed emergency services, her voice trembling as she described what she'd just heard. At the same time, the normally still neighborhood came alive. Lights turned on, windows opened. A few residents stepped into the hallway, alarmed by the noise. Some tried to help, but by then, it was too late. Police arrived quickly, but the horror had already unfolded. A haunting silence blanketed the entrance of the building. What happened there would only become clear in the hours to come. An act of violence that stunned an entire community and raised serious questions about how such tragedies can still go unanswered. Alessandro Mattuzzi was born and raised in Italy. At the time of the incident, she was 56 years old and working as a sales representative at a women's fashion boutique. Her professional life was closely tied to the world of fashion, an industry she genuinely loved. Both colleagues and clients described her as punctual, meticulous, and respectful. She was valued for her courtesy, reliability, and calm demeanor. Those close to Alessandro remembered her as warm, considerate, and emotionally perceptive. She was known for her empathy and natural inclination to care for others. She made a point of staying closely connected with her family, especially her mother, who was living in a care facility and required ongoing assistance. Alessandro visited her regularly and maintained a strong emotional bond with her despite the distance. For 2 years, her life was deeply affected by a challenging period when her father became seriously ill. Alessandro took on the role of full-time caregiver, providing him with daily support, companionship, and attention until the end. After his passing, she struggled to regain her emotional footing. The psychological toll was significant. She became withdrawn, avoided new relationships, and declined her loved one's encouragement to rebuild her personal life. Her closest confidant remained her younger sister, Stefania. The two spoke daily, sharing updates, plans, and worries. Their bond was built on trust and deep mutual understanding. Stefania was the person Alessandra turned to when making important decisions or facing personal hardships. Alessandra was also active on social media. Her profiles featured snapshots from events, trips, and workdays. She posted fashion looks, shared pictures from outings, and uploaded moments from family gatherings. She led a quiet, but not isolated life. Alessandra wasn't a recluse. She simply preferred her own company and found comfort in a calm, structured routine. Loud parties and spontaneous meetups weren't her thing. After losing her father, and as her mother's condition worsened, her circle naturally shrank. But she didn't mind. Her days revolved around her job, caring for her mother, daily conversations with her sister, and looking after her pet. That steady rhythm shaped a life that felt safe and predictable. But at some point, everything changed. It was through social media that someone entered her life, starting with kind words and emotional support, and eventually shattered her sense of security and peace. Giovanni Padovani was a professional soccer player who also did some modeling on the side. He was born in Agrigento, Sicily, and when he first connected with Alessandra Matuzzi, he was 26 at that time. He was signed with a football club. There were no public controversies or past issues tied to his name. Outwardly, he came across well. Athletic build, well-groomed, and confident. He seemed young, full of energy, and quite present in the digital world. Padovani had a very active social media presence. His pages were filled with posts from training sessions, modeling gigs, and travel snapshots. His content got plenty of attention, especially from women, and pulled in a lot of likes and comments. He appeared approachable, outgoing, and friendly. At first glance, he seemed like a typical guy from the younger generation, someone who blended fitness and style. There was nothing in his online behavior that raised red flags. In fact, it helped create the image of a balanced and socially adept man. Alessandro came across his profile in the summer of 2021. Their first interaction happened online, which is pretty common these days. Despite a 30-year age difference, Padovani appeared mature both in appearance and lifestyle. Early on, he showed genuine interest and was capable of holding meaningful conversations. For Alessandro, who wasn't actively seeking a new relationship, the connection felt unexpected but not unsettling. At one point, he opened up about past health struggles. That vulnerability struck a chord with her. Her sister Stefania later noted that Alessandro's empathy played a key role in their emotional closeness. Gradually, their communication became more regular. They texted often, exchanged photos, and talked on the phone. He would ask how her day went, share updates from his training sessions, and talked about his progress. His tone was warm, even a bit shy at first. He thanked her for being understanding and told her how much he appreciated staying in touch. It all felt honest and genuine. Ordinary in the best way. When they finally met in person, Padovani was polite, calm, and attentive. He didn't seem rushed or pushy. He had traveled from another city just to spend a few days with her. During that visit, he saw her home, her daily routine, and the people around her. He respected her boundaries. One moment that stood out was when he offered to visit her mother at the care facility, a gesture that left a strong impression. It signaled that he was willing to embrace her life just as it was. These visits became a regular part of their lives. Whenever Giovanni was in Bologna, they spent time together. At her place, on walks, or just exploring the city. He accompanied her on everyday errands, showed interest in things that mattered to her, and made an effort to be present. He took photos with her, posted them online, and sent her personal messages full of encouragement. He often complimented her appearance, her kindness, and how she seemed to manage everything with such calm. Their relationship developed in an atmosphere of trust. At that stage, the age difference didn't seem to matter. He treated her with respect, called her a strong, beautiful, and mature woman. Alessandro wasn't used to that kind of emotional attentiveness from a man, but his behavior felt genuine. Her sister, who had seen some of their conversations, confirmed that he came across as decent in the beginning. Polite and never pushy. Alessandro began to see him as someone she could lean on. someone she could talk to without fear of judgment. Their conversations ranged from the everyday to deeply personal. He would send her small gifts, message her in the mornings and before bed. He wasn't intrusive or controlling. He was simply present, in a way that seemed caring and emotionally tuned in. But things began to shift a few months in. The first troubling signs appeared after the new year. Gradually, Padavani's behavior became more intense. He started calling more frequently than usual, asking detailed questions about who Alessandra was talking to and how she spent her time. What used to be casual conversations turned into interrogations. There was a noticeable shift in his tone. He began expressing doubt, convinced that she was hiding something from him. Those suspicions became more persistent. He even involved her sister Stefania, calling her and asking her to support his perspective. What started as uncertainty soon turned into firm, unshakable accusations. Stefania recalled that his calls became increasingly aggressive. He would raise his voice, throw out accusations, and wouldn't accept any disagreement. Talking to him became emotionally draining. Eventually, Stefania cut off contact. Alessandra didn't immediately follow suit. Even as his behavior worsened, she continued to communicate, hoping things would calm down. She avoided confrontation, trying instead to de-escalate the tension. But Padavani began crossing more and more boundaries. Trust had completely eroded. He grew jealous over any interaction she had with other people. Even neutral social media posts triggered conflict. He demanded explanations for likes and comments. The relationship became increasingly strained. He would call her in the middle of the night, send messages with no real reason, and create moments that felt like emergencies. His actions became erratic, shifting between aggressive outbursts and desperate apologies. Alessandra began to realize she was losing control of the situation, but even then, she couldn't see a clear way out. He had embedded himself into her daily life intensely, emotionally, and relentlessly. In early 2022, Giovanni Padavani escalated his behavior beyond emotional pressure. After one of his visits to Alessandra's home, she discovered that something was wrong with her digital accounts. Her email and social media logins no longer worked when she tried to recover access. She noticed the new passwords included names and phrases closely tied to Padavani, which led her to believe he had accessed her computer and reset her account information to gain control. But it didn't stop there. His actions went beyond just digital interference. At the same time, Alessandra discovered that her WhatsApp account had been linked to an unknown device. Upon closer inspection, she found spyware installed on her phone, software that allowed someone to monitor her conversations, read her message history, and track who she was talking to in real time. This meant Giovanni Padavani had been surveilling her remotely. He was monitoring her digital activity and accessing her private information without permission. This wasn't incidental. It was a deliberate, organized form of digital tracking. Her suspicions were confirmed when Giovanni began referencing things from her private conversations. He seemed to know exactly who she had spoken with and at what times. He accused her of messaging other men, even when no such conversations had taken place. His claims were based on how he interpreted what he'd seen, fueling a growing sense of paranoia. He acted with disturbing confidence and showed a complete disregard for her personal boundaries. His control extended into every detail of her digital life. At the same time, he ramped up the pressure with near constant monitoring. He demanded that Alessandra send short video clips of her surroundings every 10 minutes. These clips served as proof of her location and activities. If she refused, he would lash out in frustration, accusing her of dishonesty, threatening to end the relationship and demanding constant updates. His tone became increasingly authoritarian. Alessandra no longer felt like a partner. She felt watched, monitored, and cornered. Eventually, it became clear that Giovanni had accessed not only her phone, but also the home security system. He had somehow tapped into her surveillance cameras and was watching her in real time. One recovered message between Giovanni and his mother confirmed this. He had sent her a screenshot of Alessandra, taken directly from her home's security feed. It was yet another violation in a growing pattern. Alessandra had no idea how deeply he had invaded her private world. By the second half of 2022, Giovanni Padavani's behavior became openly aggressive. He wasn't just monitoring her online. He started following her in person. He began showing up at her apartment without warning, lingering outside for hours waiting for her to come home and watching her windows. She no longer felt safe even in her own neighborhood. Neighbors noticed him frequently. One resident reported seeing him trying to gain access to the complex. Another saw him on the building's rooftop. Alessandra asked her neighbors not to open the door if they saw Giovanni outside. These requests came from a place of constant fear. She wasn't sure anymore whether he would stop at surveillance. He had stopped hiding his intentions. Eventually, he started damaging Alessandra's property. There were instances where her car was vandalized. In one case, the wiring responsible for the car's lights was cut. He also tampered with the power in her apartment, unscrewing fuses to cut the electricity. These acts served as a pretext to draw her outside, to force a face-to-face interaction without witnesses. He was trying to create a situation where she would have no choice but to come out and face him. Broken objects, shouting, and signs of physical struggle became a common occurrence. Neighbors reported hearing loud arguments and heavy banging. His jealousy and obsessive need for control stripped away any self-restraint he may have had. He crossed every line. In one incident, he climbed onto the roof again, attempting to break into her home. This happened after she had stopped letting him inside. His behavior had become erratic and threatening. Alessandra's mental state deteriorated sharply. She lived in constant anxiety, gripped by fear. Each time she approached her home, opened a window, or stepped into the hallway, she started carrying pepper spray in her purse, something she had never done before. She told those close to her that she was scared to return home. Panic had become part of her daily life. To feel at least somewhat safe, Alessandra occasionally stayed with her sister, Stefanana, who welcomed her, even though the situation made her deeply uneasy. But even on those nights away, Alessandra couldn't stay gone for long. Her dog was still at the apartment, and she had a strong emotional bond with him. Returning home wasn't a choice. It was a necessity. She couldn't abandon her place completely, and that made her vulnerable. It meant she could never fully escape Giovanni's pursuit. The period between July and August became particularly intense. Alessandro knew her safety was in jeopardy. She confided in Stefanani, describing specific incidents of aggressive behavior. Still, even then, she continued to look for ways to de-escalate. She avoided confrontation, holding on to the hope that something in his behavior might shift. But Giovanni's obsession only deepened. He didn't see distance as a boundary. He took it as a personal insult. As the danger escalated, Alessandro Matuzzi decided it was time to seek protection. She filed her first official police report on July 29, 2022. In the complaint, she detailed Giovanni Padovani's actions, his stalking, invasions of her privacy, and the ongoing threats she felt. She included documentation, screenshots of threatening messages, and photos confirming his presence near her home. Despite her efforts, no immediate protective measures were taken. The following weeks passed in limbo. Alessandro remained fearful and anxious, but stayed in contact with authorities. On August 3, she returned to the station with further details. She provided new evidence and elaborated on the continued stalking. Still, the investigation remained in a preliminary phase. No decisions about safety measures were made. On August 8, she filed another complaint. By then, the harassment hadn't stopped. Padovani was still showing up near her residence, attempting to get inside and disturbing her peace. Alessandro shared that she feared the situation was spiraling out of control. She documented specific incidents: power outages, damage to her car, attempted break-ins. These acts were accompanied by text messages laced with aggressive undertone. A fourth meeting with law enforcement took place on August 13. Alessandro once again made it clear she feared for her life. She reported that Giovanni was still monitoring her movements, interfering in her daily life, showing up at her home and using technology to track her. The case file now included direct quotes from his messages, where the threatening language left little room for doubt. One of Alessandro's statements was especially chilling: "I don't want to die." That sentence captured the state of mind she was in, but official responses from police offered no real reassurance. No actionable steps were taken. Authorities didn't issue a restraining order, didn't formally warn Padavani, and didn't initiate surveillance around her apartment. Officials cited procedural guidelines and the need for more witness statements, and yet, Alessandro had already provided detailed information on intrusions, stalking, property damage, and tampering with her home's electrical system. Investigators noted delays due to witnesses being on vacation. This slowed the process down. Some members of the prosecution claimed her report didn't indicate an immediate risk to life, as there had been no documented cases of direct physical harm, viewing it as a stalking case rather than a critical threat. Authorities failed to treat the situation as urgent. That perspective would ultimately play a key role in what followed. Alessandra did everything she could to protect herself. She asked for help, kept records, and warned about the potential danger. The events were unfolding rapidly, but there was no intervention that could have meaningfully altered Padavani's behavior. No temporary orders or monitoring protocols were put in place. She continued living in fear, constantly bracing for the next incident. Alessandra's family later brought forward serious concerns about the actions of law enforcement. Her loved ones believed the tragedy could have been prevented. From a logical standpoint, the signs of escalation were undeniable. Giovanni Padavani's behavior had evolved from persistent obsession to overt intimidation. His actions were calculated, repetitive, and dangerous. But at the administrative level, there was no meaningful intervention. On August 20, 2022, just 3 days before the incident, Padavani created a checklist. It was later found on his phone in the Notes app. The list named specific items: duct tape, a hammer, rope, or hand restraints. He also wrote out steps: simulate a conversation with Alessandra, convince her to let him in, bring the necessary tools. These entries left no question about his intent or the level of planning involved. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment outburst, it was a premeditated act, thought out in chilling detail. His planning included physical preparation. On August 21, Padavani left Sicily, where he had been involved in soccer activities, and traveled to Senigallia under the pretext of personal matters. From there, he made his way to Bologna, arriving on August 22. Travel routes and timestamps later confirmed this timeline. He didn't inform Alessandra of his visit. His movements were covert, pointing to a deliberate effort to catch her off guard. Once in Bologna, Padavani hid a hammer in a bush near Alessandra's home. He'd already scouted a secluded area within the residential complex. The tool was placed in a way that allowed him to retrieve it quickly when the moment came. This single act alone shows a disturbing level of foresight. Investigators also discovered that he climbed to the building's rooftop to monitor Alessandro's return. That happened just hours before the crime. One of the most alarming pieces of evidence. There was also a digital journal entry Padavani had written weeks earlier. In a note dated July 2, he wrote, "I'll end her because she ended me emotionally." He portrayed himself as a victim, accusing Alessandra of using him and making him look unstable. The message went on to justify his plan and showed full awareness of what was to come. "I know I'll end up in prison. This note will explain to the police what she did to me." The content made it painfully clear his decision had been made well in advance, and what followed was a calculated attempt to reclaim control. On the morning of August 23, 2022, Giovanni Padavani was already in Bologna. He had arrived the day before and had told no one. Alessandro had no idea he was in town. He spent the entire day in the shadows, watching her movements from a spot near her apartment complex. He waited for the exact moment she would return home. Earlier, he had secured the hidden hammer, making sure it was within reach. That evening, around 9 p.m., Alessandro approached the entrance to her building. She was on the phone with her sister at the time. Padavani, already positioned nearby, made his move. From that moment, everything unfolded rapidly. As Alessandra reached the front door, Padavani closed in within seconds. He was right beside her. Her sister, still on the line, suddenly heard a drastic change in Alessandra's voice, followed by the unmistakable sounds of a struggle. Based on the call recording and eyewitness accounts, Alessandra tried to defend herself, but the assault was abrupt and violent. Padavani retrieved the hammer and struck her. The first blow was so forceful that the metal head of the tool detached from the handle. When the hammer broke apart, Padavani didn't stop. He continued the assault, using his fists, striking Alessandro on the head and body. Then he grabbed a heavy wrought iron bench located near the entrance to the building and used it as a weapon. He delivered multiple blows with it, ending the attack with extreme aggression. According to the forensic examination, Alessandra had sustained at least 20 separate injuries, many of them fatal. The trauma affected her skull, chest, and limbs. The report also noted multiple fractures and evidence that her body had been dragged across the ground. Despite the screams and the growing commotion that drew the attention of neighbors, Padovani made no attempt to flee. He remained at the scene. When law enforcement arrived, they found him sitting calmly near the building's entrance. Officers later testified that he showed no signs of panic or agitation. When questioned, his only words were, "Good thing you came." He didn't resist arrest. His demeanor was described as composed and fully aware. Alessandra was rushed to the nearest hospital in critical condition, but the injuries were too severe. She passed away within minutes of arrival. The nature of the wounds, their number, and the force behind them led authorities to classify Padovani's actions as a crime committed with extraordinary cruelty. He had made no attempt to flee, hide evidence, or stage the scene to look like an accident. Everything pointed to a deliberate, premeditated act. Neighbors who witnessed the final moments said he acted quickly, decisively, and without hesitation. Some tried to intervene, but they weren't able to reach her in time. Alessandra's sister, who had been on the phone with her during the attack, immediately called emergency services. Her testimony was crucial in establishing the exact sequence of events, from start to finish. The assault lasted only a few minutes. His crime marked the end of a long escalation, beginning with psychological pressure, moving through stalking and digital surveillance, and culminating in a fatal act of physical aggression. On the day of the attack, Padovani showed no signs of emotional breakdown or loss of control. His actions were cold, methodical, and aligned with what he had previously documented in his digital journal. After his arrest, Giovanni Padovani was placed in a psychiatric facility. He showed no remorse. During the initial interview, he chose to remain silent, invoking his right to withhold testimony. Later, during the investigation, he made several unsolicited statements, attempting to shift blame onto Alessandra. He claimed he felt betrayed and emotionally devastated, and said his actions were the result of overwhelming distress. Investigators confirmed that the crime had been carefully planned in advance. However, Padovani's defense pushed for a psychiatric evaluation. The court reviewed possible mental health issues, including paranoid tendencies and obsessive behavior patterns. Ultimately, the experts concluded that he had full awareness of his actions and was capable of controlling his behavior. As a result, legal insanity was ruled out. Before sentencing, Padovani made a final statement. He said he felt as if he had been living in a nightmare. He added that if the court believed he was mentally fit, then he deserved the maximum penalty. He described himself as a broken man and tried to frame the crime as the outcome of emotional strain caused by Alessandra. The court rejected Giovanni Padovani's defense. The circumstances of the case, his level of preparation, the content of his journal entries, and his composed behavior after the attack all pointed to full awareness of his actions. His attempt to blame the victim by claiming emotional devastation was found to be unfounded. The court concluded that his actions were driven not by a mental breakdown, but by pathological jealousy and a desire to regain control. His explanations were seen as an effort to rationalize a meticulously planned crime. After the death of Alessandro Matteucci, the online space became a secondary scene of aggression. News stories about the case attracted hundreds of comments, many of which shifted blame onto the victim. Alessandra was criticized for her age, appearance, clothing style, and the age difference between her and Padovani. Some users defended the perpetrator, suggesting he had snapped because he was deceived or that he was too emotionally fragile. One comment sparked particular outrage. Donatello Alberti, regional head of the Italian branch of the Red Cross, wrote, "You could see why he was jealous just by looking at her." Under pressure from widespread criticism, he followed up with, "Women should behave more modestly like our grandmothers did." These remarks ignited a national backlash, and Alberti was removed from his position. Shortly afterward, Alessandro's family filed a collective complaint against 25 individuals responsible for the most hostile online messages. The Bologna prosecutor's office launched a rare, large-scale investigation into cyber harassment. Public discourse had evolved into a new form of aggression, this time directed at a victim who could no longer respond. On February 12, 2024, Giovanni Padovani was found guilty of stalking and committing a violent crime against Alessandro Mattiuzzi. He was sentenced to life in prison. The court emphasized several aggravating factors: premeditation, extreme cruelty, and lack of remorse. It also took into account the pattern of stalking and psychological manipulation that preceded the act. At the same time, the court ruled on the cyber harassment case. All 25 users were held accountable. The case set a significant legal precedent for addressing posthumous digital harassment. Jealousy-induced delusion, known in psychological terms as Othello syndrome, is a pathological condition where a person becomes irrationally convinced of a partner's infidelity. Giovanni Padovani showed classic signs: extreme control, repeated accusations, invasion of personal privacy, and escalating aggression when the relationship began to unravel. Unlike ordinary jealousy, this condition involves obsessive thinking, a break from reality, and an inability to engage in critical self-reflection. In severe cases, it can lead to aggression or lethal outcomes. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Often, appearances can be dangerously misleading. Charming, friendly, and personable people might actually be dangerous and harbor evil intents. Because of this, it's important to exercise caution and never blindly trust someone. There are many examples throughout history of people who, after gaining the trust of their victims, perpetrated horrifying acts of cruelty. Famous people like Ted Bundy and Rodney Alcala are among the most notorious instances. Their attractive appearance and captivating personalities concealed their actual nature. The terrible murders of famous soccer referee Daniele De Santis and his fiancée, Eleonora Manta, in the fall of 2020, were one particularly unsettling case that rocked the world. The ferocity of the crime was terrible, and its seeming lack of motivation was perplexing. Everyone was taken aback when the identity of the offender was revealed when investigators dug more into the case. Beneath an angelic facade, there was a person capable of unimaginable brutality. Even more unsettling, the criminals stated that they intended to repeat their activities because they truly enjoyed hurting people. In addition to its absurdity, this startling tale made an impression due to its calculating and premeditated future goal. It is a sobering reminder that a person's true nature is never fully revealed by their appearance. In 1987, Daniele De Santis was born in Lecce, Italy. He came from a close-knit, reasonably well-off family and was the oldest of 3 siblings. Daniele grew up with his 2 younger sisters and developed close, trustworthy bonds with them early on. From the beginning, sports were an important part of Daniele's life, and his greatest passion was soccer. He attended a prominent Italian institution after high school to pursue a legal degree, which he eventually earned in 2009. Beginning as an assistant referee in 2017, Daniele started establishing a prosperous career as a soccer referee in addition to his education. He officiated a match between Pisa and Benevento for the first time as the 4th official. He was given the chance to officiate more than 130 games in Serie C and Serie B, as a result of his perseverance and hard work throughout the years. Daniele was well known on the soccer field for his distinctive presence, athletic build, and captivating attitude. He achieved financial success and the prospect of a bright future as a result of his career. He was committed to continuing to advance in his career and had ambitious ambitions for the future. Daniele's skills were not limited to his career. His private life was equally satisfying. He was in a romantic relationship with Eleonora Manta, a lovely young lady 3 years his junior, and they intended to get married soon. Eleonora was raised in a humble home after being born in Milan in 1990. She has 2 elder twin brothers and was the youngest of 3 siblings. Her parents separated when she was only starting school. Her mother was left to raise her children from an early age as her father eventually remarried and stopped being involved in their lives. Eleonora dedicated her life to dancing and sports. In 2019, she and Daniele met through these common hobbies, and their immediate bond quickly developed into a love partnership. They were characterized by friends and family as a lovely, harmonious pair who seemed to be meant to be together. Those who knew them said they had complete faith in each other and never argued. Eleonora had always wanted to become a lawyer. She was awarded a competitive placement in 2020 to attend a university program that focused on international relations and law. She jumped right into her studies in September, thrilled by the chance. The couple chose Danielle's roomy apartment in a contemporary and upscale apartment building when they made the decision to move in together during the summer of 2020. A medical student who needed some time to find other housing had been renting one of the rooms from Danielle at the time. After a peaceful transition, Eleonora started progressively relocating her possessions to her boyfriend's house in September 2020. For Daniele De Santis and Eleonora Manta, everything seemed to be coming together. The previous tenant, Daniele's, had left. The pair was about to move in together permanently, and Eleonora had brought her possessions with her. They were also busy organizing their wedding, which was supposed to be the happiest day of their lives. Daniele was ready. Tragically, he would not live to witness the September 23 Italian Cup match between Monopoly and Modena. The pair was enjoying a quiet romantic supper in Danielle's apartment on the evening of September 21 to celebrate Eleonora's move. At approximately 9:45 p.m., the quiet evening was upended by the sounds of a struggle and a chilly cry for assistance. The disturbing roar continued for about 10 minutes, frightening the neighbors. During that period, local emergency services received around a dozen calls, many of which claimed that it sounded like an attack. Their assessments were horrifyingly correct, but none of them understood it. A 12-year-old boy was walking his dog across the street from the building just after 10 p.m. when he saw something that would stay with him forever. He heard the screaming, but it wasn't until a young man fled the apartment complex that he realized what was going on. After a moment of hesitation, the man approached the youngster. Later, the child remembered the knife in the man's hand and his emotionless, icy face. The youngster froze in terror, not knowing what would come next. Fortunately, others came by and the man ran away. Before he vanished into the night, a few people managed to get a clear view of him, despite his efforts to conceal his face. Ambulances and police cars arrived at the scene shortly after. They were powerless to save Eleonora or Daniele, though. In the stairway, Daniele was discovered unconscious and laying on his back amid a sizable pool of blood. Eleonora's body was found face down in the hallway of the apartment, with the door wide open and her hair and clothing drenched in blood. By the time emergency personnel came, Oath had already died. Numerous stab wounds and significant blood loss were later identified as the cause of death. Eleonora had 37 stab wounds, while Daniele had 38, according to forensic experts. Chilling concerns were raised by the severe violence. Why would they target this young, loving couple, and who could have carried out such a vicious attack? At first, investigators thought it might have been a poorly executed robbery. Daniele was a well-known public personality, and his financial success was widely acknowledged. The idea that the couple was challenged at home after someone acting on a tip broke in with the expectation of finding goods sounded credible. But for Daniele and Eleonora, the timing seemed fatally unlucky. Since the flat had nothing valuable missing, this notion was swiftly disproved. Cash remained undisturbed in the open. In addition, Eleonora was sporting a diamond ring, a necklace, and a pair of earrings that Daniele had given her as a wedding present. These things weren't stolen. The attack's exceptional violence instantly caught the attention of investigators. The brutal knife attack on the victims revealed personal motivations and a deep-seated animosity for them. This raised the possibility that the crime was motivated by passion, possibly by a lover who had been rejected, or by a desire for vengeance. Investigators thought that there might have been a love triangle, in which one of the victims had an affair that led to this horrible conduct. This notion was quickly disproved, though. Everyone who knew Daniele and Eleonora was convinced that they were in love and would never betray one another. However, it was impossible to completely rule out the chance that someone had unrequited love for one of them. a number of odd objects that didn't appear to be the victims were discovered at the murder scene. These consisted of a blood-stained stockings, zip ties, and a few bottles of bleach. The fact that these items were strewn all around the room indicates that the criminal brought them. The stocking later included the DNA of an unidentified individual and traces of Daniele's blood, according to forensic investigation. Daniele probably removed the stocking during the battle, but it seemed like the attacker had used it as a mask to cover his face. A depressing drawing of a face in black pen was another unsettling feature on the picture. Enough details from the witnesses were gathered to produce a composite sketch of the offender. The boy walking his dog, who had confronted the attacker directly, gave the most lucid story. But the boy was naturally scared, and the veracity of his account was questioned because it was late at night. The child described the man's clothes and the backpack he was wearing in further detail. However, the investigation did not immediately advance as a result of the composite sketch. Witnesses told authorities that they heard Eleonora continuously begging someone to stop, even uttering a name that sounded like Andrea on multiple occasions. The first noteworthy lead was this one. In the hopes of discovering the truth, authorities started carefully investigating every man named Andrea who had any connection to the couple's lives after COVID. However, the first person suspected was a man named Andrea Formati, who Eleonora had known as a teenager. They rarely interacted and resided in different cities. On social media, they followed one another. According to investigators, Formati may have had feelings for Eleonora when they were little. He might have targeted her and her fiancé after learning of her engagement, acting on the perverse notion that, if I can't have you, no one can. Andrea was promptly found and taken into custody to be questioned. He was shocked to learn of Eleonora's passing, and even more shocked to learn that he was a suspect, but his identity was quickly cleared. Andrea was on a business trip in Rome the night of the incident, and her alibi was supported by multiple witnesses and security camera footage. Daniele's old buddy, Andrea Martinelli, was the next suspect. The notion that he harbored affections for Eleonora in secret and despised Daniele as a result was taken into consideration by investigators. The two guys had just communicated 3 hours prior to the crime, according to phone records. But Martinelli also had a solid alibi that was confirmed by other people. Detectives focused on a 37-year-old guy named Andrea Rodeo, a relatively recent acquaintance of the couple after ruling out the close friends. He was a prime suspect since he looked a lot like the composite sketch. When witnesses were called to identify Rodeo after he was taken into custody, they all agreed that the individual they saw the night of the crime was someone else, which strengthened Rodeo's defense. Rodeo, too, was freed because he had a strong alibi and no other suspicious people named Andrea were in the couple's social group. The inquiry came to a standstill. The time spent looking into men named Andrea may have been squandered, as detectives started to wonder if Eleonora had yelled a different name during the attack. Finding fresh leads was now essential to advancing the investigation. A crucial piece of evidence that had previously been missed was discovered by investigators during a second investigation of the crime scene. They discovered a folded piece of paper underneath a tiny shoe rack, which was probably dropped by the offender. It looked as though the paper had been ripped from a student notebook. A terrifying plan of action for breaking into the flat and committing the crime was written on it in hurried handwriting. Using the zip ties discovered at the site to subdue the pair was specifically part of the instructions. The assailants seemed to have carefully considered how they would use the materials they had taken with them to restrain and injure the victims. This revelation rekindled the inquiry with a renewed focus on identifying the cool and meticulous offender and provided fresh insight into the deliberate character of the crime. The most heinous aspects of the perpetrator's plan were abandoned for unclear reasons. This was probably because of the couple's strong opposition. The attacker probably feared being caught in the act due to the loud shouts and commotion that many neighbors could hear. In order to make sure the couple was alone and had no visitors, the attacker had spent some time watching the flat, moving close to the windows and listening at the door, according to the note. The list also includes using bleach to remove evidence, changing into clean clothes after the incident, and hiding themselves with a nylon stocking. But there was no indication of a motive for such a heinous crime in the note. A hand-drawn map of the victim's neighborhood was included at the bottom of the article. Every exterior security camera on buildings and utility poles was noted on the map, along with a number of escape routes that evaded them. The attacker disregarded these safety measures during the getaway. In spite of this apparent preparation, investigators were able to partially trace the suspect's escape path using security footage after witnesses identified the direction in which he ran, although the trail did not immediately produce much information. For days, the composite sketch of the offender had been making the rounds on television and in newspapers, but no firm leads surfaced. Then, on September 26, a young guy entered a police station and said that the sketch looked a lot like Antonio DeMarco, a 21-year-old medical student who was a classmate. The fact that Antonio had not gone to courses or spoken to anyone at the institution for a number of days after the crime grabbed the detective's attention. Soon after, it was discovered that Antonio had rented a room in Daniela dos Santos's apartment before, but had left a few months prior. Since he no longer resided there, he had not been regarded as a person of interest. Antonio was characterized as quiet and unassuming people, someone who stayed out of arguments and only paid attention to his studies. Daniele had once rented out a room, but many people in the building didn't even recall it. People who knew Antonio had good things to say about him. He was conscientious, courteous, and focused. He had no known romantic connections, hardly ever engaged with others, and never went to parties or social events. He appeared to be a normal bookworm to most. In order to compare the handwriting on the message discovered at the crime scene with samples taken from Antonio's academic records, law enforcement acted swiftly. There was little question that the authorities had identified the perpetrator of the horrible act because the forensic analysis revealed a perfect match. Detectives were able to locate Antonio's mother, who gave them his current location, but no one knew for sure where he had relocated after leaving Daniele's flat. As it happened, he and 2 other students were renting a room in a house 3 blocks from the scene of the crime. The rent was divided among the 3 of them, and the lease was registered in the name of another student. Antonio DeMarco was detained outside a comic book store on September 28, 2020, 1 week after the horrific events, as he was purchasing a magazine. He didn't appear surprised when officers approached him, didn't try to resist, and didn't try to flee. Rather, he smirked crookedly and inquired as to how long it had taken them to locate him. Antonio did not deny his involvement from the beginning. He answered investigators' queries in icy, dispassionate detail, showed no emotion or regret, and even seemed to enjoy narrating what had happened that evening. He acknowledged that he had thought about silencing the young witness, but he was in too much of a hurry. He recalled seeing the witness walking his dog. Other people in the vicinity would have made matters more difficult, he added. Antonio's angelic appearance and the favorable comments from his university and the hospital where he was studying as a medical intern were in sharp contrast to his chillingly serene manner and lack of sorrow. Antonio was characterized as a promising and committed young physician, despite his perceived shyness. In order to learn more about Antonio's past, detectives turned to his mother. Antonia was her only child, and was loved and appreciated because she had raised him by herself. The charges made against him saddened her. She acknowledged under interrogation that her son had always been unique. He found it difficult to relate to people as a child, shunned making friends, and favored being by himself. Antonio grew more reclusive during his adolescence. He would work on projects or draw for hours in his room, and he would become hostile if someone stopped him. His mother took him to a specialist because she was worried. Antonio was ultimately found to have a number of mental health conditions, as well as socialization problems. He succeeded academically in spite of these obstacles, especially in science and math, which helped him get accepted to medical school. Antonio further distanced himself from reality by retreating into the imaginary world of comic books and experiencing panic attacks. Antonio's mother claims that although a psychiatrist recommended medication to help manage his illness, Antonio failed to take it as directed. He would frequently take a dangerously large dose of his medication all at once, after skipping weeks of it. Given his inability to articulate his thoughts, feelings, and emotions, Antonio's psychiatrist had advised him to maintain a personal journal as a means of expressing them. This journal was eventually given to investigators by Antonio's mother. The entries initially appeared to be rather harmless. Antonio wrote of his desire to blend in, make friends, and lead a typical life. But during his time at the institution, he found it difficult to connect with others and was uncertain about how to handle social situations. Up until he saw an ad for a place for rent at a fair price, Antonio lived with his mother. Antonio reacted to the listing right away. Because Daniele's house was conveniently located near the campus, he paid his rent on time and didn't cause any problems, demonstrating that he was a peaceful and responsible tenant. According to his diary writings, Antonio appeared to consider Daniele a possible friend at the time. But when Eleonora arrived, the dynamic changed. Eleonora frequently stayed overnight, and the couple spent more and more time together. Daniele graciously asked Antonio to go when they made the decision to live together permanently. Although Antonio didn't express it publicly, he regarded the request as a serious personal slight. Rather, he stated that he had previously been preparing to locate a new location nearer to the hospital where he was doing his internship. The longer Antonio stayed, the more but Daniele gave him plenty of opportunity to leave. Anger toward the couple increased. The tone of Antonio's journal started to darken. He began to write in graphic detail about the various ways he could hurt the couple, even torturing them in court. He then asserted that these texts were just a means for him to express his rage and keep himself from acting on it. But his fantasies simply grew more intense, developing into a well-planned strategy. Antonio's notebook entries got more systematic after he moved out. He gave Daniele and Eleonore detailed instructions on how he planned to execute his scheme. Before leaving, Antonio made a covert duplicate of the apartment key, which he never gave back. His writings demonstrated a deep dislike for the pair and a wish to see them go through a drawn-out and agonizing death. Antonio prepared well and left little trace, yet there seemed to be no particular cause for his hostility. The lack of the offender's fingerprints at the site was observed by investigators. Antonio had taken special care, according to his journal. For further protection, he put glue on his fingers and covered them with gloves. Antonio wore simple, nondescript clothes the night of the incident and disguised himself with a nylon stocking. He had a change of clothes in his rucksack, along with zip ties to hold his torture victims in place and bleach to clear up evidence. Antonio's degree of preparation and forethought created a terrifying image of a man who had been engrossed in his own sinister ideas, turning his fantasies into a terrifying reality. To avoid being captured on video, the student carefully prepared a number of escape routes. When he got to the apartment complex, he sat outside under the windows for a while, listening intently to make sure the pair was alone. He went inside, climbed to the second floor, and waited outside their door for a few more minutes, listening for any noises, until he was positive they were alone. "I'm happy." After leaving, he saved an extra key, which he used to silently open the door. Daniele and Eleonora were eating dinner when Antonio surprised them. Startled by the intrusion, Daniele inquired about his identity, his desires, and how he had gained entry. Antonio remained silent. Antonio repeatedly stabbed him in the chest and abdomen, as Daniele suddenly got up to confront him and eject him. As Eleonora started to scream, she charged at Antonio in an effort to save her fiancé. He stabbed her in the shoulder as payback. Despite his wounds, Daniele was able to stand up and recognize Antonio by removing the nylon stocking disguise from his face. Although witnesses later misheard Eleonora's cries, it is thought that she then began yelling Antonio's name in an attempt to get him to stop. As the altercation intensified, Antonio threw Eleonora to the ground and kept attacking her in an attempt to silence her. Daniele, who was bleeding profusely, stumbled to the front door, opened it, and entered the hallway while attempting to cry for assistance. Daniele had no chance of surviving once Antonio pursued him and struck her repeatedly. Antonio then went back to Eleonora, who had crept into the corridor. She stopped moving after he repeatedly stabbed her in the head, neck, and back. Antonio then removed the bleach from his backpack, but he gave up on cleaning the area because he knew he wouldn't have enough time. He was aware that the neighbors had probably heard the disturbance and had hurriedly contacted the police. He left the zip ties behind, changed into fresh clothing, and ran away. In the midst of the confusion, the paper with his plan must have dropped from his rucksack in the corridor. Crucial evidence against Antonio was provided when DNA samples taken from him matched those discovered on the nylon stocking he had worn as a mask. But Antonio made no effort to hide his guilt. He freely detailed his acts, expressing only regret that he had not been able to carry out his planned torture Because of the commotion and fear, Antonio's defense lawyer demanded a psychiatric evaluation right away, claiming that Antonio was mentally incapable of standing trial. Nonetheless, the assessment found that Antonio knew exactly what he was doing when the offense was committed. Additionally, the inquiry established that Antonio had no regret for his actions and that the crime had been premeditated. Antonio gently answered the question of why he had grown so hostile to Daniele and Eleonora, that he desired their deaths. They were overly joyful, which infuriated me. In addition, he said that he had planned to torture his victims, but the trial procedure had not gone as planned. Execution mentioned the odd illustration of a dejected face that Antonio had discovered on a nylon stocking he had worn as a mask. They asked him where it came from and what it meant. Antonio clarified that he had planned to draw the same symbol in the victim's blood as a sort of signature and leave it on the apartment wall. He publicly stated that he would have committed another murder since he had relished taking life on June 7, 2021, and he even acknowledged that he had thought about employing this emblem in future crimes. Antonio DeMarco was found guilty of extraordinary cruelty in premeditated double killing. He was also considered a serious threat by the court, which noted that he lacked remorse, was capable of committing similar crimes again, and that psychological assessments indicated he would turn into a serial killer. Antonio received a life sentence without the chance of release. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A young woman, 24 years old, brilliant, vibrant, and overflowing with potential, walked into a quiet restaurant one evening in Malibu, California. Her name was Matrice Richardson. By all accounts, it was supposed to be an ordinary night, but what happened inside that restaurant would set in motion a tragic mystery that continues to haunt those who knew her, and many who didn't. Matrice was taken into police custody that night. That much is undisputed. But just a few hours later, in the early morning hours, she was released from the Lost Hills Sheriff's Station, alone, no phone, no money, no transportation, into the cold darkness of the Santa Monica Mountains. She vanished that night, without a trace. For months, her name echoed through news reports, whispered in homes, shouted in protests, and carried in the prayers of a grieving family. Theories swirled, conflicting reports emerged, yet no clear answers surfaced. And when her remains were finally discovered nearly a year later, deep in a rugged canyon, the questions only grew darker. What really happened to Matrice Richardson? Why was she released in such vulnerable conditions? And why, even after all this time, does justice still feel so far out of reach? To understand her story, we need to understand the young woman behind the headlines. Matrice LaVaughn Richardson was born on April 3, 1985, to Lettice Sutton and Michael Richardson, both still in high school at the time. Young, uncertain, and navigating their own lives, they made the difficult decision to have Matrice raised by her great-grandmother in Covina, California. It was a home filled with love, but also change. Her parents eventually separated, and later Matrice moved back in with her mother, who married Larry Sutton. With her stepfather in the picture, Matrice adapted quickly. She was magnetic even as a child, always in motion, always laughing. She danced, she lit up rooms. She was the kind of person you didn't forget. Her energy was electric. Her spirit, unforgettable. And that's what makes the silence surrounding her case so deafening. Because a light that bright should never have vanished so easily. And it should never have taken so long to find out why. She carried that same spirit into her school years. First at South Hills High School in Covina, then at California State University, Fullerton. Myris wasn't just a good student, she was exceptional. A 4 GPA honors graduate, a degree in psychology, the first in her family to earn a college degree. It was a time of self-discovery. While navigating the demands of school, she also embraced her identity, coming out as a lesbian to her family, who supported her fully. She had ambition, dreams of graduate school, a future she was still shaping. After graduating in 2008, She took on multiple roles. She worked as a store clerk, danced at an LGBTQ+ club, and interned with Dr. Rhonda Hampton, a psychologist who saw something bright in Mitris, but also something troubling, because even with all her success, something was off. Mitris' behavior began to shift in ways that unsettled those closest to her. Friends noticed her moods changing. Social media posts became strange, disjointed rants that didn't sound like the Mitris they knew. Dr. Hampton would later recall moments during her internship that raised concern. Moments that hinted at a struggle happening beneath the surface. By 2009, Mitris had moved back in with her great-grandmother, now 91 years old. It was a quiet home, a place of stability, a relationship built on mutual care. Mitris was a companion to her great-grandmother, offering support, company, and in return, she had a place to stay. As she figured out her next steps, she had her whole life ahead of her. And yet something was coming, a shift, a single night, that would unravel everything. Her story changed on the night of September 16, 2009. The Pacific Coast Highway stretched along the cliffs of Malibu, quiet except for the occasional car passing by. The night was still, but something about it felt unsettling. Mitris wasn't familiar with Malibu. She knew Covina, where she grew up. She knew Fullerton, where she had excelled in her psychology studies. She knew Long Beach, where she worked Friday nights dancing under neon lights. She knew South LA, where her father lived, and the quiet streets near 118th and Central, where she stayed with her great-grandmother. But Malibu? It wasn't her world. Then she saw it, a sign glowing in soft blue letters, Jeffrey's, located below Point Dume. Jeffrey's was a high-end restaurant known for its ocean views and exclusive diners. Mitris pulled into the parking lot. She turned off the engine and sat there for a moment. The valet approached, expecting her to hand over her keys, but something was off. By the time he reached her, she wasn't in her car anymore. She had moved into his. The door was open, and she sat in the driver's seat of his vehicle. Her body relaxed, as if this was normal. Hazel eyes peered up at him, flickering with an unreadable energy. Her curly hair stuck out from beneath a Rastafarian-style hat. She wore a long-sleeved white shirt under a black Bob Marley t-shirt, paired with faded jeans and a pink alligator mixered belt. Her Vans were slightly worn, but she seemed unconcerned with appearances. The valet hesitated. She wasn't aggressive, but something about her behavior felt strange. Her words, when she spoke, were cryptic. She muttered something about Michael Jackson's death, as if she were solving a puzzle only she understood. Then, just as casually, she handed him her own car keys and asked a bizarre question. "Vanessa here?" She told him to look out for a girl with tattooed arms, as if he should already know who she was talking about. Before he could respond, she strolled past him and entered the restaurant. Mitris took a seat and placed her order, a Kobe steak and an Ocean Breeze cocktail. At first, she dined alone. Then she became drawn to a nearby table, where a group of 7 people were engaged in lively conversation. Without hesitation, she got up and joined them, slipping into their conversation as if she had always been there. Her energy was erratic, her words fast and disjointed. She talked about astrological signs, jumping from topic to topic without pause. The group exchanged glances, uncertain but entertained. She wasn't causing trouble, just behaving in a way that felt offbeat, unusual. After a while, she returned to her own table, but minutes later she was back. This time she had an announcement. She was going to Hawaii. She told them she would call them when she arrived. They smiled politely, humoring her. Then they paid their bill and left Mitris. However, she stayed. When she tried to leave, the restaurant manager stopped her. Her bill remained unpaid, $89.00 in total. She looked confused. Hadn't the other table covered it? Mitris was asked to pay her bill, which was more of a shocking news to her. A slow smile spread across her face, as if this were an amusing misunderstanding. She gazed at the restaurant's computer screen, watching the numbers blink and change. Her expression shifted, lost in thought. "I am busted," she finally said. "What are we going to do?" As the manager spoke, she wasn't listening. Her eyes remained fixed on the screen, as if she were deciphering something invisible to everyone else. Then her demeanor changed. She said something strange. She wasn't from here. She was from Mars. Her voice was calm, her expression unbothered. She wasn't joking. The staff grew uneasy. When she emptied her pockets, she found nothing but a small joint, and a restaurant employee picked up the phone and dialed the Lost Hills Sheriff's Station. They told the sheriff that this girl seemed crazy, that she might be on drugs or something. In the distance, the glow of approaching headlights cut through the dark. A patrol car was on its way. Mitrice's night, however, was far from over. It was just beginning. While the sheriff's deputies were en route, Mitrice continued talking, this time to the hostess. She told her she had been watching a soap opera at work earlier that day when God instructed her to take the afternoon off. Her words were confident, as if this was an undeniable truth. Then she made another strange claim. She had no parents, she said, just her great-grandmother, Mildred. Concerned, the hostess decided to call Mildred. When the elderly woman answered, her voice was filled with worry. She quickly offered her credit card number to pay the bill. But there was a problem. The restaurant required a signature. The 90-year-old Mildred was unable to help. She was still on the phone at around 9 p.m. when the Lost Hills deputies, Frank Brower, Armando Loureiro, and John McKay arrived. The manager quickly filled them in on what had happened and described Mitrice's bizarre behavior. One of the deputies took the phone from the hostess and spoke to Mildred, who pleaded for them to take care of her great-granddaughter. Then the phone was passed to Mitrice. She sounded completely unfazed, as if nothing about the situation concerned her. Mildred, however, was not amused. "You put that phone close to your ear," she warned. "They'll get ready to take your black ass to jail." Her words carried the weight of experience, the urgency of a grandmother who knew trouble when she felt it. After the call ended, Mildred wasted no time. She immediately dialed another number, Lettice Sutton, Mitrice's mother. Mitrice's mother was already worried. When she found out her daughter had been arrested, she called the sheriff's station before Mitrice had even arrived. Would they be releasing her that night? She wanted to know. Lettice was uneasy. Mitrice didn't know the area, and this kind of behavior was so unlike her. She even tried to joke, hoping to ease the growing knot of fear in her stomach. At 12:30 a.m., Mitrice was released from the Malibu Lost Hills Sheriff's Department, alone, 50 miles from home, no phone, no wallet, no car. She stepped out into the night, disappearing into the darkness. By the time Lettice found out, it was already morning, and then began the journey of going back and forth at the doorsteps of law enforcement, demanding justice for their beloved daughter. For months, Matisse's name was on top of missing persons reports. Theories surfaced. Was she working as a prostitute, being held against her will? Her father, Michael Richardson, was convinced he had seen her in January. He was in Las Vegas when he spotted a young woman who walked like Mitrice, moved like her. He almost got hit, but by the time he reached her, she was gone. Just like that night in Malibu. In the days following Mitrice Richardson's disappearance, her father, Michael Richardson, desperately sought help from local officials. He approached Malibu Mayor Andy Stern, hoping to rally support for the search. But instead of finding an ally, he was brushed off. Stern, in a hurry to attend a meeting, dismissed Richardson's plea, claiming he didn't have time to stop and talk. But Michael Richardson wasn't willing to be ignored. He decided to test the mayor's priorities. He called Stern's real estate business, disguising his voice and posing as a black professional football player interested in purchasing one of Stern's multi-million-dollar properties. The response was immediate. Stern suddenly became available, eagerly offered to cancel his meeting and show the property right away. When he realized he was actually speaking to the same man he had just rejected, Stern was caught off guard and embarrassed. The situation spoke volumes about whose concerns the mayor found worth his time. Tensions between the two escalated in October when Richardson called Stern again to discuss the case. The mayor abruptly hung up, later claiming Richardson had become abusive. Frustrated and desperate, Richardson left voicemails threatening to organize a protest outside the mayor's office. Stern responded by reporting Richardson to the sheriff's department. Despite this slow and reluctant response from local officials, the search for Mitrice continued. By November, the city of Malibu finally offered a $15,000 0 cents reward for any information leading to her whereabouts. A month later, in December, Congresswoman Maxine Waters intervened, requesting an FBI investigation into the case. In January, law enforcement from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the LAPD joined forces to conduct a search across the Lost Hills and Malibu Canyon area, but by then, crucial time had already been lost. Mitris Richardson was 24 years old when she vanished. At that age, most people are building their futures, but for some it is the first time mental illness manifests in full force. Bipolar disorder, classified as an adult-onset disorder, often doesn't reveal itself until a person's early or mid-20s. Witness accounts from the night of her arrest strongly suggest that Mitris was in the middle of a manic episode. Employees at Jeffrey's Malibu described her behavior as erratic. She seemed euphoric, talking about astrological signs and claiming she was from Mars. She attached herself to strangers, convinced they would pay for her meal, and when confronted about her unpaid bill, she became detached, as if the situation didn't fully register. The restaurant manager noted her fixation on the numerical patterns on a computer screen, her thoughts turning into incomprehensible statements, her speech patterns, delusions, and impulsivity were all red flags. Yet instead of recognizing these signs, authorities dismissed them. The sheriff's department did not conduct a proper mental health evaluation. Instead, they released her into the night, alone in a desolate area she had never been to before, without her car, phone, or money. After Mitris's disappearance, her father spoke with a restaurant employee who revealed an alarming detail. Mitris's car was filled with clothes, purses, books, makeup, and stacks of journals, almost as if she had been living out of it. Her friends later confirmed that it wasn't unusual for her to sleep in her car for days at a time. All the signs pointed to a mental health crisis. Her mother, Lettice Sutton, had called the sheriff's station the night of her arrest, pleading with them not to release her in the middle of the night. She explained that Mitris was unfamiliar with the area and that her behavior was completely out of character. She even raised her concerns of finding her daughter's head chopped off, disguised as a joke. But little did she know what she feared would happen. If a police officer believes that an arrested person is mentally unstable, they have the power to detain them for a 5150 hold, a legal term for someone who may be a danger to themselves or others. In these cases, the person is either kept under strict watch at the station or sent to a hospital for a 72-hour psychiatric evaluation. But both options require extra paperwork, time, and effort. That didn't happen with Mitris Richardson. The deputy who arrested her, Loretto, didn't mention anything unusual in his report. No strange behavior, no odd statements, just a simple charge, failing to pay her bill at Jeffrey's and carrying a small amount of marijuana. Her record was clean. Keeping her locked up without reason would have been against policy. Mitris never called her mother from jail. The only number she had memorized was her great-grandmother, Mildred. The jail's logbooks show she tried to call Mildred 4 times that night. The sheriff's department later claimed that she had a conversation, but Mildred swears her phone never rang. And then came a shocking piece of information. The payphone in the station was broken. That meant Mitris had to use a line that didn't record calls. No one knows if she actually spoke to anyone. She could have been talking to a dial tone. Alone in that cold, fluorescent-lit room, with no way to reach her family. Her mother, Lettice, assumed Mitris would sleep in the holding cell overnight, but at 5:35 a.m., she called the station to check on her daughter, only to hear words that would haunt her forever. "She's not here." The jailer, Sharon Cummings, knew Mitris had no belongings, nothing but her driver's license and 2 keys in her pocket. She also knew no one had come to pick her up. Yet, despite all that, Mitris was released at 12:15 a.m. into the pitch-black night, alone, with nowhere to go. The sheriff's department later claimed she was offered a place to stay in the lobby, but that she turned it down, saying she was going to meet friends. But what friends? No one was expecting her. The jail sat along a desolate stretch of road. The nearest open businesses were a mile away, out of sight, past empty sidewalks and darkened buildings. Beyond that, just the vast, sprawling wilderness. A moment after speaking to Cummings, Lettice called the station again. This time she spoke with Deputy Kenneth Baumgardner. She had no idea that this conversation would mark the beginning of a nightmare after her release. Sightings of Matrice were unsettling to say the least. At 5:30 a.m., a man called the sheriff's department to report a young black woman asleep on his lawn. When he approached her, she assured him she was just resting. By the time deputies arrived, she had disappeared again. Another sighting at 7:30 a.m. reported a black woman walking around the area. After that, the trail went cold. For months, there were whispers that Matrice had been spotted in downtown Los Angeles and even in Las Vegas. Some theorized she was being held against her will or had been forced into sex work. Remember when her father almost got hit? It happened when he believed he saw her in Las Vegas, running into a girl with the same walk and body language as his daughter. The encounter was so eerily familiar that he jumped out of a moving car, risking his own safety just to chase after her. Yet law enforcement dismissed his claims, only taking them seriously when another witness reported something similar. The idea that Matrice had simply vanished without a trace was not just improbable, it was impossible. The sheriff's department justified their decision to release Matrice by stating that she had passed a field sobriety test and showed no obvious signs of impairment. But that reasoning ignored the reality of mental illness. A person experiencing mania does not always appear obviously distressed. They may seem alert, talkative, even overly energetic. That does not mean they are okay. What logical person would choose to be released into an unfamiliar area with no resources in the dead of night? The answer is simple: someone who is not thinking clearly. And yet, despite her mother's urgent warning and all the bizarre behavior witnessed earlier that night, Matrice was sent out alone. The Friends Group of Pasadena later wrote to the sheriff's department demanding transparency about their nighttime release policies. Why had no mental health assessment been conducted? Why was Matrice not held for further observation? When Matrice Richardson went missing, people had questions. But when her body was found nearly a year later, the mystery only grew darker. It was a hot August afternoon in 2010 when park rangers made the shocking discovery. They were deep in Dark Canyon, a remote and wild part of the Santa Monica Mountains, checking on an old marijuana farm. The farm had been abandoned after a police raid the year before, but the rangers were making sure no one had come back to restart the operation. Dark Canyon was the perfect hiding place, thick with trees and steep hills. It was hard to reach and rarely traveled. It was close to Malibu and Calabasas, yet felt completely cut off from the world. The only way through was by scrambling over boulders and pushing through sharp, scratchy bushes. Poison oak grew everywhere, and the creek that ran through the canyon made the ground as slippery and uneven. Anyone moving through this area had to be careful. The rangers found the usual signs of an old grow site: coiled garden hoses, broken pipes, and other scattered equipment, but no new plants. Satisfied that the farm was still shut down, they started heading back. Then they saw something unusual: a clearing about 60 feet from the creek. It looked like nothing at first, just dirt and fallen leaves. But as they stepped closer, something pale stood out against the dark earth: a skull, and beneath it, a body. The remains were badly decomposed, lying in the dirt, uncovered and exposed. The rangers froze. They had come expecting to check on a drug operation, but instead, they had walked into something far worse. They immediately radioed for help. The Malibu or the Lost Hills Sheriff's Station, the same station that had released Matrice alone into the night nearly a year ago. I was alerted. Deputies arrived quickly, securing the area and calling in the coroner. Though no one had confirmed it yet, they all knew. The missing woman had finally been found. But instead of bringing closure, this discovery only raised more disturbing questions. How did Matrice end up in this isolated canyon, miles from where she was last seen? Had she wandered here alone, or had someone brought her here? And most haunting of all, what really happened to Matrice Richardson? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. He was planning a massacre at his school, but before he could step through its doors with a loaded shotgun, he turned his rage inward on the people who loved him most. In the early hours of a quiet morning in Luton, while the town lay asleep, a nightmare unfolded behind the walls of a modest flat on Wallett's Bank Drive. 3 lives. His mother, his 13-year-old sister, and his 16-year-old brother were taken in brutal succession. A shotgun, a teenage hand, a plan that changed course in the most devastating way. The United Kingdom, still haunted by the memory of Dunblane in 1996, had not seen a school shooting in nearly 3 decades. There had been warnings, close calls, arrests, but never the act itself. Until now, that line had not been crossed. But evil doesn't always begin in public. Sometimes it grows quietly, inside homes that feel warm, safe, and familiar. Juliana Prosper knew about starting over. Born Juliana Falcon in June 1976, she was raised in the coastal city of Mar del Plata, Argentina. It was a place where the ocean met hardship, where people learned to be both resilient and hopeful. Juliana was one of those people. She was the kind of woman who pushed forward, no matter how steep the climb. Years later, she left behind her home country and began again in England. It was more than a move. It was a reinvention. She married Ray Prosper, and together they built a life. 4 children, a simple home, a future. Juliana wasn't loud, wasn't flashy, but she was present, devoted, a quiet force who centered her world around her kids. By 2024, she lived in that small Luton flat with 3 of them. Life wasn't glamorous, but it was full of purpose. She kept routines, celebrated the little things, and did what so many mothers do, sacrificed in silence, loved without condition. What she couldn't see, what no one could have seen, was what was growing beneath the surface. Behind one bedroom door, darkness had begun to take root. And when it finally erupted, it didn't just shatter a home. It shattered the fragile illusion that tragedies like these couldn't happen here. Not in the UK. Not again. Not until now. There was a storm brewing within those walls, in disguise of a boy who seemed too meek to even hit an object in his path. Nicholas Prosper was the kind of boy who didn't just fade into the background. He clung to it. A December child born in 2005, he came into the world quietly, and for the most part stayed that way. Diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder early on, he walked through life a few steps apart from everyone else. Not always alone, but always slightly removed, as though he were watching the world through a speck only he could see through. In his younger years, he had friends, not many, but enough to keep him anchored. He wasn't a troublemaker, not in the traditional sense. He was geeky, they said, soft-spoken, obsessive about computers, the kind of kid who could disappear into a screen for hours and still not feel like he'd scratched the surface. Teachers remembered him as bright, even promising. But what they couldn't see, or maybe chose not to see, was the slow erosion happening beneath the surface. The way isolation began to calcify into something harder, something darker. By the time he reached his late teens, that gentle geekiness had twisted into something far more unpredictable. He stopped trying to connect. The friend group dissolved. The screen stopped being a sanctuary and became something else entirely. A tunnel with only darkness at the end, only reflections of death, hatred, and perversion. He spiraled down corners of the internet where empathy dies, where violence is glorified and human suffering is cataloged like some kind of collectible. At some point, he was banned from one such site, a morbid database where real death was archived and dissected like entertainment. But even there, even in that graveyard of humanity, Nicholas had crossed a line. He made comments in support of pedophilia, vile and unfiltered, as though empathy had been surgically removed from his vocabulary. He wasn't just watching the darkness, he was absorbing it, he was becoming it. And no one knew just how far that darkness had sunk, how deeply it had planted itself in his bones, how it was growing, feeding, waiting. Because Nicholas Prosper wasn't just withdrawing from the world, he was preparing for war. By the time September's Friday the 13th crept into the calendar, the plan had matured into something monstrous. No longer a passing thought or a twisted fantasy confined to the corners of a screen, but an intention, rehearsed in silence and fed with obsession. Nicolas Prosper had immersed himself so deeply in the world of school shootings that his fascination had eroded whatever boundary there might have been between watching and committing. His mind was absorbed in the details of Sandy Hook, the timelines, the methods, the body count, not from a place of grief or horror, but from an ambition to create something even more devastating, a spectacle of violence that would end with him turning the weapon on himself, leaving behind a trail of bodies and questions that would never quite be answered. His choice of target spoke volumes about his mindset. He didn't pick his old primary school because he had suffered there or because of some open wound from childhood. He picked it because he knew its insides, the security system, the classroom layout, the way the corridors turned, like someone choosing the most familiar battlefield for the most calculated slaughter. There was no emotional trigger, no personal vendetta, only cold strategic advantage. When he tried to acquire a firearm in August, the attempt failed. But rather than derail his plan, the setback only seemed to strengthen his focus. He had already been preparing for over a year, building the idea piece by piece in his mind, layering it with research, false starts, and obsessive planning. A delay didn't shake him. It gave him more time to refine the vision. On 12 September, just hours before he would destroy his family, Nicholas finally secured the weapon. He purchased a double-barreled shotgun and 100 cartridges for £650 sterling, 0 pence, from a local dealer, using a forged firearms license that mimicked the real thing with disturbing accuracy. He had spent time studying every element of a UK license, the paper's weight, the seals, the placement of the official signatures, and had replicated it with extreme meticulousness. The dealer, though uneasy, believed the documentation to be genuine and notified police, but the warning came too late. The weapon was his. His timeline had locked in. As night took hold and the town around him drifted towards sleep, Nicholas wasn't winding down or hesitating. He was finalizing. His browser history from that night became a window into a mind that had spiraled beyond recognition. Search after search for methods of killing with a shotgun, anatomical specifics, outcomes, the kind of blunt force horror usually reserved for war zones and nightmares. Mixed in were searches tied to necrophilia and to the murder of Sarah Everard, as though his appetite for violence was expanding, even as the clock ticked toward morning. Then came the video, a final digital confession broadcast from his bedroom into the world. He described himself as a follower of Clementine, a fictional character from the Walking Dead video game series, latching onto her image, not for her humanity, but for some twisted symbolic allegiance that only made sense in his fractured reality. He spoke poison about his sister Giselle, referencing a choice she had made in the game months earlier, a moment so trivial that it might have been laughable had it not been spoken with such vile certainty. He said her face would be mutilated further than necessary, delivering the line with a coldness that felt rehearsed, devoid of any trace of human feeling. Though prosecutors would later argue that this reference was irrelevant to the murders, it felt like a sign that nothing, not even a game played with family, was safe from the rot that had taken hold of his mind. As the hours passed and darkness deepened, Nicholas Prosper stood on the edge of his own carefully constructed horror, armed, ready, and emotionally removed from everything that had once tied him to normalcy. Behind him was the quiet of a flat where his family slept, unaware that the boy they had raised, the brother they had laughed with, the son who once played video games in the next room, was preparing to become a vicious monster. Under the thin veil of early morning silence, as the world outside remained unsuspecting, Nicholas Prosper sat alone in his room, watching violent, animated pornography while continuing the same heinous research he had started the day before. It was well past midnight. By 4:32 a.m., he had already test-filled the double-barreled shotgun once into a teddy bear. His plan had been to kill 3 people, his mother and 2 younger siblings, in under 30 seconds. He thought the timing would be tight enough to escape detection by the neighbors, but Juliana woke up early. She wasn't supposed to. She saw her son with the gun, There was panic, there was shouting, and a struggle followed. Prosper attacked her with a knife first, slashing and stabbing her hands and arms as she tried to fight him off. He then shot her in the head at close range, killing her. Her body would later be found sprawled in the hallway. Giselle heard the chaos and got up. She was shot at, the bullet grazing the back of her head. She ran, trying to hide under the dining table. He followed. He shot her in the face. Kyle tried to resist. He grabbed a kitchen knife. He tried to fight. Prosper shot him in the chest from across the room. Then he walked over and stabbed him more than 100 times while Kyle begged him to stop. His lung was punctured. He still got up and ran. He made it to the hallway. Prosper shot him in the head. 7 cartridges were fired. He reloaded at least twice. Neighbors heard it all, the shouting, the fighting, the crashing sounds. One of them walked to the door to complain about the noise. She heard ruffling, a boy groaning, and then a shot. She turned around and ran. The first emergency call came in at 5:29 a.m. CCTV footage until 4:47 captured Prosper's eerily calm walk out of the flat at 5:33 a.m. Almost 20 minutes later, the police had reached the scene. They entered the flat at around 6. They found Juliana, Giselle, and Kyle, blood streaks across walls, bloody handprints, bloodied knives scattered. A copy of How to Kill Your Family was placed on Juliana's body. Nicholas had packed the shotgun and 33 cartridges in a large bag. He started walking towards St. Joseph's primary school, the same one he had attended, the same one he had planned to attack. But the school was still closed. Police activity was increasing. He didn't go through with it. He hid in a nearby wooded area for 2 hours. He shared the video he'd recorded earlier, the one about the walking dead. He tossed away 2 mobile phones, hoping to protect a group of pedophiles he had spoken with online. Nicholas also left the shotgun and ammunition in a bush near a playing field. At 7:55 a.m., he walked out from the woods and down Birmingham Road. He raised his hand to a passing police car. The officers were returning from the crime scene. They stopped. They saw the blood on his face and arrested him. "It's not murder," he kept repeating. "He didn't want to show up." The courtroom was ready. The families were waiting. The hour was set, 10:30, a.m. sharp. But Nicholas Prosper, triple murderer, self-styled executioner, failed school shooter, was refusing to step back into the dock. Not out of fear, not out of remorse, because he simply didn't want to. At 8:45 a.m., word reached the judge. The convict was refusing to appear. Mrs. Justice Chima Grubb wasn't having it. There would be no sentencing in absentia. He was to be dragged in if necessary. Not for his sake, for the sake of the mother, the sister, the brother, the people whose blood he spilled, for those who had come to see the face of the boy who had torn their lives open. "You do not want to be here," she said from the bench, "but it is not your choice." She had him brought in and he sat there in silence, staring straight ahead. Prosper had always rejected what the world had tried to give him: help, assessments, understanding, structure. His parents and teachers knew something wasn't right. They saw him withdraw. They watched him lose interest in the living and wrap himself in shadows. They had begged for an evaluation, reached out to child mental health services, tried to get him diagnosed for autism spectrum disorder. He refused it all, shut every door, sidelined every attempt. A psychiatrist would finally look into him, but not until after the murders. In the cold, clinical light of custody, a diagnosis came: mild ASD traits. A report detailed the hollow space where empathy should have been. It was not just a lack, it was an extreme lack, the kind that echoed through every corner of this case. He wasn't unreachable, but he was uninterested. There were no friendships, no real connections. Only deep obsessive spirals about serial killers, about school shootings, about death as a spectacle. The judge laid it bare. These weren't just odd fixations. They weren't just dark corners of the internet. They were what shaped his identity. A boy who had failed to hold even a thread of ordinary social interaction, had built himself a sanctuary in violence. The internet had opened the floodgates. He waded in freely. Every disturbing image, every cold commentary, every headline soaked in blood. It all fed him. Yes, there was an indirect link between his autism and the way he moved through the world, but as the judge made clear, ASD does not make one violent. It doesn't instruct a person to plan a massacre. It doesn't teach someone how to craft a fake firearms license. It doesn't guide their hands when they aim a shotgun at their own mother. That was Nicholas, and now, whether he wanted to or not, he had to listen to the law, to the families, to the judgment. Because monsters do not get to vanish quietly. They must be seen, they must be named, and they must sit shackled in silence while justice carves its final word. The courtroom was silent when the full story came out in March 2025. These weren't spontaneous acts of violence. They were planned in detail with a clear goal to become infamous. Nicholas Prosper murdered his mother, sister, and brother as the first stage of a broader scheme to carry out a mass shooting at St. Joseph's Catholic Primary School. The preparations had been ongoing for months. Prosper picked St. Joseph's because he knew it well. He had studied there, as had his siblings. He searched the school's website for photos of students and teachers and noted the timing of assemblies and classes. Everything was methodical. He chose Friday the 13th deliberately, hoping the date would add weight to his actions. His plan was to kill his family early in the morning, leave home by 8:30 a.m. and arrive at the school during assembly to carry out a mass shooting. Earlier that night, he researched how to use the weapon and searched for disturbing content related to violence, including the murder of Sarah Everard and material connected to necrophilia. Neighbors heard the noise. Some reported shouts, banging and groaning, followed by what sounded like gunshots. One went to the door to complain but fled after hearing a loud bang. A police call was placed at 5:29 AI Muse. A chase of cat and mouse followed, which ended with Nicholas being found with the blood of his family on his face and clothes. He was charged with 3 counts of murder. He was also charged with possessing a shotgun and a knife in public, as well as acquiring a shotgun without a certificate. Child abuse images were later discovered on his phone, but no charges were filed for that. When the police found him, Nicholas Prosper stood in black and yellow. It wasn't a random outfit. He had chosen the colors on purpose. This was the look he wanted to be remembered by. The judge sentenced him to life with a minimum term of 49 years. Now, this does not mean that Nicholas will be out in the world in 49 years. A life sentence with a minimum term of this many years means that the person will spend the rest of their life in prison. But they must serve at least 49 years behind bars before they can even ask to be released after the decided tenure. They can apply for parole, which is a formal request to be let out of prison. However, being eligible for parole does not guarantee release. A special board will review the case to decide whether the person is still a danger to the public. If they believe it is unsafe to let the person out, the person will stay in prison. Even if parole is granted, the person will remain under strict supervision for the rest of their life and can be sent back to prison at any time if they break the rules or commit another crime. Going back to the heinous crime that Nicholas committed, it didn't just shake a courtroom. It sent waves through an entire system that many believed was working just fine. But behind the horror of what Nicholas Prosper did was a quieter, more troubling truth. It had been far too easy for him to get his hands on a gun. Law enforcement knew it, and they weren't subtle about it. They pointed out how shockingly simple it still was for someone to sell a firearm private. All a person really needed was a certificate, real or fake, and a willing seller. And that was it. No double-checking, no verification, no questions. Just a deadly loophole wide open. In response, police and safety officials started calling for changes that felt long overdue. One of their key suggestions was to build a national database for firearm license holders. Something clear and central, where every certificate could be checked against real records. And not just that. They pushed for a rule that would force sellers to get clearance from the police before selling a weapon, to make sure the buyer had the right paperwork, real ID, and a legitimate reason to own a gun. But the danger wasn't only in how Nicholas got the weapon, it was also in what had been building inside his head long before he pulled the trigger. Officials spoke of an obsession, rooted in endless hours online, wrapped in disturbing content, soaked in stories of mass murder, brutality, and control. What happened wasn't just a crime, It was a slow-growing sickness that had fed on unfiltered violence found in dark corners of the internet, completely unbothered and those watching this unfold didn't hold back. They saw this as a warning, one that wasn't just about guns or loopholes, but about the growing storm of violent content reaching young people and changing the way they think, feel, and act. And the message from the government was clear. This couldn't be ignored anymore. They promised to act, to make the laws stricter around private gun sales, to close the cracks in background checks, and to do more to protect communities from the kind of thinking that leads to something like this. It wasn't about just one tragedy. It was about making sure no one else walks the same path, with a weapon in their hands and a plan built from hate. Even after the government of the UK has promised change, it takes time, and time is something we can no longer afford to waste. The next Nicholas Prosper may already be watching, waiting, learning, just as quietly, just as patiently. And as the world spins forward, more connected and exposed than ever, the real question lingers in the quiet. What happens when the next warning sign goes unnoticed? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A small group of hunters thought they had discovered another man's catch when they came upon a canvas sack that had been left in the midst of the desert on January 23, 1971. When they opened it to look inside, they were appalled to discover a woman's body. Nobody had any idea what the ensuing years would hold. What kind of woman would this be? For what reason was she killed? Today, we're examining the case of Mojave Jane Doe, a victim who was not identified for 50 years before her name was restored. Originally inhabited by the Mojave people, Mojave County is the second biggest county in Arizona. Miners and soldiers frequented Mojave County as a recreational town during the 15th and 60s, when it was a major gold mining region. However, as industry grew, individuals started to relocate farther away. A resurgence of interest in the gold rush coincided with the Great Depression. Since so many people visit the national parks and use Mojave as a convenient entry point to the Grand Canyon, Route 66, and Hoover Dam, the area has seen a surge in tourism. However, a murder mystery that occurred in Mojave County 50 years ago still plagues the sheriff's office today. 3 hunters discovered a canvas sack left in the desert while hunting in a remote desert location in Mojave County, Arizona, on January 23, 1971. In the remote desert, the sack was abandoned along the Hackberry gravel road after being loosely knotted with a white cotton rope. The words "Deer Pack, Ames Harris, Neville Co." were printed in green on the side, and when they opened the sack to investigate, they assumed it was an animal carcass left behind by another group of hunters. To their surprise and horror, they discovered a woman's twisted body. The police were called right away, and they sealed off the area to start their investigation. Investigators knew they were dealing with a homicide. Whoever had wrapped the victim in the sack was obviously trying to conceal the body. Additionally, it was evident that the woman had been murdered elsewhere, and her remains were disposed of in the desert 2 miles from the US 93 highway near Kingman, Arizona. When investigators searched the immediate area for any clues or potential belongings of the victim, they found none. No identification, no bag, and no purse were found anywhere near the crime scene, suggesting that whoever killed her had been careful to leave no incriminating clues behind and made a clean getaway. Investigators sent her body away to the Mojave County Coroner's Office for a post-mortem, while they continued questioning the hunters about any suspicious activity in the area. It was becoming clear that the case was going to be a difficult one. It was obvious from the beginning that the woman was a victim of homicide, as she had been stuffed into a canvas sack. Her cause of death baffled investigators. Although her neck was broken, decomposition had already set in, making it difficult to determine if there were any ligature marks around her neck. It was initially listed as unknown, as she showed no signs of blunt force trauma or gunshot wounds. There were also no signs of a health death, such as a stroke or heart attack, and her organs were listed as healthy. Toxicology reports also suggested no drugs or alcohol in her system that may have led to an accidental overdose. Much later in the investigation, the cause of death status was changed to strangulation, based on the theory that she may have been murdered by someone she knew personally, perhaps a lover or spouse. It was also difficult to pinpoint the time of death, as her body had been partially frozen, but they estimate that she could have been killed any time between December 1 and 31, 1970. Toward the end of bull hunting season, they began working on creating a workable profile for investigators to use to solve the mystery. The victim was identified as a white woman between the ages of 35 and 40, with an estimated height of 5 feet 4 inches, a weight of between 125 and 140 pounds, brownish black hair that was short and curly, scarring on her abdomen consistent with a cesarean section birth, and internal signs that suggested she may have been a mother of 3 children. The examiners concluded that she may have been married, as a Bone Indian, and that she did not smoke, and that the last food she had eaten was lima beans. Her clothing was added to the description and included a multicolored size 14 blouse with 5 brass buttons and a long-sleeved black cardigan. She was dressed in burnt orange stretch pants in a size 12, with the label Symphony written on the inside of her feet, Pixie Mile black leather boots in a size 5.5, and bobby socks that were possibly white at one point. Her hair was described as salon-styled, and she had a neat and tidy appearance, with evenly manicured and clean nails. What was most noticeable was the extensive dental work she had undergone, which was estimated to have cost nearly $2,100.00. She was given the placeholder name, the Mojave Jane Doe, and was held at the county mortuary until her identity could be established. Using the descriptions from the medical examiner and a composite drawing of the Jane Doe created by a Flagstaff police sketch artist, investigators worked tirelessly to identify the woman. They began by publishing a report in the local and national newspapers that included the victim's description, composite sketch, and the location where she was found. Since this did not appear to yield any promising leads, investigators turned to other methods of identification, canvassing motels, hotels, and local stores that catered to the upper middle class in the area. Despite their extensive questioning, no one could recall such a woman passing by. Afterward, investigators examined her clothing and attempted to ascertain where she had purchased it. A search of every potential clothing store yielded no results. They then turned to airports and searched flight manifests, asking employees if anyone had been missing on any flight, and following up on those leads, which also yielded no results. Finally, they placed a missing persons ad in dental magazines detailing the extent of the work she had done on her teeth. When this failed, they turned to the filing system of a dentist lab in Phoenix, Arizona, hoping that this would jog the memory of the dentist who performed the surgeries and lead them to come forward with her identity. After searching through the files of over 8,000 patients, they were still unable to find her. So investigators expanded their search and sent out the Missing Persons Bulletin to Arizona, California, Nevada, and Utah. During that time, 23 women were reported missing, but all of them were later found alive. The Jane Doe, however, was not among those reported missing. Investigators requested the fingerprints taken for autopsy records. These were then forwarded to the Federal Bureau of Investigation in Washington to be compared with the national database, but still no trace of her was found on any system. Missing or criminal investigators finally looked for a suspect among the hunting community, particularly among those who applied for hunting licenses, of which over 5,000 applications had been made during that season, and each and every individual was located and questioned. Detective Joe Chapin, Sheriff Lloyd Sisney, and Sergeant Don Parrish speculated that their Jane Doe might have been murdered by a spouse, and each married applicant was asked to bring their wife for interrogation. But this too yielded no answers. The 3 men were adamant that the murder was what they called a mama-papa killing by an angry husband. Sisney told local reporters that he thought her identity would eventually come to light because, based on the autopsy reports, she may have children, and somewhere out there her children are missing their mother and being held up by their father in their search for her. But they'll start worrying soon. Time has a way of solving murder mysteries. He said that the thorough investigation had ruled out every possibility, but investigators remained hopeful. He said, "Sisney, we're still no closer to identifying this woman, but somebody out there must have seen her, may even know her, or may remember a small thing that could help us." Months turned to years, then to decades, and 30 years later, in 2001, Lori Miller, an investigator for the Special Investigation Unit, SIU, which was established in 1999 as part of the Mojave County Sheriff's Department initiative to investigate, solve, and eventually close cold cases that had been piling up over the years, was tasked with identifying the Mojave Jane Doe. Despite all the clues and descriptions, no one ever came forward to claim the victim or report her missing, and after 3 months of waiting, authorities finally buried the Mojave Jane Doe at the Mountain View Cemetery in Kingman, a county cemetery used by the department for unclaimed bodies within Mojave County. In that year alone, there were more than 60 unresolved cases, the oldest of which was the Mojave Jane Doe. Like their predecessors, Miller and her team went through old case files and reports, re-interviewed potential witnesses in the hopes of jogging their memory and perhaps revealing some new information and clues, resubmitted the fingerprints, and again combed through the dental records to find the dentist who could have worked on the Jane Doe. But to no avail. Miller and her team also contacted a new artist from the Museum of Northern Arizona to create a composite of the Jane Doe based on the features of her skull taken from the post-mortem examination pictures, believing the new artist might be able to highlight the victim's features in a more professional manner that might attract the attention of someone who knew her. Once more, they used the national media to raise awareness of the case in the hopes that one of the Jane Doe family members or children might come forward, but they were unsuccessful after 3 decades of silence. Miller's investigative team also looked for connections to the company Deer Pack, Ames Harris, and Neville & Co., which had made the sack the victim was found in, but they found they had long since been bought out. Miller and her team worked through the case on and off over the next 20 years, keeping a close watch on databases and following any and all leads and tips. If anything, their Jane Doe was the proverbial needle in the haystack. However, the fashion line had virtually vanished by the time the case was officially entered into the NamUs database in November 2021, and, once more, investigators were at a standstill, having exhausted all leads. Nevertheless, as part of their ongoing case review, the Sheriff's Department continued to update their Facebook post about missing or unidentified persons in October 2022, and 51 years after the Mojave Jane Doe was found, they received a call from Othram Inc., a Texas-based forensic genealogy firm. Miller and her team had realized that there was only one option left, so basically all we had left was to try to identify her through genetic genealogy. The company offered to use the new DNA technology being developed by geneticists to try and create a family tree based on their Jane Doe's DNA profile on their Facebook page, but it would take time and money, as the technology was new and expensive to carry out. However, before that, investigators tried one more time to post the composite sketch on their Facebook page, hoping to find some tangible leads, but nothing worked out. She was someone's wife, daughter, or mother, and it's possible that she was overlooked over the years. The investigation continued to lodge evidence without any results, and it became part of their mantra to close the Mojave Jane Doe case and bring closure, not only to the family, but also to those voiceless victims. The investigators proceeded with the genetic testing option with fervent prayer. Miller explained that even though the county was large, their population was small, and their budget was limited. Othram Inc., however, decided to set up a donation page, asking the public to help raise the $6,500.00 needed to start testing, in the hopes that the community would open their hearts to give the Mojave Jane Doe the dignity of her identity. DNA Solves helped the crowdfunding initiative by setting up a Dear Gladys page, and the response was so overwhelming that within 5 days of the page being created, the remaining funds were raised and the testing could start. The first step for investigators was to exhume Mojave Jane Doe's remains. In November 2022, the Mojave County Court gave the go-ahead for excavation of the burial site, and despite the remains' poor condition, scientists were able to extract enough genetic material to perform the testing due to the body's age. The body was reburied as Othram Inc. prepared to start the testing process. The technology was new, and the process was lengthy, but it was trusted because genetic genealogy testing had gained popularity in 2018 after it helped find the Golden State Killer after more than 40 years. Investigators used forensic-grade genome sequencing and advanced DNA testing to create a DNA profile, which they then compared to ancestry websites that have thousands of profiles of people who voluntarily donated their DNA samples to track and trace families from around the world. After countless hours of work, investigators created multiple family trees based on the Mojave Jane Doe's DNA profile, locating several distant relatives and, through the process of elimination, the closest living relatives. Then, on Monday, January 23, 2023, 52 years to the day the Mojave Jane Doe was found, lead investigator Lori Miller finally got the call she had been waiting for. They had a name after 50 years. The Jane Doe was found to be Colleen Audrey Rice. The news was first shared with Colleen's remaining relatives before the announcement was made on the Mojave County Sheriff's Office Facebook page that same Monday afternoon. Eventually, they got in touch with a relative who was willing to help with the investigation by providing a new DNA sample. Colleen was born on March 17, 1931, to James C. Rice and Flossie Truitt. She was raised in Portsmouth, Ohio, and is known to have some family ties to eastern Kentucky. It is unclear whether she had siblings. She attended Portsmouth High School, but it was unclear whether she graduated because she married William Davis in 1946 at the age of 15. And investigators were able to attach an old yearbook photo to her case file after looking through old school records. She would have been 39 years old at the time of her death. Little else was known about her personal life. Investigators who located her living relatives were largely distant relatives of Colleen, and they did not find much information. Investigators discovered that Colleen had become estranged from her husband and family, that she had changed her name to start a new life away from her family, that she appeared to have been doing well for herself, she was well-groomed and healthy when her body was first found, and that despite the fact that she showed signs of childbirth, there was no way to find her children or records to prove that she had any at all. It seemed as though Colleen's life had been erased after she vanished, and that she had been living a life away from her family. Her remains were exhumed and flown to Ohio in February 2023 to be buried alongside her family with a headstone bearing her name and date of birth and death. After the investigation, all legal work was finished to give her surviving family members the opportunity to bury her remains. Investigators said that their oldest case was finally gaining momentum. They now knew who their victim was. It is heartwarming to witness law enforcement and the public come together to restore a murdered woman's name after a half-century. For the investigators solving the crime became personal, and they felt Colleen deserved better, said Chief Development Officer at Othram Inc. It was a Jane Doe. Now I have a name. She's always been a person. Now she's a person with a name. It kind of hits you, said lead investigator Lori Miller, who kept a copy of the composite sketch taped to her computer as a daily reminder of who and what they were fighting for while investigating the cold case. According to news reports, Miller stated that one of the difficulties they encountered during the investigation was locating people who were still alive at the time of the incident. Wow. K13 News was able to find a distant relative of Colleen who also happens to be a genealogist himself, Miller said. Colleen's mother's side of the family includes Eli Allen, who resides in Ohio at the moment. Allen claimed that he realized they were related as soon as he learned the victim's name and learned about the case. It was much more intimate when I saw Rice, who is in my mother's line, and I had to know we were linked. The fact that Colleen was recognized after over 50 years is evidence of the job he and numerous others are doing. Who murdered Colleen and disposed of her remains in such a degrading way is perhaps the more perplexing subject facing investigators. The potential of assault was completely ruled out at the time, and autopsy tests revealed no foreign DNA on the victim's body. Interviews with the family revealed that Colleen had departed on her own initiative, ruling out the idea that her husband had killed her. Since there has never been a missing person complaint, no one who knew her personally at the time appeared very interested in finding her. Colleen's murder had not been connected to any potential killers who might have been active in the area in the 1970s, nor had it been filed throughout the 50-year inquiry period. Investigators were unable to identify any patterns associated with serial killers at the time, due to the lack of clues provided by her way of death. The lawsuit is still pending, even though Colleen has been identified. Finding the culprit or suspects behind Colleen's premature death is the goal of the SIU's ongoing investigation. The public is being urged by investigators to come forward with any information about Colleen's murder and her life after she left her family in Ohio to start over. The public in Arizona is encouraged to get in touch with the Special Investigations section of the Mojave County Sheriff's Office. The description box below will contain the numbers. By reporting on cases like Colleen's, we want to show off not only the hard work of detectives, but also the genuinely remarkable technological advancements that are now enabling the resolution of crimes that many people think would have stayed unsolved for all time. Aside from that, though, we also hope that these cases inform our community. Which aspect of today's case, in your opinion, was the saddest? The fact that it took decades to identify her, or that no one actually searched for her after she vanished? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The serene picture of Medicine Hat, Alberta was broken by the horrific story of the Richardson family murders. A 12-year-old girl named Jasmine Richardson was at the heart of this horrifying crime when she got involved in an illicit connection with Jeremy Stinky, a 23-year-old man with a dark fascination and a difficult past. This is the tale of how manipulation can spiral out of hand and how a rebellion can go horribly wrong. Tragically, lives are cut short. It serves as a sobering reminder of how quickly human nature's darker aspects can surface and how seemingly normal lives can conceal unimaginable suffering. They came up with a strategy together that will kill a whole family and leave the neighborhood in shock and grief. Why would a teenage girl and her much older lover carry out such a horrible act? In this sad instance, how can love, or what they thought was love, be so twisted as to devastate? We'll look at what preceded the killings, what happened after, and the unanswered questions that many who recall the Richardson family still have. Kids rode bikes, neighbors waved to one another, and weekend events included home barbecues and block parties in Medicine Hat, Alberta. Up until 2006, when a crime so heinous that it rocked the country and altered everything, it was the type of place where nothing ever appeared to go wrong. The Richardson family appeared to be the quintessential Medicine Hat, Alberta suburban family. In their town, the Richardson family was regarded as a close-knit and loving family. Mark Richardson was employed by the oil and gas sector. He worked in a challenging field, using his diligence to complete his work and provide a comfortable life for his family. He was just as committed to his work as he was to his loved ones. Deborah Richardson, his wife, was a stay-at-home mother. She was well liked by her friends and neighbors because of her friendly and welcoming demeanor. She made sure all of her two children's needs were met and volunteered at their school, showing a strong commitment to their lives. Different dynamics were introduced into the home by the couple's two children. At 8 years old, Jacob is the youngest, and what a genuine, vivacious, and carefree youngster he was. He enjoys playing with his pals. He enjoys sketching and spends hours watching his favorite cartoons. His innocence and newfound enthusiasm fill the Richardson family's house with laughter and happiness. Jacob is the kind of youngster that can make any space happier. Jasmine, the family's 12-year-old daughter, was in a different period of life and attempting to deal with the challenges of puberty. She was figuring out who she was and pursuing independence, just like a lot of preteens. Jasmine was always intelligent and curious, but as she grew more drawn to the goth scene, her alterations were becoming more noticeable. Mark and Deborah started to worry about her dark clothes, alternative music, and edgy online forums, as she was slowly growing more reclusive and aggressive, pushing boundaries with her parents. They initially wrote it off as a phase, the typical manifestation of some adolescent rebellion. But Jasmine's increasingly abrasive demeanor and mood swings since then had led them to believe that something more than simple acting out was occurring. The Richardsons were and would remain a tight family, with Mark and Deborah making a concerted effort to give their kids a secure and caring environment, despite their concerns about Jasmine's behavioral changes. They believed that understanding and patience would finally help Jasmine turn her life around. To close the distance that appeared to be growing between their daughter and others, they established boundaries while attempting to promote candid conversation. The Richardson family appeared to be the epitome of suburban tranquility and the ideal family. Along with the typical highs and lows of family life, their home was a place of warmth and joy. However, tensions were subtly increasing beneath the surface. Jasmine's rebellion and independence led to arguments with her parents and a rift that would eventually have disastrous results. The innocence of what was about to happen was only enhanced by Jacob's joyful presence. The Richardson tragedy was rendered even more heartbreaking by his light-hearted nature and strong relationship with his family, as the narrative of this seemingly normal family would later come to light. A society was taken aback by fashion that no one could imagine, and the country was left in disbelief at a reality that scarcely looked plausible. When Jasmine Richardson met Jeremy Stinky, a 23-year-old guy who shared her interest in the goth subculture, her life took a dark turn. Mutual friends and online discussion boards centered around their common interests had brought the two together. Their bond quickly became intense, driven by a shared desire for illegal thrill-seeking and a fascination with life's darkest aspects. Jeremy's theatrical persona was what most appealed to Jasmine. His thick black eyeliner, black clothing, and bizarre claim that he was a 300-year-old werewolf made him incredibly enigmatic and, thus, captivating. Jeremy had a difficult past filled with constant bullying and neglect. His defiant persona, which exalted darkness and disregarded social conventions, was molded by his early encounters. In sharp contrast to her regimented suburban upbringing, he was intriguing and enigmatic to Jasmine. Despite the fact that Jeremy was far older than Jasmine and showed her a number of warning signs, their connection immediately became very heated. Soon, Jeremy would be more than simply a romantic interest. He became a confidant and rebellious ally. He listened to her complain about her parents and how they were misinterpreted, which fueled her growing sense of alienation from them and justified her displeasure with them. The more days went by, the more he controlled her. Mark and Deborah Richardson were appalled to learn that their daughter was seeing Jeremy. They were determined to safeguard their daughter, and while the age difference was unsettling in and of itself, they were even more alarmed by Jeremy's eerie demeanor and his control over Jasmine. They imposed stringent regulations, prohibited her from meeting Jeremy, and kept a close eye on everything she did. By taking these actions, Mark and Deborah intended to break the poisonous relationship and put Jasmine back on a healthier course. However, this just served to further distance them from their daughter. Jasmine's parents were portrayed as individuals who would hinder her journey to happiness, rather than discourage her during her adolescent rebellion. She became even closer to him as a result of their limitations, and the two began to adopt a risky mindset that saw Mark and Deborah as the ones who were trying to stop their freedom and love. As they fueled one another's animosity toward Jasmine's family, Jeremy's hold on her gradually deteriorated. Their shared obsession with gothic themes and defiance of social norms became a perverted excuse for their mounting disdain. They entered something even darker and more dangerous because they dreamed of a life unencumbered by all the restrictions imposed by Jasmine's house. An adolescent rebellion took a drastically different and more sinister course. Jasmine and Jeremy's awkward partnership was transformed into the very fuel for the fire that will startle the entire neighborhood and leave a scar on everyone who knows and interacts with the Richardsons. Because Jasmine's parents forbade it, the young couple had to communicate in secret. Their relationship was tumultuous, a kind of collective revolt that grew stronger in the darkness. They stayed in touch with one another without her parents knowing, thanks to instant internet chats, text messages, and emails. These covert conversations served as a breeding ground for Mark and Deborah Richardson's resentments and sinister dreams, which ultimately developed into a terrifying conspiracy. The combination of Jasmine's interest in rebelling and Jeremy's penchant for dramatic and dark language was the perfect combination to make things worse. By implying that her parents weren't resisting him because of an unfounded fear of losing their love, he gave her justification for being angry with them. The digital trail they left behind is a terrifying journey into collective delusions, where they started talking of eradicating those who stood in their path. As their discussions developed into actual murderous plots, what had started out as teenage venting quickly took a dark turn. One email discussion in particular sticks out as really unsettling. Jasmine is said to have written, "I have this plan. I kill them at the beginning, and I live with you at the end. Calm." "The ice," she said. Her tone made it clear that she was in a certain frame of mind. Instead of attempting to talk her out of it, Jeremy flung open his arms and embraced the notion that he was a willing collaborator who would do everything to be with her. His statements were a combination of intent and fantasy, as he boasted about his abilities to prepare and carry out murder. Through feeding on each other's darker thoughts, this shared delusion had developed and flourished with every exchange. Over the course of their lives, their fantasies evolved and grew stronger with each new experience. They soon became so large that their idea appeared to be very much a reality. Timing and the steps the females would take to carry out their gloomy intentions were discussed after methods. Jeremy remained loyal to himself, incorporating his love of violence and gothic motifs into his identity. In a terrifying prelude to the terrible events involving this couple, he armed himself with a knife. The idea of killing Jasmine's family had been thoroughly planned out, and the pair had convinced themselves that it would finally release them from power. It was scheduled for April 20th, 2006. That day would be the start of their lives together, in their warped imaginations. They planned to murder the Richardson family that night, which would release Jasmine from the things she believed were controlling her and allow her to live freely with Jeremy. The extent to which they had descended into their shared fantasy is brought into stark relief by the finality and resolve of their preparation. The terrible nature of their objectives became increasingly apparent as the day drew near. Something unthinkably dark had emerged from a relationship that had appeared to be based on the normal anxiety of a youngster yearning for freedom. April 22 would be the end of the Richardson family's typical suburban life, but it would also mean the loss of everything they had created together. A terrible tragedy, brought on by toxic and illusory love. The evening of April 22, 2006 was unusually quiet at the Richardson home. Mark and Deborah Richardson were inside getting settled for a normal evening, unaware of the horror that would shortly overtake them. Before long, their once joyful family home, filled with laughter and the typical noises of daily life, would turn into a butchery outdoors. When the horror started, 12-year-old Jasmine Richardson was waiting for Jeremy Stinky, who was armed and determined to carry out a horrifying plan that had been secretly plotted outside the house. With his firearm ready and his goal clearly visible, Jeremy entered the house. Deborah, the family matriarch, was the first person he interacted with. She used all of her strength to fight back after comprehending the threat that was in front of her. Her maternal instinct demanded that she take every precaution to protect her family. Although the struggle was desperate, Jeremy's assault was vicious and unrelenting. Deborah bravely struggled, but she was no match for his savagery. Mark was awakened by the ruckus and hurried to assist his wife. When he discovered her being attacked, he attempted to stop it, but Jeremy's onslaught was equally vicious. Even with all of his power and resolve, Mark was unable to withstand the intensity of the attack, and was also defeated by Jeremy's unrelenting brutality. The Richardson family was plunged into disarray and grief after both parents passed away in such a horrifying way. Frightened and confused, 8-year-old Jacob hid in his bed throughout the confusion, holding on to everything he could find to soothe him. The small youngster may have been unable to comprehend the noises of violence and perhaps assumed that he would be saved by keeping quiet, but there was absolutely no mercy from Jeremy. In an act so senseless and vicious that it brought out the night's depravity, he sought down Jacob and killed the small kid. According to witnesses and subsequent investigators, Jasmine either actively helped Jeremy kill Jacob or, at the absolute least, made it possible for him to do so. The breadth of her involvement made an already unthinkable atrocity much more horrifying. The Richardson residence was a scene of unspeakable destruction by the time the bloodshed had ceased. Blood covered the walls and floors, and the house fell into an odd hush and stillness. In just a few hours, the home that had once been a place of love and warmth was turned into a terrifying place. Even seasoned investigators were taken aback by the crime's extreme savagery. Jasmine and Jeremy were shaken by the killings and fled, leaving behind the broken remains of a family in their wake. Along with any pretense of routine and communal safety, 3 lives were snatched from people who had every right to live them. The Richardson family went from being a representation of suburban stability to becoming the focus of disaster and a warning to everyone who knew them. With so many unanswered concerns and a general sense of loss creeping in, it was to be a threshold, a night of darkness that marked the end of the world. The following morning, a youngster arrived to the Richardson residence to play with his closest friend, Jacob, upsetting the tranquility of this peaceful suburban community. When he rang the front doorbell and no one responded, his curiosity overcame him and he looked through a window, where he saw the bloodied bodies of Mark and Deborah Richardson lying still. This sight would haunt him for the rest of his life. For anyone, much less a child, the sight was horrifying and unreal. He ran away in terror to rouse his parents, who called the police right away. When authorities arrived at the Richardson residence, they discovered an unimaginable amount of bloodshed. The floor and walls were covered in blood. The horrific violence that had occurred that evening was depicted in the graphic images. The bodies of Mark and Deborah were discovered in the living room when the cops proceeded into the house, and Jacob, an 8-year-old kid, was discovered dead on the floor of his bedroom. Even seasoned officers were stunned by the crime's severity. At first, there were concerns of kidnapping. Because 12-year-old Jasmine was absent, the killer may have abducted her, according to the police, making her another victim of that horrible act. As authorities rushed to piece together what had transpired, an Amber Alert was contemplated. However, when they searched the area for proof, their suspicions started to change. A far more sinister and unsettling picture was painted by the discovery of Jasmine's belongings, which included unsettling messages she had exchanged with an older man named Jeremy Stinky. As the investigators dug deeper, they discovered more emails, social media posts, and text messages between Jasmine and Jeremy that hinted at their evil scheme. They had talked about their shared murderous desires and their scheme to murder everybody who stood in their way. The fact that Jasmine was an active co-conspirator and not a victim became even more clear. Jasmine and Jeremy, meantime, had traveled a few miles to a town to hide from the police after leaving the crime scene. They took refuge in a friend's house, where the friend was unaware of the murders. Later, locals said that the pair was continuing their lives as if nothing had occurred. They were captured on camera, kissing, holding hands, and laughing. Their reckless behavior was a terrifying example of their disinterest in the horrors they had perpetrated. Their lack of regret was the most disturbing. The distorted dynamic between these two was further highlighted by this fact. Their covert efforts were short-lived. Police found them within 24 hours, using evidence from the crime site and witness accounts. Their heartless scheme came to a startling halt when the pair was taken into custody. In the view of the community, the fact that Jasmine was implicated gave a further dimension to an already tragic and unexplained event. The narrative of the Richardson murders, whose terrifying evidence demonstrated how quickly innocence may turn to evil, never ceased to captivate and horrify people. As one of the most unsettling criminal cases in recent decades, the trial that followed the horrific killings of Jasmine's family members garnered worldwide attention. It sparked a series of discussions about the nature of juvenile involvement in violent crimes and the adult's role in influencing children. The Youth Criminal Justice Act was used to try Jasmine, who was just 12 years old when the crimes occurred. Due to her age, she is entitled to specific safeguards under this statute. Nevertheless, she was tried in a court of law for her actions, just like any other adult. Due to his age of 23, Jeremy was also tried as an adult and was subject to the full force of the law. The trial's prosecutors presented a terrifying account of the twisted bond between Jasmine and Jeremy, presenting a picture of a young child who was more than merely a willing accomplice in the vicious plot and preparation that led to the horrific killing. The prosecution explained how Jeremy had coldly controlled Jasmine and used that power to persuade her to assist in the killings of her own family members. The killings had been graphic in their details, they said, and prosecutors maintained that this was a case of deliberate murder rather than some random act of violence. Even if little Jasmine was fully aware of the gravity of her actions and shared equal culpability for them. The defense side, on the other hand, made an effort to highlight Jasmine's vulnerability at the age of 12 and contended that an older, more seasoned person like Jeremy could easily sway her. According to their claims, Jasmine was brainwashed and coerced into carrying out the killings. As a result, she was unable to fully comprehend the seriousness of her actions or what she was doing. According to the defense, Jeremy was a cunning person who had taken advantage of Jasmine's emotional immaturity and gullibility to gain her trust and carry out his own nefarious schemes. They asked the court to consider her age and the very probable possibility that she had been misled and was unable to make her own decisions. The evidence against both defendants grew throughout the trial. Witness accounts, forensic data, and a thorough examination of the couple's relationship revealed a pattern of Jeremy's dominance and manipulation. The jury was not persuaded that Jasmine's involvement in the killings involved more than merely being influenced by someone else, notwithstanding the defense of brainwashing. There was no question that she was criminally culpable for the killings, because she had actively participated in their planning, execution, and aftermath. The court finally rendered its decision, finding Jasmine guilty on 3 counts of first-degree murder. Her crimes were far too serious to be given a light punishment, even though her young had to be taken into account while determining her sentence. As a result, she received the harshest punishment imaginable for a minor: 10 years in a juvenile detention center, which included 4 years in a mental health facility and 4 years of conditional supervision. Jeremy, meanwhile, received the harshest punishment imaginable: 3 consecutive life sentences with no possibility of release for 25 years. In many respects, the punishment reflected the horrible nature of the crimes, but it also highlighted how crucial Jeremy was to the whole situation, entangling the other 2 through his deceitful tactics. In order to preserve her privacy and assist her in acclimating to life outside the facility, Jasmine was granted total anonymity upon her release in 2016. According to reports, she has begun over under a different identity, away from the scrutiny of the public that had followed her case for years. Her release signaled the conclusion of a legal journey that had garnered national attention and sparked intense discussion. To many, her case represents redemption and rehabilitation, and appealed to the potential for reform by young offenders under the right conditions. Supporters note out that she served her entire term, spent time in a mental health facility, and successfully fulfilled all conditional supervision conditions. For them, she serves as an example of how the legal system can grant second chances, particularly to young people who may have been persuaded or otherwise influenced to conduct horrible crimes. However, some would disagree. They believe that granting Jasmine a new name and another opportunity to live a regular life does not enough make up for the seriousness of her crimes. They question whether the family whose members' lives she brutally ended ever received justice. Her anonymity felt like a shield from responsibility, and detractors believed it created a negative precedent and diminished the gravity of her actions. It supports a more thorough discussion about the inequity of youth rehabilitative opportunities. In the debate over the morality and practicality of sentencing adolescents for violent crimes, her case is frequently used as an example to illustrate how to find a balance between protecting vulnerable criminals on the one hand and providing justice for the victims on the other. Jeremy may be the subject of this story, but he is still behind bars, serving the majority of his sentence, 3 life sentences, with no possibility of release for 25 years. One significant difference between Jeremy's case and Jasmine's is that Jeremy has always been the aggressor in these terrible incidents because his identity has never been hidden. COVID has frequently been explained by his involvement in the crime, a relationship that appears to degenerate into an unexplainable downward spiral. Jeremy's impact on Jasmine, his history, and his motivations have all been the focus of media scrutiny and psychological research. His narrative will always serve as a reminder to provide an example of the worst that may occur when dysfunctional dynamics and unchecked manipulation are allowed to lead to unimaginable acts of brutality. For many, Jeremy represents the negative aspects of relationships where respect and trust are replaced by control and manipulation. Some people believe that his continued confinement protects him from hurting other people. However, his situation does raise issues about how much more could have been done to aid with mental health interventions, and what society's obligations are in attempting to stop these kinds of acts before they become tragic. In summary, the Jasmine and Jerry case remained relevant and functioned as social study on the issues of justice, criminality, and human behavior. Their case went on to highlight the intricacy of criminal justice, particularly for young people, and how startling it was to be reminded of the long-lasting effects of unhealthy relationships and violence. The killings of the Richardson family serve as a chilling reminder of how swiftly and unpredictably a seemingly normal life may devolve into unimaginably horrific catastrophe. This is a very unsettling case, exposes us to difficult problems, and highlights the negative aspects of human relationships, love, and manipulation. Thin Veneer highlights how poisonous, dangerous relationships may have disastrous outcomes, even in families that seem secure and caring at first glance. Even now, people all around the world are still affected by the case of Jasmine Richardson and Jeremy Stanke, which rocked Medicine Hat, Alberta to its core. However, the particularly horrific nature of the killings and the young youth of those responsible were what truly made this case unique. Jasmine was just 12 years old at the time, and few incidents in Canadian real crime history have affected people so profoundly. It touched with extremely challenging issues of responsibility, rehabilitation, and justice, while also exposing young people's susceptibilities to manipulation. The killings are more than just a depressing chapter in Medicine Hat's history. They serve as a spectral reminder of how brittle trust can be and how disastrous the fallout can be when it is betrayed. Years later, the story continues to elicit fury that extends well beyond the town's boundaries, captivating and unsettled everyone who hears about it. The killings of the Richardson family bring to light the intricacies of human nature and the profound effects that violence has on people, families, and society. The killings of the Richardson family serve as a prime example of the myriad complexities of human nature and the extent to which violence may affect individuals, families, and society. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how a typical day could become a complete nightmare in a matter of minutes? Consider this. On this verdant tropical island, the sun is softly warming your skin, while the murmur of the waves assures you of tranquility. However, what if there is a darkness lurking around every peaceful corner, simply waiting for the ideal opportunity to emerge? A young German tourist named Miriam Bielt went on a walk to a temple on the island of Koh Si Chang on April 7, 2019. She hadn't returned by the evening, even though it was supposed to be just another quiet day of her vacation. She was seen smiling and unconcerned as she walked up the trail on security cameras. However, nobody could have predicted that that smile would vanish forever in a few hours. Koh Si Chang is renowned for its calm, relaxed atmosphere and is rarely disturbed. White sand beaches, deep green jungles that hold mysteries that date back millennia, turquoise oceans, and slow-moving natural beauty are all abundant on this island. Miriam Bielt, a young German woman who chose to combine a business trip with a long overdue holiday, arrived at this remote paradise in the spring of 2019. But her adventure would quickly devolve into a complex and unsettling mystery that still has a lot of unsolved questions. Initially, nothing appeared abnormal. Miriam was successful and driven. Her career as a design engineer with a big corporation had actually been advancing quickly since she graduated from the University of Hanover. Even though she was accustomed to lengthy workdays and frequent travel, this one felt unusual. Miriam finally got to witness the white dunes and pristine waters she had heard so much about when she decided to spend a few days on the remote island of Koh Si Chang after finishing her business commitments. However, when Miriam failed to appear for breakfast on the morning she was scheduled to depart, everything changed. Hotel employees were worried and attempted to call her, but her phone was inaccessible. It took hours before local officials were notified of her absence, but nobody had yet recognized how serious the situation was. Official documents indicate that Miriam had traveled to Thailand for business purposes, and her encounters with suppliers had gone well. According to her co-workers, she frequently enjoyed combining professional travel with some downtime, even if it meant traveling alone. She might have stayed on the island while the rest of her team went home because of her curiosity. Miriam enjoyed exploring the locations she went to. However, her acquaintances claim that she had never planned on making impulsive relationships or going on dangerous trips. Nevertheless, other residents recalled that Miriam had demonstrated a strong interest in the island's less visited areas. She inquired about secluded coves and secret beaches, where one may feel completely cut off from the outside world, according to tour guides. To many who knew her, her interests seemed a bit out of the ordinary. Usually she liked to stick to a set strategy, making sure that every little aspect was well considered. Miriam had a well-planned itinerary and was no stranger to travel. She organized a day excursion to Pattaya after concluding her work in Bangkok, and then she traveled to Koh Si Chang. Similar quick trips are taken by many tourists to take in the sights and beaches. It was different for Miriam, though. She looked for locations where she could be alone herself, with nature and her thoughts, locations that weren't listed in the typical travel guides. She started her journey by traveling to the island via ferry in the morning. In keeping with her meticulous disposition, Miriam immediately leased a motorcycle and embarked on a pre-arranged journey. One of her planned destinations was an old stone temple on a hill that only the most tenacious and resilient tourists could access. Locals regarded this shrine as a remote location for introspection, tucked away behind thick vegetation. Quietly, the day began. She saw the traditional indicators of a peaceful island morning as she drew closer to the temple. A vendor was setting up fresh bouquets of calendula and jasmine at a little flower booth nearby, and she had left her rented motorcycle parked at the foot of the slope. After greeting him and purchasing a few flowers, Miriam ascended the stone stairway. She was seen on surveillance cameras carrying a little rucksack and a bottle of water as she boldly ascended the stairs. She had a slight smile on her face, as though she was looking forward to something lovely and significant. However, time went by and she never came back. Her motorcycle remained parked next to the now closed flower stall in the evening, a silent reminder of her disappearance. The fact that no one had witnessed her return down the stairs immediately alarmed the townspeople. The first person to realize something was wrong was the flower salesman, Miriam's motorcycle. She hadn't been seen all day and was still there, unaltered. He told the police about it the following day, and what had begun as a straightforward case of a missing individual quickly turned into something far more sinister. Investigators soon discovered that Miriam would never have remained on the island for very long when they started tracking her path. She had only one day in mind: lunch. A quick excursion, a few pictures, and then a trip back to the mainland. Miriam was well organized, cautious, and always did everything according to her own rules. She kept her valuables close to hand, stayed away from strangers, and checked in with her family on a regular basis. For her loved ones, the first warning sign was when she stopped sending messages. She stopped answering by noon on April 7, and by nighttime it appeared like she had just disappeared. Miriam was traveling to a temple on a mountaintop, which isn't your average tourist attraction. Even locals seldom go there, and no official trips do. The trail is lengthy and challenging, and it is encircled by dense jungle. The climb is made more difficult by the moss-covered wet stone steps. Security footage shows that no one else was around when she was hiking alone. The police repeatedly watched the camera footage in the hopes of finding some clue, but all they saw was Miriam climbing toward the temple with a steady gait, a composed countenance, and a faint smile. This little movie, the final recorded account of her existence on the island, seemed to freeze time. Police discovered a new lead as they started questioning residents. She had been spotted with an unknown male at a cafe by the dock a few days before. Although it was impossible to identify him, he appeared to know her well enough to sit with her over coffee. No one else said they saw them together, but they might have met at her hotel or on the ferry. Following that interaction, a number of unanswered issues were raised by Miriam's disappearance. What transpired on her way to the temple? Who was the stranger she was spotted speaking to? And why did she never descend again? Koh Si Chang Island woke up to a terrifying discovery on the morning of April 8, 2019. A Thai visitor was on the verge of a nightmare while hiking to the temple in the early morning in the hopes of taking in the refreshing air and peaceful surroundings. He was enjoying the silence of the jungle as he ascended the steep, stone-covered trail when he observed something strange, close to the edge of a tiny ravine, just off the path through the dense vegetation. A whitish form attracted his attention, a sight remarkably out of place amid the deep green. It became evident to him as he approached that he had discovered a young woman's body, as though someone had attempted to hide her. She was stuck between two enormous rocks that were covered in leaves and branches. There were visible bloodstains close by, and the woman's body showed evidence of physical violence. The tourist was so shocked by what he had discovered that he alerted the local emergency services right away. Concerns swiftly spread like wildfire throughout the island, as police on Koh Si Chang attempted to comprehend the situation, and within an hour cops were navigating the convoluted route to the location. Back in Germany, Miriam Bielta's loved ones were becoming increasingly anxious. She was known to be responsible and cautious, therefore it was very unusual for her to stop answering on the evening of April 7. Miriam was always in contact, particularly when she was traveling alone abroad. When they realized they hadn't heard from her the following morning, her parents, who were accustomed to her frequent calls and texts, started to worry. They reported a missing person to the local government. Investigators on the island were beginning to piece together the specifics of this concerning case in the meanwhile. Miriam Bielti, a 20-year-old German tourist, was identified as the body discovered in the ravine. Hotel staff stated that she was expected to return from the island on the evening of April 7. However, her rented motorcycle was still parked at the foot of the hill, where she had left it before heading to the temple. Authorities first thought that Miriam might have had a terrible accident, slipped, or lost her balance on the slippery path, but they soon ruled that notion out. Her injuries were too many and too terrible to be attributed to a mere fall. She had obvious cuts and bruises on her head and face, and evidence of violence and malice indicated that her death had been violent and deliberate. Furthermore, there was evidence that she had been abused prior to her death, which further clouded the case. Reviewing surveillance footage from cameras placed along the trail in the parking lot at the foot of the hill marked the start of the inquiry. Miriam was seen on camera carrying a tiny rucksack and a bottle of water as she ascended the stairs. She seemed peaceful, but she walked with purpose. Investigators were still troubled by important details. Moments after she vanished around a corner, another person was captured on camera. A man in black clothes was pursuing her from a distance. When he finally came back, his clothing were wet and filthy, with obvious light-colored stains. The day's events were further investigated. The vendor at the flower stall at the trail's base recalled seeing this individual. He had seen him pull up on a motorcycle, buy a bunch of marigolds, and then follow Miriam up the route. Aside from the strange conduct of the man on his way back, it appeared to be harmless enough. According to the merchant, he appeared anxious, constantly looking around, and dismissed the question of whether everything was all right by saying he had simply slipped. His manner struck the merchant as odd, so he made the decision to write down the motorcycle's license plate as a precaution. This enigmatic man swiftly rose to the position of top suspect once the police found Miriam's body and the first hints appeared. The authorities were able to identify the bike thanks to the recorded license plate, the vendor's description, and surveillance footage. Ranakorn was the registered owner. Ramruin, a 24-year-old local, lived alone in an old house on the island's fringes and worked as a beach cleaner, cleaning the waters along the coast. Officers went to his house right away, but he was not there. They started looking in the hopes of discovering something that would reveal his possible relationship to Miriam. Underlying conflicts that had not been identified before then started to surface. Though few knew of his darker impulses, Ranakorn was regarded by the villagers as a reclusive and perhaps eccentric man. His neighbors characterized him as reserved yet inhospitable. He rarely confided in anyone and kept to himself. However, those who knew him well had noticed hints of odd, nervous conduct and unpredictable anger. Some even said that they had seen him pacing the island as if he was looking for something or was waiting for someone. What motivated him to follow Miriam that day? And who was this man who seemed to have materialized out of thin air to ruin a young traveler's vision of a tropical paradise? When Ranakorn Run woke up in his tiny house on the edge of Koh Si Chang early on April 7, 2019, the island was still shrouded in quiet. There had been little respite from the night. His mind was still whirling from visions and lingering thoughts that had been enhanced by a haze of illegal drugs. Empty bottles littered the table, and the smell of cheap alcohol filled his home. Ranakorn was aware that he needed a way out of this state, something to divert his attention, even for a brief period of time, in order to prevent him from going any deeper. He made it a habit to have a few beers and several shots of heavier alcohol, which helped him temporarily block out his thoughts, if only for a few hours. However, his typical procedure wasn't sufficient that day. He immediately entered an altered state after taking another dose of a different substance, since he was desiring something more. Once the effects of the controlled substances took effect, his mind started racing, incoherent, and a feeling of eagerness and restlessness swirled inside him. In need of a release, he made the decision to ride his motorcycle anyplace in order to get away from his inner turmoil. Following the road, he finally arrived at the hill's base, where a trail led to a temple on the island. He had first seen her there, a young European tourist, well-dressed, walking up the stone steps with a light, carefree gait and a laid-back look, totally oblivious to the eyes on her. Ranakorn was roused from his daze by the sight of this elegant, carefree young lady. He was unable to turn away and, giving in to his hazy emotions, chose to follow her. Ronicorn entered a neighboring stall at that time and bought a bouquet of marigolds in the hopes that this would make him seem pleasant and enable him to speak to the young lady. The man's peculiar behavior caught the vendor's attention. His eyes were vacant, yet they were filled with an odd intensity. The vendor became uncomfortable, but Ronicorn left quickly. Miriam vanished around the turn, and he soon started up the trail. Miriam, meantime, climbed slowly toward the shrine, oblivious to the shadow that followed her. She was taking in the scenery from the route and the refreshing morning air. She saw it as just another day of her eagerly anticipated vacation, a short reprieve following many days of toil. Even though she was an experienced traveler and understood how to protect herself, she was unable to predict what would happen next. Ronicorn's capture was caught on surveillance footage. Up until the bouquet was in her hand, he initially made an effort to talk to her, acting friendly. Miriam was courteous yet wary. To her, the act of presenting flowers appeared more perplexing than hospitable. He kept after her after she thanked him and went on her way. The following events were not captured on camera, but they were later revealed by witness accounts and Ronicorn's own admission when under the influence of alcohol and other drugs. He was unable to control his urges. He offered frankly that Miriam join him at a remote location nearby, but she responded right away. She declined, and with a hint of panic in her voice, she tried to get away, accelerating, but Ronicorn insisted on keeping up with her swift steps, eventually bursting into a run. Then he felt a wave of rage welling up inside him, a rage not only at her but at himself, and a life that, in his eyes, had long since been meaningless. He was irrational in this changed mood. He raced up to her, took hold of her arm, and yanked her roughly in his direction. They were in a remote location, so no one was present to hear Miriam's screams or attempts to escape. He pulled her off the trail and into the dense undergrowth. Despite a fierce battle, she ultimately lost the battle. What started off as a conflict on the trail came to an end when her shouts faded into silence in the tree's shadows. The cops knew right away that this was no random assault when they got on the site, hours after her body was found. It was obvious that there had been a struggle from the start, as evidenced by the marks on Miriam's body and the disturbed dirt. Following the encounter, Ronicorn most likely went back the same route that the flower stall proprietor had spotted him walking by. Once more, his clothing was soiled and appeared wet, and when asked whether he was all right, Ronicorn trembled and said he had just slid. The vendor's suspicions were only raised by this odd response, and the motorcycle license plate he had taken note of turned out to be crucial to the case's resolution. Ronicorn went home that night. Even though he washed his clothes fast, the stains remained. As if nothing had happened, he turned on the TV while lying on his couch. Maybe he believed he could move past it all by behaving normally. However, that was untrue. He didn't try to hide when the police arrived at his home. He seemed to realize that this was it and was just waiting to be discovered. He made an effort to be composed during his arrest, but it quickly became apparent that this composedness was only a front for anxiety and perplexity. The cops were not surprised by his final confession during questioning, but it did expose a degree of startling cruelty that nobody had anticipated discovering during the interview on this tranquil island. Ronicorn lost it. He initially tried to deceive investigators, but his story unraveled, and he finally began to describe the events in great detail. Even the most experienced investigators were taken aback by his admissions. The events described played out like a bad dream, with a tropical paradise in the backdrop. However, a straightforward confession was not the end of the case. Every detail of what happened was necessary for the authorities. To learn exactly how the events transpired, they made the decision to perform a reenactment. They brought Ronicorn back to the scene. With his head shielded by a bag to keep the public at bay, he walked through his movements step by step, going back and demonstrating each motion. The officers intently watched every movement he made, looking for any information he might have left out of his confession. Ronicorn successfully reenacted his unsettling part, turning the recreation into a gruesome scene. By the end of it, investigators had a comprehensive picture of what had happened on that fateful day. Ronicorn Ruin's trial was seen as a litmus test for the Thai legal system as a whole. Both the local community and others beyond were shocked by the crime committed against young tourist Miriam Bielte. Authorities had to show that justice would be served, and concerns about foreign visitors' safety on islands like Koh Si Chang grew increasingly urgent as the public watched every day of the trial and closely monitored recordings of the flower vendor's testimony. The court procedures attracted the attention of both domestic and foreign media, and Acorn's confession was unquestionably proof of his guilt. These pieces clearly depicted what had transpired, including how he followed Miriam, tried to talk to her, and then followed her along the trail until she reached a remote location where a horrible act was perpetrated by him. All the questions seemed to be answered by Ronicorn's confession. However, the hostile mood persisted in the courtroom. Even the most seasoned court reporters were clearly troubled by the circumstances of the crime and the cruelty and indifference with which he acted. But the true drama took place outside of the courtroom. Ronicorn's mother was the only one who made an effort to comprehend or at least explain his behavior. Everyone was caught off guard when she appeared in court, and her impassioned speech caused a range of reactions from those in attendance. Instead of defending her son, she apologized to Miriam's family and the community and attempted to understand how something like this could have occurred. She revealed that she had not been aware of her son's difficulties with controlled substances and that they had been separated for years. Though by no means an excuse, her statement seemed to be an attempt to find some justification for his behavior. She ultimately begged the court to punish him to the fullest extent possible, admitting that her son had lost control of his life and was a threat to others as well as to himself. Ronicorn made the admission without regret. He made no effort to provide an explanation for his actions or to apologize to the victim's family. As though narrating someone else's story, he merely described the events with a chilly, distant tone. 3 months after the disaster, a verdict was rendered, and authorities acted quickly to prevent the trial from going too long. Ronicorn Ramruan received a death sentence. His lawyer's attempts to obtain leniency were unsuccessful. There was no place for clemency, given the seriousness of the crime, the graphic details, and the public outrage. His mother's speech was one of the most emotionally charged parts of the trial. Everyone in the room was profoundly affected by her sobs, desperation, and understanding that she had lost her son, both physically and morally. She acknowledged that she was afraid he might carry out such a horrible deed as her parting farewell if he were ever freed. Perhaps the most devastating moment of the trial was witnessing her kid being taken into prison. The hardest shock of all following the verdict was realizing that he had lost his humanity forever. Kosi Chang had a hard time getting over the shock. It was once renowned for its quiet, peace, and scenic beauty, but it was now enmeshed in a horrifying tale that shook the whole nation. The residents, who took great pride in their hospitality and culture, were severely affected by this catastrophe. It damaged the island's reputation as a whole, and they thought that this would be a one-off event rather than a reflection of their cherished homeland. The victim's family received support from the entire community. People came to the location where Miriam was discovered, bowed their heads in silent respect and grief, and left flowers and candles. In addition to expressing their sympathies, their gesture demonstrated their resolve to oppose cruelty and make sure that such atrocities would never occur again. However, the incident revealed more serious problems. This article highlighted issues that many people would rather not talk about: visitor safety and the negative aspects of island life, where easy access to illegal drugs and a feeling of impunity might result in such consequences. Recognizing this, authorities acted swiftly to resolve the matter and reassure inhabitants and visitors that the islands were safe, but not everyone was persuaded. Police issued a statement after the trial, reaffirming that Kosi Chang would continue to be a safe and friendly place to visit and that such incidents would not occur again. But could anyone really forget that this site had once been the scene of something so horrible? One of the most significant and memorable events to have happened on our island will always be the tale of Miriam Bielt. Although Hanover University created a fund for aspiring engineers in her honor, guaranteeing that her name and enthusiasm for education would go on in spite of the tragedy, Miriam's loved ones will always feel the anguish of her passing, and those who knew and cared for her will never be able to forget her. So, here's something to think about. What, or who, can ensure that a catastrophe like this won't occur again? Even paradise can conceal its evil side. So, how can we be sure that our next trip won't become a nightmare? The next time you arrange a trip to a far-off destination, keep this in mind, because occasionally there are things that are best kept unseen behind the curtain of beauty. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Mississippi's charming seaside village of Ocean Springs was well known for its peace and easygoing way of life. It was the type of community where neighbors watched out for one another and life went more slowly. Lauren Johansson, a kind young woman who seemed to improve the world simply by existing, was one of its occupants. Because she loved animals so much, Lauren spent a lot of her time volunteering at nearby shelters. One day, she hoped she would build a sanctuary where all stray animals may find refuge. However, everything changed on the morning of July 3, 2024. Lauren's phone was inaccessible, and she failed to return home. Her father became concerned after receiving an odd message from her number. The events that transpired next exposed the flaws in the system that was supposed to serve and protect. On October 30, 2001, Lauren Johansson was born in Ocean Springs. Numerous tourists were drawn to the town by its wide beaches, oak-lined walkways, and scenic surroundings. But to Lauren, Ocean Springs was more than just a vacation spot. It was home. She was able to experience her family's love and support there, which helped to mold her into the kind and responsible person she is today. Lauren was lovingly raised by her parents, Robert and Tamala. She was born with two older sisters, both of whom had serious health issues. Lauren actively participated in their care from an early age, helping her parents with everyday duties. She developed a great feeling of duty and compassion as a result of this event. She constantly tried to lessen the hardships of people around her and showed a remarkable ability to care for others, even as a young child. Early in life, Lauren developed a deep affection for animals. From pets to wild animals, she was fascinated by all types of wildlife. This love was fostered by her parents and developed into a calling over time. Lauren began volunteering at nearby animal shelters when she was a teenager. She was more than simply a dog or cat food and cleanup lady. She provided medical attention to injured horses, birds, and even rescued wild animals. It was evident from her ambition, commitment, and kindness that Lauren was meant to serve others. She chose to become a nurse in high school, which was a great fit for her nurturing personality. She enrolled in the University of Southern Mississippi's nursing school after graduation. Lauren's intense interest in the subject and her unwavering work ethic drove her academic success. Her exceptional academic performance demonstrated her will to succeed and her sincere desire to improve people's lives. Lauren's aspirations went far beyond being a nurse. She had dreamed of establishing an animal rescue and rehabilitation center since she was a young child. She meticulously saved every dollar she made for this purpose. Building a location where animals in need may find refuge and a chance at a new life was her clear aim. She found motivation and purpose in this project. In her final year of high school, Lauren got to know Bryson Rivers. Bryson was popularly perceived as the ideal man, since he was charming and had exceptional athletic ability. They met at a school function where they had both volunteered. A casual talk quickly developed into a passionate partnership. Lauren was deeply impacted by Bryson, who was a year older than her. He was born on February 9, 2000, and was raised in a big, deeply religious family. His parents emphasized the importance of close connections, church attendance, and family values. Bryson was supposed to assist in taking care of his younger siblings because he was the oldest. His seemingly perfect image in high school was a result of the discipline and sense of duty that this upbringing established in him. Bryson was a standout student and athlete who constantly had high grades and was commended by teachers for his concentration and hard work. He was a standout on the school team and a favorite among his friends because of his athletic ability, especially in football and track and field. While friends appreciated his perseverance and capacity to succeed, teachers saw immense promise in him. His relationship with Lauren appeared to be ideal from the outside. They seemed to work well together and were both driven and ambitious. Lauren took pleasure in Bryson's apparent support and frequently expressed how considerate and kind he was. Bryson responded with praise of Lauren, making her feel appreciated and going with her to significant occasions. However, concerning trends started to show up over time. Bryson showed signs of a need for control early on in their relationship. At first, it sounded like cute requests to talk longer or to find out how Lauren's day went. But these requests quickly turned into demands, and Bryson became more and more envious of the males in Lauren's life, including her classmates and friends. Claiming it was for her own benefit, he started to insist that she limit her contacts with people he didn't particularly approve of. Lauren's acquaintances observed little yet noteworthy behavioral shifts. She began going to fewer social events and frequently avoided talking about her relationship. She explained away Bryson's growing domineering behavior by pointing to the strain he was under from school and training for the military. Lauren stood up for Bryson, highlighting his love for her, even when his actions became harsh. Bryson's attempts to control Lauren increased, along with his jealousy. He frequently played on her feelings and used guilt to persuade her that his behavior was acceptable. Lauren would argue whenever she tried to set limits, and Bryson would respond by assuring her that everything he did was for their mutual benefit. As this conduct became more commonplace, Lauren noticed that she was adjusting to his expectations more and more. Bryson's influence grew stronger throughout the years. He created a dynamic that made Lauren feel reliant on him by deftly alternating between demonstrating concern and applying emotional pressure. She missed the red flags of an unhealthy relationship because of this pattern. Despite warnings from worried friends and family, Lauren consistently justified his actions, claiming that he was a decent man going through a difficult time. When Bryson first became physically aggressive during an argument, things became more heated. He became louder as he accused Lauren of not giving him enough credit. Then, in order to prevent her from leaving the room, he grabbed her wrist. This was the first time his actions had clearly gone too far. Despite being terrified, Lauren later told her friends about the occurrence and justified it by claiming that Bryson had been agitated and didn't intend to harm her. As they observed Lauren's reserved manner, her pals grew more concerned. She had been candid about discussing good times, but now she avoided talking about her relationship. Her family members voiced their worries, particularly after she disclosed that Bryson frequently chastised her for her actions, saying that was the reason for their arguments. Lauren brushed off her closest friend's attempts to persuade her that his treatment of her was wrong, referring to it as a short-term issue. The way Brian behaved in public raised yet another red flag. If he felt Lauren was getting too much attention, he would frequently cut her off in talks or make scathing comments. One instance happened when Lauren thanked a server for their service on a night out with pals. Bryson was annoyed by this insignificant gesture, and he used the remainder of the evening to express his annoyance by making passive-aggressive remarks about her. Robert, Lauren's father, also started to notice changes, and although he had never seen Bryson act aggressively, he had a gut feeling that something wasn't right. He made multiple attempts to talk to Lauren, but she refused to admit that there were any issues, claiming that her father was unfairly criticizing Bryson and being unduly protective. The culmination of the matter was when Lauren stopped talking about her feelings with anyone. She would either quickly shift the topic or defend Bryson by claiming that his actions were due to stress, fatigue, or frustrations at work whenever her friends or relatives brought up her relationship. She started to think that it was her duty to keep him from losing his temper. For Lauren, these aggressive and manipulative behaviors formed a vicious cycle. She eventually gave in to Bryson's influence and grew more and more cut off from people who could have been of assistance. Her loved ones could see her internal conflict, but they were powerless to change her choices. Unaware that she had already resorted to emotional and psychological dependence on her boyfriend, Lauren thought she could manage the problem independently. Bryson and Lauren organized a trip to Nashville in December 2023. Lauren was on winter vacation from college, while Bryson was on leave from the military. While Bryson saw the vacation as an opportunity to show himself as a kind partner, Lauren saw it as a chance to escape her everyday routine. They intended to unwind together, tour well-known sites, and take in the city's vibe for a few days. The journey began without any problems. They visited well-regarded restaurants, strolled the streets, and investigated nearby landmarks for the first few days. Bryson felt at ease and delighted in their time together, but there was tension between them beneath the surface. Despite feeling the weight of his expectations, Lauren ignored the warning signs. In order to watch a football game that was significant to Bryson, the couple made the decision to go to a nearby tavern on December 11. Bryson, a former athlete, was a devoted supporter of his team and would not miss a game, not even on vacation. The evening was uneventful at first. They ordered drinks, watched the game, and sat at a table. Although there was a tinge of fatigue in her eyes, Lauren seemed at ease. When Lauren needed to use the restroom, the atmosphere suddenly became heated. She asked a server for directions and did what he instructed. Bryson's unjustified suspicion was aroused by an innocent coincidence a few minutes later, when the same waiter occurred to walk down the same corridor. Lauren saw that Bryson's attitude had altered when she went back to the table. He appeared tight and annoyed without any justification. He also alluded to alleged adultery and charged her with purposefully vying for the waiter's attention. The dispute swiftly became heated, and despite Lauren's efforts to soothe him, Bryson became irate and raised his voice. Later, witnesses observed that although Lauren seemed to be attempting to defuse the situation, Bryson persisted in his charges. The couple eventually made their way out of the bar and toward their nearby parked automobile. The tension between Lauren and Bryson reached a breaking point as soon as they got into the automobile. Bryson stole Lauren's phone, stopping her from calling for assistance, and locked the doors, making it impossible for her to flee. He started screaming at her, his rage quickly turning into physical violence. Despite her cries and frantic attempts to defend herself, Bryson began to strike her. Lauren tried to get attention by hammering on the windows and honking the horn, but sadly no one was present to listen or assist. Following a few minutes of mistreatment, Bryson ignored Lauren's cries for her release and turned on the ignition before heading into empty streets. He threatened to leave her body in the woods where no one would ever discover it, which was a terrifying idea. He finally stopped into a deserted parking lot where the attack went on. Lauren attempted to retrieve her self-defense weapon from her backpack in a last-ditch effort to defend herself. But before she could get the bag back, Bryson saw it and snatched it out of her hands. Lauren was subjected to constant brutality for about an hour during the incident. In addition to hitting her, Bryson made unsettling threats while becoming frighteningly detached. Recordings from Lauren's phone showed him icily remarking at one point that the swelling was beginning to make her head seem like a bowling ball. Bryson called his mother during the attack, which led to Lauren's surprise rescue. In the background, Lauren yelled, pleading with Mom to call the police. Even though Bryson's mother didn't know the precise location of law enforcement, she knew something was seriously off and called them. In the meantime, Robert, Lauren's father, located her using a family monitoring program on their phones. The officers heard Lauren screaming from inside the car when they got there. Bryson was still holding her as the officers opened the door. Lauren was bruised and covered in blood. There were obvious evidence of serious damage on her face and torso. Bryson was immediately detained. Lauren was taken to the hospital, and she was hardly able to speak. Medical personnel were astonished by her injuries. It was evident what she had been through from the numerous bruises, swelling, and other indications of severe suffering. Lauren declined to file charges in spite of everything, stating that she didn't want to jeopardize Bryson's life or military career. Bryson constantly attempted to get in touch with Lauren while she was being held, taking advantage of unknown loopholes in the jail's rules. He deceived her throughout his calls by vowing to change and making a vow to never harm her again. Lauren gave in to his pressure and changed her original remarks, which had a big impact on the case's course. After being arrested, Bryson Rivers was detained pending trial on assault charges. The court granted him the chance of bail in spite of the seriousness of the accusations and the overwhelming evidence against him, which included Lauren's testimony and audio recordings. At first, $250,000 0 cents was his bond, which kept him in custody while his case proceeded. Bryson appealed the bail amount 6 months later with the help of his legal team. The bail was reduced to $150 0 cents when the judge granted the motion. Many, including Laura's family, were taken aback by this ruling since they thought that a lower bail would encourage more aggression. Bryson's mother did, however, pay the sum, and he was let free pending trial. Bryson was subject to wearing a GPS email ankle monitor to track his movements as part of the terms of his release. He was not allowed to leave Nashville, to go near Lauren, or to try to get in touch with her in any manner. However, these conditions were not appropriately implemented because to bureaucratic mistakes. The stringent limitations were not completely disclosed to the officer who took Bryson to the monitoring center. As a result, there were no limitations placed on the GPS monitor to stop him from leaving the city, and it was incorrectly programmed. This mistake was brought on by a lack of departmental collaboration. The monitoring center did not get the documentation outlining the conditions of Bryson's release in a timely manner. Because of this, the employees who were in charge of installing the ankle monitor had to rely on Bryson's own story, where he gave misleading information and left out the limitations pertaining to Nashville and communication with Lauren. Bryson's ankle monitor's batteries started to drain a few days after he was released. He disregarded the message that the smartphone needed to be charged. Authorities couldn't follow him after the monitor completely died. Despite becoming aware of the problem, the monitoring center did not respond right away. Because they failed to notify law enforcement promptly, Bryson was free to break the terms of his parole. Lauren's family didn't find out until a few days later, when police told her father, Robert, that Bryson's monitor had stopped working and that they didn't know where he was. It was shocking to learn that authorities were not handling the case with the necessary urgency, so instead of acting right away, they left a voicemail on Robert's phone, briefly outlining the circumstances. Lauren's family decided to handle things themselves. Robert demanded prompt action from the local police department in order to find Bryson. In order to avert a catastrophe and find any hints on Bryson's whereabouts, he also insisted on checking Lauren's car's GPS system. Attempts to locate Brian were unsuccessful despite the family's constant efforts. His location remained unclear for days after the ankle monitor malfunctioned. Robert emphasized the immediate danger to his daughter's safety and urged law authorities to act more forcefully on several occasions. When law enforcement officially confirmed that Brian had broken the conditions of his parole on July 2, the situation became more heated. His phone had been switched off by then and it was unclear where he was. His arrest warrant was issued by the police, but it was too late to stop what transpired. Robert, Lauren's father, attempted to reach her on the day she vanished, but his calls were not returned. Later, he got an SMS from her phone that made him suspect right away. Lauren didn't sound like the author of the message. Startled to find out where Lauren was, Robert called his other daughter, who lived in the same apartment as her. When Lauren's sister awoke, the front door of the apartment was open, the security cameras were turned off, and Lauren's car was nowhere to be seen. She called Robert right away, and he called the police right away to report Lauren missing. Police took a long time to respond, even though the family's desperation and the evidence they presented were convincing. Law enforcement didn't agree to start following Lauren's automobile until over 24 hours after she was reported missing. A number of structural flaws in the way authorities handled Bryson's case culminated in these delays. Although Lauren's family had taken every precaution to avoid a tragedy, their efforts were thwarted by law enforcement's inaction. Lauren's automobile was eventually found by authorities using its GPS signal on July 3, 2024. The car was parked just outside of town in a secluded spot close to the Wolf River Cemetery. The area was renowned for being remote, encircled by thick forests and distant from any major thoroughfares. Law enforcement officials and Lauren's father, Robert, were quickly mobilized by the disturbing finding. A man abruptly bounded out of the car and fled into the bushes as police drew closer. He was being pursued by Bricken River's officers, but the dense undergrowth made the pursuit challenging, and he soon vanished from view. In an attempt to locate his daughter, Robert, who had arrived at the site just behind the police, hurried to the automobile. He saw a terrifying scene when he opened the door. Lauren's body was in the back seat, covered with black trash bags and a sheet. She was nearly unrecognizable due to the extensive injuries to her head and face. Nothing in his experience could have prepared Robert, a doctor who is used to seeing injuries, for what he witnessed that day, he later acknowledged. Some cops started recording the incident while others carried on looking for Bryson. Lauren had suffered a severe beating before to her death, as evidenced by bloodstains found on the upholstery and inside the vehicle. Even as his own condition worsened, Robert refused to leave the area until the investigation was over, despite the mental and physical toll it had taken. Bryson was found after many hours of searching. He was eventually found deep in the woods by helicopters using thermal imaging technology. 9 hours after the search started, Brian was captured by the officers that encircled the location. He didn't resist and seemed cool and collected when he was arrested. Brian Rivers later gave his version of events when being questioned. He asserted that he knew Lauren would be spending the day alone when he got to her house that morning. She had been ignoring his calls for a few days, which had increased his ire and misgivings. Bryson found it hard to believe Lauren was attempting to put her distance from him. He waited for her to leave the home and then went out to speak with her. He claimed that Lauren attempted to leave and refused to talk to him about anything. Bryson then took hold of her arm and pushed her into her vehicle. Despite Lauren's protests, he locked the doors and got behind the wheel. In order to avoid being overheard, Brian said that he had taken Lauren to a secluded area outside of the city, but the discussion soon descended into a dispute. Brian's ire was only heightened when Lauren insisted on being released and threatened to call the police. He started screaming at her, saying she had betrayed him. Brian pushed Lauren back into the seat when she tried to open the door to get out. This was a pivotal event in time. The situation became unmanageable after he hit her. According to his account, he was attempting to soothe her but ultimately resorted to physical force, striking her again after the attack until Lauren lost consciousness. Bryson claimed that after first attempting to resuscitate her, he chose to dispose of her body after learning she was dead. He put her in the back seat of the car after wrapping her in a blanket he had taken from the trunk. After driving farther into the countryside, Bryson pulled over at a deserted spot close to Wolf River Cemetery. With Lauren's body inside, he left the car there with the intention of coming back later to remove any remaining evidence. But before he could execute his scheme, the police, who were monitoring his activities, found the car. Widespread public indignation was triggered by the news of Lauren's untimely murder and Pritchen's detention. Media coverage not only addressed the crime but also emphasized the many shortcomings in the legal system that led Pritchen to avoid appropriate supervision following his release on bond. In the midst of their sorrow, Lauren's family made a public appeal for the community to solve the structural problems that led to this tragic event. Additionally, Bryson's mother, who covered his bail, came under heavy fire. Many questioned whether she was completely aware of the possible repercussions of her conduct. Although the world widely condemned her choice, Lauren's family never publicly placed the responsibility on her. Numerous Ocean Springs locals, along with friends and relatives, attended Lauren's burial to express their sorrow over her passing. Lauren continued to be a representation of generosity, altruism, and a commitment to assisting others, to everyone who knew her. One of Lauren's biggest loves in life was animal welfare. Therefore, her family chose to create a foundation in her honor to fund these initiatives. Under the meantime, Bryson's trial preparations were under progress. The court adopted an especially severe attitude because he was already being investigated for his prior assault on Lauren. But the public was outraged at the sheer fact that he had been given bail in the first place. Many demanded changes to bail regulations in order to stop future tragedies of this nature. In December 2024, Bryson Rivers was put on trial. He was charged with attempted evidence destruction, first-degree murder, and kidnapping. A verdict has not yet been rendered in the ongoing trial. Lauren's tragedy expanded beyond a single family's tale. It spurred important discussions on the system's response to victims of domestic violence and the significance of addressing early warning indicators. Her experience is a sobering reminder that disregarding the first warning indications of danger can have disastrous results. Despite witness accounts, tangible proof, and audio recordings of the attack, one of the most important concerns is why. Following his initial arrest, Briston was permitted to post bail. Due to a lack of departmental cooperation, this judgment not only damaged public confidence in the legal system, but also allowed the offender to carry on with his activities. Fauci. Lauren's death was the result of a series of mistakes, including a failure to enforce bail conditions and a delayed response to Bryson's GPS monitor breakdown. The accused people's monitoring mechanism has also drawn criticism. The shortcomings in current procedures were brought to light by Bryson's GPS device's incorrect configuration, the disregard for low battery warnings, and the delay in acting upon his disappearance. This tragedy could have been avoided if authorities had acted quickly after the equipment malfunctioned. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video shows 47-year-old Fiona Beale, a primary school teacher at Eastfield Academy in Northampton, dancing sloppily in front of the pupils. Every one of her pupils enjoyed having her as their instructor. She was a committed educator who wished to make the most of her students' school time. Nobody in this video has yet to comprehend that Fiona's tale will be featured on newspaper front pages in a few months. We will thus talk about the events that took place in England in 2021 today. The details of Fiona Beale's early years are scarce. She was a lovely and amiable woman who liked her work and her students, according to many who knew her. She lived in Northampton, which is roughly 60 miles northwest of London, with her partner Nicholas Billingham, 42. According to the 2021 census, the total population of the urban area is close to 250,000, making it one of the biggest towns in England. Moore Street was the residence of Nick and Fiona, and it was on this peaceful street that the events of today took place. They spent 17 years together. Naturally, Fiona and Nick experienced highs and lows like any other couple. Here's what I know about Fiona and Nick's connection, though many facts will likely be revealed later as this case was concluded approximately 2 weeks ago. According to Leslie Oldham, who knew the couple well, I thought she was really nice. Leslie remembered that although they weren't holding hands or smitten, they appeared content enough. She was quite courteous and talkative when Nick invited her around for tea. You never knew how long a relationship would continue with Nick, because he was always a little of a ladies' man and liked being pampered by women. When Nick and Fiona became infected with a virus that was then circulating the globe in November 2021, their love ended. After testing positive for the virus, Fiona and Nick had to separate themselves, she told her loved ones, on November 1, 2021. All they needed to do was complete an online application and spend 10 days at home, but she texted her sister the very following day to let her know that Nick had broken up with her and gone out with someone else. It's crucial to remember that it happened in early November 2021. Nicholas Billingham remained in contact with his friends and family after splitting from Fiona Beale. He sent his mother a text message claiming that he had fled with Faye. He claimed to be content and to have a wonderful new life. After 10 days at home, Fiona went back to work after her recuperation. When she returned to work, co-workers who had learned about the breakup gave her a lot of encouraging comments. But many saw that she was affected by the separation with Nick. Nearly 4 months after splitting with Nick, at the end of February 2022, her mental health started to decline. She could no longer live in a home that made her think of Nick all the time. She thus relocated to Cumbria, which is roughly 200 miles away from Northampton. Her family members were alarmed by the text she sent them on March 15, 2022. Her relatives phoned the police because they were so concerned. Police discovered Beale gravely hurt in a bath at a Lake District property she was renting while doing a welfare check. Constable Josh Parkin spoke in court about how he first thought she was dead and how ominous music was coming from her cell phone. According to Parkin, "I saw a female laying in the bath, completely naked. It looked like bodily fluids in the bath, leading me to believe the individual was deceased. What I would describe as sinister acoustic music was playing from a mobile phone that was next to her. I immediately requested an ambulance to attend our location. I suggested that we tried to get her out of the bath to perform CPR. She then roused and became somewhat conscious. I pulled quite violently on her ear to try and get a pain response. She moaned and went to turn over in the bath. We sat her up, and that's when she started to become emotional. I discovered a blue notebook that was leather-bound and had a logo of some kind on the front. The fact that the paper and the parting note were identical at the time held significance for me. It was evident from a cursory glance at the notebook that it contained information about her mental health at the time. I remembered that the last page of the book mentioned both vomiting and defecating. At the time, I believed it to be essentially a continuation of the farewell note. Fiona left a second message for the home's owner along with her bank card. The message read, "This is my PIN, don't go into the bathroom." Fiona was taken to the hospital by ambulance, and as the doctors treated her, the cops took a closer look at her notebook. They discovered something evil there. Constable Lawson rejected the notes as ramblings, even though they seemed to describe Beale killing someone. He also stated that he did not think anyone had been killed at that point. The notes seemed to be ramblings, he claimed. In a statement, Constable Roy Williams, a colleague, stated that he too thought the notes were ramblings, but that there were some extremely unsettling elements. I believe these comments to be a delusional fantasy, as Beale appeared to be having a mental health episode. Because of the book's substance, we were unable to overlook the statement, She said her long-term partner was not a very nice man, and that she had killed him. Fiona wrote in her notebook, "Everything changed last year. You be sweet to them, especially your wife. My husband wasn't sweet to me. I suppose I ought to explain what happened to get me to this point. My mental health had been deteriorating. Whenever he was cheating, he would up the ante on belittling, moaning, and criticizing. I have to confess. Okay, here goes. October 2021, he spat on me and threatened me during intimate contact. I thought about leaving, but the things he said and did fueled my dark side. I call her Tulip 22. She's reckless, fearless, and efficient. Ruthless. I started plotting as Tulip 22 after he'd gone to bed. I could no longer sleep in the bed due to my breathing being too loud, or I moved too much, or I was snoring. Another notebook entry mentioned that Nick had been nasty and mean for 17 years, and that she decided she couldn't let him get away with it because of his disgusting behavior on Halloween. Another entry stated, "That night I planned pandemic rules, meant I had a guaranteed 10-day isolation period from positive symptoms. I called the school administration on Monday and said we'd tested positive and had symptoms. He went to work. Tulip 22 smoked and planned. I'd planned it mentally so many times before. I had a bath. I left the water in. I encouraged the bath with the incentive of intimate contact. Afterwards, while he was in the bath, I kept the knife in my dressing gown pocket and then hid it in the drawer next to the bed. I brought a chisel, bin bag, and cable ties up too." She made him put on an eye mask before stabbing him, according to the note. The notes that followed read, "Still, my actions haunt me. I sometimes have to catch myself and remember what I did and then remember my cover story. Neither seemed convincing. I got him to wear an eye mask. It was harder than I thought it would be. Hiding a body was bad. Moving a body is much more difficult than it looks on TV. I am sorry I didn't leave him. I am sorry I let him rip my self-esteem and self-worth apart. I am sorry. I am weak. I am sorry for what I did. Yes, I am alive currently, but it's more like a waiting room. People will blame my mental health. I should have, could have fixed myself. Do I regret what I did? Of course I do. I'm not a monster. It had been building up for so long. The funny thing is that he was such an unlikable person, I only had to send a few texts. No one seemed bothered. I don't think anyone would have looked for him." Beale had written in her journal that Billingham why she stabbed him. Recall that Nicholas Billingham vanished on November 1, 2021, and he only used text messages to communicate with his loved ones after that. The police visited Fiona Beale's residence on Moore Street, where she and Nick resided, the day after they finished reading her notebook. In their hasty inspection, they found nothing out of the ordinary, but when they came back the following day, they discovered a few things, such as a mattress in the cellar that was noticeably covered in blood when it was moved. More evidence was discovered when the police returned to Moore Street on March 19. A body was discovered buried in the backyard by forensic investigators and specialized search teams, which included a cadaver dog. Buried beneath bark, chippings, soil, wooden sheeting, concrete building blocks, bricks and planks, plastic bags, rubble, mortar, polystyrene, laminate flooring, and pieces of fabric and vinyl recovered from a constructed structure concealing the body. Billingham's remains were discovered wrapped in carpet. The eyes were covered with a sleep mask. On the inside, the words, "This is my morning after face," were printed. According to the police spokesperson, he was not given any dignity or opportunity to die because of the way he was wrapped in cables, hose pipes, plastic bags, and construction debris. It displays complete disdain. One day after the body was found, a post-mortem was performed. It has been determined that he was killed by a single stab wound to the right side of his neck, which cut the esophagus and trachea and crossed the right jugular vein. Moderate force would have been needed for this. It is impossible to rule out severe force. Fiona Beale was taken into custody by the authorities on March 22, 2022, and accused with killing Nicholas Billingham. When Nick's family learned of his passing, they were crushed. Fiona's use of Nick's phone to text them and his buddies startled them. One of these texts was shown to reporters by Nick's mother, Yvonne Valentine. "Nick has been taken from us far too early and will always be in our hearts," said Nick's family in a statement. "We've been overwhelmed with offers of kind support and words of comfort from so many beautiful people, and know that he will be sadly missed by all his friends, family, and loved ones. Our heart aches for Nick. He was a gorgeous little boy, and we have so many cherished memories of him growing up, and we're so proud of the man he became. Fiona Beale's co-workers and her students' parents were shocked to hear that the adored teacher had a darker side. We are particularly mindful of the impact this news will have on the children, and we'll be doing everything we can to support both pupils and staff as we work through this difficult time together. This is an appalling tragedy that will shake our school community to its roots, and it's at times like this that we must rally around each other, support each other, and be kind to each other. The administration of the school where Fiona worked issued a statement saying, "We were shocked and saddened to hear that one of our teaching staff has been charged with a very serious offense and is now remanded in custody." Nick passed away on November 20, 2021, after the police began their investigation. In the days that followed, Fiona made every effort to conceal any evidence of the crime she had orchestrated. Fiona understood that by informing everyone that she had the virus, she would have 10 days to avoid being bothered. She allegedly falsified the test results in order to complete an online application form. Fiona never took the test, according to the evidence. She claimed to be suffering from the crippling effects of the virus following the murder, yet her conduct during those 10 days were incongruous with those symptoms. Using her deceased partner's and subsequently her own Amazon account, she purchased a number of cleaning supplies, including for Venetian blinds, a new mop and bucket, ultra-heavy-duty bin bags, a new mattress, bedding, clothes, wall art, and mirrors. The cleanup began as early as 1:07 a.m. on November 2. She added 3 rolls of duct tape to a Tesco order that included many cleaning supplies later that same day. She bought a stainless steel digging shovel, heavy-duty long gardening gloves, a galvanized incineration bin, garden leaves, and a wood burner at 2:19 p.m. She eventually purchased other items to dispose of the body, as well as numerous items for her personal comfort and delight, including apparel, scented candles, shampoos, chocolates, and soft furnishings. Fiona went shopping nearly 2 weeks after killing Nick. On November 13, she was seen purchasing a variety of goods from supermarket cameras, including building supplies that she would later use to construct a cemetery. The cops revealed the CCTV footage. As I mentioned before, Fiona spent several months texting Nick's friends and family in an attempt to pass for him. She also extended an invitation for Nick's mother to come see her. On December 23, 2021, as her son was buried in the backyard, Ms. Valentine recounted how Beale invited her to her house for a Christmas drink. "You moved the furniture to obscure views to the garden. Why? To stop anyone seeing where you had buried my son. You sat in your front room with me, having a casual chat with me, having a Christmas drink with me, and the whole time you knew that you had killed my son and buried him only feet from where I was sat." Ms. Valentine said in her victim impact statement that Beale continued to go about her personal life and work as usual, showing no signs of depression or trauma. There was evidence to the contrary. She was enjoying what she referred to as a new life in one of her erased files, after killing a partner she no longer liked and likely suspected of having an affair. Fiona Beale first protested her culpability during the trial, but she eventually acknowledged that she killed Nick, saying it was an involuntary crime. The prosecutor, however, thought otherwise. He said during the trial that during their 17-year romance, Nicholas Billingham had cheated on Beale with other women. Despite leaving the defendant a few times, Nicholas Billingham always came back to her, and she welcomed him. He stated, "One of the women he slept with became pregnant and gave birth to his child. Instead of leaving him, she worked out a plan on how and when to kill him, where to conceal his body, how to cover up and explain his disappearance to others, and to explain her own absence from work when she killed him." However, defense lawyer Andrew Wheeler informed the jury in a brief statement read following the prosecution's opening argument that Beale had suffered from mental health issues for years prior to the murder, as a result of Mr. Billingham's coercive actions. Beale's attorney, Wheeler, continued, "We submit that in fact this case is not as straightforward as the prosecution suggests. Miss Beale is 49 years of age. She is a lady of good character, a partner to Nicholas Billingham for some 17 years, a hard-working and thoroughly liked schoolteacher. In essence, a lady about whom you will hear many good things as you listen to the evidence." Wheeler next asked the jury, "How does that person go on to kill? There is no dispute in this case that she unlawfully killed Nicholas Billingham. What this case is really about is her state of mind. You will hear that she has, over the years, struggled with her mental health. As you will hear, the defense lawyer described Nicholas Billingham as psychologically controlling and wearing her down over time. She was worn down till she was practically broken over the years. We surrender to you. Many of the specifics of the actual act itself are difficult for Fiona Beale to remember. The teacher continued to work as usual, even traveling to London with the class, according to the court. However, Beale started messaging the head teacher frequently to claim she was sick a few weeks after her capital visit. When the worried head teacher called Beale's mother after receiving the texts in March, she disclosed that Beale had informed her that she was leaving on a school residential trip. After that, the head teacher reported her missing to the police. She was located by Cumbrian police at a rental address close to Kendal. But Beale informed the officer that she didn't want her family to know her precise whereabouts and that all she needed was some peaceful time. Fiona Beale eventually modified her initial statement and completely accepted her guilt, but not before Beale sent a message to her family saying, "I'm so sorry, I love you all very much." The officer then sent the message to Beale's mother, and 3 days later, they went to the lodge. She then described her personal and professional life to the jury at Northampton Crown Court, claiming that Billingham had made cleaning a major point of contention between them and had thrown a dinner plate against a wall twice. Beale said that she was administered antidepressants while attending college. She claimed that when they first started dating, Billingham, who was working as a builder with his stepfather, was incredibly kind and considerate. Little by little, Billingham had changed. "I remember when we were in a flat," Beale said in the opening statement to the court. "I had left a cloth with cleaner on it, and it stained a worktop. It didn't seem really serious, but then cleaning became a huge issue throughout the years, and rather than laughing things off, I would get told off." Beale also mentioned that everything had to be exactly how her partner wanted it during mealtimes. Beale said, "I couldn't tell you when it started. It just got worse, and it lasted till the end. Items placed in cupboards had to be placed facing outwards. While there were a couple of occasions when he threw a plate of dinner at the wall, I lost a lot of confidence. It started with joking that I wasn't doing something, and then it just crept into being nasty about it." She also revealed that prior to killing Nick, she had threatened to kill him so that he couldn't do to another woman what he did to her. Nick's mother, Yvonne, spoke after the guilty plea, saying it was painful to know that her son's killer offered her a drink as he was buried a few feet away. "How you could hate someone that much to do what she did. I can't believe it," and apparently, his last word was "why," when she stabbed him in the neck. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Any life may be wrapped in a lovely wrapping, even the most embarrassing ones. You will undoubtedly feel pity and sadness for the unfavorable character if you tell it calmly and portray him as a victim of his circumstances. The truth is that a lot of bad individuals are charming, strong, and crafty, and we honestly think that they weren't always nasty, since they frequently created these situations, and we unconsciously justify their egregious actions. However, we won't defend unlawful behavior today, and we won't cover for anyone. You will choose for yourself whether their actions are justified after reading about this case. A neighborhood person made a spooky call to emergency services on April 4, 2015. He had gone into a friend's living room to turn on the lights and check on him, but when he got to the second floor of the room, he discovered blood all over the place. A scared male voice shouted into the dispatcher's phone. According to the victim's acquaintance, the injured man was not breathing and everything was soaked in blood. Charles Taylor, 59, was brutally murdered in Montgomery County's unincorporated village of Owlette after police arrived, shocking the population. The crime scene resembled the set of a horror film and appeared to be the source of nightmares. The couch where the slain guy was found was fully covered in blood, and there was blood all over the carpet and paintings. It appeared to be a grudge drama due to the savagery of the act. After all, the assailant undoubtedly intended for Charles to suffer from excruciating anguish in addition to his death. repeatedly stabbing him with a sharp knife. The fact that Charles's bloody body was found upstairs in his room and that the house search revealed no obvious evidence of forced entry indicated that the criminal was familiar with the residence and had taken decisive action. Charles Taylor died as a result of 31 stab wounds and blunt force trauma to the back of his skull, according to the results of the forensic medical investigation. Charles Taylor was regarded as a generous and compassionate man. He had a wonderful relationship with his adult son. He loved Amanda, his daughter-in-law, and his 2 grandkids. People see this aspect of life and make judgments regarding the health of the family. How rich, how evil. They describe the family as a healthy family, but did the Taylor family actually live like this? Let's investigate this unpleasant family situation. Because there were few leads available to the authorities, the initial inquiry proceeded somewhat slowly. They began searching for Charles's associates, but they were unable to locate anyone with the intention or motivation to hurt him. They quickly discovered the attackers' identity after the theory that it was a member of Charles Taylor's family emerged. That's actually when investigators were fortunate enough to be contacted by a crime blogger who had pictures of Amanda Taylor taking selfies next to Charles's dead body. The wanted list now includes her. On March 27, 1991, Amanda Barbara Nicole Taylor was born in Christiansburg, Virginia. Not much is known about Amanda's early years. The only reason it was challenging is that both of her parents served time in prison. After meeting Mariah Robach, Amanda created a lot of troubles for herself, which led to the start of her youth. Amanda started living an illegal life together. According to Montgomery County Sheriff's records, on October 23, 2005, when the sisters were only 12 years old, they got into a lot of trouble. Amanda and Mariah were charged with unlawful use of a motor vehicle after they fled their home and got into a car. Amanda was accused of unruly conduct at her middle school in early April 2006. She screamed that she would kill everyone there since she detested the place and everyone in it. This is just a small part of Amanda's police station record, and this incident undoubtedly went beyond the bounds of typical teen drama. Amanda started dating Rex Taylor, who was 2 years her senior in 9th grade. On March 27th, Amanda and Rex were born on the same day. Both of them interpreted it as a divine sign. When Amanda learned she was expecting a child, she quit school altogether. She married Rex and they had a son shortly after. However, her criminal impulses persisted after becoming a mother. Additional run-ins with the law also punctuated the years of her married life. Amanda Taylor's police station reports increased rapidly. So had a criminal record for possession of a controlled substance, a conviction for alcohol possession, multiple domestic disputes, and another attempt to flee after stealing a car. Rex Taylor, her spouse, was not from a perfect home either, and Rex battled addictions and the depression they brought around despite their love for one another. The young man developed an addiction to illegal narcotics at the age of 15. The couple eventually had a baby, and at first it appeared that Amanda was still in control and had become a perfect wife and mother. However, she was a little different from other American women in their 20s who have tattoos, piercings, and undoubtedly post daily selfies on social media, as well as the family. Amanda and Rex's relationship was everything but typical. The pair addressed letters to well-known serial killers while they were inside and studied their biographies obsessively. Amanda started to fantasize of turning into a criminal herself, but tragedy befell the family before Amanda could fulfill her dreadful ambition. Amanda's fears about her husband's infidelity overshadowed the couple's complex relationship. The pair finally parted ways in April 2014 when their paths diverged. After moving back in with the family, Rex started using illegal drugs once more. He had hanged himself on his son's 7th birthday, and his lifeless body was found in a shed on the property 4 months after the transfer. Amanda briefly stayed with her mother and friend Mariah Robach after losing her cherished husband. She made friends with Sean Ball, another Robach family member, while she was staying with her friend Mariah. On their joint birthday, March 27, 2015, Amanda visited Rex's grave and made an attempt to commit herself. Since her behavior and mental processes were obviously abnormal and could endanger herself and others, she was rescued and taken by force to a mental health facility. Amanda was promptly sent home, however, in spite of her mother's demands and entreaties for extended care. Due to her unstable personality issues, things appeared to get worse when she was discharged from the mental health facility. Thus, Amanda was asked to leave by Mariah and her husband. Mr. Ball, who had fallen deeply in love with Amanda, was also expelled. Amanda's late husband, Rex Taylor, served as the basis for her intense urge to kill during this time. When it appeared like her only true friends had abandoned her, she wanted to honor Rex and make him proud of her, and in order to do that, someone had to be expertly killed while he was still alive. Additionally, Rex had a fascination with serial killers that had long transcended his hobby status. During his lifetime, he was proud of the close friendship he had with criminals. Imagine discovering an envelope addressed to you from a well-known serial criminal who was arrested in 1980 when you go to the mailbox one morning after leaving your home. You are relieved to discover a birthday card for your little child and a handwritten note inside the envelope rather than any eerie keepsakes. Some would contend that getting such a message would be just as terrible as getting a strand of hair or a severed finger. In any case, it would be unusual for most people to get anything in the mail from a serial offender, but Amanda and Rex Taylor's family did not. Some terrible disclosures of earlier social media posts under Amanda's account have proven Amanda's fixation with crime, as well as Rex's behavior in his desire to communicate and receive experiences from renowned serial criminals. Amanda praises a number of criminals in a number of blogs for their heinous acts, such as Timothy McVeigh, the mastermind of the biggest terrorist assault in American history, and Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, two young men who planned a mass shooting at Columbine High School. She naturally chose to begin her career as a criminal with a vengeance, since she wanted to be one of those vicious criminals she so greatly admired. After a while, Amanda blamed her husband's death on Rex's father, Charlie Taylor, saying that he had not assisted Rex in kicking his pill addiction but had instead acclimated his son to illegal substances. The cold-bloodedness and cynicism with which Amanda exacted revenge on her father-in-law, Charlie Taylor, will chill you to your core. She required a helper who would support her acts without reservation. She needed a willing accomplice to support her if she felt threatened, and Amanda already had one. Of course, it was Sean Ball, the man she was in love with. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to do it alone the first time. It was only a matter of time until she would take over him. Amanda quickly found the eager accomplice she sought in Sean, but since he didn't know what he was getting himself into, Sean and Amanda came up with their evil plan with military accuracy and carried it out. At precisely 3:27 p.m., the time that Rex and Amanda were born, Amanda and Sean visited Charles Taylor's run-down house in the neighboring town of Ironton, Virginia, on a spring April afternoon in 2015. In order to fill an Easter basket for her cherished grandchildren, Charles had to pay her money. After a half hour of pleasant conversation, Amanda suddenly sat down on the couch beside Charles, as if a switch had been flipped in her brain. Amanda's actions took a significant turn. After she started viciously stabbing Charles with a knife, Sean struck him in the head with a tire iron. Then, after shocking Charles, Amanda drove the knife hard into his chest once more. She seemed so angry that she was unable to see anything around her, and Charles simply stared at her and said, "What are you doing?" He reached out and grabbed her hair as she stabbed him, but Amanda kept stabbing him, and he kept screaming. Amanda Taylor used a sharp bayonet knife to stab her father-in-law, Charles Taylor, 31 times. She wanted to feel his final breath and wanted him to know that she was the one killing him every time she looked into his eyes. She desired Charles's death as a form of retaliation. The whole room was covered in blood, and she halted as her anger started to fade. Amanda didn't stop there either. By snapping a photo of herself close to the body and sharing it on social media, she went one step further in her extreme behavior. A frightening phone call with Amanda's voice on the other end of the line came to Amanda's mother later that day from an unidentified number. She broke down in tears as she told her mother how much she loved her and how valuable all she had done for her was. She also revealed through sobs that she had done what she had to do, and it was a terrible thing. Her mother could feel it, and she knew that something horrible had occurred. Amanda resisted her plea for her daughter to return to Christiansburg, saying that she and Sean were en route to Pittsburgh. It was well known that Amanda was in a downhill spiral, and it all began nearly 8 months ago when her husband, Rex Taylor, who had battled depression and illegal substance misuse for years, committed suicide by hanging. When authorities looked at Amanda's social media profile, they were taken aback. It was obvious that she took great pride in the crime she had done. The police issued a warrant for her arrest in the hopes of a speedy settlement, but Amanda and Sean had already made their getaway by then. As though they were planning a fantastic vacation rather than being on the run, Amanda and Sean chose a really picturesque escape route. They traveled from Virginia to North Carolina along the Blue Ridge Parkway. According to the photographs taken at the crime site, which depict the heinousness of the crime, the authorities were quite concerned that the killers would carry on killing, and they were correct, because Amanda didn't stop there. Amanda's sins would not, however, go unpunished. She did not mean to conceal her act, nor did she intend to punish herself after doing her intended crime. She started posting on social media shortly after she and Sean Ball left on the road, accepting responsibility for the murder and claiming that she did it for her husband. However, Amanda and Sean were more than just fugitives. After committing her first crime, which Amanda believed was ideal, they were now following their next victim. She was unable to stop. She had to continue killing. They took out cash at a gas station, filled up the car, and drove on to Tennessee. After tasting blood, Amanda was determined to carry out her wish to commit another crime, and she would come very close to doing so despite Sean's best efforts to persuade her to stop and simply go on the run, hide, and lay low. After stopping at a Fleabag motel in Tennessee, they restocked on ammunition at a sporting goods store. The following day, they departed to grant Amanda's bleeding desire after spending the night in a motel by the side of the road. At a rest area on Blue Ridge Boulevard, Amanda spots two young girls who might become her next victims. "I'm going to bring these girls in so we can shoot them," she said to Sean. He agreed that they needed money. Amanda walked outside to guide them to the car, but Sean wouldn't shoot them when she brought them inside. Amanda was enraged. She returned to the vehicle and drove off. She was unable to control herself, so she halted the vehicle in the driveway and attacked her accomplice. She was now aiming for Sean. After taking a handgun from the glove box, Amanda exited the vehicle and went to the passenger side, where Sean was sitting with his eyes closed in fear. She had gone so far. She was so enraged that she pointed the gun at the random jogger in front of her and squeezed the trigger. Fortunately, Amanda missed, and Sean opened his eyes and regained consciousness when he heard the gunfire. He noticed that the revolver's muzzle was aimed at him. Amanda claimed that she wanted him to understand that she was simply using him for the car and the pistol before killing him. Then she fired, striking Sean square in the face. Amanda left Sean bleeding on the side of the road from the gunshot wound after taking a photo of his wounded face to share on social media. She was now running by herself. They possessed firearms. They had already purchased magazines and ammunition for the identical weapon and had taken them from a relative's home. The police captain was aware that they appeared to agree on the course of events, which would begin with Charles Taylor's murder. Amanda kept posting notes while the police pursued her. She disclosed that she killed Sean in a field during a traffic check in her subsequent social media post. Amanda shared a photo of a silver revolver in her lap along with a comment on Instagram. It resembled a suicide note more than anything else. "All right, that moment is coming up. I will finally find peace when I find my hubby in hell. I know you will give my lovely kids the life I could never offer them, and I love you, Mom. I'll be free at last." In an effort to find Amanda, the police were keeping a close eye on her account and recording surveillance footage from patrol stations along the white SUV's path. It also aided authorities in pursuing the criminals as they fled in it. Amanda was located by cell tower signals, and officers from the North Carolina State Highway Patrol saw the white SUV traveling east on I-40, close to Asheville. No matter how much she ran, she attempted to stop. She refused to give up easily. The police were ready. They were aware that she was dangerous and armed. Later that day, another grim social media post that read, "Okay, the time is about to come when I find my husband in hell and finally become one with him," further solidified this truth. Amanda appears arrogant in her photo, as like she is pleased with her accomplishments. Eventually, all the commotion and devastation stopped after a 2-mile stretch of spikes that had been placed deliberately in Amanda's route. Amanda was arrested. Amanda was handcuffed by police after they dragged her from the automobile at around 8 in the morning. Paramedics discovered Sean dead by the side of the road. Amanda feigned indifference to the proceedings in the interrogation room. Before Captain Robert realized it, she was messing with her hair and drinking a soft drink when another detective entered. Amanda gave up her right to silence and admitted to everything when questioned. She appeared to feel completely at home. Amanda found out that Sean wasn't dead after speaking with the investigators. There were no markings on him other than the fact that the bullet had passed right through his jaw and made him faint from the pain. Amanda then made the heartbreaking admission that she wished to be put to death. "Is there anything you can do? The death punishment alone is what I would want." In the interrogation audio, Amanda claims, "I kill people. I'm worthy of dying. I'd be better off just leaving. If I could just get the death penalty and go, it would be best for my kids." In a startling turn of events, Amanda later found herself apologizing and entering a not guilty plea in front of the court. However, during the trial, Amanda detailed her crime and maintained that she had done the right thing by killing old Charles, who had stolen Rex from her. She claimed that after being furious with Rex for harming her, she became even more enraged with his father. Amanda said that she wished for Charles to experience the same suffering that she experienced. She claimed that she killed Charles because she believed he was responsible for the death of her husband Rex, to whom Charles had allegedly given illegal substances. Amanda claimed that the instant Charles mentioned Rex once more, she turned to him and began stabbing him, which made her feel more alive than she had since Rex had passed away. She acknowledged that the times when the knife penetrated her father-in-law made her very happy. At last, Amanda let out all of her pent-up resentment and rage. Captain Robert New stated, "She did it to get attention, and by not pleading guilty, she got the opportunity to talk about the case." Amanda gave an awful explanation. She does, after all, liken the sensation of the crime to a pleasant recollection. The jury heard testimony during the November 2015 trial about Amanda's 31 stabbings of Charles and her intended targets, chest and face. The jury found Amanda Taylor guilty of first-degree murder in under 30 minutes. She received a life sentence. She was described as the height of depravity by the judge. Sean Ball accepted a suspended 60-year sentence as part of the plea agreement. After serving 41 years in jail, Sean acknowledged that he is not deserving of pity and that he is deeply sorry for his actions, but he still has to live with the shame of his actions every day and wonders why this happened in his life. As part of a plea deal, Sean Ball admitted to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 41 years in prison. The 60-year term was suspended, but Ball was required to serve 41 years and 1 month. Amanda recently lost her appeal of her conviction. She stated that if necessary, she intends to appeal her conviction to the Supreme Court. Amanda became famous as a killer selfie taker, but she obviously did not turn into a serial criminal. In a phone interview from prison for a popular show, Amanda Taylor made a devastating admission. She responded, "I was just really excited and thought I wanted to take a picture so I could post it and show everyone it made me really happy," when asked why she shot body selfies. Lastly, she stated that she did precisely what she wanted to do and that she has no regrets whatsoever for what she did to Charles Taylor. In an incredible phone interview with a local reporter at this period, she likened the experience of getting stabbed to going on a roller coaster. She compared the nerves and the sense of freedom to my first roller coaster ride, and that's exactly how I felt. I had no intention of doing it. You don't see it in the movies. It is truly an animal phenomenon. Amanda Taylor wants more after committing a horrible crime. From an early age, Amanda Taylor was regarded by many who knew her as a very evil and gloomy woman who was obsessed with crime, murder, and serial killers. Pictures of strange death scenes were all over her social media accounts. Amanda Taylor is one of the few women who has ever gone insane, and it frequently wasn't meant to be. Her loved ones made every effort to keep her from going insane, but those who she turned to for support chose to ignore her. Amanda is now being held accountable for all of the devastation that inspired her. Amanda Taylor's desire of becoming a well-known serial killer came to an end in this way. Admit it, when we look at horrible heroes and learn about their past, we unintentionally attempt it on ourselves. We all go through different stages in life, each with its own traumas and experiences. Have you ever had the urge to murder your neighbor because he parks in your space or plays loud music at night? However, they advise rethinking the narrative and simply shouting in the woods or by the lake. It restores moral equilibrium and soothes. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On July 20, 2019, 25-year-old Jessica Camilleri, who resided on St. Clair Avenue in Western Sydney, Australia, made this disturbing 000 call. Although Jessica recounted a very graphic sight, the investigators found the call unsettling, and they were correct about the nature of the crime. Jessica also appeared to be relatively calm. Rita Camilleri, Jessica's mother, is 57 years old. Rita's life was also impacted by Jessica's struggles as a youngster, who battled several mental problems. Rita loved her and tried her best to give her a decent life, even though she had to deal with a lot of challenges because of Jessica. However, she could never have predicted or imagined what Jessica did to her on that terrible night of July 20, 2019. Jessica was standing outside her house, completely covered in blood, when detectives arrived on the scene. They discovered Rita's severed body at the murder scene, which was almost like the set of a horror film. What transpired that evening between Rita and Jessica? Was there more to the narrative? Or did Jessica act in self-defense? We start on October 12, 1993, when Jessica Camilleri was born as the second daughter of Vince and Rita Camilleri, a Maltese-Australian marriage. Christy, Jessica's older sister, had a typical childhood, but Jessica didn't. Jessica's parents discovered that she was born with an intellectual handicap despite the fact that she was intelligent and able to speak. Jessica's IQ, which was between 55 and 60, was much below the typical range. Jessica was in the bottom 1% of the population as a result. As a child, Jessica displayed deficits in speech, walking, and coordination, among other developmental milestones. Teachers noticed her deficits in language, math, reading, and writing when she first entered school. Jessica's parents eventually discovered that she was on the autistic spectrum, which had an impact on her empathy, judgment, and understanding of other people's feelings and thoughts. Jessica's social life and academic life were both hampered by her years of age group lag. Jessica began exhibiting severe outbursts of anger due to daily mental anguish, which gradually progressed into intermittent explosive disorder, IED. A deficiency of serotonin, the brain's mood hormone, was linked to her IED. It was a mental illness that often began at age 6 and worsened during puberty and the early years of adulthood. It was not just ordinary anger. Jessica only became uncontrollable in response to stressors or provocation of any type. She struggled as a child with complicated everyday tasks like grocery shopping, taking public transportation, banking, and taking care of the house. Jessica's autism caused her to become fixated on specific things. Jessica spent hours upon hours viewing horror films with graphic gore and carnage, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Jeepers Creepers. Her fixation with bloodshed only deepened as she watched more and more of these films. Jessica's parents divorced when she was a teenager. Because of the antagonistic atmosphere in the house, Jessica's father, Vince, no longer wanted to live with Jessica and Rita. He claimed that Rita was unable to discipline her own daughter and held her responsible for Jessica's deteriorating health. Even though Rita was at her lowest point at the moment, she was still able to maintain her composure and take care of Jessica after her father had departed. Jessica's frequent outbursts at school became more intense. Because she attacked other pupils and occasionally even teachers, she was suspended a lot. Although she primarily attacked women, she once bit a male student and would not take her fangs off him when someone attempted to remove her. It also didn't help that Jessica eventually had to drop out of school and be placed in supporting settings. Due to her inability to handle all of these situations and her frequent violent outbursts, Jessica was placed on a disability assistance pension starting in 2013. With no friends, Jessica was sitting at home. She would spend the entire day watching horror movies in her room. Jessica's outbursts required her to be admitted to psychiatric hospitals on several occasions in the next years. Rita took Jessica to Nepean Hospital in Western Sydney at the beginning of 2018. She experienced a severe episode of her mental condition and spent approximately 9 days there. They administered some antipsychotic medicine and lithium for what they believed to be bipolar illness. Unfortunately, Jessica would frequently lose control of her behavior when in psychiatric wards, resulting in her snapping at nurses and physicians. After she acted aggressively and paranoidly toward another female patient in the waiting area, This attitude resulted in her being barred from a doctor's clinic. Jessica stopped taking the medication that suppressed her IED by the end of 2018. Being off her medicine did not imply that she had regained control of her condition, even though there were no significant outbursts into 2019. Jessica had seen several doctors and attended a respectable number of treatment sessions by July 2019, but she had made very little improvement. Jessica's mental state began to deteriorate as her condition did not improve, and on Saturday night, July 20, 2019, chaos broke out. That Saturday started out badly for Jessica because her mother had been busy caring for a 4-year-old relative whose identity had never been made public. Jessica wanted her mother's full attention at all times since she was bothered by that child. Earlier that day, Jessica had gone to see Christy with her mother. Rita, Jessica's mother, made fun of Jessica in front of a man who was merely walking by on the way to Christy's house. This episode had already created a lot of tension, and when Rita and the 4-year-old child later arrived, Jessica's anger was greatly heightened. There had been increasing pressure. Jessica had the potential to erupt like a volcano. When everyone had returned home in the evening, Jessica had urged her mother to contact a doctor. However, the doctor arrived but was unable to handle Jessica's suffering and promptly departed in fear for her life. The doctor managed to escape the scene in her car, even though Jessica chased her down the driveway. After eating dinner with Rita, Jessica decided to order something else. Rita threatened to send Jessica back to a mental health facility after she was unable to stop her from calling the food shop repeatedly. Rita made her way over to the telephone. The attack started when she wanted to call an ambulance to send her back to a mental health facility because she had had enough of Jessica's outbursts for the day. Jessica became irrational in a matter of seconds. Taking her mother by the hair, she pulled her into the kitchen. Rita was wailing for assistance as she struggled to hold on to the wall to escape Jessica's hold. However, Rita was a small woman in comparison to Jessica, and all of her efforts were unsuccessful. When Jessica arrived in the kitchen, she threw her mother to the ground and began stabbing her with steak knives. The 4-year-old girl saw the horrific event from a corner. Amazingly, the child mustered the bravery to attempt to step in. Tragically, he suffered a knife wound to his cheek after he courageously leaped on Jessica in an attempt to stop her. He was later found in a vomit-covered room, obviously rattled by the terrifying experience. Jessica didn't stop until her mother's head fell off after she began making holes in her body. With Rita's head in one hand and 2 cell phones in the other, Jessica left the house at around 11:30 p.m. that same evening and went to her neighbor's. She asked the neighbor to contact the police after throwing the head outside and knocking on the door. She claimed to have brought the head as evidence. After that, Jessica found another neighbor who assisted her in using her mother's phone to call the police. Jessica handed the phone to her neighbor in the middle of the conversation. Jessica was whispering in the background while he talked to the operator on the phone for a few seconds. Jessica persisted in her assertion that she killed her mother in self-defense throughout the discussion. The first person to reach the crime site was Senior Constable Anthony D'Agostino. He noticed Jessica wearing a blue dress with flowers on it, standing outside her home. Her entire body was covered in blood, and she was carrying a bottle of water and a cell phone that were coated in blood. The detective recorded his talk with Jessica by pressing the record button on his body cam. She indicated to the investigator the location of her mother's head. She then began inquiring as to whether Rita may still be revived and whether the surgeons could stitch her head back on. Jessica didn't apologize. She questioned the detective if she would receive the death punishment because she was only thinking about herself. The investigator asked Jessica to tell him what had transpired in an attempt to calm her down. Jessica repeatedly asserted that she killed her mother just to protect herself. She claimed that in self-defense, her mother stormed into her bedroom and pulled her out by the hair. To support her claim of self-defense, Jessica grabbed a knife and stabbed her mother. She attempted to play the victim by telling the cops about her mental health issues. Rita's head was discovered on the sidewalk outside the neighbor's house as additional police officers arrived to look into the incident. The remainder of her mutilated remains was discovered in the kitchen of their St. Clair Avenue house a short time later. They characterized the incident as being of extreme severity and savagery when observing the gory kitchen. In the front yard of her neighbor's house, Jessica was taken into custody. According to the police, they knew the Camilleri family, but they could not have predicted or imagined what would happen that night. Detectives discovered that Rita's body had been disfigured following an autopsy. She was still alive until at least the first 90 blows, the majority of which were to the head and neck, and even when she passed away, her body had more than 100 stab wounds. However, that wasn't even the most graphic aspect of this horrible murder. Rita had had a piece of her tongue and nose severed. She had been pushed and pressed after both of her eyeballs had been ripped out. At the crime scene, the detectives discovered 7 knives, all of which Jessica had used to stab her mother. 4 of the 7 knives had broken during the murder because Jessica's attacks were so vicious. Jessica revealed the true reason behind her ruthless murder of her mother on July 21, 2019, the morning following the tragedy. She began by claiming that, despite having harmed numerous people, she had never spoken to her mother until yesterday night, when Jessica's mother threatened to have her committed to a mental health facility. After losing her temper, Jessica wanted to discipline her mother. Jessica claimed to the investigator that she had no intention of killing her, but things suddenly spiraled out of control. Jessica was unable to resist stabbing her mother when her IED took control. Jessica was put on trial before Justice Helen Wilson in December 2020 after being accused with murder. The jury was informed that the purpose of the trial was to prove that Jessica's mental diseases took over and significantly impaired her mental state at the time of the murder, rather than to dispute whether Jessica killed her mother or not. Tony McCarthy, the Crown prosecutor, said in his opening statement that Jessica had a history of assault. Even her own family members had been harassed and intimidated by Jessica, who threatened to use a knife to hack off their heads. Tony brought up the fact that Jessica liked horror films, particularly those that included brutal murder and body dismemberment. He went on to say that Jessica's intellectual handicap was just modest to moderate. Nathan Steele, Jessica's defense lawyer, urged the jurors to ignore their feelings and sympathies and focus their decision solely on the evidence. He claimed